Chapter 1513 Heyuan Street. Lin Ming laughed along. Since Wang Xinglong was determined to go, he could hardly spoil the fun. The two walked together toward the Wenlin River. Lin Ming guessed their destination was that Heyuan Street. Halfway there, a heavy rain suddenly fell. They ducked into a roadside tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and sat out the storm, taking the opportunity to have dinner. The tea house also sold various snacks. Wang Xinglong ordered a bowl of Lingao rice noodles and asked for extra beef. Seeing Lin Ming not eating, he asked, "Brother Lin, aren't you hungry? Since we're going to the pleasure quarter, there'll be plenty of food there, surely more refined than here." In Ming times, pleasure houses were not merely brothels but social venues. In matters of food and dress, they led fashion. "Brother Lin, the food in those houses is far beyond our means." Wang Xinglong shook his head. "A single cup of tea there costs more than a cup of wine outside." Lin Ming realized he had nearly given himself away. In Guangdong, he never paid when visiting pleasure houses. In Fashion, proprietors would be only too glad to have him as a guest. Elsewhere in the province, wealthy merchants and tycoons always picked up the tab. "Brother Wang is right. I wasn't thinking." From the look of it, Brother Lin must have lived quite well back on the mainland. Wang Xinglong laughed. "You flatter me." Lin Ming smiled awkwardly. "Things past are too painful to recall. Brother Lin, there's no need for embarrassment." Here in Lingao, many people came because they were down and out with nowhere else to turn. Wang Xinglong was still speaking when the steaming noodles arrived. Slightly yellowish rice noodles floating in an oil-flecked broth, topped with slices of beef, pickled vegetables, peanuts, shrimp, and the like. It looked full and appetizing. "Brother Lin, have a bowl too. This is a local specialty." Wang Xinglong picked up the vinegar pot from the table and poured in a generous amount, then lifted the lid off a ceramic jar and scooped out several spoonfuls of a glistening red sauce, stirring it into the bowl. Instantly the air filled with a pungent aroma, fragrant, sour, nose-tingling. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, recalling that trip to Macau and the water-boiled sliced pork. It too had carried that same stimulating scent. "This is chili sauce, a new thing the Australians brought. Whets the appetite and livens up a meal." Lin Ming also ordered a bowl. After they finished, the rain had stopped. The streets, which had been awash with water, were now almost completely drained. Though the pavement was damp, there was not a puddle to be seen. Lin Ming marveled inwardly. Even in Fashion, prosperous as it was and mostly paved with flagstones, rainwater did not drain so quickly. In low-lying alleys and narrow lanes, water would pool into ponds, leaving a muddy, impassable mess. By the time they stepped onto the street, the lamps were just coming on. The two strolled leisurely. As the local, Wang Xinglong pointed out shops and sights along the way, explaining as they went. Some facilities puzzled Lin Ming, and all were duly explained. Many things exceeded his expectations. The thoroughness of the cropped hair's urban planning and the depth of their resources astonished him. He noticed that the more inconspicuous and easily overlooked the detail, the more the cropped hairs were willing to spend on it. Watching Wang Xinglong's smug expression, Lin Ming suddenly felt like a country bumpkin being shown around the city by a city-dwelling relative. Because of the rain, few people were on the streets, but Lin Ming noticed the atmosphere was distinctly tense. At every major intersection, cropped-hair police stood guard. Alongside them were soldiers with loaded muskets, frequently stopping pedestrians for checks. It seemed a major case had occurred. "Has there been some big case?" Lin Ming asked quietly. "What, don't you read the papers?" Wang Xinglong asked, somewhat surprised, then laughed. "Right, Brother Lin just arrived." "Read the papers? You mean the court gazettes?" "This isn't the Ming, where would there be court gazettes?" Wang Xinglong said carelessly. "It's the Lingao Times, local news and reports. Our shop subscribes to a copy. Manager Qian probably took it." There was already a report. Last night's burglars still have some at large, and they're searching the whole city. "I see." Lin Ming thought he had better read this newspaper. It would make gathering intelligence much more convenient without having to ask around. He was very interested in the matter of the burglars. Unable to wait until he returned to see the paper, he asked, Did the Gazette, the newspaper, say what kind of people these burglars are? It didn't specify, but there were plenty of details. 30 in total, all martial arts masters from the Jianghu. Some were even notorious old hands with aliases. Wang Xinglong spoke eagerly, seizing the chance to show off. They infiltrated Lingao in several batches. But what they didn't expect was that the moment they arrived, they fell under police surveillance. Wang Xinglong, relishing the opportunity to boast, embellished the tale with flair. From what Lin Ming heard of the circumstances, there seemed to be no government backing, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was fellow agents coming to Lingao. He knew almost everyone at the middle and lower levels of the Guangdong Brocade guard system. If someone recognized him, he would be finished. The two chatted as they walked, proceeding unobstructed until they reached Heyuan Street. Pink lanterns still hung along the street, the rosy light falling on the flagstones in an indescribably romantic glow. Wang Xinglong knew his way and led Lin Ming inside. The street was not wide, only enough for 2 Australian carts to pass abreast. One side faced the Wenlin River's sandy bank. The earthen dike was planted thick with peach, willow, and apricot trees. Lingao's winters were warm. By now green buds had sprouted and branches were laden with flower buds. The other side was lined with 2-story buildings packed closely together, much like the streets of Eastgate Market. Only here, no attendant stood at the doors to greet guests. It was remarkably quiet. Curtains hung before the doors and the signboards were uniform in style, probably made at the same place. Besides the pink lanterns, each establishment displayed a yellow wooden plaque proclaiming, "Licensed premises for custom trade." Below were categories Class A, Class B, Class C, and so on, followed by large Arabic numerals. At the doors there were no pimps or prostitutes touting for customers. Instead, waist-high signboards listed various terms Lin Ming did not understand. Dragon drill, fire and ice fivefold heaven, celestial maiden scatters flowers. Nearby, other boards displayed rows of small portraits of the courtesans, a dense, impressive array. Aquanda, what do you think of the girls in this house? Are the services special? No good, far too ordinary. Let me take you somewhere truly stunning. The girls' buns are. A man in cropped hair attire dragged another along, hurrying forward. Buns, girl, services. Lin Ming caught only a few words. He could not help feeling puzzled. This was a strange sort of pleasure house. Was this the Australian custom? As for custom trade, he had no idea what it meant. The street was crowded with men in groups of 3 to 5, laughing and chatting. Some headed straight for their destinations. Others hesitated, looking from one house to another. Here and there a drunk staggered along. Some simply lay sprawled on roadside stone benches, retching. Besides customers, many rickshaws waited for fares, and snack vendors had set up stalls nearby. Despite the many doing business here, order was excellent and the ground quite clean. Looking again, Lin Ming understood why. There were police here too, a tall 2-story sentry box where several officers stood watch. Beside it was a set of stocks, with a few unfortunates chained and bloodied. Lin Ming was still taking it all in when Wang Xinglong clapped him on the back. "Well, have you ever seen a pleasure quarter like this?" "Eye-opening, truly eye-opening." Lin Ming nodded repeatedly. He noticed roadside fixtures resembling signposts labeled "Call Station." Below sat several heavily made-up women, clearly of middling looks and no longer young. They looked like prostitutes, yet did not solicit customers, only sat silently. Each wore a yellow paper tag on her chest. He asked quietly, "Are these also?" "Yes, these are sole proprietors," Wang Xinglong said, slipping into new vocabulary. "The houses are corporations." "What? To put it simply, the houses are like shops with signboards. These women are like peddlers." "I see." Lin Ming found it incredible. "And that's permitted? A half-open door business with no madam, no procurer. Here, half-open door trade is not allowed. Everything must be registered and licensed. Otherwise it's illegal prostitution, and if caught you're sent to sift sand. As for madams and the like, they're completely unnecessary. Business here is quite safe, the flesh trade included." Wang Xinglong laughed. "But the taxes are not light." Lin Ming thought the cropped hairs are truly shameless. The government actually collects earnings from the sale of flesh. He felt a twinge of disgust. Still, it was a substantial revenue stream. He understood street life and the inner workings of various trades, and he knew that though the flesh trade was despised and lowly, it could make enormous profits. With the cropped hair's perverse shrewdness, they naturally would not let such a fat morsel slip. Here it's pay as you please. Those with money go to the houses. Those without can take a roadside girl to an inn and relieve their urges. Huang Xinglong continued. Every month the Australians even have the working girls examined by doctors, treat the sick. Truly a charitable deed. Lin Ming cursed inwardly. Charitable, my foot. It's good business sense, that's all. By now he had some understanding of how the cropped hairs thought. The Ming government treated cities and commerce with a laissez-faire attitude. So long as nothing went wrong, officials ignored everything. Many things that could have brought great profit were never pursued. The cropped hairs, by contrast, paid attention to everything, managing every detail with meticulous order. No wonder they had exploded from the tiny patch of East Gate Market to sweep through Fujian and Guangdong in just 5 years, their power shaking the seas. Beyond their countless ingenious devices, it was this all-pervasive management of their territory. Where else in the world could match it? Lost in thought, Lin Ming heard Huang Xinglong stop walking and say, "Let's choose this one for tonight." Chapter 15-14 Night Flower at National Police Headquarters. Tension hung thick in the air. Officers preparing for the security sweep had gathered in the lobby, ready to move out. Per the requirements for coordinated operations, all participants had to wear duty belts, carrying pistols and batons. Even personnel borrowed from clerical departments like household registration were no exception. National police officers were all armed while on duty. Though the Yuan elder court's policing philosophy and system largely imitated the public security apparatus of the old timeline and Japanese police administration, in practice it was American style. They did not hesitate to use force. Besides weapons, those executing raids and inspections were issued special, stab-resistant vests, essentially sleeveless jackets made using cotton armor techniques. How effective they actually were was questionable. They were more or less better than nothing. Steel helmets were unavailable, replaced by rattan safety caps. For nighttime identification, all participants wore red and white armbands. Operations of this scale inevitably involved personnel from the security forces and the Lingao garrison battalion. Larger sweeps sometimes even drew sailors from Bapu. The Yuan elder court's police system still suffered from a chronic shortage of qualified personnel. Any major operation required system-wide mobilization, borrowing clerical staff for temporary duty and appealing to the Military Affairs Bureau. Tonight's operation was county-wide. The sweep covered not only the county seat, Eastgate Market, and Bapu, the 3 main towns, but also every smaller market town and commune center. The manpower needed was enormous. All leave had been canceled, and even the prohibition on consecutive 48-hour shifts was suspended. Ostensibly, this was to restore public order, but the real purpose was to apprehend the martial arts masters who had slipped through the dragnet a few nights earlier. The officers gathered in the lobby murmured among themselves. Such sweeps had become frequent lately, varying in scale. With the surge of outsiders, Lingao faced heavy pressure on public order, necessitating these periodic campaign-style cleanups. For Ran Yao and the others, though the Yuan elder court's police force had swelled to an absurdly large size by 17th century standards, by 21st century metrics it was still far from sufficient, not to mention the actual working capacity of these uniformed naturalized officers. All attention. At the command, the officers in the lobby clicked their heels and snapped to attention in unison. Pan Jixin appeared on the open gallery of the second floor. Pan Jixin was in his early 30s and served as director of the National Police's Criminal Investigation Division. His original specialty was economic investigation. He had been an investigator in the Economic Crimes Unit of a municipal public security bureau. Because certain activities during the Transmigration Group's preparations had alerted authorities in that city, interpreted as a large-scale organized fraud scheme, Pan Jixin had been sent undercover, posing as a resigned police officer joining the Transmigration. Within the Transmigration Collective, he had been accepted into the security group. For the following months, he was practically giddy. Never before had he encountered such a bizarre and entertaining economic fraud case. He estimated the final case value would exceed 100 million, small beans perhaps, but the case was so rare it deserved inclusion in police training materials. After cracking it, promotion and commendation would surely follow. After D-Day, Pan Jixin nearly lost his mind. Promotion and commendation were out the window. He had simply vanished from the old timeline and would ultimately be declared a martyr. What his family would think upon learning the news, he dared not imagine. Though police work inherently carried great risk, and he had been prepared to sacrifice when accepting the undercover assignment, disappearing in such dramatic fashion was not the ending he had wanted. After several days of despondency, Pan Jixin assessed the situation and decided to make the best of it. He kept silent about his original undercover mission and formally became an Yuanlao, like an investor who ends up owning the company. Since he was now in the new timeline, sticking to his profession was the easiest path to advancement. Pan Jixin joined the Yuan Elder Court's police force. He had hoped to continue an economic investigation, but the workload in that area was too small to warrant a separate department. On Ran Yao's advice, he became Director of Criminal Investigation, and when ranks were assigned, he was made Regional Police Commander. He knew this had been deliberately set low. Once the territory expanded, becoming a police district chief was only a matter of time. Pan Jixin, wearing a fine police uniform of blended wool and cotton, a duty belt with a Glock pistol at his hip, stood on the second floor gazing down with an air of authority and grandeur. The newly arrived female household registration officer's hearts fluttered. He surveyed the naturalized police below. They all looked too thin, he thought, and their complexions not quite right, except for the batch of women recently assigned from the women's college. But their morale was quite good. Though their attire was somewhat shabby, they lacked the distinctive obsequious look one saw in late modern photographs of defeated peoples. "Report, Regional Commander. All personnel assembled, awaiting orders," the duty officer announced loudly. "At ease." Pan Jixin called. "Weapons check." Below, the clatter of firearms being inspected filled the air. The standard police weapon was the Model 1632 revolver and shotgun. High-powered rifles like the short Mini-A had been withdrawn from police use. Only a few J-series high-precision Mini-A rifles were retained as sniper equipment. When the check complete, report came, Pan Jixin glanced at his watch and waved his hand. "Commence operation." The headquarters doors swung open. Officers poured out like a tide. The courtyard was packed with four-wheeled police wagons. The mobile unit was equipped with relatively rare bicycles. For maneuvering through Eastgate Market, bicycles were far faster and more convenient than horse-drawn wagons. Li Yangsun and several female household registration officers boarded one of the wagons. Tonight, her assignment was to accompany the team sweeping Eastgate Market's custom trade district. In Lingao, prostitution, or in Australian parlance, the custom trade, was legal, so long as one obtained a license and paid taxes as required. However, the trade was restricted to designated areas and subject to stricter policing. This sweep targeted the custom trade district as a priority zone because fugitives might well follow old habits and hide there. Most practitioners in Lingao's sex industry had come from the mainland and were former professionals. Their understanding of the new society the Yuan Elder Court had built was shallow. Their thinking inevitably lagged. Under the lure of gold, some madam or courtesan might well take the risk of harboring a fugitive. As police wagons and bicycles streamed out of headquarters, The security forces various platoons, having completed formation elsewhere, simultaneously moved out on command to control intersections and key routes. Priority search zones were fully sealed, no entry or exit permitted. Lin Ming looked at the house before him. It appeared no different from the others. The sign read, "Night Flower." As usual, a curtain hung at the door with large placards outside. Wang Xinglong, clearly familiar with the procedure, lifted the curtain and walked in without hesitation. Lin Ming thought, this Wang Xinglong is barely 18 or 19, yet he knows his way around a pleasure house like a regular. Truly a sign of declining morals. That said, he followed inside. Through a small vestibule, they found a different world within, elegantly decorated, in no way inferior to the pleasure houses of Guangzhou or Fashion. Lin Ming saw colorful posters on the walls. A closer look made his body respond at once. Months at sea had primed him. The posters depicted a voluptuous naked woman striking all manner of provocative poses. The poses were one thing. He had seen plenty of erotic paintings and secret play illustrations. But this woman was utterly unlike those stylized naked sprites. She looked uncannily lifelike, with realistic curves. Lin Ming had seen much of the world in Guangdong, including Western paintings, and knew this was Western technique. But compared to the plump, pale Western women of those paintings, the woman before him was far more alluring. One line on the poster read, "Night Flower proudly presents 18 new services. Enjoy the treatment of kings and lords." The treatment of kings and lords, this house had nerve. It was practically lawless. "Brother Lin, how about it? Want to try the 18 styles?" Lin Ming was about to reply when a pimp emerged from inside, all smiles, and approached. "Sirs, you've arrived. Do you have a familiar girl?" "No." "This is our first time at your establishment," Wang Xinglong said. Lin Ming's heart sank. Pleasure houses were notorious for fleecing customers. Without a regular to guide them or a seasoned patron who knew the rules, one could spend a fortune without even getting a cup of tea, and be mocked as a greenhorn by courtesans and pimps alike. He had assumed Wang Xinglong was a regular here, but now discovered he too was a first-timer. "Young people are too reckless. Sirs, you've come to the right place. We're running a big promotion right now, more for the same price. We guarantee your satisfaction." The pimp introduced the offerings while leading them inside. "What promotion?" Lin Ming asked. "Oh, that's what the Australians call it. You'll see in a moment. Watch your step, this way, please." After a few turns, the pimp led them to what looked like a reception hall. Several men sat there. They glanced up at Lin Ming and then went back to sipping tea and flipping through illustrated albums. Servants bustled about pouring tea. Faint strains of music drifted from somewhere. "Sirs, if you don't have a regular, please follow me." The pimp spoke quietly to Lin Ming. "Very well." Lin Ming followed the pimp deeper inside. "I can tell at a glance that you two gentlemen are of exceptional quality. I won't bother introducing ordinary girls. Let me select a few of our house's finest for you. Tonight you will be well pleased." Chapter 15:15. Australian Pleasures. Lin Ming knew the pimp was angling for a tip while also gauging the customer's wealth. He was about to speak when Wang Xinglong, without a word, fished a 1 yuan note from his pocket and tossed it to the fellow, who became even more solicitous. He led them into a room bearing 3 characters in red barbarian script. The room was dim but visibly luxurious. Silk covered the walls. The only furnishings were a few large chairs arranged around a tea table, and an enormous mirror that covered nearly half of one wall. Lin Ming started. Mirrors and glass windows had become commonplace in Lingao, but facing a mirror so large it reflected his entire body was quite a shock. The pimp helped Lin Ming into one of the big chairs, soft, comfortable, springy. Lin Ming knew this was a sofa. He had seen wealthy households in Guangzhou and Fashion buy them. "Sir, this is an Australian-made chair called a sofa, comfortable all over." "Indeed, very comfortable." Lin Ming stood up and sat down again. "Xiao Liu, it's so dark in here, how can we pick a girl? You're not trying to fool me, are you?" "Oh, sir, I wouldn't dare. Just sit and have some tea for now. I'll call the girls out shortly." The pimp went out and soon returned with a tray of tea and refreshments, whispering, "Please enjoy at your leisure. The girls will be out momentarily." The tray held exquisite pastries and, remarkably, slices of watermelon. It was barely early spring to have watermelon now. Lin Ming marveled inwardly. In Guangdong, eating a few cucumbers or chives in winter was nothing out of the ordinary, but watermelon in winter was unheard of. Wang Xinglong picked up a slice and ate. Lin Ming silently fretted. He knew the rules of pleasure houses. This was called a tea tray. However fine the refreshments looked, the price was steep. One tray could match the cost of a full feast at a top restaurant. According to custom, eating even a single bite obligated one to pay. Leave it untouched and no charge was incurred. In the Ming, Lin Ming never paid when he dined out or visited pleasure houses. In Fashion especially, proprietors felt honored to have him. Elsewhere, wealthy merchants and patrons always covered the tab. But this was Lingao. The Brocade guard's prestige carried no weight here. He feared Wang Xinglong, young and inexperienced, would spend recklessly, and if they could not pay, a dispute would erupt and bring the cropped-hair police. Sweat beaded on his brow. "Brother Wang, why are you eating already?" "Why can't I?" Wang Xinglong looked bewildered. "Alas, don't you know, this tea tray costs several taels of silver per bite," Wang Xinglong laughed. "Brother Lin, don't worry, this is Lingao, Australian rules apply. Eat all you want, it's included in the service fee. Once you buy your clock, it's all covered." "Buy my end." "It's by the clock." "Relax, eat a little first, there's still time." Wang Xinglong wolfed down another slice of watermelon. "Spring delights await. Enjoy the preview, Brother Lin." Seeing his confident air, Lin Ming assumed he knew what he was doing. Since he was already here, he might as well go along. He was indeed thirsty. He picked up the tea and took a few sips. It was neither the local oolong nor the Jiangxi or Fujian teas common in Guangdong. The liquor was nearly black. The taste was rich, yet sweet with a hint of tartness. "This is black tea. Like oolong, it's an Australian specialty," Wang Xinglong said. "In summer, served with ice, it's even more refreshing." Having eaten only a bowl of Lingao noodles, Lin Ming felt the strong tea on an empty stomach and helped himself to a pastry. It tasted as good as anything from the finest shops in Guangzhou. Yet what were they supposed to do, sitting here facing a mirror? As he puzzled over this, the mirror suddenly blazed with light. Its surface seemed to glow from within. Lin Ming leaped to his feet, dumbfounded. As the light intensified, the mirror turned translucent. Within it appeared a sumptuously decorated room, floor covered in scarlet carpet, walls lined with cream-colored silk, small pink glass lamps at each corner casting a soft, crystalline glow over everything. 3 young women with exquisite hairstyles stood inside, all dressed alike in gauzy, diaphanous gowns. Gown was generous, really just 2 strips of cloth, one in front and one behind, tied at the waist with silk ribbons. The sides were slit open, raising an arm bared a breast, lifting a leg revealed hip and thigh. That was startling enough. But what nearly gave Lin Ming a nosebleed were the bodies dimly visible beneath that gauze and the provocative poses the women struck. Lin Ming's entire body responded, just as it had with the Persian dancing girls in Macau. Having gone without for over half a year, this was too rich a dish. His heart and mind reeled. A hot surge below warned he was on the verge of losing control. Lin Ming silently groaned, forced his gaze away, steadied his breathing, and barely avoided utter collapse on the spot. He dared not look again. He gulped tea to calm himself. Wang Xinglong sidled over. "Which one caught your eye, Brother Lin?" His composure barely restored, Lin Ming dared not look closely and blurted, "The one on the left." Wang Xinglong pulled a cord. The lights in the mirror went out and the women vanished. Lin Ming dared not rise. He continued his breathing exercises, needing to settle himself lest he make a spectacle. "Well, Brother Lin, did you enjoy the preview?" Wang Xinglong looked quite pleased with himself. Lin Ming nodded silently. Fortunately, the room was dim. His expression must have been a sight. Luckily, Ming robes were loose and wide-sleeved. The lingering swelling below was not obvious. "The girls you've chosen are waiting. Please follow me." Xiao Liu came in, grinning. Which package would you like? Just the standard one. Wang Xinglong waved a hand. Tell me the room number, I'll find my own way. Just take Mr. Lin here. Xiao Liu led Lin Ming to another room. This one was brighter but strangely furnished. Apart from a simple cabinet, there was only a wide white bed. The floor was paved with black tiles. Beside the bed lay large white towels. Lin Ming, seeing no chair, sat on the bed. The surface was cool but not stone. It had a glazed smoothness and was slightly concave. Sitting on it was rather uncomfortable compared to the sofa. As he sat there wondering, the door opened. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. In walked the very woman who had posed so alluringly in the mirror. She wore a wrapped gown belted at the waist. Her hair was down, loosely gathered with a ribbon. Lin Ming found himself, for the first time in his life, at a loss before a woman. Remembering his earlier display, he smiled awkwardly. "Sir, your servant greets you." The woman curtsied. From behind her, a younger girl emerged, set a basket beside the bed, lit a stick of incense in a corner brazier, then withdrew, carefully closing the door. Ah, yes. Lin Ming felt tongue-tied. This Australian treat was truly something else. Even a connoisseur of pleasures like himself was thrown off balance. "Please relax, sir. This must be your first time." The woman picked up the basket and walked past him, her hand brushing, seemingly by accident, a sensitive area. "You must be so tired, sir. Look how warm you are. Let your servant bathe you." Her movements were graceful with just a hint of teasing. "Yes, yes, yes." Lin Ming swallowed hard. "Please stand, sir, and let your servant undress you." She removed his clothes, and with her delicate hands guiding him, he lay face down on the bed. He found the bed fit his body perfectly, conforming to every muscle. A rustle of fabric and her voice came again. "Sir, lie still. Your servant will bathe you now." Water splashed. Lin Ming felt jets spraying on his back, though he had noticed no water container or source. As he puzzled, a pair of small hands began to glide over his back, from shoulders to toes, missing nothing, even washing between his toes. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, just right. Lin Ming had never experienced anything like it. His concubines at home attended him devotedly, anxious to please, yet none possessed such technique or touch. The water stopped. Something slick was poured on his back. A faint, orchid-like fragrance wafted past his nose. Then something else began moving over him, definitely not hands. Lin Ming glanced back curiously. A pair of small, smooth, creamy breasts swayed before his eyes, pressing and gliding along his back. He heard the woman's soft panting. At once, violent changes occurred below. He felt painfully compressed. His hips squirmed involuntarily to relieve the pressure. The woman seemed to sense something. "Sir, please turn over. Let your servant give you a tour." Lin Ming did not know what she meant, but he turned over and felt instant relief. "Oh my, sir, you are truly impressive. So magnificent," she said demurely. Lin Ming dared not open his eyes. He felt water streaming over him. Curiosity made him peek, but the moment his eyes opened, those gleaming breasts swayed directly before him. He saw clearly now. The woman was using them to wash him. He squeezed his eyes shut. He felt himself about to pass out, his mind a blank. The following 180,000 characters have been omitted. Chapter 15:16. Reunion with the sister-in-law. Lin Ming lay sprawled on the bed, utterly content. The courtesan, wrapped in her gossamer gown with her body tantalizingly visible beneath, was somehow more alluring than outright nudity. Lin Ming felt like a fine stallion, and she the rider galloping across him, now rising and falling, now swiveling her hips in slow circles. Every fiber of his body relaxed, while below, a tingling pleasure built until he sensed he was about to deliver again. Lin Ming considered himself a seasoned patron of pleasures. With a wife and 4 concubines at home, he fancied himself an iron warrior of 100 battles. Never had he imagined that a cropped-hair brothel could be so wickedly sensual, with tricks unheard of and unseen. He had not even gotten to the main event before being driven to ecstasy. The fire and ice 5-fold heaven had undone him at the 3rd fold, forcing an early finish. Fortunately, after more than half a year of abstinence, he had ample reserves. With a bit of coaxing, the courtesan revived his ardor, and he was back in the saddle. After so long without, once he started, he could not stop. One clock ended, he added another. Lin Ming was in the thick of battle when suddenly he heard the pounding of many feet inside the building and voices shouting. He started with alarm. Could the cropped hairs have learned my identity and come to arrest me? Instantly he pushed the courtesan off and scrambled into his clothes. She did not understand and asked, "Sir, why have you stopped? Have I failed to please you?" Lin Ming had no time for her. Boots on, he cracked the window open and peered out. Cropped hair forces had surrounded the area. Police were searching door to door. Lin Ming's heart pounded. This looked like a city-wide dragnet. Such a mobilization could not be for petty thieves. The more he thought, the more uneasy he became. He wanted to flee immediately, but saw soldiers outside with muskets at the ready. Whether he jumped from the window or scaled the wall, he would be shot full of holes before he hit the ground. Besides, even if he ran, it would do no good. When he had bought his clock, he had registered his identity certificate. The police had only to check the guest book to know everything. Why bother fleeing? Seeing his alarm, the courtesan was startled too. She rose, threw on a robe, and peered out the window. Seeing it was only police, she relaxed. "Sir, you must not be from around here. Don't worry, it's just a police inspection. This is a proper establishment. We pay taxes on time, have our checkups on schedule. Nothing to fear. Do you have your travel papers? Your identity certificate?" Lin Ming said. "I have them, but I'm worried the constables will make trouble." The courtesan laughed. "Qiangzhou Prefecture isn't like Ming territory. The police never harass the common folk. So long as you're law-abiding, they won't give you trouble. Have some tea to calm your nerves, sir. When the inspection's over, we can resume our pleasures." Lin Ming nodded. The courtesan poured him tea. The two sat on the bed, nibbling snacks and dried fruit. Before long, police came knocking. The courtesan opened the door at once. In walked a man and a woman, both in police uniforms. Lin Ming heard the man bark, "Inspection, papers out." With the courtesan's reassurance, Lin Ming produced his identity certificate. He saw the courtesan take a yellow ticket from her gown pocket. He was about to study how these cropped-hair officials conducted their business when the male officer shifted, and behind him emerged a young woman, also in police uniform. Lin Ming's eyes fell on her and he froze. Isn't this the very sister-in-law I came to Lingao to find after so much hardship? She had shed her girlish awkwardness entirely. She was now a grown woman, taller than before, her figure fuller and firmer. The black cropped-hair official dress traced her curves. Beneath the skirt, white stockings, common among false cropped-hair women, sheathed her calves. On her head was a black round cap with a silver star on the band. The sensation was at once strange and familiar. Lin Ming stood rooted to the spot. Li Yangsun's gaze swept over and landed on Lin Ming. She too froze for an instant. Both quickly looked away. Lin Ming was now certain. The policewoman was his sister-in-law. He stood there dumbly, watching his sister-in-law examine the yellow ticket, ask the courtesan a few questions, and inspect the room, which was so small, just a bed, a chair, and a cabinet, that a single glance took it all in. Then she stepped out. At the doorway she turned and looked at him once more. That look was complex with unspoken emotions. Lin Ming's thoughts churned. He was still in a daze when the courtesan called, "Sir, sir." Lin Ming snapped back and forced a smile. "You really scared me," the courtesan said, patting her chest and pouting. "You just sat there frozen, not moving at all. I thought you were feeling unwell." "I'm fine," Lin Ming dissembled. "I'm just terrified of officials," the courtesan giggled. "From your bearing, sir, you don't seem the timid type." Lin Ming gave a dry laugh, cursing his luck. His earlier behavior had been most unseemly. If the male officer had grown suspicious, there would have been trouble. Still, he was secretly astonished. The police really had not made the slightest fuss. In Ming territory, forget county runners. Even when he himself led raids on brothels, the house had to produce traveling money, and the customers had to offer considerations, or they would find some pretext to haul everyone back for a warm reception. Yet the cropped-hair officials were so incorruptible. Did they all drink the northwest wind? Moreover, his sister-in-law was from a military household with a hereditary officer's post. How could she stoop to such a base occupation? Lin Ming was aware of Li Yongsun's little dream to be a real brocade guard. She had even once donned his official robes at home to preen. How had she come to submit to the cropped hairs? Doubts aside, Lin Ming saw that he was not the target of the dragnet. Li Yongsun had recognized him on the spot yet said nothing, evidently still bound by sentiment. For now, he was safe. His heart settled somewhat, but his desire to continue had evaporated. He was about to wash and dress and leave when the courtesan, ever perceptive, saw his flagging interest. She knelt between his legs and bent forward. A tingling rush below revived him at once. Suddenly, a bell clanged on the wall. The courtesan rose and said, "Please wait a moment, sir. They're summoning us for questioning. I'll be right back to continue attending you." "The house will certainly add time to compensate for the interruption. Rest easy, sir." Lin Ming watched her leave, then cracked the door open. The police had withdrawn. Only courtesans and pimps hurried up and down the corridor. Though Li Yongsun had not exposed him, years had passed since their last meeting and she had submitted to the cropped hairs. He did not know her true feelings. His anxiety flared again. He was a probationary brocade guard centurion. Li Yongsun knew that perfectly well. She would not assume he had come to Lingao looking for her. She would surely think he was there to spy on cropped hair military secrets. What if Li Yongsun had been so bewitched by the cropped hairs that she reported him? At the thought, his hair stood on end. He wanted to settle his bill and leave immediately. But then he reflected. Since arriving in Lingao, every step had been recorded. Where he lodged, where he worked, the cropped hairs police could find out with a single inquiry. Lingao demanded documents for everything. Lodging required an identity certificate, employment required a work permit, even visiting a brothel required registering one's ID. To vanish and hide under a false name was simply impossible. Yet on second thought, though Li Yongsun's eyes had shown alarm, there had also been affection, concern, and worry. He and his wife had treated her well, and besides, Lin Ming knew she had once harbored a certain fondness for him. There had been a spark between them. With that affection in play, surely she would not be utterly heartless. So long as she was willing to cover for him, he remained safe in Lingao. The next step was how to make contact with her again and persuade her to flee back to Guangdong. With that, Lin Ming's mind settled. By now the courtesan had returned, grinning as she curtsied. "The interruption disturbed your mood, sir. The house says it will add half a clock for free. Your servant will attend you well." Li Yongsun's team, sweeping the custom trade district, found no suspicious persons. Before midnight they returned to headquarters. As a temporary loan for overtime, she had only to complete her action report and then could clock out. Tomorrow she was entitled to a day's compensatory leave. Ordinarily, Li Yongsun would have rushed back to the dormitory to sleep. Tonight, however, she returned to the household registration division. The division was brightly lit. A few people were still busy with paperwork. The duty officer was surprised to see her back. "I have some unfinished work. Tomorrow I'll be off," Li Yongsun explained. "You must clock out by 1. "Yes, I know." She nodded repeatedly and hurried to her desk. An attendant pushing a tea cart filled her cup with black tea. Li Yongsun covered her face with her hands and sat motionless for several minutes. Just as Lin Ming had guessed, Li Yongsun had recognized him the instant she saw him. Despite his loose robe, disheveled clothes, and tousled hair, she knew her brother-in-law at a glance. Lin Ming's appearance cast a stone into the calm depths of her heart, sending ripples spreading in all directions. She had once been quite fond of this dashing, handsome brother-in-law, especially with the added allure of his brocade guard status. Propriety forbade her from openly showing it, but she had never minded his occasional liberties. Indeed, sometimes she had deliberately flirted, teasing him with girlish wiles. But that was then. Now she served the Australians, while her brother-in-law remained a Ming official. Lin Ming's sudden appearance in Lingao could only mean he had come because of the Australians. He was the brocade guard of fashion. She knew brocade guard procedures. Scouting military intelligence meant selecting local Brocade Guard personnel. His presence here surely meant he was spying on Australian military affairs, and he was probably not alone. Thinking of the recent mass arrests, she did not know the case details, but the scale of the mobilization and the urgent demand for interrogation transcripts told her the superiors took it very seriously. Could her brother-in-law be connected to that case? Chapter 15:17. Searching for the brother-in-law, her thoughts churned in chaos. She knew that if she reported this, Lin Ming's status as a probationary Brocade Guard centurion would be more than enough to earn her a commendation. The recent arrests had netted many, but none held any real rank. Lin Ming was a proper court-appointed official, a probationary centurion of the Brocade Guard itself. His weight was entirely different from the small fry they had been catching. This single achievement could guarantee her promotion, perhaps even pave her way into the Political Security Bureau. The realization of her own callousness made her shudder. Setting aside whatever spark had once passed between her and Lin Ming, kinship alone demanded better. He had done nothing to wrong her. Her days in Fashion had been among the rare intervals of freedom and happiness in her life, and yet here she was, contemplating serving him up for merit. She could not do it. Besides, if she turned in her brother-in-law, what would become of her elder sister? Her sister had treated her well too. But if she did not report him and he was captured anyway? She dared not imagine the consequences. Xiaocang was quite pessimistic. Lin Ming would likely be caught before long. She knew all too well how formidable the Yuan Elder Court's enforcement agencies were. If he thought he could survive in Lingao on his bit of street savvy, he was in for a rude awakening. She had to find him quickly and persuade him to leave. Otherwise, if he were arrested, the consequences would be unthinkable. Though Lingao had no imperial prison, no dreaded northern garrison, once someone fell into the Political Security Bureau's hands, their fate was no better than falling into the Eastern Depot, except here the interrogation methods were cleaner and less likely to be lethal. Convicts labeled as traitors still had their lives squeezed for every last drop of value, ultimately consumed in mines and construction sites. If something happened to her brother-in-law, she would first of all be failing her elder sister, and in Fashion there was still a large family. Without this pillar, what would become of them? Moreover, once Lin Ming was arrested, her kinship with him would become a tripwire. Though her relationship with him was already clearly stated in her autobiographies, in such matters the Political Security Bureau always erred on the side of caution. She would surely be placed under suspension and isolated review as a connected party. The mere thought of being locked in the study class again, writing endless materials in that limbo where day blurred into night, made Xiaocang shiver. With such a blemish on her record, whether she would even be allowed to continue as a police officer was uncertain, let alone someday joining the Courier Bureau. But how could she find her brother-in-law now? If he had infiltrated to gather intelligence, he would certainly be using an alias. Lingao was vast, with nearly 200,000 permanent and transient residents. Even in the Ming, that would count as a major city. With an alias, she would be searching for a needle in a haystack. However, this did not stump Xiaocang, who had been immersed in the police apparatus for years. She understood the Yuan Elder Court's investigative methods and thinking reasonably well. Combining today's observations, she began a careful analysis. Lin Ming had been at night flower. Though not wearing his own clothes, he had on the establishment's bathrobe. He still wore his hair in a topknot, indicating he was not a naturalized citizen. He had likely entered as a voluntary immigrant or a traveling merchant. Since he had not undergone purification, he could not be employed by any institution or enterprise under the Yuan Elder Court's control. Given that Lingao had no beggars or vagrants, and he was visiting a mid to high-end establishment like Night Flower, Lin Ming had clearly assumed a respectable guise, probably posing as a small merchant. If he had entered as a merchant, he would have applied for a temporary identity certificate. Whether renting a room or staying at an inn, There would be registration records, though he was certainly using an alias since he was patronizing the pleasure district of Eastgate Market. His lodging was likely also in the area. Combining these 2 points should yield some leads. All such household registration materials were managed by the Household Registration Division. This was the advantage of being close to the source. Li Yongsun silently congratulated herself. She picked up her now cold black tea, drained it in one gulp, and stood. "Sister Li, are you leaving? Let's walk back to the dormitory together." The invitation came from her apprentice, a trainee recently assigned from the Women's College of Arts and Sciences who now shared her dormitory room. Though outwardly courteous to each other, Li Yongsun simply did not like this girl. "No, you go ahead." "I still have some work to finish," she said. The apprentice obediently departed. Li Yongsun glanced around the office. The large space was nearly empty. She stood, tidied the documents on her desk, sorted and locked them away, then left. After leaving the office, she went to the National Police Records Archive. The archive was located in the basement of the headquarters building, lit by electric lamps. In the corridor, the dim yellowish glow of low-wattage incandescent bulbs cast shadowy patterns on the walls, lending an air of mystery. In the half-lit corridor, piles and bundles of materials and files were heaped haphazardly. These were documents not yet sorted and archived. Everything was in short supply here, and qualified archive administrators were unheard of. The accumulation of files far outpaced the meager, untrained staff's ability to organize them. The duty archivist was a retained clerk from the old county Yaman's document vault. Though his experience had nothing to do with modern archival management, he was at least a professional who picked up new knowledge more readily, so he continued his old trade here. Following Australian rules, he asked Li Yongsun to show her credentials, even though she had come here almost weekly for years. He examined the credentials carefully, as if he had never seen them before, then stared expressionlessly at her face. The old clerk knew his new master's preferences well. Do everything by the book. As a retained person with a problematic history, he always strove to demonstrate perfect compliance. Finally, he took out a form clipped to a board, filled in her name, badge number, and the date of inquiry. "Sign here." He handed back the form and credentials. Li Yongsun felt a flutter of nervousness. Her query would leave a record on the log, but she came to check files every 2 or 3 days, and the files she queried were related to her job. It should not arouse suspicion. After signing, she said, "I need to query the issuance records for temporary identity certificates over the past 3 months." The duty clerk searched the shelf beside him carefully, pulled out a thick index ledger, licked his finger, and flipped through quickly. Before long, he found the page. "The materials you want are in B61L 1839. Follow me." They came to storage area B, where rows of tall wooden file cabinets loomed. The clerk quickly opened one of them. "There are 12 boxes of files in total. Don't you have anything more specific?" "I need to check them all." Li Yongsun looked at the large boxes. If she was unlucky, she might not find what she needed until dawn. Each box was the size of a large desk drawer, over a meter deep, made of heavy cardboard. The clerk brought her a hand truck, wheeled the boxes to the reading area, and turned on the dedicated lamp. Li Yongsun took a deep breath, opened the first box, pulled out a thick stack of paper folders, and began examining them. She knew she was searching for a needle in a haystack. Photo identification had not yet been widely adopted, so the ID application records had no photographs, only fingerprints. She did not know Lin Ming's alias, which made the search much harder. After some thought, she could only flip through them one by one, looking for anything that resembled him. What she knew clearly was that Lin Ming would inevitably have a Foshan accent, so his registered native place could only be a prefecture or county near there. Second, he was literate and came from a centurion's family, so 9 times out of 10 his registration would show literate. Adding his age and sex, she could narrow the search range. Li Yongsun began searching from the most recent dates. Her luck was good. She quickly found a file. The registrant's name was Lin Min. Apart from the name, everything else matched her brother-in-law's profile: sex, age, native place, and education level. Only the origin was listed as Gaoxiong. That was a bit strange. Occupation was listed as sailor, but her brother-in-law had never been a sailor. Yet looking further, Lin Min had disembarked from a Guangzhou-registered vessel, the Dongshan Ju. This seemed to corroborate a few more points. She studied the sparse registration document several more times. There was nothing else to glean. After a moment's thought, she picked up a pencil, copied down Lin Min's temporary ID number on a slip of paper, and returned to the counter. "I'd like to query this person's employment and household registration." The clerk took the slip, busied himself among the index books and card files behind him for a while, and produced 3 more documents. The employment registration was simple, but Li Yongsun still found what she wanted. Lin Min had registered at the Wyman Employment Agency in Eastgate Market. This matched his appearance in the pleasure district. Looking at the employment record below, Lin Min had started work the day after registering as a clerk at a wholesale firm in Eastgate Market called Heyuan Store. The second document was Heyuan Store's temporary household registration. Lin Min, as an employee of the firm, had been registered to Heyuan Store's collective dormitory. Li Yongsun was now nearly certain that Lin Min was Lin Ming. Last night, while questioning a prostitute, she had happened to hear someone mention that a customer surnamed Huang was an employee of Heyuan Store. Chapter 15:18. Disguise. If she could access last night's operation records, everything would be crystal clear. Every customer had to register their ID. Unfortunately, as borrowed auxiliary personnel, she had no authority to view the inspection materials, nor could she request Night Flower's guest registry. Only the Public Order Division and Criminal Investigation Division had that access. Still, the materials she had gathered were sufficient. Li Yongsun decided the next step was to find an opportunity to verify in person at Heyuan Store. That night, Lin Ming was in high spirits after discovering his sister-in-law's whereabouts. His vigor surged, and he went at it vigorously several more times. After the complimentary half-hour, he added another. Only when he saw the courtesan beginning to flag and his circulation vouchers running dangerously low did he reluctantly wash, dress, and leave. Walking out to the main hall, he found Wang Xinglong already there drinking tea. Seeing him emerge, Wang cupped his hands with a smile. "Brother Lin, you are truly formidable." "Please, please," Lin Ming demurred hastily. "How much did it come to?" "Not much." Wang Xinglong produced the bill. Lin Ming glanced at it and relaxed somewhat. It was within his means. In a Ming pleasure house, this amount would not even get you close enough to touch a courtesan's hand. Each paid his own bill. Afterward, Xiao Liu presented 2 small pink calling cards from the courtesans who had attended them. Each bore a stage name and the establishment's name. On the reverse was a 30-day calendar with different days circled in red. Lin Ming did not understand. It was common for courtesans to give regular customers calling cards, but what did the circled dates mean? Could they be the days of her monthly courses? "Those are her rest days. Circled dates mean she can't work. It's the law," Wang Xinglong explained. "Naturally, days of her monthly courses are also off-limits." "I never imagined the pleasure houses here had holidays," Lin Ming marveled. In traditional society, apart from officials who had so-called rest days, most workers had no days off, at most a few days around the new year. "That's Australian rules. Every trade must have at least 2 rest days a month," Wang Xinglong said. "Does our shop have these days off too?" "Anyone who dares defy Australian rules is digging sand by now," Wang Xinglong smiled. "The Australians are very strict about rule of law. I actually think they're rather like the legalists described in the histories. Tomorrow is our rest day, that's why I dared bring you here. Otherwise, if tomorrow we were aching and exhausted, how could we get any work done?" "I see." The two strolled along. As it was late at night, there were few people on the streets. Along the way, patrol teams stopped them for inspection several more times. It was past midnight when they finally returned to the shop. Entering through the back door, they found Wang Jinchen still awake. Seeing them back, she gave Wang Xinglong another scolding. He simply smiled and said nothing. The two washed up, changed clothes, turned off the light and went to bed. Wang Xinglong was young and carefree. After venting his energy and exhausting himself, he was snoring within moments of lying down. Lin Ming's body was weary, but sleep would not come. Finding Li Yongsun so quickly had exceeded his expectations, and that brief exchange of glances had told him his sister-in-law still held feelings for him. This greatly increased the likelihood of bringing her back to Fashion. Since she was now a public servant, it would be inconvenient for him to seek her out. But if she wanted to find him, it should be easy. Once they could meet, they could plan their escape from Lingao. In his few days here, he had learned that Lingao allowed free entry and exit. Leaving Qiangzhou Prefecture required no special paperwork, just stamping and canceling one's certificate before boarding. Ships departed daily for various coastal destinations. Returning to Guangzhou would not be difficult. The only uncertainty was whether she would be willing to come find him. This Lin Ming could not quite gauge. After all, Li Yongsun had been in Lingao for over 2 years. Since she could move freely and had not escaped, there must be some reason. By all logic, Li Yongsun's submission to the cropped hairs had to have been forced. She came from generations of a loyal and true family, had always been devoted to the emperor, and hoped to serve the court. Moreover, her parents and kin were still in Nanjing. So Lin Ming was not worried about persuading his sister-in-law to flee. What worried him was why she had not already fled, what constraints held her here. After much deliberation, Lin Ming decided to use his day off tomorrow to leave Brocade guard code marks in several places around Eastgate Market. He had taught Li Yongsun some of these years ago. They could be used to arrange a secret meeting. He figured that once she saw the marks, she would surely come to meet him. After all, she had a deep Brocade guard complex. Using these marks would not only notify her but also rekindle her original aspirations. The next day, Li Yongsun rose early. She had barely slept at all. Near dawn, she had closed her eyes briefly, only to dream of her time in Fashion at the Lin household. Happy days spent with her brother-in-law, elder sister, and the aunties. When she woke, her tears had soaked the pillowcase. The dormitory was empty. Her roommate and apprentice, Zhu Yame, had already gone to work. Li Yongsun ached all over, yet could not fall back asleep. She was anxious to find Lin Ming, to learn why he had come to Lingao, to urge him to leave immediately. She also wanted him to carry a message to her parents and family. Her uniform hung neatly ironed by the bed, Zhu Yame's handiwork. Ever since moving in, she had voluntarily taken over dormitory cleaning. This finally relieved Li Yongsun, who had been repeatedly cited for failing room inspections. She had grown up with servants at her beck and call and was hopeless at housework. Every time she cleaned, she made a worse mess. When Zhu Yame first arrived, Li Yongsun had doubted she was the type to do chores, not only because of her striking looks, but because her bearing and manners exuded a rare quality that often made Li Yongsun feel inferior. To her surprise, this seemingly refined woman was remarkably efficient at housework. She not only kept the dormitory spotless but could iron clothes. Out of basic shame, Li Yongsun absolutely refused to let her do her laundry, but she tacitly allowed the ironing. Cotton uniforms wrinkled so easily, and having her iron them was far better than risking another fire. She had in fact once burned a uniform trying to iron it herself. Zhu Yame's ironing was impeccable, and there seemed to be no household task she could not do. Though the dormitory had no kitchen, whenever the topic of cooking came up, she always had insightful things to say. As for clothing and style, the natural domain of women, she was without peer. On rest days when the two went shopping, Zhu Yame always drew more admiring glances. She never commented on Li Yongsun's outfit choices, but her own ensembles made the point eloquently. You don't know how to dress. Lately, Li Yongsun had been wearing her uniform on outings more and more often. As a result, her dislike of Zhu Yame grew. Of course, such petty jealousy between young women could not be shown. Outwardly, the two got along quite well. She glanced at Zhu Yame's bed. already neat and tidy, blanket folded perfectly, sheets without a single crease. The straw slippers she had taken off were placed precisely under the bed. Yawning idly, she suddenly noticed an outfit hanging on the opposite clothes rack that she had never seen before. It was a Song-style garment, the current term for the new fashions the Australians had brought. Li Yangsun had bought quite a few herself, but this Song-style outfit was unlike anything she had seen. A close-fitting navy blue jacket with a triangular open collar. She knew this was called a Western-style lapel. Some senior officials occasionally wore such jackets. Inside was a white blouse, with a red strip of fabric loosely draped around the collar. Li Yangsun had seen Fangzhou Dai students wear something similar, a decorative tie worn at the chest, but their uniforms used a triangular scarf. Below was a pleated plaid skirt in wool. Li Yangsun estimated that on someone of Zhuo Yame's height it would barely cover the knees, far too short. She gingerly touched the clothes. The jacket was probably a wool-cotton blend, not thick but very crisp and wrinkle-free. The blouse was fine white silk. The skirt was made of imported thin wool. Was this a new Song-style fashion? Yet Li Yangsun had recently gone shopping with Zhuo Yame and had not seen any store selling this, nor had she seen her buy it. How strange! Where did these clothes come from? Li Yangsun muttered, then went to wash up. After washing, she found a common naturalized women's dress, a one-piece style, and changed into it. She took out a straw bag and packed a set of Ming-style women's clothing, intending to find a place outside to change. Fortunately, she had not cut her hair. Her twin buns would not look out of place with any outfit. Many non-naturalized women in Lingao still wore traditional styles. A woman in naturalized clothing would stand out. Li Yangsun hurried out, boarded a public carriage, and headed straight for Eastgate Market. To avoid drawing attention, she got off at the Wenshui Bridge transfer station, changed clothes in a public restroom, and slipped quietly into Eastgate Market. She knew the area well, but since Heyuan's store was located on a street outside the commercial district, she bought a map at a newsstand. She soon found the shop. She did not go directly to inquire, nor did she dare approach too closely, because Heyuan's store was on the list. Shops on the list were under constant surveillance. Their mail was periodically spot-checked. Heyuan's store dealt in local specialty goods. Its owner was a Ming merchant. Most of its managers and clerks had not been purified, and their political reliability was unclear. Its sales channels were mainly in the Ming, and most of its trading partners were Ming merchants. Because the Political Security Bureau had limited manpower and could not handle everything, much surveillance work was assisted by the national police. Thus Li Yangsun had some familiarity with this shop. Chapter 1519. Streetwalker. She knew that surveillance at this level was not particularly tight. Typically, no permanent lookout was posted to watch the shop, nor was a decurie planted inside. Still, she was cautious. First, she walked past Heyuan's store street once to survey the surroundings. This was not a busy commercial area, pedestrians were few, and the shops were nearly empty. Li Yangsun noted there were no surveillance personnel nearby. Her mood eased somewhat. Just as she was pondering how to establish contact with her brother-in-law, she spotted several graffiti-like symbols on a nearby wall. Li Yangsun froze. These were Brocade guard code marks. People of the Jianghu often used secret symbols to communicate with fellow travelers. Li Yangsun was no stranger to this. The Brocade Guard had long studied such underworld conventions and developed its own set of secret contact marks, useful both for covert investigations and enemy reconnaissance. Working with the national police and being loaned out for assistance, she had encountered all manner of secret marks. But this particular set she recognized clearly. It was the Brocade Guards. Lin Ming had taught her these years ago. Seeing these marks confirmed that Lin Min was indeed Lin Ming. The message was simple, a summons to fellow operatives. On nights of the 1st, meet on the river embankment near Heyuan Street. The signal would be holding a willow branch. No wonder her brother-in-law had turned up in the pleasure district. If he was on a mission to gather military intelligence, why would he be visiting brothels? Xiaocang had found it puzzling, but now the pieces fell into place. Seeing the mark, Xiaocang hesitated no longer. Checking that no one was around, she picked up a piece of coal slag from the ground and scrawled a response mark below, then quickly left. That evening, Lin Ming saw the response and was overjoyed. But he soon realized an awkward problem. Though the code marks could specify dates, they could not specify which calendar. In Ming territory, this would be no issue, but Lingao used the so-called Gregorian calendar, which did not align with the Ming calendar. To accommodate farmers, the cropped hares also had an agricultural calendar printed alongside the Gregorian, but this agricultural calendar also differed from the Ming calendar. After much thought, Lin Ming concluded that since Xiaocang had been living in Lingao for so long and had no access to a Ming calendar, she would surely follow the cropped hare's Gregorian calendar. By the Gregorian calendar, the next day ending in 1 was January 21, just 3 days away. 3 days later, after work, Lin Ming washed up and said casually that he was going out for a stroll. He left the shop alone. By now he knew his way around. First he ate dinner at a small eatery in Eastgate Market, then wandered about. He walked sometimes fast, sometimes slow, occasionally stopping to look around or stepping into a shop, the very picture of a penniless fellow with time to kill. After meandering for half an hour or so, he heard the clock chime 6 times. One last check confirmed no tail behind him. Only then did he quietly make his way toward Heyuan Street. Lin Ming carried the courtesan's calling card from the other night. If anyone questioned him, he would claim he was heading to Night Flower. He crept up to the river embankment. Though it bordered Lingao's pleasure district, the embankment was deserted. Women had no reason to come here, and men were all heading straight to their destination. No one had the leisure to stroll by the river at night. Standing atop the dike, he could see the lanterns and hear the music of Heyuan Street below. Up here, however, it was desolate and quiet. Lin Ming sat on a bench, idly twirling a willow branch, waiting for his sister-in-law. Life is but a dream. Lin Ming gazed at the night scene and felt the sentiment well up unbidden. From leaving home, drifting on the sea, to arriving in Lingao, it all seemed like just yesterday. He had always harbored doubts about whether he could find his sister-in-law, fearing he might never discover her whereabouts. Though he was only her brother-in-law by marriage, a tenuous relation at best, those days when Xiaocang stayed at his home made it impossible for him to let go. He felt responsible for her. Lost in reflection, a voice suddenly spoke. "Sir, instead of going into the street for fun, you're sitting here sighing all alone. Aren't you wasting this wonderful life?" Lin Ming tensed. He had taken every precaution meeting Xiaocang here. He had heard the cropped hares had their own Eastern Depot and Brocade guard, whose counterintelligence skills were formidable. Every stranger who approached made him wary they might be cropped hare agents. He focused his gaze. It was a prostitute with a yellow ticket hanging from her neck. Under the lamplight her age was unclear, but from her figure and the faint crow's feet at her eyes, she was probably around 30. Her face was thickly powdered, her looks were passable. Her figure was plump like a ripe peach. She wore a light, fluttering white-on-red floral silk vest, its collar unbuttoned to reveal the red breaststrap tightly binding her chest, quite alluring. Around her white neck was a black leather collar, faintly engraved with numbers and fitted with a metal ring. Lin Ming had noticed some streetwalkers wore such collars while others did not. He guessed she was here drumming up business. His heart calmed slightly. He only smiled faintly without replying. As long as he did not engage, the streetwalker would move on. But this streetwalker did not leave. She laughed. "Don't be so cold, sir. I have a fine item here, guaranteed you'll like it." Lin Ming knew the tricks of these streetwalkers. Typically they would unbutton their clothes, flash a breast, and hook a customer. To his surprise, she did not undress. Instead, she produced a willow branch. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. Involuntarily his hand moved to his waist and grasped nothing. For an instant his mind went blank. This isn't my sister-in-law, yet she understands my code. The streetwalker, looking coyly provocative, draped herself over his shoulder. "Well, sir, isn't this a fine item?" In a flash, Lin Ming understood. There were Brocade Guard operatives in Lingao. However, the Brocade Guard never used women. This woman had to be some colleague's agent, sent after seeing his summons mark. Knowing there were fellow operatives here brought him no joy at all. He had come to Lingao on personal business. Whether he succeeded or failed, it had to remain secret. No one else could know. Now a colleague had discovered him. This was very bad. He had no authorization to be in enemy territory. If anyone wanted to make trouble for him later, this alone would be enough to ruin him. Second, even if no one raised this point, the colleague had obviously come to Lingao for intelligence work. They had no sister-in-law to find. When it came time to serve the court, would they ask for his help? If he helped, Lingao's net was too tight. Involving himself would be suicidal. If he refused, the other party could anonymously tip off the cropped hairs, and he would be a prisoner in the blink of an eye. Thinking this, he silently cursed himself for leaving that code mark. The citywide dragnet these past days obviously signaled a major case, and to the cropped hairs, the biggest case would be court spies. He should have realized fellow operatives were in Lingao. After several sweeps, they would be reeling, eager for reinforcements. His only option now was to deny everything. Lin Ming reckoned that since arriving in Qiangzhou he had done nothing. His cover was still clean. No matter how sharp the cropped hair agents were, they could not unravel him that quickly. Anyway, his identity was known only to his sister-in-law. As long as she did not betray him, even if the cropped hairs arrested him, he could bluff his way through. As for the Brocade Guard side, since only an agent had been sent to make contact, this was obviously not someone from Guangdong province who might recognize him. And his trip to Lingao had been entirely secret. Neither colleagues nor his own centurion post knew. Even if there was a row back in Guangdong, he could flatly deny ever having been to Lingao or leaving that mark. Besides, with the current citywide manhunt, even if this colleague was furious, they would hardly dare stir up more trouble. Years of Brocade Guard casework had honed his instincts. In an instant he had weighed the gains and losses. His expression softened. He remained silent, pretending to be oblivious, uncomprehending, indifferent. The woman, seeing him say nothing, grew impatient. "Can't you even see this willow branch? Miss, I'm not in the mood. Go find business elsewhere. Go on." He spoke loudly. If Li Yangsun had already arrived nearby, this would warn her of the change and tell her to leave at once. "What do you mean?" The streetwalker was clearly an amateur. Seeing he refused to respond to her contact, she jumped up. "You called for a meet and now you pretend not to know me." Lin Ming deliberately played dumb, loudly saying, "Miss, I haven't said a word. You came up on your own. I told you I'm not interested. Go find business elsewhere." The previously quiet embankment was now noisy. Footsteps sounded, and two black-uniformed police officers came running up from below the dike. "What's going on?" one demanded. Seeing trouble, the streetwalker spun to flee, but the other officer had already cut off her escape, brandishing his white baton. "Squat down, behave." The streetwalker clearly feared the police. She immediately crouched, hands over her head. The first officer blocked Lin Ming's path, raised his right hand beside his head in a crisp salute, and said, "Sir, please cooperate. Show your papers. Thank you." Lin Ming was inwardly tense but forced himself to stay calm, not letting it show. He was gambling. If this woman made a scene and implicated him, he would be in danger. But he had already calculated. His odds of winning were high. Smiling ingratiatingly, he handed over his identity certificate. The officer took it, examined it carefully under the streetlight, then returned it and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 1520 Bait. "I was just sitting here. This woman kept trying to solicit me. I ignored her and she started yelling." "Is that so?" The officer turned to the streetwalker. The streetwalker glared at Lin Ming. "That's not what happened. He wanted my services but wouldn't pay." "This is a non-business zone. What are you doing here?" The officer's gaze fell on the collar around her neck. He asked irritably, "Where's your yellow ticket?" The streetwalker, knowing she was in the wrong, had no choice but to produce her yellow ticket. The officer looked at it and read aloud, "Zin Nachan, so you're a non-citizen." His tone dripped with disdain. "Operating outside your zone, illegal solicitation. Just these 2 charges, you're looking at 50 lashes and a few days' rest. Tomorrow you'll be up before the summary court." Zin Nachan's face filled with fear. Clearly, those 50 lashes were no pleasant experience. The officer made a record, noted Lin Ming's temporary ID number, and had him sign. "You're free to go, sir. She has violated the regulations on custom trade. The rest doesn't concern you." The officer stowed her yellow ticket in his canvas bag, took out a rope, tied it to the ring on Zin Nachan's neck collar, and led her away. Lin Ming suddenly understood. So that was what the collar was for. Lin Ming hurried away from the embankment, inwardly worried. Those police came awfully fast. Could this be a trap? The Brocade guard codes were supposed to be internal secrets, but he had heard that in recent years many operatives sent on missions had gone missing. Though most had probably died in the line of duty, some might have been captured or turned traitor. It was possible the codes had leaked. Still, he recalled that most Brocade guard personnel were deployed to Lian. Some had gone to Yunnan and Guizhou during the Xian rebellion. He had not heard of any being sent to Hainan. Apart from the pirate raids on Guangzhou, Guangdong had been peaceful these past few years. No one would send agents to Lingao without cause. He believed Li Yongsun would not have handed over this family heirloom to the cropped hairs. Thinking this, he felt somewhat reassured. On his way back, he passed by Heyuan Street and noted that the police station was indeed quite close to his meeting spot. If officers had been patrolling the street, it was possible they heard the commotion and came running, though they had been rather eager. But if the cropped hairs really suspected him, they probably would not have gone to such lengths. By Lin Ming's Brocade guard logic, if there was a suspect, just arrest him and apply severe torture. What confession could not be extracted? The only problem was that he had now offended his fellow operative. He was not worried about the agent. From what he had seen, Zin Nachan was clearly a local recruit. If she was willing to do such a dangerous job under cropped hair rule, she should know the stakes and would not make wild accusations. The colleague who had not shown himself was more of a concern. If that person survived and returned to Guangdong, encountering Lin Ming, there could lead to an extremely troublesome dispute. Better for him to disappear quietly in Lingao, Lin Ming thought grimly. He must not ruin my plans with my sister-in-law. With that thought, he took a roundabout route, confirmed no one was following, and returned to Heyuan's store. The next day he went to work as usual. After work, pretending to take a stroll, he went back to the spot where his sister-in-law had left her response. Sure enough, a new mark had been added. The embankment is not safe. Clearly, Li Yongsun had gone to the embankment last night. Knowing it was unsafe, she would not go again. Lin Ming nodded to himself. His sister-in-law was indeed talented. All the precautions he had taught her about using code marks she had remembered. Now Lin Ming was slightly troubled. With fellow operatives in Lingao, his code marks were an open book. If he left new marks to arrange another meeting, and if the colleague was sensible, fine. But if they were a hothead insisting on making contact to serve the court, that would be a problem. For now, contact with Li Yongsun had to be suspended. Fortunately, they had already made contact. Meeting again would not be difficult. Lin Ming decided to observe for a few days. As long as he did not leave new marks, Li Yongsun would not seek him out on her own. Li Yongsun had also gone to the embankment that night, though she arrived a little later. Discovering police there, she immediately left. The next day at work, she checked the nightly security briefing. Sure enough, there had been a minor incident on the embankment. The prostitute Zin Nachan had been detained for operating outside her zone and illegal solicitation by the Heyuan Street police station. She would be transferred to the summary court today. Such petty cases were common in Lingao and easily handled. The summary court could adjudicate dozens a day. For someone like Zin Nachan, it would mean 50 lashes in the court's corrections office, then a few days locked in stocks on Heyuan Street for public display. Clearly, Lin Ming had gotten into some kind of altercation with this prostitute last night. But why had Xin Nachan been so bold? Operating outside her zone, and illegal solicitation happened, but usually in remote areas with weak police presence. Doing it on the Heyuan embankment, right under the nose of the police station, was reckless. The corrections office executioners were all veteran runners from the old yamen. A single lash could twist your face in agony. You could not even scream. 3 lashes could cause internal injury, 10 could kill. They were formidable. And for a yellow ticket prostitute once sentenced, whether or not she was put on public display, she would be out of commission for at least 5 or 6 days, a significant loss of income. Li Yongsun vaguely sensed something was off. Xin Nachan was probably not an ordinary prostitute. Could the Political Security Bureau be fishing? Li Yongsun's anxiety spiked. She had indeed not revealed the Brocade guard code system. But that did not mean the cropped hairs definitely did not know it. The Brocade Guard was a massive, bloated organization with many members. What if the Security Bureau had learned the codes through some other channel? At this thought, her heart clenched. If that were true, not only was Lin Ming in danger, but she herself was in peril. Imagining herself arrested by the Political Security Bureau, taken to the basement for interrogation, stripped and strapped to a torture frame like the prisoners she herself had interrogated. Li Yongsun felt a sinking weight in her abdomen. Cold sweat broke out on her back. For an instant, the thought of turning herself in and reporting Lin Ming flashed through her mind. Don't panic, don't panic. She steadied herself. There was no evidence yet that Xin Nachan was a Security Bureau bait. The first thing she had to do was verify this. How to verify? Though her rank was not low, her position was just an ordinary clerk in the Household Registration Division. She had no legitimate reason to access a yellow ticket prostitute's file. Of course she could query it. After all, prostitutes also had household registrations and identity certificates. But the query would leave a record, which could become evidence later. After much deliberation, her only option was to visit the Summary Court's corrections office. If Xin Nachan was really bait, either the sentence would not be carried out at all, or it would be faked. She could tell if the executioners were going through the motions. Visiting the Summary Court was part of the Household Registration Division's duties. Every day after sentences were handed down, the division updated registrations based on the verdicts. Anyone sentenced to a labor camp had their local registration and ID canceled and was processed for transfer, a one-stop service. This routine task was typically rotated among the newcomers. Luckily, I have a newcomer right here, she thought. Li Yongsun went to the deputy director and proposed taking Zhu Yame to the summary court today. Can't she go alone? The deputy director was somewhat reluctant. You've got a pile of work yourself. She hasn't done this task before. I'll take her to get familiar with it. Li Yongsun kept a straight face. My work is fine. I can catch up on my rest day. With permission granted, she immediately called Zhu Yame, gathered the relevant forms and ledgers, and set off for the summary court. Since it was not urgent official business, they could not use a police wagon or bicycles. Li Yongsun was very curious about bicycles and had worked hard to learn to ride one, but she seldom had the chance. The two had to go on foot and take the public carriage. Lingao's summary court had originally been located in the trading post at Eastgate Market. As caseloads grew, the tribunal had been divided. The trading post now handled only economic and civil cases, while criminal and public order cases each had separate courts. The summary court remained in Eastgate Market, where public order cases were most numerous, for convenience and as a form of deterrence. The new summary court was quite large. In addition to multiple courtrooms that could operate simultaneously, it had a corrections office for short-term detention and corporal punishment. For minor offenses like spitting, littering, and graffiti, sending offenders to labor camps was too harsh. Besides, they currently did not need that many low-level laborers. Binding them to a frame and giving their backsides a few dozen lashes was more effective. They arrived at a designated office. The desk was already piled with adjudicated verdict documents from the morning. The summary court began at 7 a.m. Li Yangsun instructed Zhu Yame on the procedures while keeping an eye on the courtyard through the glass window. In the yard, prisoners awaiting their hearings sat in lines. They looked dejected, seated under the eaves on either side, watched by a few cigarette-smoking officers. Xin Nachan's verdict would not be here. Her offense did not warrant labor reform. If she was not already done being punished, she would be in the waiting line. Li Yangsun guided Zhu Yame through a few documents, and seeing no errors, excused herself, saying she had something to attend to, and left the office alone. Chapter 1521. The Corrections Office. The office was on the second floor. Standing on the open gallery, she had a clear view of the courtyard. The wall facing the street was made of wrought iron railings, now swarming with spectators, mostly local folk. Naturalized citizens had no such leisure. In traditional society, with its dire scarcity of cultural entertainment, watching trials and executions were popular pastimes. Since the Australians arrived, trial watching had lost its appeal. Courtrooms featured only talk, no paddles or finger presses, far less entertaining. Executions, too, had changed. The Australians did carry out public executions, but simply hung the condemned on a frame and pulled the trapdoor. The prisoner dropped and went limp before there was even time for kicking and struggling. Far less thrilling than a head rolling and blood spurting. Fortunately, the summary court's daily public floggings filled the gap. Crowds gathered outside the corrections office yard every day. Given her purpose, requesting a full list of today's defendants would not be unreasonable, but she decided not to risk it. She could see for herself. All public floggings were completed by noon. As long as she paid attention, she would easily spot whether Xin Nachan was among them. Right now, spectators had already massed at the railings. Li Yangsun turned her gaze to the wooden platform at the center of the yard, where a restraining frame held prisoners' limbs and bodies. A prisoner had just been released, lower body naked, supported by two officers, staggering, gasping in agony, buttocks and thighs bloody, welts split open, flesh curling back, a gory mess. Li Yangsun felt no surprise. To her, this was child's play. Bloody as it looked, the injuries were not serious. With a patch of Runchatang medicinal plaster and a few days' rest, recovery was assured. Suddenly she heard a stir. The crowd outside seemed to grow excited, pointing and murmuring. Those who had looked bored were suddenly alert, all eyes fixed on the platform. Li Yangsun knew the next one to be punished had to be a female, hence the spectators' heightened interest. Just like at Yamen trials, cases involving adultery always drew the biggest crowds. Judging by the enthusiasm, the prisoner was probably a young woman. She feigned boredom and strolled along the gallery. Sure enough, two female officers emerged, leading a woman by a rope, a full-figured woman of about 28 or 29, not bound except for the rope attached to her neck collar. Li Yangsun froze. The collar was the mandatory mark of non-citizen women working in the custom trade. Xin Nachan was a non-citizen. Li Yangsun tensed. Under Yuan Elder Court rule, there was no such thing as a base person. Migrants from the Ming, whether or not they became naturalized, were not classified by social status. But the Yuan Elder Court did have a peculiar category: non-citizens. Most of these were produced during the pacification campaigns in Qiangju. Some came from anti-piracy operations along the coast. In short, they were bandit kin. Though the Yuan Elder Court proclaimed it did not punish families or engage in collective punishment, mass executions, beheadings of men and prostitution of women were abolished. Being placed on the blacklist was unavoidable. Though no explicit discriminatory policies existed, internal controls imposed restrictions on non-citizens. The Police and Political Security Bureau monitored and managed them strictly. As a result, most non-citizens occupied the lower rungs of society. Many young women ended up in the custom trade. If Xin Nachan was a non-citizen, the chance she was bureau bait was slim. Generally, the Political Security Bureau did not use people with problematic histories. Still, this was not certain. Her status could be forged. or the bureau might simply use a prostitute for a case. Neither would be extraordinary. The female officers brought her onto the platform, untied the rope, and had her stand facing the square. Then one officer picked up a speaking trumpet and began reading the verdict. Li Yangsun stood too far away to hear clearly, but she caught the words Xin Nachun and self-employed custom trade. She held her breath. Since she had been brought out for sentencing, the flogging would follow. If so, she was unlikely to be bait. The officer opened the stock frame, a device with 3 holes for the prisoner's head and hands. Once locked, the prisoner could not move and was forced into a bent-over position for the lashing. Xin Nachun tried to struggle but was immediately shouted down. Then she was locked in. A man in a police uniform but without a duty belt walked up the steps carrying a whip, heading straight for Xin Nachun's back. With a flick of his wrist, her clothes were torn away. A murmur rippled through the crowd, necks craned. Li Yangsun's throat went dry. Flogging female prisoners was nothing new to her, and she had seen plenty of naked men. But those had been in private chambers. Here, in broad daylight, to be publicly stripped and have one's intimate parts exposed, even for a prostitute, was an extreme humiliation. By Ming Yamen rules, female prisoners undergoing the paddle were allowed to keep their undergarments to preserve some decency, but prostitutes and women involved in adultery cases were exceptions. Still, courtroom trials kept some distance from the spectator gallery, and the prisoner lay prone, not standing upright like this, as if on display. The first lash landed hard. Xin Nachun's face spasmed. She let out a short, piercing scream. Li Yangsun shifted position to get a clear view of her buttocks, not out of any peculiar interest but to observe whether the punishment was genuine. On her skin, a dark purple welt had risen, definitely a real blow, not a paddle-to-the-ground sham. She could not be fooled. If this was real, the chance that Xin Nachun was bait dropped further. Crucially, after 50 lashes like this, Xin Nachun's buttocks would be permanently scarred, so-called paddle flowers. Such scars proclaimed that a woman had committed crimes. Even a reformed prostitute might find no man willing to marry her. If she was baiting for the Australians in a ruse, the price was too high. Now Li Yangsun was confused. If she was not bait, why had she risked this punishment to illegally solicit on the embankment? Her brother-in-law, though a rake who frequented pleasure houses, never touched back-alley whores. Visiting Heyuan Street for an Australian special was plausible. Hooking up with a streetwalker was out of the question. Could she really have been so reckless as to proposition Lin Ming? Li Yangsun muttered to herself. Just then a voice called from behind, "Probationary assistant, comrade." Li Yangsun's thoughts were interrupted. She spun around. It was Zhu Yame. "What is it?" "I have a question." Li Yangsun returned to the office. The two continued discussing work until the summary court finished for the day. They processed all the documents together, then returned to the police station. No overtime notice came that evening. Li Yangsun lingered in the office, finishing her work. Really, she was waiting for the nightly security briefing. Everything was normal. Nothing related to Lin Ming had occurred. She relaxed slightly. Apparently, the Political Security Bureau had not yet fixed on him. Back at the dormitory, she found Zhu Yame dressing and grooming. Her hairstyle was purely Australian, long hair flowing yet impeccably neat. How she achieved it, Li Yangsun had no idea. She only knew that every week Zhu Yame disappeared for half a day and returned with refreshed hair. It gave her ever more of a mysterious feeling about Zhu Yame. As for the Women's College of Arts and Sciences, she herself had attended the police program at Fangzhou Dai for a year and had never heard of such a school in Lingao. These college graduates had suddenly appeared last year, filling positions in various departments. No one had known the school existed. Not only were these students all above average in looks, but their bearing and manners exuded an indescribable quality that sometimes made Li Yangsun feel small. Moreover, their clothing and accessories often included items unavailable elsewhere. Rumors circulated that the college students were actually senior officials' daughters. But those who had encountered the young Yuanlao in the academy said there was some resemblance yet also differences. If anything truly resembled them, it was the senior officials' maidservants. But linking the two seemed inappropriate, and probing too deeply into the affairs of those close to the senior officials was risky. So no one pursued the matter. Xiaocang's family had served for generations. She knew well that servants must keep their mouths shut. She never joined such gossip. But that did not mean she had no curiosity about Zhu Yame and her classmates. They would occasionally vanish for a few days, officially on business trips. But Xiaocang knew they were not really traveling. Every time Zhu Yame returned from a trip, she looked radiant, with none of the road-weary air. Going out this late, Xiaocang was a bit surprised. Short notice, business trip tonight. Zhu Yame tilted her head, quickly brushing her hair. I'll be back the morning after tomorrow. After speaking, Zhu Yame changed into the Australian outfit hanging by her bed. Xiaocang had thought it might look odd, but now she could not help feeling secretly envious. It was stunning. Chapter 1522. Chengguan town. Zhu Yame finished getting ready and gave Xiaocang a slight bow. Senior, I'm off. I'll be back for work by noon the day after tomorrow. She left the police dormitory. By now she had thrown on a plain black police cape with no insignia, because this Song-style cape resembled the monks' one-wrap-round robes. The common folk called it that. In fact, it was modeled on the British police cape, made of imported British thin wool, with some insulation and water resistance, useful for blocking wind and cold in winter. For Zhu Yame and her short skirt, the cape was ideal. It provided warmth, even after all her time at the maidservant school or the College of Arts and Sciences. She still could not, like some female senior officials, expose her legs without concern for temperature. Reportedly, even in freezing weather, the female senior officials could stride about in short skirts without flinching, and the cape covered most of her legs. The skirt was really quite short. In Lingao, the core of Australian rule, the shortest skirts among naturalized women now reached the knee. But Zhu Yame's hem was above the knee, exposing a bit of thigh. Even though she had worn it more than once, the coolness on her thighs still made her tug unconsciously at the hem from time to time. The first time she received this outfit, she had had misgivings. In internal films she had seen, many Australian women dressed this way, but in the Ming, such a short skirt was scandalous, even in Lingao. Still, as a student of the College of Arts and Sciences, she had no choice. Legally, she was no longer a slave of the executive office, but she had also lost the chance to become a senior official's personal secretary. For Zhu Yame, who aspired to rise higher in Lingao, this was a new opportunity. She boarded the city rail. As a cadre among naturalized citizens, she traveled second class. It was now 6 in the evening, rush hour, but she was on the southbound line toward Nanbao, where settlements were sparse. Passengers were few and second class was nearly empty, almost all naturalized citizens. The moment Zhu Yame boarded, she drew every eye in the carriage. Though passengers could not see her uniform, her wool police cape was a rarity in Lingao, not to mention her distinctive bearing. A few young women whispered among themselves, eyes betraying envy. Zhu Yame both enjoyed and felt awkward under such attention. With everyone watching, she tugged at the cape's hem again to make sure it covered skirt and thighs. Because of the skirt, she did not dare sit. She leaned against the railing by the door, gazing out the window, silently reviewing what the teacher had taught in her last class. She hummed tunes barely above a whisper, her fingers miming gestures. Chengguan town, Chengguan town. The conductor announced the stop, and the little train slowly pulled into the station. Chengguan town was Lingao's county seat. On the southbound line, this was a major stop. Zhu Yame disembarked. The platform was brightly lit by gas lamps, yet only a dozen or so people were about. The board station attendant yawned behind the yellow line. The station was well built, but few people got on or off here. The passenger volume was even less than Nanbao, the southern terminus. Chengguan town had become the least significant of the county's 3 main towns. As the center of power shifted to Bairenfort and East Gate Market, and Bapu surged economically, The old county seat had gradually been left behind, even less bustling than some commune headquarters. The county yamen still stood in its original place, but it was now purely symbolic, though the Ming County apparatus remained, with a vice magistrate acting in charge. Everyone knew real power lay with the Civil Affairs People's Committee Lingao County office, whose sign hung on a red brick building in Eastgate Market. Besides this ornamental yamen, the only important institutions in town were the Grain Requisition Bureau and the Consultative Assembly. The sole major merchant left was Runchitang, and even Runchitang had long since opened a new flagship store in Eastgate Market. The owner's family had moved there too. The pharmaceutical factory had left the city walls years ago. This original shop remained only to show they had not forgotten their roots. Neither administrative hub nor economic center, with no business and no job opportunities, the already small population of merchants and residents began migrating en masse. Hollowing out set in rapidly. Within a few years, the already quiet county seat grew quieter still. Even the main street in front of the yamen, once the only prosperous thoroughfare, became deserted. The permanent population had never exceeded 3,000 or 4,000. The town had always had many vacant official buildings and wasteland. Now even the main street saw buildings collapsing from disuse. As commoners left, the remaining gentry and wealthy households found the lifeless town increasingly inconvenient. Though roads had been repaired and garbage cleared, municipal infrastructure lagged far behind Eastgate Market. The narrow streets could not accommodate public carriages. Without sewers, the bathroom fixtures popular in Eastgate Market were just ornaments here. With no sewers, no gas lines had been laid either. Gas street lamps and household gas lamps were non-existent. Worst of all, commerce had virtually vanished. Apart from buying medicine, nearly everything required a trip to Eastgate Market. The gentry, having sampled the luxuries of the newly rich in Eastgate Market, could no longer tolerate their old lives. Many had moved to the new high-end residential district along the Wenlin River, with all modern amenities. With population draining away, property prices in Chengguan town slid even as prices in Eastgate Market, Bapu, and even Nanbao near the Li district soared. This suited the executive office's need to expand administrative space. Though an economic backwater, the location was advantageous and transport convenient. With no industry nearby, it was quieter and more peaceful. The high city walls made internal security easier. The External Intelligence Bureau had first recognized these advantages and set up its training facility inside the walls. Later, other agencies established branches here to offload their swelling bureaucracies. Now the executive office intended to use this land to solve the problem of accommodating ever-growing departments. When Bairenfort was first built, its perimeter had been kept small for defense. Back then, a single two-story building could house an entire ministry. Now, with a vast enterprise, agencies had ballooned. Office space was no longer sufficient. Expansion would mean enlarging Bairenfort, but Eastgate Market's explosive growth was already threatening to engulf Bairenfort. Industrial zones and intensive farms were also swallowing surrounding land. Expansion plans had been discussed repeatedly between the executive office and the general construction company, but never finalized due to the unsuitable surroundings. Many agencies, unable to expand within Bairenfort, had already relocated wholly or partly to Eastgate Market or elsewhere. This not only strained the already stretched internal security forces, but also made coordination difficult due to scattered offices. After much discussion, the Executive Office, the Planning Commission, and the General Construction Company concluded that the county seat was the most economical and practical choice for a new green zone. Some agencies could relocate there, and the new residential area the Yuanlao eagerly anticipated could also be built inside the walls. A final plan was reached. The county office would handle the actual relocation. Lingao County seat had always had a large proportion of official land and buildings. With most residents having emigrated, The county office had acquired 7 or 8/10ths of the town's real estate with little difficulty. Though demolition and reconstruction had not formally begun, some homeless agencies had already moved in. Zhu Yame's destination was one such institution. She exited the station. Chengguan Station was right at the old city gate, with a corridor linking directly to the square before the gate. Lingao city gates no longer closed at nightfall, but security was tighter than ever. Soldiers of the Lingao garrison battalion stood guard at the gate. Everyone entering or leaving had to show credentials. Zhu Yame presented her work ID and entry pass and was admitted without fuss. The street was brightly lit by temporary torch cages. No gas lamps here yet, so these stood in. The main street had been dug up for sewer installation, and without night lighting, accidents would be inevitable. Zhu Yame picked her way carefully along a temporary footpath. The town was desolate. Apart from the torch cages on the street, the buildings on either side were mostly dark and empty, eerily quiet, nothing like the bustle of Eastgate Market. She had been here before and knew the area was tightly guarded, a top-security green zone. Still, walking alone through near ruins unnerved her. Fortunately, the walk was short. After 7 or 8 minutes, she turned at a spot marked by a lantern. Before her appeared a brightly lit compound. Chapter 1523. Work Discussion. The compound, lavishly lit by standards that would be considered extravagant in this timeline, was clearly an Australian installation. Yet at the gate there was neither the usual long white-on-black signboard nor a garrison battalion sentry, just a tightly closed gate. Zhu Yame climbed the steps and tugged the cord beside the gate. The small hatch in the door opened immediately. She passed her entry permit through. A few minutes later, the gate opened. Zhu Yame lightly hopped inside. This had once been a wealthy household's compound. The front courtyard was small. The inverted reception rooms and side wings had been converted into offices, each with a signboard by the door, hard to read in the lamplight. At this hour the office doors were closed, but light shone through the windows, indicating people still working inside. The guard who had opened the gate had vanished. In the courtyard stood a young woman waiting for her. Though she wore the same black uniform as the police, her blue collar tabs and cap piping marked her as Political Security Bureau personnel. Service to the Yuan Elder Court. The young woman smiled easily. Good evening, Comrade Assistant. Service to the people, Comrade Second-Class Commander. Zhu Yame did not dare be casual. The other wore the Political Security Bureau rank of Second-Class Commander, 2 grades higher than her mentor Li Yongsun. Since she was not in uniform, neither saluted. If you have a moment, I'd like to take a few minutes of your time. Let's talk inside. The young woman spoke. Of course. Zhu Yame nodded. She had received notice at work today. A discussion with the Political Security Bureau was not something one could refuse. One of the front courtyard side rooms served as a temporary storage area. Under the gas lamp, it was filled with standardized packing crates labeled with classification codes. The young woman closed the door and sat on one of the crates. Please have a seat. Thank you. Zhu Yame thanked her, turned slightly, pressed her knees together and sat down. She noticed a mixture of admiration, envy, jealousy, and self-consciousness in the other's gaze. She was used to such reactions. My name is Heyuan. I work for the Political Security Bureau. This is a work discussion. The young woman came straight to the point. Today's meeting has been reported to General Affairs Section 9. Here is the relevant documentation. Zhu Yame nodded and accepted the document. This was the obligatory formality. She was not entirely clear why the Political Security Bureau wanted to see her, but in the National Police, joint operations with this department were common. To facilitate coordination, the National Police had established Section 9 under General Affairs specifically to liaise between the two. Any bureau discussion with National Police personnel had to be filed through Section 9. You work in the Household Registration Division. Yes, I was assigned there after graduating from the College of Arts and Sciences. Who do you work with? I haven't started working independently. My supervisor assigned me to assist probationary commander Li Yangsun. How long have you been working with her? Just over a month. She's your roommate. Yes, we share a dormitory. Zhu Yame realized this meeting concerned Li Yangsun. Her curiosity surged. Though her mentor was only a few years older, she always seemed to have something on her mind. What's your impression of her? Nothing special. Zhu Yame chose her words carefully. Suddenly arousing the Political Security Bureau's interest in someone was never a good sign. She's like any of us female officers, work overtime back to the dorm to sleep, goes shopping on rest days. She doesn't seem to have any relatives or friends in Lingao. Has she been acting differently lately? No, Zhu Yame thought hard, then added, she seems preoccupied. Has she ever mentioned anything personal to you? No, Zhu Yame shook her head. She never talks about herself. How is her financial situation? Zhu Yame thought a moment. She spends freely, loves shopping. Really? Qi-yun smiled. Zhu Yame suddenly realized the other already knew these things. In your personal opinion, does her spending ever exceed her income? Probably not. Zhu Yame felt a jolt. Could Li Yangsun have financial problems? The Australians took such things very seriously. Once discovered, even minor financial irregularities could destroy the career of someone who had been highly valued. But was that not supposed to be the inspectorate's jurisdiction? Since when did the Political Security Bureau handle corruption cases? Has she done anything recently that deviates from her normal routine? I don't think so. Zhu Yame hesitated, then suddenly remembered. Actually, these past few evenings when there's no overtime, she often goes out. Normally she rarely goes out at night. Shopping is for rest days. Do you know where she goes? No idea, she never says, but she doesn't bring back any purchases. When did this unusual behavior start? Zhu Yame sensed Qi-yun's interest had sharpened. Right after that security sweep. You mean the recent Operation Umbrella 7? Yes, that one. Good. Qi-yun nodded. Were you with her during the operation? No, she was in the group assigned to Heyuan Street. I was in a different group. Why weren't you in the same group? Isn't she your mentor? We were supposed to be together. The operations command made a last-minute adjustment. I don't know why. Qi-yun jotted a few notes, then asked, anything else unusual? I don't think. Zhu Yame drew out the word. Just normal work. Then, as if suddenly remembering, actually, today we went to the summary court to handle household registration matters. That was a bit strange. How so? It wasn't on our work schedule. Zhu Yame explained that this task was usually assigned to relatively junior but already independent new officers. Yet Li Yangsun had volunteered to take her. She said it was to familiarize me with the work. That's not unreasonable, of course, but I felt like she wanted to go to the summary court herself. Zhu Yame continued, our schedule was already full. Adding this suddenly seemed odd. Qi-yun's interest intensified. Did she do anything there, anything unusual, I mean? Nothing, just the normal work. Zhu Yame said, nothing special. Think carefully. Did she meet anyone at the summary court, say anything? Do anything unrelated to her work? Zhu Yame thought but could not recall anything different. You've provided very useful information, Qi-yun said at last. Thank you for your cooperation. It's nothing, it's for work. Zhu Yame, seeing the discussion was ending, exhaled in relief. She did not ask why they were inquiring about Li Yangsun. Qi-yun closed her notebook. Does she know you're here? Of course not, that's the rule. Well, meeting you here is a bit inconvenient, like burning a zither to cook a crane. Qi-yun, pleased to have a chance to show off an idiom, smiled. But there will be more opportunities for you to cooperate with our work. Service to the Yuan Elder Court. Qi-yun took a slip of paper from her bag and handed it over. It bore a mailing address. Starting today, you will submit a weekly activity report on Li Yangsun. If there's an emergency, you can report immediately to General Affairs Section 9, and we will contact you at once. Understood? Zhu Yame took the slip, somewhat nervously. Yes, I understand. Mail the reports to this address. Qi-yun said, until we notify you that the assignment is lifted. I will report on time. Long after Qi-yun left the storage room, Zhu Yame was still reeling. Li Yangsun had been placed on the Political Security Bureau's suspicious persons list. The shock was immense. Since joining the national police, she had always seen Li Yangsun as meticulous and capable, an excellent supervisor. Moreover, she had served the Yuan elder court for years. Loyal and reliable was assumed. Yame, why are you still in here? It's about to start. Another girl appeared in the doorway, dressed identically to Zhu Yame. You'll be late. Zhu Yame hurried to her feet and followed the girl toward the main courtyard. Passing through the ornamental gate, they entered the main courtyard, a large space that had been thoroughly renovated, blending Chinese and Western styles. The three bays of the main hall had become a two-story building. The ground floor walls were still the original gray brick. The side wings, too, had been transformed into larger, taller modern structures. The courtyard had no trees or flowers, only various tall and short frames. The ground was smoothed with a mix of yellow sand and lime. All the buildings used full-frame construction. Brick pillars and iron trusses formed the structural skeleton. The exterior walls held enormous glass windows. Since Lingao could not yet produce modern large-pane tempered glass, the windows were made of multiple smaller panes fitted together in a lattice pattern. As a worldly graduate of the College of Arts and Sciences, Zhu Yame was not fazed by any of this. Standing in the courtyard, she could faintly hear piano music and singing, muffled. All the windows were draped with thick blackout curtains, but the open door let bright light spill out. The girl who had summoned her had already gone inside. Zhu Yame had been here before. Hearing the music drawing to a close, she knew assembly time was almost upon her. She broke into a light jog, bounded up the steps, and went in. The door clicked shut behind her. Chapter 1524, half and half inside this building, where the interior blazed with light while blackout curtains covered every window, preventing even a sliver from escaping. A few men were conversing in a second-floor room. From their manner and dress, they were clearly Yuanlao. The room was furnished in salon style, comfortable and private. The wainscoting was made of flawless hinoki planks imported from Japan. The floor used Paulownia planks from the same source. Heavy double-layer curtains hung over the windows facing the rear courtyard. In the center stood several ergonomically designed rattan armchairs with thick cushions, spacious and comfortable. Each of the Yuanlao held a cigar. Through the curling blue smoke they discussed something. On the long coffee table before them, amid teacups and drink glasses, lay scattered albums and documents. Many 5-inch black and white portrait photographs were spread haphazardly across the surface. A large official kiln brush washer serving as an ashtray overflowed with cigar stubs and spent matches. Evidently, their discussion had been going on for quite some time. I think we'll leave it at that. The speaker was Fang Fei. As director of the Cultural Propaganda Department's Mass Activities Division, he was chairing this meeting and thus had the final say. How can we leave it at that? The respondent spoke slowly, clearly not deferring to him. Let me say it again, this kind of thing is just a crooked path. Though his expression was calm, his words were fierce. It's true that the arts should follow the mass line, but don't conflate concepts. Don't define the otaku line as the mass line. He waved his arms, his long hair swaying. Art should serve the masses. That's the cultural policy set by the Yuan elder court. I'll say it again. Otaku culture is not mass culture, it's niche. No matter how large a proportion of Yuanlao belong to the ACG group, our arts organizations must first and foremost face the naturalized citizens and indigenous masses. Who says idol groups are otaku culture? The man sitting diagonally across could not help but retort. Let me say it again. You have a bias against idols. Thinking yourself highbrow is elitism, self-indulgence. Your vaunted opera and serious music have zero audience in this timeline. Mass versus niche. I'd say zero audience. Outside Bairenfort, no one's even heard of it. This man was 190 centimeters tall and probably weighed 190 pounds as well. When he raised his voice, it boomed like a bell. He wore the black uniform of the National Police, a senior Yuanlao police officer. The masses need correct guidance. Idol groups are a cancer of Japanese music. a major cause of Japan's overall cultural decline, a slow poison. As a vigorous, upward-striving society, we should not and cannot promote such culture. Nonsense, said Dongmen Chuyu, seated on the other side in military uniform, rising to his feet. Idol groups aren't something from today, the 21st century. Their history goes back to the Taisho era, and they flourished in the 1970s and 80s, when Japan was hardly a declining society, quite fitting your vigorous and upward standard. Would you call the Showa-era corporate warriors decadent? The idol boom of the 21st century was a social phenomenon caused by Heisei deflation. It's an effect, not a cause. Fang Fei stepped in to mediate. Comrades, let's not get heated. Regarding cultural policy, let 100 flowers bloom is also our principle. Our goals are the same. It's just different aesthetics leading to different approaches. There's no fundamental right or wrong here. At this point, Yuan Ziguang, who had been silent, ventured cautiously. Regarding cultural policy, I recall Director Wen's speech at the literary symposium. The arts should serve the Yuan elder court's construction and social transformation, face the masses, let 100 flowers bloom, and shape new era aesthetics and artistic sensibilities. This was later written into the guidelines for new era cultural policy. This bland remark diffused the tension somewhat. Yuan Ziguang turned to Fang Fei. Director Fang, in my view, the core of this guiding ideology is one thing, shaping new aesthetics and artistic sensibilities. Fang Fei nodded. This, like the policy Yuan Ziguang had just quoted, was a perfectly correct platitude. Everyone waited for what came next. To implement this core principle, we cannot simply cater to the masses in the name of facing the masses otherwise. Apart from reviving a few traditional puppet shows, there'd be no need to develop new art forms at all. What we're discussing here today are all new art forms, whether you consider them highbrow or lowbrow. Fundamentally, they're all new to this timeline, and all aim to shape new aesthetics and artistic sensibilities. So at the root, everyone here is on the same page, haha. Fang Fei thought, all that lofty rhetoric, and in the end he said nothing. Still, he understood Yuan Ziguang's inclination. His words had indirectly refuted the tall, long-haired young man. The long-haired young man was about to speak, but then the man who had barely spoken up till now said, Dongfang, let's just drop it. Different strokes for different folks. Resources are limited, let's not squabble over them. If we in the cultural sphere start fighting before we've even launched, it'll be a joke. I absolutely refuse to acknowledge that they are part of the cultural sphere, the long-haired young man said firmly. We don't want to be, the burly police officer shot back. Is the cultural sphere so great? All right, let's stop this nonsense. Fang Fei finally lost patience. He turned to Dongmen Chuyu. You're saying all the expenses for this group will be borne by your SisterinLaw yourselves. To be precise, by our plaid skirt club, Dongmen Chuyu said. But manpower is still centrally coordinated. After all, the people you want have all received new-style education. Yes. What I want to say is that this group is essentially state-owned, serving the Yuan elder court, not the private property of a few of us, and certainly not a product of unwholesome interests. Naturally, we still need the executive committee's coordination for personnel and some material support. Of course, we'll try to minimize the Yuan elder court's resource usage. After all, we're not exactly flush right now. Fine. Your project may continue. However, if there are no concrete results within 1 year, your permit will be revoked. You may continue to maintain the group, but there will be no further material or personnel support from the Yuan elder court. Do you agree? The burly police officer did not hesitate. No problem. What about facilities and instructors? As a state-owned arts group registered with the Cultural Propaganda Department, you naturally have the same rights, Fang Fei said. Thank you so much. As for personnel allocation, I won't speak for SisterinLaw instructors. Everyone should be considerate. Professional experts like Liu Fuqing have limited time and energy. Let's coordinate. As for naturalized citizens, Dongfeng and Akamoto are taking the elite art route. Truly talented people won't be numerous. I personally think Dongfeng's side should have priority in personnel selection. I don't know much about idols, but I gather that in the 11th district the bar for idols is quite low. I trust your club can discover immovable aces from ordinary girls. Yuan Ziguang interjected anxiously. Well, that's not quite. The others did not seem displeased by this remark. Instead, they smiled. Dongmen Chuyu inwardly sneered. Yuan Ziguang is clueless. A fake fan fixated on costumes. He'll have to be kicked out later. As for Dongfeng and Akamoto, though their expressions were somewhat stiff, they raised no further objection. Well then, since everyone accepts this plan, let's allocate personnel now. That is, after all, the main topic of today's meeting, Fang Fei said. Also, I must remind you, the Human Resources Office has given us only 32 full-time positions for arts groups. You each get 16. 16 is enough, Dongfeng Yuanlo nodded. We're not a group that relies on sheer numbers. Too many people might actually be harder to train. If you have no objections, Fang Fei began, but Dongmen Chuyu cut in. Can non-professional amateur members join? Yes, cultivating part-time amateur cultural cadres is also a direction for grassroots cultural activities. I've already spoken with Yuan Laoyang from Human Resources. He'll give us ample support. That's wonderful. The Plaid Skirt Club members quickly exchanged glances. The executive committee is truly wise. Fang Fei gave a dry chuckle. Just make sure you deliver results soon. We will work hard. Next came the selection of personnel per their agreement. Dongfeng Yuanlao was confident. He quickly picked out photographs from the black and white images on the table. These girls have considerable musical talent, good sense of rhythm, potential in strings, woodwinds, and brass. These ones have excellent physical flexibility and coordination, natural dancers. And this one has a wide vocal range. Even Liu Fuqing praised her highly. In truth, Dongfeng and Akamoto did not have many in mind. After picking 7 or 8, their pace slowed noticeably. But since they had been given 16 slots, leaving any unfilled felt like a loss, so they rounded out the number. Then came the Plaid Skirt Club selection, far more complicated. They huddled over a pile of photographs, examining and re-examining, choosing and re-choosing, occasionally debating in terminology that sounded utterly foreign. Chapter 1525, Selection. This was not Zhu Yame's first time here. She made her way familiarly down the corridor and pushed open the nearest door. It was a large rectangular room, brightly lit. In the center stood a long table surrounded by a dozen or so chairs. Against the walls were rows of wooden lockers and benches. Zhu Yame opened a locker, carefully removed her cape, folded it neatly, and hung it inside. She checked her hair and clothes in the mirror set into the back of the door, making sure nothing was out of place. Then she took out a pair of shoes from the lower shelf of the locker. These shoes were quite rare, a pair of black low-cut leather pumps made of deerskin. They had been crafted by a shoemaker found among the European prisoners in the labor camp. After being provided with several pairs of worn-out modern shoes as samples and complete technical documentation, he had finally produced something resembling modern-style footwear. Naturally, such handmade products were not efficient. Limited by the cost and supply of leather, production was small. Only a few styles made in small batches for the Yuan elder court and certain naturalized civilian staff whose work required attentive appearance. Zhu Yame had received this pair after being selected for training here. They were kept in the locker and worn only during training. She carefully wiped the uppers, ensuring there was no dirt. One last look in the mirror. She pinned her name tag to her collar and locked the locker. Next to the changing room was the makeup room, but today's assembly notice had specified no makeup, so she did not go in. She walked directly toward the physical training room in the back. This was her third time here since the selection began. After the first and second rounds, few remained. Zhu Yame was somewhat nervous. After the maidservant training class had been reorganized into the College of Arts and Sciences, she had gone from being a final-term graduate of the training class to being the first-term graduate of the college. though the reorganization meant she was no longer a slave of the executive office. Losing the chance to become a Yuanlao slave had initially left her, and her similarly situated sisters feeling quite deflated. Everyone knew that being assigned as a life secretary to a senior official could eventually lead to becoming a Yuanlao's concubine. If one bore a son, mother and child would enjoy wealth and glory for life. She had ranked near the top of her class in all evaluations. When the graduation list was posted, even the teachers said it was a pity. Lately, however, she was less regretful. Zhuo Yamei had seen enough to know senior officials would inevitably have numerous wives and concubines in the future, and jealous squabbles within the household would be common. If tensions ran high, a woman of her origins, a refugee born lowly with no one from her family to back her, would be a natural target for bullying. If the principal wife were harsh, let alone wealth and glory, even survival might be in doubt. A principal wife tormenting a concubine to death was hardly unheard of in the Ming. Though senior officials were more approachable and kinder than wealthy Ming men, as long as distinctions between principal wife and concubine existed, such things would happen. The only question was severity. True, some of her seniors had become principal wives, but those were rare exceptions. Most who bore children to Yuanlao remained nameless, titleless life secretaries. Thus her enthusiasm for becoming a life secretary had cooled considerably. The sudden notice to participate in arts group selection had caught her off guard. After joining the National Police, she had initially struggled to adapt to the intense workload, but the extra year of advanced education had given her a better foundation than most, and she learned quickly. By now she had more or less gotten the hang of things. Still, Zhuo Yamei immediately grasped the significance of the selection. At the maidservant training class, she had received training in posture and dance, and she had watched films of Australian song and dance as well as live demonstrations by female Yuanlao. She knew the Yuanlao loved Australian song and dance. As a maidservant trainee serving at annual gatherings and other Yuanlao events, she had witnessed firsthand the rapturous enthusiasm of the senior officials when female Yuanlao danced. Though to Zhuo Yamei, those dances seemed a bit too wild. If she could advance in this area and win the Yuanlao's favor, even without becoming a life secretary, it would greatly benefit her future. With this in mind, Zhuo Yamei had given her all during the selection, demonstrating every skill she had learned at the training class and doing her best to imitate the Australian mannerisms and gestures she had picked up from internal films and female Yuanlao. She had passed 2 rounds successfully. Today would bring the final result. The thought made her nervous. In her mind, she rehearsed over and over the assignment Liu Fuqing had given after the last round. Memorize a minute-and-a-half dance routine and a song. The dance was not too difficult for Zhuo Yamei. Her posture and dance scores at the training class had always been good. Singing, however, was harder. There had been voice exercises at the training class, and among naturalized citizens they had heard the most modern songs and had privately hummed them, but they had never formally learned to sing. She was realistic about her voice. It was hardly sweet, and she sometimes went off-key. Would she catch the instructor's eye today? Zhuo Yamei felt uncertain. Nearly 40 candidates had made it to the 3rd round, almost all graduates or current students of the former maidservant training class, now the College of Arts and Sciences. She knew full well the college's teaching caliber in this area, especially since she had heard from underclassmen that the college had opened a specialized arts track to train girls in instruments, singing, and dancing. If those girls were competing, their abilities were surely above hers. Zhuo Yamei could not help worrying. Reportedly, more than half would be eliminated in this round. Outside the rehearsal room, young women stood crowded together, all wearing outfits identical to hers. Some she recognized. They exchanged quiet greetings. Most of the rest were silent. Some had their eyes closed, unable to hide their tension. Zhuo Yamei felt it too. She glanced at the door. The first group had already gone in. She had received her number at the end of the last session. Group 5. The rehearsal room door was closed, but she could hear muffled music from inside. After passing the last round, she and all the successful candidates had attended a 2-day, 1-night workshop here, rehearsing this very song's choreography. Hearing the tune made her even more nervous. Involuntarily, her fingers began miming the movements. Just as she was fretting, the music inside stopped. Voices seemed to speak. A few minutes later, the rehearsal room door opened. The girls from the first group emerged. Those waiting outside parted to let them through. Though everyone tried to look nonchalant, traces of joy, worry, and disappointment showed on their faces. Even though the official results would not be announced until several days after all auditions were complete, each candidate's performance and the judges' reactions during the selection already told a great deal. The last girl from the first group came out. Zhu Yame recognized her. Lin Ailey, a junior. Junior was relative. Lin Ailey had actually been at the school for a long time. She had been sent to Lingao by the Guangzhou station when she was not yet 10, completed lower elementary at Fangzhou Dai, then transferred to the maidservant training class. Probably because she had grown up at Fangzhou Dai, Lin Ailey's figure, bearing, and poise resembled an Australian more than any other girl. In the training class, there had been much speculation about which Yuanlao would choose her. After the class became the college, she had formally enrolled in the arts track. She was the overwhelming favorite in the selection. The moment she appeared, several acquainted girls surrounded her with questions. Zhu Yame felt a twinge of inadequacy and edged away. Each group had 6 members. 4 groups passed without pause. Finally, someone came out to call, "Group 5, prepare to enter. Get ready for the dance." Zhu Yame took a deep breath. She stretched and limbered up, gave her hem one last smoothing. At the staff member's signal, she walked in. The rehearsal room was brilliantly lit. Before the enormous floor-to-ceiling mirror wall stood a long table, behind which sat 7 or 8 senior officials, tall, short, slender, stout. Some Zhu Yame had seen before, others were appearing for the first time. What surprised her most was seeing a superior from the national police among them, Wu Siren. Wu Siren was the director of the traffic police division. He had almost no connection with Zhu Yame, but his extraordinary height and weight made him a giant by local standards, so he was very well known within the national police. Such a burly man interested in the arts. Zhu Yame was taken aback. She understood a bit about Australian culture. Someone like Dongfeng with his long, flowing hair, rare among male senior officials, fit the image of Australian arts. Another familiar face was Liu Fuqing, who taught them dance. She looked somewhat haggard, perhaps overworked. Temporary number tags were taped to the polished paulownia floor. Each candidate took her assigned spot and bowed together. "Good evening." "Good evening." The selection's host was Liu Fuqing. "Today is the 3rd round and the final round." She stressed final. "Who remains will be decided by your performance today. Please do your best." "Yes, teacher." "First, the dance segment." Liu Fuqing nodded to the Yuanlao beside her. Akamoto pressed the button on the tape recorder, and the melody of 21st Century Love Revolution immediately flowed from the speaker. Chapter 1526. Singing and dancing. Wu Siren watched their dance movements attentively. Though he came from a traffic police background, he had been an idle otaku in another timeline. His greatest pleasure on days off had been flying around the country, and occasionally abroad, to observe and interact with idol groups, maid cafes, and wattage dance troupes. He knew the features, histories, and personal details of various groups inside out. Founding my own idol group. This had been his greatest dream since crossing timelines, though after D-Day he had ended up back in his old line of work. During the grueling pioneering phase, anyone who proposed a proper arts group would be flamed by the industrial faction for wasting resources on sentimentality, so naturally he could not step forward. Besides, in this timeline there were no girls who fit his aesthetic. Still, the dream had never died. On the contrary, it had burned hotter in the silence. Over several years of lying low, he had gradually gathered like-minded companions. Now, as the first 5-year plan neared completion, and the Yuan elder court's manpower, material resources, and finances had been transformed beyond recognition. His dream had finally surfaced. The Plaid Skirt Club was less Yuan Ziguang's creation than the result of their maneuvering. What did Yuan Ziguang know about idols? He was just an ACG uniform fetishist. If not for the need to build a broader united front and conveniently gain access to female student selection, this impure element would never have been allowed to represent them. For now, let him represent for a while. After all, another backer meant another source of funding, and running an arts group was an expensive business. If he had not become one of the 500 in this timeline, he would never have dared play this game. Now he surveyed the girls dressed in the uniforms he had designed, dancing with all their might. He savored the feeling of being tsunku or a kimono yasushi. The choreography for 21st Century Love Revolution was from Morning Musume's early songs. By 2010 standards, it was somewhat dated, but it remained a classic idol dance, strong rhythm, simple moves. Liu Fuqing had watched the Morning Musume official tutorial video files a few times and memorized it. For people without a professional dance background, it was relatively easy to pick up. Even so, for most of them, memorizing a minute and a half of choreography in 2 days and staying in sync was no easy task. Even domestic wattage troops, cosplay teams, and supposedly professional groups often missed the beat. So Wu Siren did not worry too much about that. What he focused on was the force of their dancing. Wu Siren knew that these girls, with at most some basic posture training, could not match the expressiveness and coordination of professional dancers. Keeping up with the rhythm was already an achievement. When they danced, they could only imitate mechanically. There was no expressiveness to speak of. Transitions between moves were mostly choppy, with obvious hesitations. The biggest problem was that their dancing was too soft. When dancing turned soft, the entire performance felt off. No matter how practiced the moves, the aesthetic was lacking. Liu Fuqing might look delicate and frail, but when she danced, her physical movements were remarkably powerful. Of course, that was professional level. During the last workshop, she had already pointed this out to them. In Wu Siren's view, as long as a candidate gave the impression of dancing with effort rather than going through the motions, she would pass the dance portion. He noticed that most of the earlier groups had danced too softly. Few girls conveyed real force. He carefully ticked the numbers of those who seemed satisfactory. The minute-and-a-half dance ended quickly. Wu Siren exchanged a few quiet words with Dongmen Chuyu, then spoke with Liu Fuqing. He stood up. Now you will repeat this dance. This time keep smiling. Even if you make a mistake, it's okay, but you must not let your facial expression drop. Please dance while smiling sincerely. Yes, the music started again. Since they had already danced once, the girls with weaker stamina began falling behind the beat. Wu Siren did not hesitate to mark an X under her number. The music stopped. Your expressiveness was much better this time, so smiles really are important, Wu Siren commented. When you dance, the first thing is to maintain a smile. But just maintaining a smile isn't enough. You have to convey your emotions to the audience. That means your eyes must be focused while dancing, understand? You can't have a vacant look. Just now, although you were all facing us, your gazes were wandering completely without emotion. Next came the singing segment. The chosen song was a Chinese pop tune with a simple rhythm and no period-specific references, basically a bubblegum song, very easy to learn. While they prepared, Liu Fuqing smiled at Wu Siren. I didn't expect you to know so much about performance. Just a few personal insights, not professional. Wu Siren felt a bit smug. After all, I've watched tens of thousands of video files and hundreds of idol selection shows. I know the basics. No wonder you're so keen on idol groups. You're a die-hard enthusiast. Liu Fuqing brushed back a strand of slightly messy hair. But in my opinion, these girls not only have weak fundamentals, their aptitude isn't much to speak of either. Even with significant training, they won't come close to those Dongfeng picked. Teacher Liu, you don't understand. For an idol group, you don't need to be too polished, looks aren't even the top priority. Being unrefined, having that green quality, those are selling points. You could even say a sense of inferiority is part of the appeal. Liu Fuqing burst out laughing. You really are something. Her laughter was lovely, brows and eyes like a painting, a gentle flow of charm. Though already a wife and mother, she remained captivating. Wu Siren felt his heart stir. Truly, a professional performer's expressiveness is the real deal. He quickly assumed a serious expression. So we really need you to train them well, Teacher Liu. While having that amateur, untrained feel creates intimacy and brings audiences closer, as a performing group there still needs to be a certain professional standard. Our club's only professional instructor to rely on is you. Don't worry. I'm dying to have something to do. My specialty was useless here. Teaching posture classes to the maidservant students was child's play. Liu Fuqing, as the star of the song and dance troupe, was accomplished in both singing and dancing. After following her husband here for several years, she had had almost no chance to use her professional skills. Fortunately, practicing had become habit, so her abilities had not deteriorated. You're already teaching at the College of Arts and Sciences, the cultural troupe and our club. That's so much work. Wu Siren hastened to flatter her. She was currently the only professional and they had to keep her happy. Our plaid skirt club is investing in a few targeted fabric and material projects. Once we have results, you'll definitely be the first to try them. That's wonderful. The fabric selection here is too limited. For performance costumes, no amount of silk compares to the synthetic fabrics from the old timeline. Just then the singing was about to begin, so their chat paused. Each singer was given a wooden dummy microphone. They faced the judges and sang one by one. The song was a Chinese pop tune, simple rhythm, lyrics with no period-specific references, a typical bubblegum song. Sing with your emotions, Liu Fuqing said. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Sing from the heart. Singing was not an idol group's strong suit. It was not even particularly important. Live singing by idol groups, unless lip-synced or half-mic'd, often turned into train wrecks. But in this timeline, standards could not be lowered too far because the necessary technical equipment was lacking. At best, they could provide a megaphone amplifier. For recorded releases, they could manage. They had semi-professional grade recording equipment, and setting up a simple studio was feasible. They also had computer software for audio editing. But for live performances, there was no professional stage sound equipment for audio input, output, effects, mixing, and the like. A few Yuanlao said that if they could access controlled resources, they could DIY something. But anything that could not be mass-produced was meaningless. It could at most equip a single theater and could not be widely deployed. So this selection set fairly high standards for singing ability to avoid embarrassment during live shows. In this timeline, with gramophones not yet widespread and the public's purchasing power very low, releasing records was pointless. The focus had to be on live performance. After hearing each person sing during the gap before the sixth group entered, Liu Fuqing asked Wu Siren, "Have you considered voice training for them?" Voice training, vocal exercises. Yes, that's also voice training, but the traditional Chinese kind. Basic training for opera performers. Seeing his confusion, Liu Fuqing explained, "Can we manufacture wired microphones and speakers yet? If not, they'll need voice training. Otherwise, in a theater of more than 100 seats, people in the back rows basically won't hear anything." "I'm not entirely sure, but it should be possible." Wu Siren sounded uncertain. Small theater performances were always planned as our main format. Acoustic design can barely let the back row hear in a 100-seat theater, but even then the performers need a certain level of skill. If you've ever seen an unplugged concert, you know it's not something just anyone can pull off. Given the foundation of the girls you've selected, it'll be quite challenging. Besides, this group will eventually have to perform at the grassroots level or in larger venues. In big auditoriums or open-air stages, even with solid fundamentals, Without amplification equipment, there's no way to guarantee performance quality. Chapter 1527. The beginning of art. Wu Siren hastily produced a small notebook and scribbled down amplification equipment. He had assumed everything was ready, that only the east wind was lacking. Now that the project was underway, he realized the east wind was far too scarce. Voice projection and vocal training are band-aids, not solutions. For modern pop music, the equipment gap remains enormous. Liu Fuqing frowned. And it's not just your group. Dongfang's side faces the same problem. Instrumental or vocal without amplification equipment, the whole endeavor is practically meaningless. Didn't you say training could compensate? Not absolutely. You know what bel canto is? Wu Siren nodded. Most people don't enjoy bel canto. It's similar to traditional voice projection. Both rely on specific vocal techniques to compensate for insufficient natural volume. But this isn't normal singing. Can you imagine an opera singer or theater actress deploying her trained technique to perform 21st century love revolution? Wu Siren found the image too grotesque to contemplate. The realization hit him like a bucket of ice water. He stammered, too distracted even to notice the enthusiasm of the first singer auditioning nearby. Finally, he managed. Is there any solution? Liu Fuqing's gaze drifted to the girl currently delivering a heartfelt performance, amid what could only be charitably described as a train wreck. She smiled. I'm not from a science or engineering background. I only know how to sing and dance. What advice could I possibly offer? I'm merely pointing out that running an arts group isn't as simple as you imagined. Big sister, why didn't you mention this earlier? Isn't your starting point to cultivate artistic seeds? Performance results are another matter entirely. Besides, I'm happy to be working again. Liu Fuqing looked quite pleased with herself. Wu Siren, however, was anything but pleased. The Plaid Skirt Club project nominally fell under the Cultural Propaganda Department, but in reality it was a self-funded venture. In Lingao, any project absent from the planning commission's roster faced endless obstacles, problems that could only be solved by running around to departments and running around to factories, consuming massive investments of time and energy. His own traffic police division was already drowning in work. The National Police's traffic cops bore no resemblance to their namesakes from the old timeline. They functioned more like the traffic police corps of the Republican era. Beyond managing road traffic, their primary responsibilities included protecting and patrolling highways and railways. The patrol duties for Hainan Island's Ring Road alone were enough to make him cough blood. Need to find someone dedicated to handle this, he thought. While the third-round audition proceeded in one room, in another, the long-haired artsman and the one called Akamoto huddled over several photographs, whispering about their plans. The department officially based in this compound was the Cultural Propaganda Department's Arts Groups Management Office. In theory, all professional arts groups under Yuan Elder Court governance fell under this office. In practice, the only local professional group, the Lingao Puppet Theater, belonged to the Mass Arts Division. As for the semi-professional, semi-amateur ensembles already established, Lian dance troupes, living newspaper drama groups, choirs, and the like, they all fell under Fang Fei's management. The so-called Arts Groups Management Office had long existed as nothing more than a name on the institutional roster in the Bright Office. As for private arts groups, plenty of opera troupes had visited Lingao, but troupes were itinerant. They worked a spell and moved on, with no fixed business address. All the management office could do was review performance repertoires and issue permits, work the Mass Arts Division had handled even before the management office was formally established. This obscurity changed only when certain Yuanlao formally proposed to the executive committee the establishment of professional arts groups. Gradually, voices within the Yuan Elder Court on this matter grew stronger. The driving force behind it all was none other than the long-haired artsman, former U.S. Ph.D. Dongfeng Qi. This particular Yuanlao, who had worked successively at the Planning Commission and the Finance Commission, was remarkably inconspicuous in Bairenfort. Beyond regular work, military drills, and general assemblies, he almost never participated in group activities. Despite being a returnee from abroad, he had never attended otaku faction gatherings, nor had he ever voiced opinions on the hot topics that preoccupied his fellow transmigrators, such as the maidservant question. He never posted on internal BBS announcement forums. Only in a few obscure discussion groups could one occasionally spot his contributions. At work, he had never actively sought external postings. Word had it he preferred solitude. On rest days, he would typically appear alone at the sports field to exercise, then head to the farm cafe wearing oversized headphones to sip a glass of kvass and while away the hours. He never visited the Wujiaku Teahouse that served as the finance sector's unofficial clubhouse. Sometimes he would sit reading an e-book until closing time. Even more curiously, after the Yuanlao residential district was completed, he continued living in the Bairenfort dormitory area. When someone privately asked why, his answer was reportedly that classic line, "Because it's close." Strangest of all, no one had ever glimpsed his life secretary. He never spoke of why he had joined the transmigration. A man with no apparent aspirations was difficult to comprehend. Such behavior could certainly be called cool, which naturally led to being too cool to have friends. Yuanlao Dongfeng had always been a loner in Lingao until one particular evening. As dusk settled over Eastgate Market and the cool bay breeze swept away the day's accumulated heat, the bronze bell of the Bapu Customs building struck 6 long chimes. Cadres in Bairenfort who had been busy all day set down their paperwork. At the entrance of the Finance Directorate's office building, Yuanlao departed in 2s and 3s, chatting about work or the cafeteria menu. Dongfeng Qi was, as usual, the last to leave. Sennheiser headphones clamped over his ears, a black CD case at his waist, hands thrust in his pockets, he strode at a rapid pace toward the Yuanlao cafeteria. The sea breeze lifted a strand of hair from his face, and this tall, thin young man in a light gray shirt and faded jeans looked like nothing so much as a college student just emerging from evening study hall. At the cafeteria entrance, someone tapped his shoulder, clearly knowing he couldn't hear a call. It was a Yuanlao he had seen but couldn't name. In truth, aside from executive committee members and a few colleagues, he couldn't recall the faces of other Yuanlao. Dongfeng stopped, removed his headphones, and examined the newcomer carefully. It seemed the man had worked at the Finance Commission but had been transferred after the engine plan. He hesitated, then asked, "And you are?" I'm face-blind as a rule, no offense." I'm Akamoto Shin, also from the finance sector, Social Security Division now, currently running the insurance company. You were at the Planning Commission before, so it's natural you wouldn't know me, hee. The newcomer seemed relaxed, greeting him like an old friend. "Right, I think I remember now, Akamoto Shin. Are you Japanese and called Shin?" Yuanlao Dongfeng looked puzzled. A helpless expression crossed Akamoto's face. "I'm not Japanese, it's a long story, another time. What can I do for you? Recruiting for the insurance company. You can just submit a report to committee member Cheng. Changing jobs, changing scenery, that's fine. As long as I don't have to sell insurance on the street, I can handle any finance work." No, nothing to do with work. I've been thinking about setting up a drama troupe and orchestra lately. Quite a few people share similar ideas, but our Yuan Elder Court has too many engineering otaku and not enough people who understand music. There's a Liu Fuqing who seems to be a song and dance troupe performer, but she's married, so it's awkward to approach her directly. I remember you replied to my discussion post on the BBS. You're an enthusiast too, right? Interested in discussing it together. Hey, why are we standing here talking? Is this convenient for you? It's dinner time, let's find a place to chat. The Trading Post restaurant in Eastgate Market might treat, Akamoto invited enthusiastically. The Trading Post restaurant seems noisy, let's skip that, but the drama troupe thing sounds interesting. How about we talk at my dorm instead? You can have them deliver takeout there. Dongfeng Qi replied, his face expressionless and tone flat. Well, okay, that works too. Akamoto was clearly encountering someone declining a dinner invitation for the first time and seemed somewhat at a loss, nodding mechanically. Right then, see you later. Before the words faded, Dongfeng had already turned and strode away. After 3 meters, he stopped and turned back. Do you know my dorm number, or just call my cell phone later? The number is. He gave the number, put his headphones back on, and walked off toward the Bairenfort Yuanlao dormitory area without looking back. Tall with long legs, he walked extremely fast. Akamoto, left standing there, didn't even have time to say more. He could only raise an eyebrow helplessly and head off to the Eastgate Market restaurant alone. Half an hour later, Akamoto walked through the gates of the Bairenfort dormitory area with a restaurant delivery boy in tow. He had to process temporary entry paperwork for the delivery boy just to spare himself the trouble of carrying the food box. Though all of Hainan Island now fell within the Yuan Elder Court's sphere of influence, security procedures remained rigorous. At the same time, he couldn't help grumbling about Dongfeng Qi's eccentricities. Why cram himself into Bairenfort when perfectly good villas were available? Following the room number Dongfeng had given over the phone, he found the dormitory room. The door was unlocked, dim yellow light leaking through. Akamoto knocked twice and pushed it open. He first directed the delivery boy to set out the food and wine, gave him a circulation voucher to send him off, then sat down across from Dongfeng. Looking around, he found the furnishings extremely simple, all standard products from the Lingao woodworking factory. Only 2 small boxes atop the cabinet were unidentifiable on closer inspection. They proved to be a pair of miniature hi-fi speakers, brand indiscernible. He was secretly astounded. Chapter 1528, Night Talk at Bairenfort. In the other half of the dormitory room, crammed in against all expectation, stood an antique-style, exquisitely crafted grand piano. You have a piano? Akamoto was surprised. He didn't recall any Yuanlao bringing a piano personally. Some had brought small instruments like accordions, but nothing of this scale. He quickly realized it was a product of this era, a harpsichord. I bought this privately from Macau, Dongfeng said. Without a real piano, this will have to do. The two sat down and poured wine in silence, facing each other, seemingly uncertain where to begin. Thank you for the expense, Dongfeng said at last. Since there's wine, I needn't ask about tea or coffee, Bach, Mozart, or Brahms, or perhaps you prefer tea Tchaikovsky. What? Akamoto was beginning to realize he couldn't keep up with this person's rhythm at all. Just asking what you'd like to hear. Can't eat dinner without music, can you? I see. Akamoto's astonishment was giving way to the feeling he had found exactly the right person. Whatever you like, Bach, then. Fine, Goldberg variations, good, or Turek. Akamoto was already growing accustomed to this style of conversation. The High Priestess. Let's eat and listen slowly. Dongfeng Qi opened the cabinet and began searching for CDs, then connected the player to the speakers. Akamoto glimpsed the densely packed alphabetical index cards within the cabinet. Clear, refined piano notes floated from the speakers. Akamoto picked up his chopsticks. Your private collection must be one of a kind in the Yuan Elder Court. Actually, no. The Executive Office and Planning Commission have more professional entertainment equipment, but among private collections, nothing surpasses my cabinet here. Before the transmigration, I couldn't bear to leave my 3-star marked records behind, so I brought them. The speakers were hand-assembled by someone I commissioned. In the quiet room, Dongfeng Qi's tone seemed somewhat more natural. What a treat. But you can only listen to these yourself. Can't let the naturalized citizens see them. Bach isn't even a liquid yet at this point in history. True. Even if released, no one would understand. The Yuan Elder Court's external propaganda remains simple and crude. The Army and Navy folks copy some old military music and call it done. I've even written lyrics for them. Speaking of which, I've done that too. If I hadn't reworked the lyrics for the Navy's warship march, it would have been unsingable. Catalyzed by dinner and music, the atmosphere grew much more natural. The two ranged across many topics in music appreciation. Then, emboldened by wine, Akamoto asked the question that had been puzzling him. Why are you still living in such a small dorm? And where's your maidservant? Because it's close to the office building, no worrying about oversleeping and being late. Also, living alone, the bigger the place, the more trouble cleaning and all that. Dong Fengqi replied casually. What, alone? You mean you didn't get a maidservant either? As far as I know, among single male Yuanlao, the only ones who didn't are that Jaizin who protects natives and that, QE something. Akamoto was so startled he stumbled over his words. All right, don't doubt my orientation. I'm straight, not a two-way plug either. Dongfeng shook his head. As for the maidservant, I randomly drew Class B. I took her since it's a subsidy anyway, but I really don't like having someone around to bother me, so I sent her to the Yuanlao Villa district to look after the house for me. This guy's tone when discussing maidservants is completely different from the typical transmigrator otaku, Akamoto thought. Could there really be someone who didn't transmigrate for endless girls? Then why did you transmigrate? Not for power, not for women. In a few years your speakers might break and you won't even be able to listen to lossless audio. The transmigration, just boredom. If not for girls, there's other stuff. The 17th century is far freer than where we came from, haha. Besides, the 21st century had nothing worth staying for. A strange smile, unlike any before, appeared on Dongfeng's face. Akamoto decided not to pursue this topic and got straight to the point. So, about the opera troupe, any good suggestions? The preparations are proving quite difficult, not enough people. Before we enter that discussion, I have a question. What's your position? I'm the newly appointed director of the Arts Group's Management Office and concurrently General Director of the Central Arts Troupe. So what you're discussing with me is an approved project. Of course, without approval it's just armchair strategizing. Akamoto enthusiastically laid out his plans, opera, ballet, symphony orchestra, and so on, wishing he could replicate every arts organization from the old timeline. Dongfeng Qi cut him off. None of that has any meaning yet. What we lack most are teachers, especially professional ones. In the 1950s, China was impoverished, but at least it had the Soviets as mentors, plus a few returnees who had studied abroad. Now we ourselves represent the most advanced productive forces in social culture. There's nowhere to import from. Indeed, I've reviewed the resources myself. Teachers and equipment both, we're starting from nothing. Probably don't even have a modern piano. Actually, we do. The recreation room on the Fengcheng had an old Nier brand. Looks like it sat unused for 30 or 40 years, but repairing it would require a tuner. Akamoto looked troubled. I certainly don't have that skill. The piano isn't critical because harpsichords and clavichords already exist in this era. The latter closely resembles modern pianos. I believe tuners can be found in Europe. If we're willing to invest more, getting a few technicians to replicate modern pianos based on samples shouldn't be too difficult. The Planning Commission previously asked QIC in Europe to procure instruments and recruit musicians and craftsmen. Instrumental music should be manageable. For arts troupes, even Europe at this time lacks systematic bel canto training. You'll need to build relationships with Dean Wu and seek help from the church. Perhaps recruit a couple of choir members. Italian vocal music has also just begun, but at least they're slightly better off than us. And there's Mrs. Liu, currently teaching music and dance at Fangzhou Dai and the maidservant school. We could ask the executive committee to lend her to us. I also wonder if that Italian Lando possesses any of his nation's innate talent points. As for me, I can't do bel canto at all, but I can help with piano and notation. Lyrics and plagiarism, that's routine. Commission me whenever needed. Wonderful. The Deputy Artistic Director position of the future Central Arts Troupe is yours, but composition and original work still remain unsolved. I only studied voice after all. No matter. Besides records, I have extensive electronic archives, several hundred gigabytes. Basically all classical and modern operas, even the revolutionary model operas, though those are folk art. The Grand Library database resources are probably measured in terabytes. Surely there are score archives. We can simplify the arrangements. After all, in this timeline, The Yuan Elder Court is the source of all creativity. Dongfeng Qi sipped his rum as he spoke, but a symphony orchestra still isn't feasible yet. High-quality instruments can't all be purchased externally. Besides violins, most Western instruments haven't appeared yet in this era. To produce them domestically requires experimentation. There are no suitable craftsmen here, so we'd have to bring them all the way from Europe. Also, we lack a conductor. What I truly want most is opera. I was originally worried about composition and orchestration, but seeing your private collection today, I finally have confidence. Come, a toast. Okamoto excitedly raised his glass and drained it. Dongfeng Qi rose and changed the record, the Brindisi from the opera La Traviata. Pavarotti and Sutherland's soaring voices floated through this otherworldly night. Years later, the published History of the Arts, Volume 1, Part 1. The founding of the Central Arts Troupe recorded the night talk at Bairenfort between the troupe's founder, the renowned conductor and playwright Yuanlao Okamoto, and amateur musician Yuanlao Dongfeng Qi. The book's account, naturally, depicted the two Yuanlao envisioning the organizational structure of the opera troupe and symphony orchestra by gaslight in the simple Bairenfort dormitory. Yuanlao Dongfeng had even played conceptual pieces on a primitive early piano, while Yuanlao Okamoto produced scripts accumulated over years to discuss vocal arrangement, a narrative that fully demonstrated the first generation of Yuanlao's arduous pioneering efforts during the empire's founding, laying a solid foundation for the great achievements that followed. Shortly after this conversation, Dongfeng Qi was formally transferred out of the Finance Directorate to become Deputy Artistic Director of the Central Experimental Arts Troupe. Though his position had changed, Chengguan still frequently assigned him stacks of account books. Yuanlao Dongfeng, cool as ever, silently accepted and continued doing work for the finance sector. When Okamoto asked why he still took on the extra burden, Dongfeng, cool as ever, replied, "Because the arts troupe has nothing to do." Okamoto nearly choked. Though the Central Experimental Arts Troupe was now an approved project, few showed enthusiasm. While Yuanlao Dongfeng continued immersing himself in HIFI and account books, Okamoto ran everywhere securing resources. Fortunately, the executive office was considering how to transition the maidservant training class, and Zio Zishan saw the arts troupe as a suitable place to absorb maidservant academy graduates, providing ample support. Only then did the arts troupe open its doors quickly, settle into the county seat, and gather necessary resources. Okamoto and Dongfeng naturally contributed all their personal assets. The Planning Commission also allocated every stored item related to performance, odds and ends of all kinds. Pre-transmigration preparations had not prioritized the arts. Apart from purchasing bugles, fifes, and military drums for army needs, other instruments had never made the procurement list. Fortunately, quite a few Yuanlao played instruments and had personally brought some along. Chapter 1529. Talent. Additionally, the Fengcheng had left behind many residual materials from its earlier days. Quite a lot of junk retrieved from the ship had been collected from the Planning Commission warehouse. A near-brand upright piano, an accordion with torn bellows, 3 guitars without strings, a broken karaoke system from the recreation room complete with LD player, a Sansui audio system with turntable, radio, cassette deck and CD player, a Toshiba VCR, a Sony 21-inch color TV. And finally, 2 large boxes of cassette tapes, VHS tapes, CDs, LDs, and vinyl records. These things are a history of Chinese popular culture from the 1970s through the 1990s. Dongfeng Qi couldn't help exclaiming as he sorted through them. The oldest cassettes weren't even official releases, just songs dubbed onto blank tapes manufactured by some obscure Hong Kong factory. The yellowed label paper bore faded handwriting, beautiful by 21st century standards, Teresa Teng. As for the dubbed VHS tapes, many had blank labels. When played in the VCR, they revealed blurry, yellow tapes, pornography, filmed who knows when or where. The songs and films on these tapes held no value. The vast majority could be found on hard drives in the Planning Commission warehouse. After inspection, they were all handed over to the IT department to serve as data storage devices. The other items were formally transferred to the Cultural Propaganda Department for the experimental arts troops' use. For Okamoto, the greatest windfall was a set of lighting fixtures and a control console from the Fengcheng's recreation room. Though almost all the bulbs had burnt out, at least the whole setup still existed and could serve passably for stage lighting. These things should still work after repairs. The Planning Commission also allocated new equipment. Notably, a reasonably adequate recording studio was specially constructed, and even post-production equipment was assembled. The recording studio itself was a makeshift affair. The county seat had few people, and with no industry nearby, environmental noise was minimal. Though modern sound-absorbing materials weren't available, self-production wasn't difficult. Kapok, paper pulp, and similar materials were already widely used in Lingao's construction. As for professional equipment and software, the Planning Commission had made preparations long ago. Not only was there stock on hand, but the quality was surprisingly professional. Recording and mixing equipment wasn't actually expensive. A decent computer plus about 10,000 yuan worth of microphones, audio interface, preamp, and monitor speakers was enough to produce records. Mixing could be handled entirely with software. Professional circles had vast libraries of software effects, reverb, EQ, compression, excitation, pitch correction, rhythm correction, everything. Not only could they enhance sound quality, they could make a tone-deaf singer sound as polished as a professional. Though the audio quality couldn't match top-tier hardware, ordinary folk couldn't tell the difference. In this timeline, such quality was already godlike. Moreover, recording equipment proved quite durable. Without being too particular, it could last a decade or more with no quality issues. With the spare parts in the Planning Commission warehouse, the recording studio could hold out for 30 or 40 years. The only problem was that Lingao currently couldn't manufacture tape recorders or magnetic tape, nor produce phonographs or records. The recording studio was somewhat a sword without a battlefield. For the moment, the Central Experimental Arts Troupe was well equipped, and its roster had grown considerably, giving Okamoto a sense of commanding mighty forces. Dong Fengqi didn't dampen his spirits, letting him bustle about humming back when my outfit was just starting out, while he himself continued doing accounts for the finance sector. But after today's personnel allocation meeting, Okamoto realized his experimental arts troupe lacked the most essential asset, people. Liu Fuqing was now formally transferred in, but however capable, she was just one person. There were Yuanlao with other artistic skills. Plenty could do a bit of playing, singing, or performing, but every department was short-staffed. Getting them transferred full-time proved extremely difficult. After much lobbying, Okamoto had secured only a handful of part-timers. Teachers were scarce, and suitable performers even scarcer. Okamoto had his heart set on producing an opera. Even if not Italian grand opera, at least a light opera would suffice. Just as he was rolling up his sleeves to begin, along came this idol group to compete for resources. Today was the third-round audition day for the idol group, and the troupe's star, Liu Fuqing, had to serve as judge. Contemplating how the already thin teaching staff was now being split in half by some idol group, Okamoto couldn't help venting to Dong Fengqi in the office. Liu Fuqing is the only professional in our Yuan elder court who can both sing and dance and perform. Dong Fengqi wasn't nearly as indignant. Listening to Bach's French suites while flipping through account books from Chengdong, he offered a completely vacuous comment that seemed like pure deflection. "Would it kill you to do fewer account books?" Okamoto finally exploded. "You're the artistic director after all, deputy director." Dong Fengqi continued in his vacuous tone, setting down the account book. "Okamoto, you started this troupe, you must have some goal." "Of course, to rehearse light opera." Dong Fengqi shook his head. Light opera isn't bad, but this makes our experimental troupe too highbrow. Okamoto understood his meaning. With current conditions, attempting light opera was pure fantasy. Rehearsing a new production, even for a professional arts troupe in the 21st century, required half a year to a year of preparation. Of course, we can't produce results immediately. My idea is to start training actors first, singing, dancing, set design, start from the most basic elements, build a foundation, and launch projects in a few years when conditions improve. That's too slow, and resources won't stretch that far. That idle group can get on stage with just a few people and start performing. Whether natives understand is another matter, but at least at the annual meeting they'll excite the Yuanlao the moment they appear. What do we have? Send the girls up to strike a few poses. Rehearsing a few songs and dances should be possible. Let's focus on that then. Okamoto, aren't you trained in voice? Start by giving the girls some folk vocal training, and have teacher Liu teach folk dances, classical dances, things like that. By mid-year the troupe should be able to perform. At least that's an achievement. What does this have to do with light opera? Okamoto remained fixated on his merry widow. Dongfeng Qi smiled, a rare occurrence. Nothing. But if we can't produce results quickly, your light opera will never get staged. Fine. Okamoto knew Dongfeng Qi was right. What Fang Fei had told Wu Siren about results within a year was surely meant for him too. Without achievements, how could he ask for resources later? Fine, let's get closer to the masses. Any other brilliant ideas? No brilliant ideas, just a small thought. Let's first assemble an orchestra. We probably can't put together a full symphony, so we'll use whatever instruments we have and train some musicians. No matter what you plan going forward, an orchestra is the foundation. I can start teaching piano. I'm not at performance level, but I've got music association level 10. Our most awkward problem is that among Yuanlao, no one is at a truly professional performance level. My piano goes without saying. Liu Fuqing's piano isn't much better, probably just accompanist level. Lando at last year's annual meeting was playing and singing, and had several female Yuanlao swooning. Looked impressive, but really he can just get through a piece. No wind or string instruments either, and apart from violinists we can't count on Europeans. Europe at this time is still in early Baroque. Different system entirely. So we can't train high-quality musicians. Feels like we can only teach basic technique, and then let the native students listen to recordings on their own to develop feel. You paint a bleak picture. At this rate, at best we could hold a mediocre solo recital. How can we even talk about an orchestra? That would still be an achievement, Dongfeng Qi said. If you want quick results, you could form a folk music ensemble. That's not a bad idea, something like 12 Girls Band. That's a performance-oriented group, essentially the same as the idol group Wu Siren wants to create, selling mainly visual effects. Dongfeng Qi immediately drew the distinction. If we're doing this, let's do a proper folk music ensemble. Instruments and talent aren't lacking, at least they're easier to obtain. I recall Yang Yun mentioned that among the refugees taken in during the engine plan were opera troupe members. These people should include professional musicians who could be transferred. Okamoto grew interested. If nothing else, it wouldn't be hard to recruit musicians from Guangzhou or Jiangnan. Possibly, Dongfeng Qi nodded. Speaking of which, last time I was at a sentry post outside Bairenfort, I saw a resting garrison battalion soldier playing the erhu. I stood there listening for quite a while. His level was definitely concert grade. Oh, what's his name? Get him transferred. Didn't ask. Okamoto was floored. Not giving up, he asked approximately what day it had been, planning to search the garrison battalion. No matter what, recruit him first. There's also another Yuanlao, currently a music teacher at Fangzhou Dai. You might want to poach him too. There's such talent. I only learned about this expert when I was working on the recording studio. The entire studio plan was his doing. A professional much more impressive than an amateur hack like me. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Okamoto decided not to argue the point. What's his name? Don't tell me you didn't ask again. Something like Nangong something. Damn, we're incredible. Dongfeng, Okamoto, Nangong, all fancy compound surnames. Akamoto isn't a compound surname, that's a Japanese name. We'll discuss that later, Akamoto said. First, get him transferred to the arts troupe. Chapter 1530. Under the banyan tree, relying on Dongfeng for such matters was out of the question, so Akamoto handled it personally. First, he made a trip to the General Staff Political Department to find the erhu-playing soldier. The General Staff Political Department, owing to its involvement with military songs, marches, and mass choruses, maintained regular exchanges with Dongfeng Qi and Akamoto Shin. They were old acquaintances. Hearing about plans for a professional arts troupe, Zhang Balin personally looked into it and arranged for someone to search the files. Though Dongfeng Qi hadn't asked the soldier's name, he remembered the sentry post location and the approximate date and time. So Akamoto quickly got a definitive result. The erhu player was named Wang Qisuo, a corporal in the garrison battalion. He was a Shandong migrant who had come to Lingao during the engine plan, from a Dengzhou military household, had once smuggled salt. Though the garrison battalion generally recruited only proven naturalized citizens, new migrants from the engine plan obviously didn't fit this norm. However, Wang Qisuo's record was impressive. Wounded and near death, he had been rescued by Liu Wenyuan. After recovering, he joined the militia and throughout the engine plan cooperated with the Shandong detachment on multiple combat missions, performing outstandingly and earning several commendations. He became a backbone member of the island militia. When the engine plan concluded and the island militia underwent major reorganization, most personnel were gradually transferred to Lingao, Taiwan, and Jeju Island for training. Upon arriving in Lingao, he was assigned to the expanding garrison battalion. After joining the garrison battalion, Wang Qisuo had performed well in all areas and was quickly promoted to corporal, though he wasn't particularly outstanding. Battalion commander Li Yang had some impression of him. Wang Qisuo played an excellent erhu. In his spare time, he often played for relaxation and was considered the battalion's cultural backbone. Now that Akamoto wanted to transfer him to the cultural troupe, Li Yang had no objections. Wang Qisuo wasn't an essential model soldier or elite. One more or fewer in the garrison battalion made little difference. Wang Qisuo was brought in for a talk. He was a young fellow, proper-looking, and spoke passable Mandarin. Asked to play a few pieces casually, his level was indeed beyond reproach. In the old world, he could have gotten into a municipal arts troupe. When told he was being transferred to the cultural troupe, Wang Qisuo blinked, seemingly not understanding. "You want me to play music for a theater company?" "Not a theater company, a cultural troupe." Akamoto wasn't quite sure how to explain it. Based on what they were planning, theater company wasn't entirely wrong. He thought a moment. "An orchestra, musician. Do you understand?" Wang Qisuo was reluctant. Being a musician in this timeline wasn't exactly prestigious. Professional musicians either belonged to itinerant theater companies or to official teaching workshops, essentially base-born status. Society lumped together actors, riffraff, and hornblowers. He hemmed and hawed, expressing that he didn't want to be a musician. The garrison battalion was just fine. Finding he couldn't convince him at once, Akamoto proposed registering him as amateur personnel, temporarily borrowed for performances, but normally remaining in the military with his service record unchanged. Only then did Wang Qisuo agree. Forcibly transferring him to the cultural troupe wasn't impossible, but a forced melon isn't sweet. Besides, old notions accumulated over many years couldn't be easily erased. This was precisely why Akamoto was eager to establish professional arts groups. Nothing spread better than the arts, and nothing could influence public opinion and mentality as powerfully. After learning that fellow operatives lurked locally, Lin Ming had stopped leaving code marks. He absolutely did not want his quest for his sister-in-law to transform into loyal service to the nation. In his view, that was a death wish. But he couldn't think of what to do next. He could only take things one step at a time and wait for his sister-in-law to contact him. With her abilities, learning where he was shouldn't be a problem. He continued muddling through at Heyuan's store, living a routine of work and rest. Every few days he and Wang Xinglong would go out for drinks and a treat. Occasionally Wang Jinchen joined them too. Despite being a woman, she could really hold her liquor. Days passed like this. In the blink of an eye, over a month had gone by. Still no word from his sister-in-law. Lin Ming knew he had been in Lingao for quite some time now. He knew she was here yet could not contact her. He couldn't help feeling anxious. This particular day, after work, he took a cold bath, changed into wooden-soled slippers, and strolled slowly toward the alley entrance. At the intersection of several lanes stood a large banyan tree. Beneath it was a stone-paved area with stone tables and chairs for people to rest. In the evenings, shop clerks from nearby often gathered here to chat, drink tea, and play chess, practically a leisure spot. To relax and gather information, Lin Ming often came here to sit and chat. Before he arrived, he heard the melodious sound of an erhu drifting through the air. These past nights, a young erhu player had been coming to play under the tree. He didn't talk much. He'd play for half an hour to an hour and then leave. Someone said he was a new clerk at a nearby shop. Lin Ming hadn't paid much attention. He circled the banyan tree. He came here often. Though he couldn't name everyone gathered here, they were all familiar faces. A few old gentlemen were playing chess. Some played cards. Those who preferred quiet were reading newspapers or magazines by themselves. Some drank tea, some smoked, accompanied by the melodious erhu, a scene of leisurely, peaceful contentment. Lin Ming found a spot and sat down. A newspaper vendor came around soliciting business. This vendor was somewhat unusual. His main trade wasn't selling, but renting. Besides the Lingao Times, he stocked various magazines published in Lingao. For just a few cents, you could read to your heart's content, well suited to the spending power of ordinary shop clerks. Since Wang Xinglong had brought him here, Lin Ming had made it a habit to rent newspapers daily. He knew the importance of the Lingao Times, even more crucial than the court's dibao. But if a shop clerk showed too much interest in the dibao, that would draw attention. Renting it seemed far more natural. He quickly discovered his concern was unnecessary. The Lingao Times was widely circulated locally, with extremely high penetration among literate people. Even illiterates often asked literate folk to read headlines and articles aloud. There were even such newspaper readers under this banyan tree. Lin Ming took a copy of the Lingao Times. Originally, reading the newspaper was merely to track the cropped hair's movements, just as he read the dibao to grasp court and officialdom trends. Gradually, he came to enjoy the paper. Though he wasn't quite accustomed to the cropped hair's writing style, the various news reports were far more vivid and interesting than the dry memorials and official documents in the dibao. From the newspaper, he learned about the Australians' activities throughout Jiangsu Prefecture, how many migrants had been settled, how much wasteland reclaimed, which factory had started production, what new policies were being promoted. The newspaper explained everything clearly, and vividly at that. Reading the dibao, one could also learn what major events were happening in the realm, but for liveliness and clarity, it couldn't compare. The cropped hair seemed to write articles and publish newspapers with the explicit fear that common folk wouldn't understand, trying their best to break things down and explain thoroughly. To Lin Ming, it seemed somewhat tedious, yet it gave one a sense of being there. Lin Ming was reading an article about Sino-Japanese trade. The article sprawled across half the page, starting from Song Dynasty trade, proceeding through the Ming Dynasty pirate Wang Zhai, then to the rise of the Zheng family. Lin Ming knew something about trading with the Japanese, figures like Wang Zhai he had heard of, and as for Zheng Zhilong, that name was thunderously famous. Yet he had never seen such a detailed, comprehensive discussion of Sino-Japanese trade. The article's description of Japanese history particularly gave him fresh perspective. After all, the great Ming had never clearly understood Japan's political system. Of course, the court had never cared to understand such foreign barbarians. Lin Ming found it novel and was reading carefully when suddenly he heard someone ask, "Do you have last issue's Jian?" The moment the voice reached his ears, Lin Ming couldn't help but start. This was Li Yongsun's voice. He didn't dare show too much surprise. He covered his face with the newspaper and carefully raised his gaze, heart pounding. It really was her. His sister-in-law wore a Ming-style woman's outfit today, carrying a cloth bundle, looking exactly like any other woman here. She was speaking to the newspaper vendor picking through his stall. Seeing his gaze, she signaled slightly. Lin Ming understood. He stood up, returned the newspaper to the vendor, and exchanged it for a magazine. In the instant of returning the paper, he felt something slip into his palm. He gripped it quickly, selected another magazine, and returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. Li Yongsun bought a copy of Xian and went off on her own. Lin Ming carefully, under cover of the magazine, unfolded the slip of paper. The thin paper bore only an address, Eastgate Market Cinema. Lin Ming knew the place. It was a theater dedicated to showing Australian shadow plays. Almost everyone who had visited Lingao had seen an Australian shadow play. It was practically required for a Lingao tour. Lin Ming had gone too, with Huang Xinglong. He had originally assumed it was just the same Australian slides seen on every Guangzhou street corner. To his surprise, inside it was pitch dark with a large white cloth hanging. Just as he was puzzling over it, the dark room suddenly lit up, and with the roar of a steam whistle, a train appeared on the wall, puffing white steam, hurtling straight toward him. Lin Ming screamed, rolled off his chair, and scrambled frantically toward the exit. He hadn't run a few steps before Huang Xinglong pulled him back, amid a burst of laughter from around him. Only then did Lin Ming realize what he had seen was just shadow play. The train was nothing but light and shadow on the screen. Yet the realism of those images, neither shadow puppets nor Australian slides could compare in the slightest. It was almost exactly like the real thing. Chapter 1531. Inside the cinema. After recovering from the shock, Lin Ming continued watching the Australian shadow play. Though called a play, there was actually little plot. The 10-odd minutes of footage mostly showed street scenes, landscapes, and such. Some of the images looked familiar. They were probably scenes from Lingao itself. The film played with music accompaniment. But even this modest effect was enough to thrill the audience. They had opened their Australian eyes. With this experience, Lin Ming had grown quite familiar with Australian shadow plays. The Wang siblings went to see movies often, though of course when they went together, they definitely wouldn't invite him along. As for why the two of them loved movies so much, Lin Ming easily figured it out with his intelligence. The cinema was dark. Meeting at the cinema, Lin Ming understood immediately. It was a perfect spot. Anyone could enter just by buying a ticket, no registration required. Many showings ran each day, each with anywhere from 40 or 50 to several hundred people, a jumble of humanity. Most importantly, inside it was pitch black. Who sat with whom, who said what would be very hard to monitor. Who would have thought his sister-in-law had developed such expertise in this area? Those little tips he had once casually mentioned, she had integrated and applied. He deliberately continued reading, secretly crumpled the slip into a ball, and swallowed it. After a while, as people gradually left and others arrived, he made sure his departure wouldn't draw attention before returning the newspaper, standing and leaving. The streetlights were already lit. Lin Ming returned to the shop to change his shoes, then walked toward the cinema. It was a workday, so there weren't many people outside the cinema. The cinema was a 2-story building with 2 screening halls. Hall 1 showed propaganda documentaries, very cheap, 10 cents a seat, no assigned seating, no time limit. 5 short films rotated, each about 20 minutes, roughly 1 hour per cycle. 8 showings per day. Hall 2 was dedicated to internal reference films, actually educational and technical shorts, not publicly screened, mainly for naturalized citizens at factories, government offices, and schools to watch, usually in private sessions. Lin Ming bought a ticket and went in. The screening hall was pitch dark. Since there was no assigned seating, there were no ushers. You sat wherever an empty seat appeared. Lin Ming thought for a moment and sat in the back row where he could observe the entrance. This was the highest vantage point, allowing easy observation of the entire cinema. Most importantly, no one paid attention to the back row during a movie. He wasn't interested in what was showing. He only watched carefully for anything unusual around him. A few minutes later, during a real change when the hall went completely dark, a figure quietly settled into the seat beside him. Even without speaking, his nose caught the familiar faint fragrance of a young woman's body. His heart stirred. 1,000 feelings and 10,000 worries surged up together. In the darkness, he sat motionless, not even turning his face. But a warm, soft little hand had already reached over and rested on his knee. Lin Ming gripped it immediately. A voice both strange and familiar came to his ear. "Don't look at me, it's safe here, we have half an hour." Lin Ming squeezed her hand to show he understood. The little hand was still soft, but the touch had grown somewhat rough. She must have suffered here. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yangsun spoke first. "Ming brother, are you well?" That single address made half his body tingle and melt, stirring endless memories. Back in Fashion, she had often called him this in private. Thinking of those days, truly a beautiful time in Lin Ming's life. The household full of lovely women, wife and concubines in harmony, and this clever, spirited young sister-in-law. Comparing it to now, his hatred for the cropped hairs deepened. If not for their abducting Li Yangsun, how could things have come to this? "You've suffered, Zun Mei," he said softly. "It's all brother-in-law's fault for not looking after you properly." "Ming brother, don't say that." Li Yangsun's voice was slightly choked. "It's all fate. Fate indeed, as they say, no Zhu no die." If Li Yangsun hadn't been too curious back then, insisting on tracking down the cropped hair's whereabouts, she would never have been captured by the Australians. If she knew she had several times been seriously considered for the Political Security Bureau's secret execution list, she probably would have had a mental breakdown already. Lin Ming shook his head slightly. "No more of that. Are you doing well here in Lingao?" Though he couldn't see his sister-in-law's face, he could hear soft sniffling. He heard her say, "I'm actually doing quite well here. It's just the longing in my heart." She sniffled again. "Ming brother, don't worry about me. I'm doing very well here." Lin Ming quietly pondered the implications. It seemed his sister-in-law wasn't averse to Lingao. It was just her longing for family that weighed heavily. There might be a chance to persuade her. Seizing the moment, he said, "The reason I came to Lingao is to take you back, Zun Mei." To his surprise, the moment he finished speaking, Li Yangsun refused. "Ming brother, I can't leave." This wasn't unexpected to Lin Ming. His sister-in-law had fallen into Lingao. If she truly wanted to escape, she should have had opportunities. That she had never left clearly meant there was something she couldn't speak of. To take her away, he would have to unravel that knot in her heart. But the words were hard to say. Lin Ming thought a moment. "Zun Mei, staying here to work for the cropped hairs is no permanent solution. Setting aside your parents still waiting for you in Nanjing, you've disappeared without a trace, and they're worried sick. And your disappearance in Guangdong puts tremendous pressure on both your sister and brother-in-law." At these words, Li Yangsun's hand began to tremble. Lin Ming stole a glance at her, bent over her knees, hands covering her face, shoulders shaking violently, clearly in great inner turmoil. "There's hope," Lin Ming thought. No matter what she couldn't say or what held her back, parental love was the most precious thing. If he could move her on this point, he could work gradually toward her return. After a long while, Li Yangsun finally said, "Brother-in-law, just know that I'm doing well here, and please give my regards to my parents. I'm fine. I'm just sorry to them." Lin Ming shook his head. "Zun Mei, are you so heartless?" Li Yangsun didn't answer. Instead, she asked softly, "Ming brother, have you noticed anything unusual here?" Though this had nothing to do with his purpose, it concerned whether he could continue staying hidden in Lingao. He said, "The embankment incident. That woman wasn't bait. I've already checked," Li Yangsun said. "She really is a prostitute." Lin Ming shook his head slightly and whispered about the Brocade Guard operatives lurking in Lingao. "There are Brocade Guard people here. That prostitute was sent under orders. The reason there was a scene was because I refused to make contact with her." "There's such a thing?" Li Yangsun exclaimed in surprise. "That's right. Our codes, someone understood them. There are fellow operatives here. Even without Lin Ming saying so, Li Yangsun knew things had become complicated. Lin Ming had come to Lingao only for personal matters and had no designs on the Australians. Naturally, he wouldn't risk his life. But with fellow operatives, it was different. Brocade guard lurking in Lingao were either spies or plotting something. Those people caught in the recent sweep were highly suspicious. Though the interrogations she had participated in hadn't yielded significant information, someone had definitely organized their infiltration into Lingao. In all the world, the only ones who would dare take such a risk and send people to Lingao with ill intent, apart from the Ming court, there could be no other. Could this person be the mastermind who had evaded capture? If this person learned there was a fellow operative like Lin Ming in Lingao, they would certainly threaten him with exposure and drag him into the mission. That would put Lin Ming in extreme danger. With the Political Security Bureau's surveillance capabilities, the moment activity increased and enough clues emerged, capture would be only a matter of time. Once Ming brother was arrested, as they say, under 3 sticks, what confession cannot be extracted? Given the Political Security Bureau's methods, no one had ever kept silent while still breathing. He would certainly confess her involvement and she would instantly fall into an abyss of no return. Li Yangsun broke out in cold sweat. Even Lin Ming noticed her palm had gone cold. Just as he was about to comfort her, he heard her say slowly, "Ming brother, this person cannot be allowed to live." Lin Ming was secretly startled. He had not expected that after these few years apart, his carefree, even somewhat whimsical young sister-in-law had become so calculating and ruthless in her decisions. The words were cruel, but under the circumstances, this was the only safe course. Otherwise, they would both be destroyed sooner or later. As for killing a fellow operative who had risked sneaking into Lingao and what great loss that might mean for the court, Lin Ming did not much care. Still, killing someone was no easy matter, especially under cropped hair rule in Lingao. Better to leave well enough alone. Lin Ming thought a moment and said, "Zun Mei, let's leave together. Come back to Fashion with me, and this whole matter will vanish like smoke. He doesn't know my identity. Besides, whether he can even get back is uncertain." Li Yangsun shook her head with a bitter smile. "Ming brother, if you were leaving alone, you might still manage, but if you take me, there's no escaping. If we try, there's always a way." Hearing this, Lin Ming felt a surge of joy and quickly pressed on. "No, there's no way. You don't know how formidable the Australians are." As she said this, Li Yangsun instinctively glanced around. "Ming brother, you should leave as soon as possible. Just don't do anything while you're here. The moment you act, the Australians will find you." Lin Ming was somewhat skeptical, but seeing his sister-in-law so anxious, her warning couldn't be exaggerated. She worked for the cropped hairs now and naturally understood their inner workings better than he did. "If you won't leave, neither will I." Lin Ming had gone through great hardship to reach Lingao and had finally found his sister-in-law. How could he simply turn back now? Chapter 1532, Military-Designated Teahouse. Naturally, such a conversation produced no resolution. But Lin Ming felt that at least he had made contact with his sister-in-law, and her attitude toward leaving Lingao was not an outright refusal. There was still room to work with. As long as he maintained contact, he might yet persuade her to change her mind. Seeing he could not convince her for now, Lin Ming made long-term plans. He promised Li Yangsun to stay safe and quiet in Lingao and not participate in any anti-cropped hair activities. "There's a group operating in Lingao recently, very likely sent by the court," Li Yangsun whispered. "Though they've been broken up, the ringleader hasn't been captured. That person should still be active in Lingao. Be careful." For Lin Ming, his own people were now far more dangerous than the cropped hairs. "I understand." "You be careful too," Lin Ming cautioned. "Don't worry." The two agreed on new codes for future meetings. Besides the cinema, Li Yangsun gave him 2 other locations, lest someone notice her frequenting the cinema too often. The day after Li Yangsun and Lin Ming's meeting, Xin Nachan walked into a tea house located outside the 3rd Ring Road of Eastgate Market South. This was already the suburbs of Eastgate Market. Though the roads were neatly laid out with streetlights and trees already in place, buildings along the streets were sparse. Construction sites with scaffolding were also scarce. Much of the land remained farmland, vegetable gardens, and wasteland, with a few neglected graves here and there awaiting relocation. On parcels of wasteland waiting to be sold, simple shacks and lean-tos had been built where people operated small businesses. Though already beyond the third ring, the economic boom sweeping Lingao had reached here too. The massive influx of industrial and agricultural workers around Eastgate Market had stimulated local commerce. The market was small and shops were few, but pedestrians came and went, a reasonably prosperous scene. The Teahouse Zin Nachan entered was a newly built two-story building. The first floor had square tables and benches, with the wooden counter lined with wine jugs and large porcelain plates heaped with cold appetizers. A menu board listing dishes and snacks hung high on the wall. Beside it was a wooden sign, Military-Designated Teahouse. Military-Designated essentially meant certified by the Beiping Army's Joint Logistics Department, authorized to provide various living services to soldiers, whether state-owned or privately operated. It supplemented the military cooperative. To earn certification, products and services had to meet high standards, and discounts for military personnel were required. But the benefits were obvious. Beiping soldiers were well paid with high spending power, providing stable business. Earning this certification was tantamount to the Yuan Elder Court's endorsement of quality, boosting market appeal. Though called a tea house, its main business wasn't tea but food, drink, and lodging. It wasn't mealtime now, and the first floor was nearly empty. A few workers sat around a table cleaning freshly delivered shellfish, peeling shrimp and crab meat, preparing ingredients for the evening. "Miss Zin, you've been scarce lately, so many people have been saying. Without you, the spring colors here have faded." A worker greeted her warmly the moment she entered. Zin Nachan was a regular here. Besides providing dining services for soldiers, the tea house's other main business was quickie rooms. The dozen-plus small rooms upstairs served this purpose. According to the public order law, prostitutes could only solicit business in designated pleasure trade zones and call stations. For yellow-ticket prostitutes, who had no brothel-provided rooms, home-based self-employment was prohibited, and many had no homes anyway, living in hostel dormitories. Thus tea houses offering food and workspaces had emerged to fill the gap. Business could be conducted legally here. The tea house provided not only rooms but also shower facilities. The tea house didn't take a cut, that was prohibited by the public order law, but profited from the services it provided. In Lingao's severely imbalanced gender ratio, with young adult males forming the majority, profits from servicing the sex trade were considerable. This particular tea house made especially good profits. When Beiping soldiers on leave sought to meet physiological needs, they chose military-designated establishments for the discounts. Soldiers were all young and fit. Ample nutrition and years of duty, training, and labor made them robust and healthy, with strong needs. Unlike ordinary naturalized citizens, they spent long years in barracks. Apart from officers, the chances of enlisted men and NCOs marrying were virtually zero. Patronizing prostitutes became the main outlet for their needs. Yellow-ticket prostitutes' business flourished accordingly. Zin Nachan usually worked at a call station in this area. Soldiers from the nearby garrison battalion were her main customers. Zin Nachan was young and wild enough. Her business was excellent, so she brought plenty of trade to this tea house. For such a star, the workers spared no effort in flattering her. As for her being a non-citizen, few here cared about that. "Spring colors my ass," Zin Nachan said irritably. "My backside's already blooming, want to admire the spring colors." The worker was well informed and knew about Zin Nachan's punishment. Since she brought it up herself, he smiled. "Miss Zin, after great hardship comes great fortune. Look, this is a small token from our shop. Consider it consolation." Someone brought out a small porcelain bottle from behind the counter. "This is Runchitang's new." Before he finished, Zin Nachan spat and laughed. "I suppose it's nothing proper, another aphrodisiac to seduce men." "Not at all, not at all," the worker said, grinning. "Miss, you have no need for such things. This is Runchitang's new 3 white pills, the best for fading dark spots and whitening skin. Everyone who's tried it says it's wonderful. Our shop has always been grateful for your patronage. Now that you've suffered, consider this a get-well gift from everyone." Zin Nachan spent her days wandering the streets, so her complexion had always been somewhat dark. Since ancient times, fair skin had been prized. Paler skin meant better business. Though she knew this was just the Teahouse fawning for trade, being remembered after her punishment touched her a little. After receiving 50 lashes, Zin Nachan had been locked in a kang at the entrance of the Heyuan Street police station for 3 days. With wounds on her buttocks, though the corrections office provided wound salve, it wasn't an instant cure, and having to endure the mockery and teasing of passers-by, she had suffered through the pain for 3 days. Back at her lodging, she had recuperated for over 10 days before roughly recovering, though the scars still itched occasionally. Yet she was already out doing business. She was eager partly to report to her superior, and partly because this month's entertainment tax was due. The consequences of tax evasion in Lingao were serious. Self-employed prostitutes paid a fixed tax and social security tax. For someone like Zin Nachan with no dependents, about half of monthly income went at taxes, sometimes as much as 2/3. This was obviously a significant burden. The reason was that the flesh trade here was booming. Good social order and a large consumer population meant high earnings for prostitutes. But for the Yuan elder court, the pleasure trade was merely a pressure valve and fiscal supplement, tolerable but not a development priority. For a polity built on industrial technology, if a young woman could earn far more lying down and spreading her legs than a factory girl working hard, social attitudes would inevitably shift. A significant portion of young women would take this path, and labor would flow from industry to the tertiary sector. The other timeline's Dongyuan was a classic example. For the Yuan elder court, which was desperately short of labor, manpower was the most precious resource. Though the Yuan elder court in this timeline had not adopted measures to suppress the tertiary sector, compress consumption, or force capital accumulation, the sex industry was clearly not one to encourage. Therefore, taxation was used to regulate it, keeping income roughly on par with ordinary female workers. Collecting Social Security tax served a similar purpose. Fang Jinghan had once conducted sociological research on local prostitutes' income and spending, concluding that their savings rate was very low. When they aged and could no longer sustain their trade, they easily fell into hardship, inevitably requiring government assistance for old age support. Moreover, the mandatory free health checks and STD treatments currently consumed social resources, making additional security taxes entirely justified. Zin Nachan bantered with the worker, then went upstairs on her own. She had been summoned by a slip from her call station, completely routine for both her and the Teahouse. At the top of the stairs was a corridor, windows on one side, a row of rooms partitioned by wooden boards on the other. At the end were shower facilities and toilets kept very clean. It was afternoon and the second floor was empty and quiet. Zin Nachan walked all the way to the last room, raised her hand and knocked lightly 3 times. She listened, then knocked 3 more. A low voice came from inside. "The door's unlocked, come in." Zin Nachan pushed the door and it opened. She slipped in and latched it behind her. The room was dim, bamboo blinds drawn. But for a regular like Zin Nachan, she didn't need to look to know its layout. A simple Australian bed, not even painted in the simplest possible style, a matching table and chair, a teapot and cups on the table. Chapter 1533. The superior, a man's silhouette, sat on the bed, silently watching the doorway. The faint light filtering through the bamboo blinds reduced his entire figure to a black shadow. He had no topknot, and his clothes had collars, the typical appearance of a naturalized citizen. His build wasn't particularly large, but the muscles bulging on his arms and shoulders indicated he was a powerful man. Xin Nachan set the bundle she carried on the table and gingerly sat on the bed. "What, the wound still hasn't healed?" The man's accent was strange, not quite standard Mandarin. He came from the mainland, though he could speak official dialect. For Xin Nachan, who had grown up locally and never even visited Qiangzhou Prefecture City, it was extremely difficult to understand. As for the Lingao dialect Xin Nachan spoke, strictly speaking, it wasn't even Chinese. Fortunately, both could speak a bit of new speech. Though Xin Nachan wasn't a naturalized citizen and wasn't required to learn it, doing business in a place like Eastgate Market with its mix of people from all over, speaking only the local dialect simply wouldn't work. Thus these two, whose purpose was to overthrow the Yuan elder court regime, communicated their conspiracies using the Mandarin the Yuan elder court was vigorously promoting. "I have you to thank for this." Xin Nachan's voice carried some resentment. If not for following the man's orders, she wouldn't have taken those 50 lashes for nothing. It was the man who had sent her to the embankment to make contact. Who would have thought the other party wouldn't acknowledge her as a fellow operative, and the argument had actually brought the police. If not for her identity as a prostitute, which hadn't aroused the police's suspicion, and if the other party hadn't shown some restraint, she would be in the cropped hair's prison right now, going through the hot hall. In a way, she had walked right to the edge of the abyss. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a chill of fear. Getting a whipping and you're upset, truly a woman's concerns. The man's face was invisible, but his tone clearly held laughter. "Easy for you to say, since you weren't the one getting your ass whipped," Xin Nachan said. At that, the scabbed wounds on her buttocks itched fiercely. She couldn't help scratching. "Aren't you on your back getting whipped by men every day? What's 50 lashes?" The man's words were both flippant and contemptuous. "Back when I served in the Yamen, if I botched a task, one word from the superior and I'd be dragged off for 80 military strokes, no crying out aloud. The cropped hairs scratched an itch on your backside and you're howling like this. If they really caught you and threw you in the Political Security Bureau, you'd sell me out the moment you turned around." At this, his tone turned cold and cruel. Xin Nachan's heart trembled. Her superior might look honest and unremarkable, blending right in with naturalized citizens, but when it came to killing, he didn't hesitate. She had seen with her own eyes how he had calmly and efficiently killed 2 people by the sea, tied stones to them, and dumped them in the water. And she had been the one who lured those 2 to the shore. As for why those 2 had to die, she had no idea, and the superior didn't permit her to know. But from that moment on, she was fully committed to following him. After Xin Nachan was released from the Correction Institute that specially housed bandit kin and similar non-citizens, she had no means of support. Lazy and idle by nature, she had always been the village loose woman and tramp type. Though the Correction Institute had found her a job, she thought factories like clothing or textile plants were too tiring, and farm work meant sun exposure. As for commercial establishments, once they heard she was bandit kin, no one wanted to hire her. Lingao did not allow unemployed persons to exist. Non-citizens like her had 30 days after release to obtain proof of employment. Otherwise, she would be treated as a vagrant, meaning direct detention and labor. That meant doing every kind of hard, exhausting work. In the end, seeing that being a yellow-ticket prostitute seemed decent, not too strenuous and money-making, she registered as a self-employed prostitute. Eastgate Market had a large population, especially many single men. Xin Nachan was young, good-looking, and had the right figure. She quickly became a popular yellow ticket. With no family to support, life was quite comfortable. But a comfortable life could not make her forget the hatred in her heart, especially for her most obsessed lover. Come to think of it, she didn't feel much about the family members killed or executed during the bandit suppression. They had never treated her well, just used her when they had urges, pulled up their pants and left when done, never showing a kind face, beating and cursing her at will. But Zhao Dachang, the man she could not forget, she yearned to avenge. How to avenge him, though, she had never really thought about. Under the Yuan elder court's rule, this was a typical police state with a tight legal net. A village loose woman like her, used to running wild, immediately suffered. Before long, she broke the law and received a whipping. Though being whipped in the Correction Institute was routine, compared to the corrections office's lashing, that had been merely a tickle. The public whipping had shattered her soul. She didn't even remember how she got off the frame and back to the hostel. She had lain on her stomach for over 10 days before she could get up. From then on, though her hatred for the Yuan elder court deepened, her fear grew even stronger. So-called revenge gradually became just a thought, until a few months ago, a chance client encounter introduced her to the superior. She was recruited as an agent. After witnessing with her own eyes the superior's Brocade guard waist badge, she threw herself wholeheartedly into the work. It was as if, having been suppressed by the cropped hairs for too long, her rebound was especially fierce, like a moth flying into a flame without looking back. Besides, this superior's attitude toward her was no different from the late Zhao Dachang. However, Zhao Dachang had only been a rural bandit, while the superior was a proper, officially ranked member of the Brocade Guard. In looks and bearing, Zhao Dachang couldn't compare. Even when he berated her, his official dialect sounded crisp and clear, far more pleasing to the ear than Zhao Dachang's country talk. Gradually, the man she had never stopped thinking about faded from her heart, and the superior occupied all her thoughts. "A whipping is nothing. I've suffered worse before," Zin Nachan said, affecting nonchalance. "But that guy knows my identity. One shout from him and it's all over." "Heh heh." The man laughed coldly. "Is your neck carrying a pig's head? Can't think at all. He's not clean either. If he shouts, can he escape?" Since he could leave Brocade guard code marks even if he's not a colleague, he's at least some kind of agent. If someone like that sneaks into Lingao, would the cropped hairs let him off lightly? "That's working for me. You'd better be sharp. Use your head more. Stop thinking about seducing men all day." The man's tone was full of contempt. "If something goes wrong, we're all finished. If I don't seduce men, what do I eat?" Zin Nachan said carelessly, "You want to serve the country loyally. I have no interest in that." "Serve the country loyally," the man laughed bitterly. "Who still serves the country loyally these days? I'm doing this because I have no choice." He made a vicious chopping motion with his hand. "Coming to this cropped hair territory, not quite human, not quite ghost. If it weren't for," he caught himself in time. "Never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway." He stood, pulled a thick stack of circulation vouchers from a satchel on the floor and tossed them on the bed. "This is for your wound medicine. This much." Ignoring the pain in her buttocks, Zin Nachan lunged for it, snatched it up, tugging at the barely healed wounds which had been itching unbearably. Now came a sharp stab of pain. She couldn't help crying out. "Don't rush. There's plenty more." The man asked with a cold smile, "Are you still in touch with that shopkeeper Gu?" "Yes, but his wife is very jealous. I can only manage when there's time." Zin Nachan had grabbed that stack of vouchers. A quick count showed over 300. Her mood immediately improved. "Who asked you about that? Does he still exchange gold and silver privately?" "Of course he does. That's his livelihood. With just that little shop and the pittance the cropped hairs pay him, he's got a woman he's infatuated with in Heyuan district who's cost him plenty. How would he manage otherwise?" "Is it safe?" "No problem. The cropped hairs trust him. He's careful too, only exchanges for people introduced by acquaintances." "What kind of person is he?" "Reliable, a spineless softy." Zin Nachan smiled. "But he's got grievances against the cropped hairs now." "Oh, why?" Shopkeeper Gu was one of the first to side with the cropped hairs locally. He used to be a cook at Gu Family Village. Shortly after the cropped hairs landed, they attacked Gu Family Village. After they took it, he was the first to turn coat. Years later, those who sided with the cropped hairs early have all done well. Even captured Gu Family Village militiamen are officers in the cropped hair army now. And him. Still running a little eatery, getting a stipend for being the cropped hair's informant. Wouldn't you be upset?" "No wonder." The man nodded, then pulled out a mulberry paper package from his satchel and tossed it on the bed. "Take this silver and exchange it for circulation vouchers. Give them to me next time we meet. When you exchange it, feel free to give him a little extra. Throughout Hainan Island, gold and silver were prohibited as currency, but that didn't mean there was no demand. Thus black markets for gold and silver exchange had emerged. Though the national police had cracked down and kept the market small, underground exchangers still existed. The superior's activities in Lingao required substantial funds. Circulation vouchers couldn't be found in the Ming. Places like Guangzhou and Lizhu could exchange some, but quantities were limited. Silver had to be smuggled in and exchanged locally. This was why the man had recruited Xin Nachan. Local yellow-ticket prostitutes moved freely and had connections across all social strata, excellent go-betweens and couriers. Why give him a bonus? Xin Nachan was puzzled. Are you trying to recruit him? She cried out. Absolutely not. Chapter 1534. The Brocade guards people. Why not? The man asked. Gu Buley is the cropped hair's informant, Xin Nachan said. He's a police and trusted contact. Sisters doing business at the call stations in Eastgate Market report anything suspicious to him. Sometimes he even asks us to gather information. Does informing pay? The superior already understood Gu Buley's role. Depends on the size of the case and how important the tip is. But as long as it's useful at all, they'll give you a little money. Gu Buley gets nothing out of it and has no enthusiasm. Money passes through his hands, how can he get nothing? Every handler skims a bit. Money doesn't pass through his hands, he's just a relay station. Apart from the stipend the cropped hairs give him, who'd give him bonuses? Xin Nachan said carelessly. Some sisters are willing to let him cop a feel, that's his bonus. How's the little eatery's business? Not bad. His cooking's decent and he doesn't pay rent on the shop, but it's still just a little eatery. How much can he make? He's got a wife and 3 kids, and the kids are all in school now. He himself likes to visit the girls in Heyuan Street, and cooks love to gamble. Do the math yourself. The man nodded. In your opinion, do the cropped hairs still trust him? I think so. If they let him be an entrusted contact, they must trust him, but they won't give him important work, probably know he's not reliable. The man fell silent. After a moment he said, you can get closer to him. Don't be too obvious about it. What's his wife like? What can she be like? Full of complaints. Other men who sided with the cropped hairs have prospered. Gu Buley is still basically a cook and not even qualified to cook for the senior officials. Heh heh, well said. The man laughed. You can also get closer to his wife. Give her little gifts. He's at least an entrusted contact under the police. It makes sense for you to butter them up. They shouldn't get suspicious. For now, we won't show our hand. That's easy enough. I know how. Tell me in detail about what happened on the embankment. So Xin Nachan recounted everything that had happened on the embankment that night. When she finished, the man asked a few more questions, then fell into a long silence. Do you think he's really a colleague, or could he be bait for a trap? Bait. If he were bait, there wouldn't have been that scene. Clearly the man wasn't sure himself. Never mind him for now. I'll figure out what to do. Yes. Go contact Sima. Tell them to stay calm. The cropped hairs think they've caught everyone and are relaxing the manhunt. Tell them to wait for the right moment. All right. Here's 1,000 yuan in circulation vouchers. Deliver this to Sima. The man took out an envelope and gave it to her. And mail this letter from a secluded mailbox. This much for them. Xin Nachan tucked away the letter, somewhat envious. 1,000 yuan in circulation vouchers was a lot of money in Lingao. This is for opening a shop. These people are somewhat conspicuous. Scattered around like this, sooner or later someone will report them. Conspicuous how? If they want to blend in, just have those heroines get yellow tickets and do what I do, convenient and profitable. Xin Nachan laughed wantonly. I think they're quite good looking. They'd be a hit if they went into business. The man snorted coldly. They're disciples from respectable sects. Though they travel the Jianghu, can they be like you? Xin Nachan wasn't convinced. If they fell into the cropped hair's hands, wouldn't they be stripped naked and whipped on the backside just the same? All you think about is what's below the waist, the man said with disdain. Go on now. Xin Nachan rose lazily and smiled coquettishly. I just love thinking about what's below the waist. It's rare to meet with you, my lord. Let your servant attend to you. She knelt before the man and bent her head down. Half an hour later, Xin Nachan finally left the tea house. She strolled lazily along the street. The generous operating funds from the superior had put her in a good mood. The tasks the superior gave her weren't difficult, but engaging in anti-Yuan elder court activities in Lingao, and as a non-citizen, meant certain death if caught. Yet Xin Nachan felt no fear. It wasn't so much that she had firm convictions about revenge as that her mental wiring was simple. She had always lived by drink today, for tomorrow we may die. The steady stream of money the superior provided allowed her to fully enjoy Lingao's rich material life. First, she found a secluded mailbox and posted the letter. She didn't care whom it was addressed to, and besides, she couldn't read. Along the way, she stopped at the post office, bought 2 tax stamps based on her tax amount, and had the post office forward them to the tax bureau. Her tax payment was taken care of. Then she returned to the call station she usually frequented. The call station was really just a canopy shelter, though already better than the old days of just a pole and a sign. Under the canopy were tables and a few benches, with teapots and cups where yellow tickets rested and waited for customers. Today was a rest day, the yellow ticket's busiest time, so only 2 or 3 prostitutes sat idly waiting for business. Drowsy in the afternoon heat, some had simply slumped on the tables napping. Xin Nachan glanced at the notice board hanging in the shelter. It displayed announcements from the Civil Affairs People's Committee's Custom Trade Management Office. Today's notice was recruiting yellow tickets to go to Chengguan County for comfort work. Such comfort work was usually voluntary. Once there, free room and board was arranged by the local county office, and all earnings went to the yellow tickets themselves. Places they were sent to were either construction crews or military units, places that went years without seeing women. There was never a question of whether there was business, only whether you wanted it. Xin Nachan had gone before. Though she made good money, she had needed several days' rest upon returning. Now flush with cash, Xin Nachan wasn't interested in such grueling work. She poured herself a bowl of tea, sat in a corner and thought about how to meet Sima and Gu Buley. Meeting Gu Buley was easy. He ran an eatery and was always at the shop. He was an acquaintance too. Sometimes when clients wanted to exchange gold or silver privately, she had brokered deals. But Sima and the others were harder to find. This group of Jianghu travelers, after infiltrating Lingao, had dispersed and gone underground, their movements highly secretive. Though Xin Nachan served as a liaison, she didn't know their whereabouts. They met weekly at a few designated spots. She still hadn't figured out who exactly the Jianghu travelers, the cropped hairs had swept up so dramatically, actually were. Obviously, they weren't Sima's group, otherwise she would have been arrested and tortured long ago. But the superior clearly knew their identities. Could they also be Brocade guard? Xin Nachan wondered. But from the superior's attitude, he didn't seem to care whether these people lived or died. Xin Nachan puzzled over this silently. Then she noticed the alert marker on the board had changed to green, not the orange of the most tense period, nor the yellow of recent days. This meant the cropped hair's manhunt had ended. No police would come asking them for daily reports on social dynamics anymore. So Sima's group had successfully stayed hidden. Not easy. Xin Nachan felt a touch of admiration. As a yellow ticket prostitute with broad social exposure, the national police had always used them as eyes and ears on the lower strata. Through long association, Xin Nachan understood the cropped hair police's capabilities very well. Where exactly was that bookish-looking Sima hiding, and what identity was he using to conceal himself? Xin Nachan couldn't help her curiosity. Zhao Mengxian closed the file folder and lit a cigar. So these people are all from the Southern Infinite Sect. Yes, some aren't, but they're similar to Min Jianlian and Zhou Ruoyun from before, martial arts figures hired by the Southern Infinite Sect at great expense, said Wu Mu, who had come to report on the umbrella case. I recall Zhang Yingqian saying, the Southern Infinite Sect isn't a major religious power. Its territory is just a few prefectures in northern Jiangsu and southern Shandong, Nothing like major sects such as the White Lotus or the Incense sect. A typical small to medium sect. They can't even stand up to Taoist Fu in Shandong right now, and they've come all the way to Lingao. Besides, what evidence links Taoist Fu to Lingao? Though Zhang Yingchen's relationship with Lingao isn't explicit, it's no secret. First, he's always claimed to be from Qiangzhou Prefecture when traveling, hinting, intentionally or not, at a connection to the Bai Yuchen lineage. Second, his Taoist temple is in Lingao. This isn't a secret among the new Taoism followers in Shandong. Anyone paying attention could easily discover the connection. So the Southern Infinite sect spared no expense to send all these people to Lingao just for revenge. The motive doesn't quite hold up. With this much investment, wouldn't it be better to strike Taoist Fu down in Shandong, at least cause him trouble? Why go to such lengths, traveling 1,000 miles to Lingao? Wu Mu said. The ringleaders confessed. This trip to Lingao was to burn down the Yunji temple. According to their Dharma protector, the Yunji temple holds Taoist Zhang's life-bound divine artifact. Destroying the life-bound divine artifact would strip Taoist Zhang of his various magical powers, and eventually his soul would scatter. I see, Zhao Mengsheng nodded thoughtfully. You could say this is a strategy of pulling the rug from under him. Wu Mu explained. In Shandong, Zhang Yingchen has grown very strong now. And since he defeated the refugees, his magical power has been praised to the heavens. Some say he's already survived tribulation to become a true man. The Southern Infinite sect probably doesn't dare confront him head-on. However ridiculous the reasoning, it's at least logically consistent. Chapter 1535, Rooting Out Spies. True, it's logically consistent, but Comrade Wu Mu, your logic is missing a key link. Zhao Mengsheng shook his head. Who exactly told them Taoist Zhang has a life-bound divine talisman? We all know very well that Taoist Fu has no such thing. Since they're a folk religious sect, isn't it normal for them to fabricate supernatural nonsense? That's for their followers. The higher-ups know the truth. They might cook up such a thing to fool believers, to justify their own incompetence and failures. But would they actually fool themselves into sending people to destroy something that doesn't exist? You mean these people are just pawns and the real mastermind hasn't shown himself? Wu Mu had worked at the Political Security Bureau for years. He could at least make this connection. That's one possibility. Zhao Mengsheng nodded. But I'm more inclined to think someone, for some purpose, tipped off the Southern Infinite sect about Zhang Yingchen's so-called weak point, tempting a sect already suffocating under new Taoism's pressure to stake everything on one throw. What would be the point? Just to create trouble for us. Comrade Wu Mu, your skepticism has merit. If someone can persuade the Southern Infinite sect's leadership to send people to Lingao on a suicide mission, that person is no nobody. They must hold considerable authority and wealth in Ming social strata. Since they can mobilize such resources, why waste them on a scheme to burn down Yunji Temple, something that's ultimately inconsequential to us? Yunji Temple had only completed its first phase. It was hardly magnificent and grand. Even burned to the ground, it would cause no real damage to Lingao, just wasted materials and labor. Only a religious sect like the Southern Infinite sect would obsess over the temple's supposed mystical power. Yes, Wu Mu thought, there were so many worthwhile targets to sabotage in Lingao. Even setting a fire in Eastgate Market would be more effective than burning down the remote Yunji Temple. He recalled the entire umbrella case and ventured, there a smokescreen. Zhao Mengsheng nodded and stubbed his cigar in a blue and white porcelain brush washer. Very likely. Do you remember the battle when pirates raided Bapu at night after D-Day? Of course, Wu Mu nodded. You mean the real mastermind still hasn't revealed himself and the Southern Infinite sect is just a smokescreen to lull us? Yes, that's a strong possibility. And we're probably facing a heavyweight figure from within the Ming system. The Ming court, Zhao Mengsheng smiled. Comrade Wu Mu, the current Ming court as a governing entity is already inadequate even as a medieval regime, so I don't think it's them. Wu Mu was still trying to follow. You mean? Let me put it this way, it's certain people within the Ming court, people who wield great power and resources. Do you understand? You mean using public authority for private ends. Your phrasing is precise and accurate. Zhao Mengsheng nodded. But what benefit would they gain from moving against the Yuan Elder Court? Wu Mu still couldn't figure it out. The Yuan Elder Court was now a colossus whose bulk and teeth could no longer be hidden. This wasn't like back when Consort Tian's family tried to seize Ximing Tower. The Yuan Elder Court's strength had not yet been truly witnessed. To imagine anyone now trying to snatch something from the Yuan Elder Court was like pulling a tiger's tooth. That we don't know. Zhao Mengsheng shook his head. First, we need to know who they are. I estimate the enemy has already embedded spies in Lingao, not just among natives, but naturalized citizens, and possibly even within the naturalized citizen ranks of our enforcement agencies. These words sounded light, but the implication that enemies might be embedded in enforcement agencies left Wu Mu incredulous. The Yuan Elder Court's enforcement agencies had all been built following the structures and systems of the 20th century's most successful such organizations. Though hodgepodge knockoffs with obvious limitations due to personnel quality, in this timeline they were practically trans-era existences. To say enemies might be embedded among natives or ordinary naturalized citizens was plausible. After all, the Political Security Bureau couldn't be infallible. But to suggest that enforcement agencies, with their strict recruitment and monitoring, harbored enemies, Wu Mu couldn't help feeling the deputy director's imagination was a bit wild. You think it's impossible? Zhao Mengsheng seemed to sense his thoughts. Frankly, I find it hard to believe. You're honest, Zhao Mengsheng nodded. In a sense, you're right, but we must consider that people learn. What they lack compared to us is the accumulation of systems and knowledge, not intelligence. Furthermore, many of our systemic advantages cannot actually be implemented. Wu Mu conceded this point. Even the Political Security Bureau, which was picky about personnel and invested heavily in training, had staff of mediocre caliber. Many were doing work beyond their capabilities. Without Yuanlao cadres personally handling quality control, who knows how many blunders would result. So, have you carefully read the case files for the umbrella case? Yes. From entering Lingao to going underground, the Southern Infinite Sex people proceeded step by step methodically. Their cover identities were well chosen. Some shaved their heads to become naturalized citizens, others posed as natives. They had every document needed. Even naturalized citizens couldn't navigate all that. Without someone from an enforcement agency guiding them, they could never have gotten this far. Zhao Mengsheng looked worried. There are definitely spies inside the enforcement agencies. I understand. Arresting people isn't the priority, the key is rooting out the spies. Exactly. Ultimate masterminds, final bosses, none of that matters to us. Even if it's Changzhen, Hong Taiji, or some shogun or viceroy to the Yuan Elder Court, they're just paper tigers. Their destruction is only a matter of time, but spies embedded within us. Good. I'll contact Comrade Zhou Batao immediately and have him continue the umbrella case. No, let him wrap up the umbrella case. What comes next we'll call the parasol case. Have him pick a few elite investigators and handle it secretly. Political Security Bureau Investigation Division Chief Zhou Batao sat in a chair, carefully considering the directive Deputy Director Zhao had conveyed through Wu Mu half an hour ago about establishing the parasol case team. Understanding Deputy Director Zhao's intention wasn't hard, but rooting out spies from within the enforcement agencies was tricky. In Lingao, enforcement agencies weren't just the Political Security Bureau. Setting aside organizations that existed only on paper, the Yuan Elder Court's main enforcement agencies numbered 3.5: the National Police, the Political Security Bureau, the Inspectorate, and the Lingao Security Command, the last being essentially the Lingao Garrison Battalion's headquarters. The Inspectorate could be set aside. Their main business was anti-corruption. Currently they only had headquarters staff, and not many. Though they had enforcement authority, they were really a hybrid of ICAC and Audit Bureau. The department was highly specialized, and most staff spent their time on office work. Zhou Batao thought spies were unlikely there. In Zhou Batao's view, the chance of a mole inside the Political Security Bureau was minimal. The Bureau had strict internal controls and comprehensive systems. Zhou Batao didn't think natives of this timeline could pull it off. The largest and most important enforcement agency under the Yuan Elder Court was the National Police, with branches all over Hainan Island and numerous personnel. Though the Political Security Bureau seemed more intimidating and nearly omnipresent once outside Lingao, its field agents depended entirely on the National Police to operate. Even in Lingao, many activities required National Police support, but precisely because of its massive structure and large staff, entry standards weren't strict. The Yuan Elder Court's police system had expanded rapidly in recent years. Infiltrating it to lie low wouldn't be hard. If any enforcement agency was most likely to harbor embedded spies, it was the National Police, Zhou Batao thought. Moreover, in recent controlled-use personnel, routine internal monitoring reports, suspicious individuals had already been identified within the National Police. The problem was that the relationship between the Political Security Bureau and the National Police was somewhat delicate. Though cooperation had been smooth so far, targeted investigation of spies might provoke backlash from National Police leadership. Many Yuanlao already felt the Security Bureau was overreaching. Though the directive was to investigate secretly, they first needed to secure understanding from National Police leadership. In other words, they needed hard evidence that spies existed within their ranks. Zhou Batao picked up Li Yongsun's case file from the table. Indeed, Li Yongsun had problems, but having problems didn't prove guilt. Li Yongsun had been flagged because a public order activist had reported to the police station that strange symbols had appeared on a wall on a certain street in Eastgate Market. The police had initially assumed these were marks left by thieves hoping to strike it rich in Lingao. They often used symbols to communicate. An officer familiar with underworld cant was sent to investigate, but when the investigating officer arrived, he found he didn't recognize these symbols. He copied them and brought them back. Every officer in the Public Order Division with underworld experience and knowledge of various cants was called in to identify them. They even brought a few veteran thieves from the labor camp to try. Nothing. So the lead was passed to the Political Security Bureau. After a covert investigation, the Bureau discovered the symbols had been updated, confirming someone was using codes to communicate. A surveillance post was set up on the second floor of a shop across the street to secretly monitor the location. Chapter 1536, Liu Fuqing. Before long, surveillance revealed that a young woman had left code marks at the location. What startled the tailing agents was that the young woman ultimately walked right into National Police headquarters. Soon, detailed investigation results came in. She was a female officer in the National Police Household Registration Division, probationary commander Li Yongsun. This result shocked the investigating agent. Obviously, there was much more to this case. Subsequently, a check of the Political Security Bureau archives revealed that this Li Yongsun was also on the controlled-use personnel list, further increasing her suspicion. While reporting to superiors, the agent dispatched more surveillance personnel to cover a 1-kilometer radius around the code marks, watching for anyone else leaving marks or making contact. But in the days that followed, such contact completely ceased. No one else went there. Not even Li Yongsun returned. After obtaining Zhou Batao's approval, the agent sent a request for investigative assistance to the National Police's General Affairs Section 9, formally requesting investigation and surveillance of Li Yongsun. Zhou Batao rang a small bell. His secretary appeared at the door, standing ramrod straight. Has Comrade Liu Fuqing arrived? He's been waiting outside. Please show him in. A moment later, a middle-aged man appeared at the door. His hair was half bald, his forehead and eye corners lined with wrinkles, his small eyes squinting and blinking occasionally. The black Political Security Bureau uniform hung wrinkled and baggy on him, a rather wretched appearance. After a listless salute, Joe Batow invited him to sit. "How was the voyage?" "Thanks to your blessing, Chief. Everything went smoothly." Liu Fuqing blinked his small eyes and answered with a smile. His manner, like his appearance, had nothing of the Political Security Bureau's style. "How long did you work on Jeju Island?" Liu Fuqing wasn't sure why the chief was asking. He had been assigned as Political Security Bureau Special Commissioner to the island 3 years ago. Though this return was a routine end-of-term reporting to headquarters for reassignment, being summoned by a division-level superior immediately upon arrival meant there was some important assignment. This former Nanjing Ministry of Justice clerk was worldly wise, with generations of shrewd capability in his blood. Sensing an opportunity for promotion, he promptly stood at attention. "Reporting, Chief. I served as Political Security Special Commissioner on Jeju Island for a total of 3 years. This return is for end-of-term debriefing. No need for reporting and all that. Our Yuan Elder Court doesn't go in for that. We're all comrades. Please sit down, sit down." Joe Batow took out a cigar and handed it to him. "I've read your file. A veteran of the public service indeed, thorough and capable." Liu Fuqing accepted the cigar with flattered gratitude. This cigar with its red band was Yuan Lao special issue. Ordinary naturalized citizens couldn't afford or even buy them. "It's all thanks to the chief's leadership." He didn't specify which chiefs, lest Joe Batow feel slighted. Besides, there might be friction among the chiefs. Better not lay on the flattery too thick. Skip the pleasantries. There's a case. Joe Bot lit his own cigar. "Your file mentions participation in cracking the Jeju Island 315 counter-revolutionary case, considerable experience, so I'm assigning this case to you." "Thank you for your trust, Chief." Liu Fuqing was overjoyed and also somewhat alarmed. Chief Joe had specifically mentioned the 315 case. That had been designated a counter-revolutionary case. In Ming terms, rebellion, a crime of the utmost gravity, execution of 9 generations of kin. Back when he handled the 315 case on Jeju Island, cracking it had earned him not only the Director's Award, but also a rank promotion. Now back in Lingao, Chief Joe had specifically named him for a case. This was the trajectory of a meteoric rise. Though Liu Fuqing wasn't from the various yamens of Hainan Island, his background as a clerk meant he belonged to the retained faction in the Yuan Elder Court's administrative system. This faction came from officials, clerks, and runners of various Ming yamens who had either defected voluntarily or been brought in for their specialized skills. But their origins meant they were inherently distrusted by the Yuan Elder Court. Liu Fuqing knew the chief's trusted Fangso Dai graduates most, followed by destitute households, promoted from naturalized citizens who owed the Yuan Elder Court great debts. Liu Fuqing had at least come as a convict seeking refuge, which counted as owing a great debt. But he was well aware of the Yuan Lao's distrust of petty officials. Rising high under Yuan Elder Court rule with his background would be difficult. He was already in his 50s. He couldn't keep up with the younger folks, clicking heels and saluting service to the Yuan Elder Court and all that. The only sensible path was to crack more cases. "You're a veteran of our bureau." Joe Batow blew a smoke ring. Seeing Liu Fuqing's craving look, he smiled. "Go ahead and smoke." He handed him the cigar cutter. "Yes, yes." Liu Fuqing leaned forward to take the cigar, carefully cut it as Joe Batow had done, and was patting himself down for matches when Joe Batow pushed the table lighter toward him and flicked it alight. Liu Fuqing, overwhelmed by the honor, kept saying, "I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it," and drew deeply on the flame. "You're an old public service hand. I trust nothing from the Ming public service world will escape your eye." "You flatter me, Chief." Liu Fuqing, a decades-long veteran, knew at once this case must involve the Ming court. He had defected years ago and understood that the Australians, though holed up on this little island working the land, harbored ambitions of taking their place. Now that the chief was speaking of this so seriously, he immediately declared without hesitation that he would do his utmost to complete the assignment. Here's the case file. Zhou Batao handed him the document box. This case may involve the Brocade guard. He watched Liu Fuqing's reaction. Liu Fuqing wasn't overly surprised. That's to be expected. The Brocade guard has always had the duty of gathering frontier intelligence. Are you familiar with the Brocade guard? I used to work at the Nanjing Ministry of Justice. I dealt with the Brocade guard. Liu Fuqing spoke slowly. During the Tianqi reign, those were the Eastern Depot's good days. Plenty of agents out and about, most were Brocade guard. I had some contact, some knowledge. Does the Brocade guard have its own contact codes? Yes, Liu Fuqing answered without hesitation. Do you know the details? Liu Fuqing shook his head regretfully. That's their secret. Let alone outsiders like me, even ordinary Brocade guard military households don't know. Only the officers in charge of investigation know. Zhou Batao wasn't too surprised. If everyone knew, the Bureau would have found out long ago. He gave Liu Fuqing a general overview of the case, then said, Deputy Director Zhao's intent is to play the long game and catch the big fish. Root out the spies embedded in key agencies. I'm giving you no deadline on this case. Yes, I understand completely. I'm now appointing you as team leader of the Parasol case team to handle this case exclusively. Besides him, there was a deputy team leader, Heyuan. As Li Yongsun's surveillance handler, Heyuan was extremely familiar with her personal life and patterns, making her well-suited for the role. Liu Fuqing left Zhou Batao's office clutching the case file, feeling its weight like 1,000 pounds. This wasn't just a few sheets of paper, it was his future and his descendants' futures. But if he bungled it, this was also the shackles that would cast him into the 18th level of hell. At this thought, his hands began to tremble again. With these mixed emotions, Liu Fuqing arrived at the case team office. Heyuan hadn't arrived yet. He sat alone and began studying the materials at hand. Besides what Zhou Batao had given him, the archives gradually delivered more materials. The files roughly contained two parts, the Southern Infinite Sect infiltration case from the Umbrella case and Li Yongsun's materials. Liu Fuqing read through everything carefully. As a former Ministry of Justice clerk, reading case files was fundamental. An experienced clerk, without even meeting the defendant, witnesses, or presiding officials, could roughly tell from the files the true facts of a case, whether there was injustice or malfeasance, whether the interrogating officials had made errors in questioning or sentencing. Of course, clerks didn't cultivate this skill for the sake of justice, mainly as a source of income. Clearly, the Umbrella case had no profit to squeeze. These were small fry, not even sect leadership. Despite repeated interrogations, they had yielded no important leads. Apart from proving that spies familiar with local conditions and Yuan elder court administration existed, they were useless. If there was a breakthrough, Li Yongsun was indeed one. Arresting and interrogating her directly should yield important clues. But that would violate the play the long game and catch the big fish directive. Liu Fuqing thought that even if Li Yongsun was Brocade guard, she wouldn't be a big fish. Moreover, one point largely ruled out her possibility. Li Yongsun had been captured and brought to Lingao, not a voluntary defector. To say the Brocade guard had orchestrated all this would be too ingenious. Besides, how could the Brocade guard have ensured Li Yongsun would enter the national police after being captured instead of being summarily executed? So where was the lead? Liu Fuqing thought it over and decided to start from the social relationships around Li Yongsun. According to reports, Li Yongsun's unusual behavior, leaving marks on walls, had started just over a month ago. Analyzing her activities and the people appearing around her before and after that time should reveal who might be problematic. Since Li Yongsun was a controlled-use subject, surveillance of her should be comprehensive. Once Heyuan arrived and fully analyzed the surveillance materials, Liu Fuqing was confident he could find useful leads. Chapter 1537, Shopkeeper Huang, Cock-a-doodle-doo. At the shrill cry of roosters, Nambao town stirred to life. This southernmost Han settlement in Lingao County had flourished on the twin pillars of mining and trade with the Li ethnic region, and now it shook off the stillness of night with practiced ease. Wisps of white smoke curled from chimneys across the township. Shopkeepers removed their doorboards in preparation for the morning market. Up in the watchtowers, bleary-eyed National Army soldiers rubbed the redness from their eyes as their night shifts came to an end. The duty officer emerged from the guardroom, keys jangling, stifling a yawn as he unlocked the main gate. Nanbao sat at the edge of Han territory. The nearest Li stockade lay less than 2 kilometers distant. During the Ming Dynasty, tensions between the Han and Li peoples had run razor-sharp throughout Hainan Island, with agricultural counties like Lingao serving as perpetual flashpoints for land disputes. Several of the great Li uprisings had erupted in northern Qiangju, their flames spreading from precisely such contested ground. The Li and Miao Affairs Office had adopted a three-pronged infiltration strategy of trade, missionary work, and education combined with health care. Their assessment held that local Li uprisings were now unlikely. Nevertheless, prudent precautions remained in force. Control over the Li areas remained tenuous, the situation volatile and uncertain. Nanbao served not merely as a window for Li trade, but also as the site of the vital Nanbao coal mine. Though the coal itself was of poor quality, the lignite, stone, and clay extracted here fed the voracious appetites of Lingao's agricultural and construction sectors. Thus, following the conclusion of the public order campaign in northern Qiangju, the General Military Department had stationed a full National Army platoon here. Vigilance remained the standing order. As the town gates swung open, mine workers hurrying to their early shifts and peddlers bound for Li territory began trickling out. The streets gradually filled with the bustle of commerce. Sima Qiudao, wrapped in a patched and threadbare robe, climbed down from a makeshift bed fashioned from 2 tables pushed together. Dawn light was already seeping through the windows. He'd overslept. He dressed quickly. If he lingered much longer, the women quartered upstairs wouldn't be able to come down to prepare breakfast. His lodgings occupied a 2-story building fronting the street, one of several shop houses the cooperative had constructed throughout Nanbao. The cooperative, however, had clearly overestimated the town's developmental potential. When the Nanbao Mining Company first established operations, the area had enjoyed a brief boom, but coal from Hangzhou and Qiangshan soon began flooding into Lingao via sea transport, and Nanbao's low-calorific coal found itself relegated to fertilizer feedstock. Were it not for the agricultural sector's insatiable demand, the Nanbao mine would scarcely have been worth operating at all. Fortunately, Lingao's construction industry remained ravenous for materials. The stone and clay from Nanbao Mining Company enjoyed brisk sales. Yet this was enough only to sustain operations at their current scale. Nanbao's coal reserves weren't substantial, and the high transport costs for stone and clay limited their effective sales radius. The Planning Commission had quietly canceled the projected Phase III and Phase IV expansions. Without a leading enterprise to anchor its economy, Nanbao's population growth had stagnated. In recent years, small enterprises processing rattan, Chinese herbs, leather, and kapok for the Li trade had sprung up, but their scale remained modest and their capacity to absorb labor limited. The Planning Commission arranged no mass migrations here. Free migrants, given the choice, invariably preferred the booming banks of the Wenlin River. No one wanted to venture out to this frontier backwater. Since Nanbao's development had fallen so far short of expectations, it could hardly support a thriving commercial district. Many of the cooperative's shophouses had been converted to rental housing. When Sima Qiudao's group arrived in Lingao, their local contact had arranged for them to stay in just such a building. The house was a 2-story structure with a 3-bay frontage, supplemented by a small courtyard and several side rooms at the rear. The street out front saw little traffic, but it lay close to the main road, and a quiet alley ran behind the back door, convenient for coming and going without attracting notice. Huang, responsible for scouting potential lodgings, had taken one look and known this was the place. Huang bore the sobriquet bronze pen, iron abacus. His prosperous build and mercantile bearing made him look every inch the successful trader. For this operation, he was cast in the role of shopkeeper, a businessman come to Lingao to establish an enterprise. These days, merchants flocked to Lingao from across the realm, but most clustered in Eastgate Market or Bapu. Very few ventured as far as Nanbao. So when Huang expressed interest in investing to open a shop in this remote town, the local cooperative director had enthusiastically shown him every available property. He had ultimately settled on this one. Sima Qiudao found the accommodations acceptable, clean, tidy, comfortable enough for their purposes. The only drawback was that it felt cramped, given the number of people their party had brought. This initial vanguard of the Central Plains martial arts world had numbered 7 or 8, led by Huang and Sima Qiudao. More were still en route. Asking these proud men and women of prestigious sects to shave their heads, undergo purification, and accept naturalization as citizens was naturally out of the question. But establishing independent employment would attract too much attention anywhere else. Their only option was to conceal themselves within the guise of this shop. The challenge wasn't merely their numbers. Several skilled heroines had accompanied them as well. Though all were children of the Jianghu, propriety demanded that men and women be housed separately. Their masters were respectable elders in the martial arts world. They could hardly all sleep in communal bunks. Thus, 2 of the 3 upstairs rooms had been allocated to the women, and one was reserved for the key figure of the entire operation, who had yet to arrive, Zhu Yifan, head disciple of the Wudang sect. The rest had to squeeze into the rear side rooms. Even Huang himself could only make do with the accountant's nook on the ground floor. Sima Qiudao found such close quarters stifling. He had simply commandeered the main hall, pushing 2 8 immortals' tables together for a bed. It suited him well enough, solitude amid the chaos. He made his way to the well in the backyard to wash and found Huang already there, rinsing his mouth. Huang was past 50, his portly build and careful dress giving him the appearance of a prosperous merchant. An abacus hung beneath one arm. A writing brush was tucked into his sash. The ensemble struck an oddly convincing note. Watching his measured, unhurried movements, one would never suspect the depths of his martial prowess, but Sima Qiudao knew better. Huang was head disciple to the Mount Hua sect leader himself. In terms of martial arts, perhaps only Zhu Yifan among their company surpassed him. Shopkeeper Huang. For the sake of secrecy, they had adopted new modes of address. "You're up early." "Ah, Sima," Huang replied, spitting out his rinse water. "Not so early, really. A businessman can never afford to sleep in. As the saying goes, rise with the dawn, sweep the courtyard clean. When the shop and its keeper are both presentable, customers feel welcome and business prospers." Stop playing the role, Sima Qiudao thought. Huang had always enjoyed projecting the image of a merchant. For this infiltration into Lingao, he had thrown himself into the shopkeeper persona with gusto. Nevertheless, in a martial arts world that placed such weight on lineage and seniority, Huang status far exceeded that of a junior from the Qingcheng sect. Sima Qiudao maintained his outward deference. "Sage advice, shopkeeper." As they spoke, a woman emerged from the house, still drowsy, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Seeing the 2 men in the yard, she hastily curtsied. "Miss Nan, you're up early as well." Huang greeted her with a genial, squinting smile. The woman called Miss Nan was no longer young by the standards of the age, perhaps 25 or 26. She wore a pale green skirt beneath a pale red vest, her waist slender, her figure graceful. Her dark eyes sparkled with intelligence and warmth, expressive enough to seem capable of speech. Her features were lovely, with a hint of a smile perpetually playing at the corners of her mouth that instantly put one at ease. Women didn't wash at the well platform. Even a daughter of the Jianghu had to maintain the dignity befitting a respectable sect. She couldn't be too familiar outside the walls. "Not early at all, it'll be broad daylight soon." If I don't start cooking, everyone will wake to empty stomachs." Miss Nan pursed her lips in a small smile and made her way toward the kitchen to measure out the rice. Watching her disappear inside, Sima Qiudao lowered his voice. "Shopkeeper Huang, are we really just going to hole up here for the next few days?" The geniality vanished from Huang Zhen's face. "Didn't Seventh Master make it clear? We follow his instructions in all things. This isn't the Ming, it's extremely dangerous here." Seventh Master was their local contact. They knew precious little about him beyond his affiliation with the Brocade Guard and the fact that he had been operating undercover in Lingao for years. "Old she called this place a dragon's pool and tiger's den," Sima Qiudao said. "But I scouted their lair yesterday, Eastgate Market. Honestly, it didn't seem like much." "Ziqi, don't underestimate the cropped hairs," Huang Zhen cautioned, his years lending weight to his wariness. "Over the past few years, countless figures from the Green Forest have descended on this prosperous place, hoping to make their fortunes. Every last one of them has vanished without a trace, like stones dropped into the sea. Several were notorious bandits who once terrorized the two capitals and various provinces, yet rumor holds that they too met their ends here in Lingao." He shook his head gravely. "Seventh Master says the interview bureau has agents everywhere, and they don't observe Jianghu conventions. Our usual methods won't work here. We must exercise extreme caution in everything and absolutely refrain from rash action." "I understand." Sima Qiudao said the words, though he remained unconvinced. He had visited Eastgate Market just days ago for a meeting with Xin Nachun. Its prosperity had genuinely taken him aback, and he'd been impressed by the orderly streets. But he hadn't encountered the sentries every 3 steps, guards every 5, the forest of blades and impenetrable security he had imagined. When he had wandered through Eastgate Market, he hadn't sensed even a whisper of danger. The cropped hairs and their strange attire were everywhere. The regime had clearly mastered the art of winning hearts and minds. Small wonder the imperial court had proven so helpless against their years-long occupation of Lingao. "Ziqi," Huang Zhen pressed, sensing the younger man's recklessness. "Old she exhausted himself getting us here. He even exposed someone like Seventh Master from his network of assets. We cannot fail his trust. We must get to the bottom of this matter, for the court above, for the myriad common folk below." Sima Qiudao nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle more firmly upon his shoulders. They had been in Lingao for over a month now, holed up with nothing to show for it. At times he wondered what purpose he truly served here. But the true objective of this mission remained known only to Zhu Yifan, head disciple of the Wudang sect, and he had not yet arrived. Even a figure of Huang Zhen's stature was merely part of the advance party. Chapter 1538. Opening a shop. Sima Qiudao knew little of the mission's true purpose. He had come purely on his master's orders. Though his master had been vague, even evasive, the cropped hairs of Lingao had acquired a certain notoriety in the Jianghu over recent years. The various Central Plains sects had never had direct dealings with the cropped hairs, but lately all had heard tales of their exploits and encountered Australian goods. Take his own Qingcheng sect. Every year, when disciples from various branch temples offered birthday gifts to the masters and senior uncles, Australian products appeared among the tributes. Sima Qiudao had glimpsed kerosene lamps in his master's quarters and once spotted a powder compact with a tiny mirror hidden in a junior sister's room, a lover's gift, no doubt. As for matches, though exorbitant in distant Sichuan, they proved invaluable for Jianghu travelers who lived perpetually on the move and slept rough beneath the stars. Nearly everyone now carried a box, yet these were second-hand impressions. For martial artists, the most visceral demonstration of cropped hair power came from the Kiwei Escort Bureau, which had swelled to astonishing size across Lianguang and Jiangnan over the past 5 years. Once, the Kiwei Escort Bureau had been obscure, its martial lineage undistinguished, its scale modest, its roots confined to local territories. Now it dominated Lianguang like a colossus, and its relationship with the cropped hairs was common knowledge throughout the region. Branches of various Kiwei enterprises had even begun appearing in the northern and southern capitals, throughout Jiangnan, and in major towns along the Grand Canal. Sima Qiudao's group had availed themselves of Kiwei services extensively during their journey, particularly the long-distance through-travel package. Upon purchasing a through ticket, all transportation, meals, lodging, luggage handling, and checkpoint clearances fell under Kiwei's purview. The traveler need not worry about a single detail. Requests for female or male companionship to ease the loneliness of the road would be fulfilled without question. As for protection en route, that had always been an escort bureau's core competency. This service system had won the hearts of officials and nobles alike. Previously, to mitigate the rigors of travel, they'd had to bring entire retinues of servants, a considerable expense that didn't guarantee smooth passage. Kiwei offered comparable services at lower cost, naturally capturing the market with speed. This advantage had only grown after the court's cuts to the postal relay system several years prior, which had expanded their potential clientele further still. From the moment Sima Qiudao had left Sichuan by river to Hankou, Kiwei had provided seamless service all the way south to Guangzhou. Had seventh masters, summary of pacifying the cropped hairs, not explicitly warned against any contact with Kiwei enterprises after reaching Guangzhou, he would gladly have let them arrange passage to Lingao as well. Sima Qiudao understood that this expedition likely came at the court's behest. How else could these major sects, harmonious in public while riddled with rivalry beneath the surface, have joined forces to dispatch their most valuable members into such danger? Even the Mount Hua sect, with its murky historical ties to certain bandit lords, had unhesitatingly sent Huang. The cropped hairs commanded significant face, indeed. Daylight had fully broken. The 2 immortals' tables that had served as Sima Qiudao's bed now functioned as dining tables. Nan Wanner, tasked with cooking, carried out the morning fare dish by dish. A pot of thick brown rice porridge, a pot of Lingao rice noodles dressed with dried shrimp, and several salted eggs sliced into wedges. By the standards of the age, this was a substantial breakfast. Martial artists had considerable caloric needs. They required not merely satiation but significant protein, hence the old saying, poor scholars, rich martial artists. Porridge, rice noodles, salted eggs every single day. Can't you vary it at all? You've been cooking for over a decade. Haven't you improved even a little? The speaker was a girl in a peach-red skirt, her bright eyes and white teeth framed by features of striking beauty. She was perhaps 20, her figure well-proportioned, full through the chest, narrow at the waist, with curves that drew the eye and a presence that commanded attention. She stood with hands planted on her hips in a manner more pugnacious than ladylike, yet her dazzling beauty and the heroic air she projected intimidated more than invited. This was evident from the way she occupied one end of the table alone. No one had been willing to sit beside her. She was berating Nan Wanner as though addressing a servant girl. Though Nan Wanner was considerably older, she could only stand with hands clasped before her and listen in silence. She dared not talk back. She and this Zhou Zhangzhen were disciples of the same generation within the Hengxian sect, but their statuses could not have been more different. Zhou Zhangzhen hailed from a wealthy local family with money and influence. Nan Wanner had been an abandoned infant, collected by her master from the foot of the mountain. Even their masters occupied vastly different positions within the sect's hierarchy. Nan Wanner's master was hardly a key figure. Her martial arts were average, and she rarely descended the mountain, instead managing miscellaneous administrative affairs. While Zhou Zhangzhen had trained in martial arts under her master's tutelage, Nan Wanner had been assigned to help in the kitchens. Her culinary skills, understandably, had developed far more than her fighting techniques. When her junior sister finally finished venting, Nan Wanner spoke carefully. "There's nothing good to buy here. It's either brown rice or rice noodles. Getting meat isn't easy. The market is full of dried fish and shrimp, but I was worried people wouldn't take to it, so I didn't buy much." I've heard all about how Lingao has every delicacy imaginable, all sorts of Australian snacks no one's ever encountered before. So why have we been eating these rice noodles with that stinking fish sauce for days on end? It's not as though we're spending your pauper's money. Why the stinginess? Unless the cook is skimming from the grain fund. Zhou Zhangzhen was relentless. Nan Wanner swallowed her pride and whispered in her own defense. 7 or 8 of us living here together. Daily expenses aren't negligible. Her role on this mission owed nothing to martial prowess. She had been brought along simply as someone to clean, cook, and manage the household accounts. In blunt terms, she was the team's housekeeper. Since arriving in Nanbao, purchasing provisions, cooking meals, and tracking expenditures had all fallen to Nan Wanner. Keeping 7 or 8 people fed and comfortable was no small task. They didn't lack funds. Team leader Huang had brought ample gold and silver, but precious metals didn't circulate locally. Until 7th Master could exchange their bullion, they had to subsist on the limited circulation vouchers Huang had obtained in Guangzhou. Frugality was necessity, not choice. Managing the daily needs of so many proved a thankless task. Being whispered about behind her back was nothing new. Zhou Zhangzhen's public attack seemed capricious and bratty, but in truth, more than a few present were nodding in silent agreement. Sensing the sour turn in the room's atmosphere, Nan Wanner blinked twice. Mist gathered in her eyes, and moments later tears were beginning to pool. She was naturally charming. Adopting this submissive, wounded, pitiable posture, she stirred protective instincts among the men present without even trying. Weighing the situation, Huang stepped in to smooth things over. Earlier, our operating funds were running low, so we had to economize. Now the first batch of money has arrived. Everyone has worked hard these past days. Let's make do with breakfast, and tonight Miss Nan can prepare a proper feast, a sacrifice to our 5 Viscera temples, he called to Nan Wanner. I have money here. Take it later and buy some meat in the market. The tension in the room dissolved at once. Frankly, everyone had grown weary of brown rice, dried roasted fish, and shrimp paste stir-fried water spinach. Hearing about a feast, smiles appeared on previously sullen faces. Sima Qiudao ate his rice noodles in silence, though inwardly he disapproved. We're in the field on a crucial mission, nothing accomplished yet and already squabbling over a meal. Zhou Zhangzhen truly lacks any sense of the larger picture. Why did they even bring her? In his view, both Zhou Zhangzhen and Nan Wanner were liabilities, not merely because of their striking beauty, but because their mannerisms and deportment screamed Jianghu. The cropped hairs had subdued the Kiwei Escort Bureau. They surely had all manner of martial arts sellouts in their employ. If noticed, the cropped hairs would be immediately on guard. After breakfast, as everyone began to rise, Huang spoke. Everyone please remain a moment. There is something I must discuss. Nan Wanner continued clearing the dishes, clearly assuming Huang words didn't concern her. Miss Nan, if you would please sit down. The dishes can wait, Huang said gravely. We are all colleagues of the martial world, so I'll speak frankly and dispense with pleasantries. We have infiltrated Lingao under orders. Though we don't yet know the precise nature of our mission, this place is nothing like the Ming. We have no reliable local contacts, and the Ming court has no jurisdiction here. Everything we do must be approached with extreme caution. Not a single slip can be afforded. He swept his gaze across everyone present. You know in your hearts that most of us bear the marks of our trade. Standing in a crowd, open your mouths and people will know what you are. The cropped hairs patrol these streets rigorously. Do not go out without good reason, and if you must, notify either Sima or myself beforehand. Most present were seasoned veterans of the Jianghu. They recognized Huang wasn't exaggerating. They listened with bated breath. A group of unrelated people living together like this attracts attention. Therefore, our next step will be to open a shop. Open a shop? Zhou Zhangzhen asked, curiosity piqued. Yes, open a shop, Huang nodded. Using the shop as cover gives everyone a legitimate identity. Moving around Lingao will become much simpler. Furthermore, Furthermore, there was the matter of the gold and silver he carried as operating funds. Though precious metals could be openly exchanged for circulation vouchers at the DeLong Nanbao branch, any substantial sum without a declared legitimate purpose would immediately draw scrutiny. The summary of pacifying the cropped hairs had made clear that Lingao's shops and banks were obligated to report suspicious monetary transactions. "What sort of shop?" a middle-aged man asked. "Speaking of commerce, every sect nominally owns businesses, but those are managed by shopkeepers and clerks. None of us have any experience actually running one." "A medicine shop." "A medicine shop." The middle-aged man paused, then slapped his thigh. "Shopkeeper Huang, you've really thought this through. A medicine shop is perfect." A medicine shop was similar to a private clinic. Those who opened such establishments weren't renowned physicians, but rather people with specialized skills: massage, acupuncture, bone setting, and the like. One hung out a shingle, waited for customers, and peddled homemade remedies of varying efficacy and mystical pretension. Chapter 1539, to each their own when it came to treating bruises, setting bones, or performing acupuncture. These were standard skills for anyone in the martial arts world. Every sect possessed its own secret recipes. Among the various elixirs claiming to cleanse the marrow and transform the tendons, if there weren't 1,000 varieties, there were at least 500. To leave home without 17 or 18 small porcelain bottles tucked into one's robes would be a disgrace to one's title as a martial artist. Poisons and knockout drugs, by contrast, were rare. Such tricks were considered beneath one's dignity. Using them invited ridicule and damaged one's reputation. If the authorities caught wind of them, it meant a lawsuit. What law-abiding citizen walked around carrying poison? Though every sect maintained behind-the-scenes backers, and many disciples hailed from gentry families rather than commoner stock, men who needn't kneel before officials and could speak their minds, the government remained a formidable adversary. So while people certainly concocted such substances, they were never for public display. "If we're opening a medicine shop, I may lack other talents, but bone setting poses no problem," the middle-aged man nodded. "Uncle Jiao, your Northern Dragon sect started as horse traders. Isn't this practically your ancestral trade?" Zhou Zhangjian seemed genuinely excited. "I don't have the skills to treat patients, but I can fetch things, serve tea, and lend a hand." The man called Uncle Jiao was Jiao Gongli, leader of the Northern Dragon sect. His organization was a small one based in Shanxi, more a guild of horse traders operating beyond the Western Pass than a proper martial arts sect. Horses were precious, delicate animals prone to fractures and injuries. Those who raised and traded them typically knew something of bone setting and possessed unique herbal remedies. Besides treating horses, they treated people too, often with excellent results. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the capital's most celebrated orthopedists were Mongols from the court of the imperial stud, who had originally specialized in treating equines. For the Northern Dragon sect as a horse trading organization, bone setting was indeed Jiao Gongli's ancestral craft. Jiao Gongli looked slightly embarrassed but managed a smile. "Miss Zhou's serving me tea. How could a rough fellow like me possibly deserve such treatment? If Abbess Miang heard of it, she'd skin me alive." "Nonsense. I can't do massage, can't diagnose ailments. If I don't serve tea, what use am I?" Zhou Zhangjian was enthusiastic about the prospect of opening a shop. The Hengxian sect was exclusively female and strictly disciplined. Daily life was crushingly dull. Such novelties appealed to her restless spirit. Jiao Gongli laughed dryly. Huang Zhen understood the girl was merely excited by the novelty of it all. Besides, her status was different from others. If someone truly needed to serve tea, Nan Wanner was the more appropriate choice. But he couldn't afford to dampen her enthusiasm now. Her master, Abbess Miang, was a key figure within the sect and had thrown her considerable support behind this operation. So he smiled diplomatically. "Miss Zhou is talented in both letters and martial arts. How could she possibly be relegated to menial duties like serving tea? A medicine shop requires someone to record prescriptions and dispense medicine. You shall do that. Zhou Zhangjian simply wanted something interesting to do. The specifics hardly mattered. She agreed readily. Sima Qiudao sneered inwardly, but since Huang Zhen had assumed command here, he kept his opinions to himself. I know a little acupuncture as well, though only for women's ailments, Nan Wanner whispered, her voice lacking confidence. Before Huang Zhen could respond, Zhou Zhangjian cut in with a cold laugh. Don't parade your petty tricks. In acupuncture, can you compare yourself to Abbess Yiming or junior sister On Wei? Nan Wanner immediately retreated. I was just saying, in case, if it's needed. Huang Zhen maintained his amiable expression. Miss Nan's willingness is commendable, but we all depend on Miss Nan for our daily needs here. I couldn't bear to burden you with additional duties, haha. He laughed it off and steered the conversation elsewhere. Sima Qiudao spoke up. If we're opening a medicine shop, we'll need medicines. That's manageable. I brought some bone-setting remedies with me, Jiao Gongli said. Others chimed in, indicating they too carried drugs that could serve temporarily. That's not quite what I mean, Sima Qiudao said. It's true everyone has brought some pills, but for a medicine shop the quantities are far too small. We're not opening for just a day or two. What happens when supplies run out? Besides, the pills you've brought were carefully prepared by your sects. Setting aside the precious ingredients, some required years or even decades to refine. Giving them to ordinary commoners would be an enormous waste. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sima Qiudao continued, moreover, how can a small medicine shop justify employing so many people? The cropped hairs will grow suspicious. But if we claim we need to gather and compound herbs, the numbers make perfect sense. Before he could finish, someone clapped and laughed. My worthy nephew puts it perfectly. With this pretext, we can move about freely to gather and purchase herbs. Freedom of movement becomes infinitely more convenient. The speaker was thin and tall, around 50 years of age, with the air of a transcendent expert. He belonged to no sect, a local strongman from the Funiu Mountains in Jiangsu named Song Shengying. His origins lay in the Green Forest, but he had washed his hands in a golden basin in middle age, returning to the righteous path. Rumor held he was generous with money and public-spirited in disposition, and thus maintained broad connections. His relationships with officials were excellent, and martial artists had bestowed upon him the sobriquet Living Mengchang. That he had come personally surprised even Sima Qiudao. Huang Zhen could scarcely believe it himself. Huang Zhen nodded approvingly. The idea was clearly superior to merely opening a medicine shop. Freedom of movement was worth its weight in gold. The cropped hairs didn't restrict travel, but if their group frequented various corners of the county without plausible reason, they would eventually attract unwanted attention. Now, whether venturing into the mountains or the towns, gathering or purchasing herbs served as a ready-made excuse. Villa Lord Song truly possesses the rich Jianghu experience one would expect of a former Green Forest hero. Zhou Zhangjian couldn't resist interjecting. Song Shengying's expression soured. Sima Qiudao knew the man detested any mention of his Green Forest past and was secretly amused, though also faintly worried. As an elder, Song Shengying could hardly bicker with a junior like Zhou Zhangjian. Besides, they were all in the same boat. Open conflict would benefit no one. He coughed and said, processing and compounding herbs that I can manage. With Meng Liang and Meng Guang to assist, we can run this medicine shop quite capably. Huang Zhen knew these two brothers lived in seclusion in the mountains year-round, gathering herbs as their primary livelihood. Martial artists couldn't live on air and dew. Neither could they openly rob the rich to feed the poor like bandits. Those with sects could rely on sect assets, but independents like Meng Liang and Meng Guang either depended on subsidies or their own practical skills. The brothers, both approaching middle age, were taciturn and stoic by nature. Hearing Song Shengying's words, they merely nodded their agreement. Song Shengying continued, Brother Huang will trouble you to serve as shopkeeper. To survive here, we can't merely play act, we must conduct real business. So let's set aside matters of seniority for now, put on your shopkeeper airs and direct us to work hard. Huang Zhen began to demur politely, but Zhou Zhangzhen chirped, "Yes, yes, Senior Huang looks most like a shopkeeper." She seemed more enthusiastic about opening the shop than anyone. Then she frowned. "Hero Sima doesn't have a role yet. I think he'd make a perfect clerical advisor. He's always so bookish and melancholy, just like one of those sour scholars." Sima Qiudao laughed heartily. Seeing that assignments had been settled without objection, he said, "I won't be staying at the shop." Zhou Zhangzhen blinked. "Young Hero Sima, if you're not staying here, where will you go?" "We can't all hole up in Nanbao town," Sima Qiudao replied. "This is a strategic point where Han and Li peoples mingle, but it's not central to the cropped hair's operations. We're safe here, true, but also deaf and blind. Our information will always arrive a step too late." Though Seventh Master endeavored to send news every few days, and Sima Qiudao's group rotated trips to Eastgate Market to meet with Xin Nachun, communication remained inconvenient and dangerous. In his latest secret letter, Seventh Master had instructed them to plant someone in Eastgate Market itself. That way they could communicate via open signals without relying on Xin Nachun or written correspondence. Ideally, he and Huang Zhen had discussed this days ago. They had decided that Sima Qiudao would infiltrate Eastgate Market while Huang Zhen held down the fort in Nanbao. "I want to go to Eastgate Market too," Zhou Zhangzhen said hastily, her enthusiasm for shopkeeping instantly forgotten. "Young Hero Sima, take me with you." Days of confinement in this mining town had bored her half to death. Hearing of Eastgate Market's bustle and prosperity only sharpened her desire to see the sights and find some relief. Sima Qiudao smiled slightly and waved his hand. "That won't do. For Miss Zhou and me to travel alone together would be inconvenient." Zhou Zhangzhen realized the abruptness of her request. Both of them were unmarried. A lone man and woman traveling together would invite gossip and damage her reputation. Color rose to her cheeks, but she never conceded defeat in words, so she snapped. "Who said anything about being a lone man and woman with you? Don't flatter yourself. We'd simply be going to Eastgate Market together to spy on the cropped hares." Sima Qiudao nodded with a smile. "It's excellent that Miss Zhou possesses such intent. Allow me to scout ahead first. It won't be too late for you to follow once I've established a foothold." Song Shengying asked with concern, "What identity will my worthy nephew assume in Eastgate Market? You know the Zhaoyi, you could pose as a fortune teller. Relatively free movement, not particularly conspicuous." Seventh Master warned that Jianghu trades don't work under cropped hair rule. "Get caught, and it's digging sand and breaking rocks for you. I've visited Eastgate Market a few times and never spotted a single physiognomist or fortune teller." Sima Qiudao frowned. For now, as Miss Zhou suggested, finding a shop to work as a clerical advisor seems the only viable path, though such a position restricts freedom of movement. Chapter 1540, The License. And so, Huang's medicine shop opened with considerable fanfare. With the 1,000 yuan in operating funds that Xin Nachun had delivered, Huang Zhen was well capitalized. He immediately hired workers to renovate the storefront and ordered the necessary equipment. The Mount Hua sect was situated on Mount Hua, the western peak. Countless pilgrims made the ascent every year. As major landlords in the region, the sect owned numerous shops both on and off the mountain. Commerce wasn't unfamiliar territory for Huang Zhen. At Mount Hua, however, they were the local powers. Officials had to show them a degree of deference and wouldn't deliberately make trouble. Here, in unfamiliar territory, he needed to build relationships from scratch. After careful consideration, Huang Zhen decided his first call should be on the director of the Nanbao Cooperative. When he'd rented the house, this director had been exceptionally enthusiastic, offering to help him personally if he ever wanted to open a shop. Initially, Huang Zhen had assumed this director was simply the shopkeeper of the cooperative. Female shopkeepers were unusual but not unheard of in the Ming. What he learned subsequently left him stunned. This female director was actually a cadre, and he knew what cadres were, the cropped hairs equivalent of officials. That the cropped hairs permitted women to serve as officials was one thing. After all, Wu Zetian had been emperor, but a mere shopkeeper counted as an official. The capital had plenty of imperial shops, yet he'd never heard of their managers being classified as officials, or even as clerks. The cropped hairs handed out official titles to cooperative branch managers with almost profligate abandon. This was definitely not the righteous path. This seemingly prosperous marketplace was nothing but illusion. Having looted Guangdong and crushed several great pirate fleets, the cropped hairs had amassed staggering wealth, all concentrated in this tiny corner of Lingao. How could it not appear rich? And consider those flashy but useless streetlights, drainage systems, and paved roads, pure extravagance. Spending money simply to impress outsiders, like Emperor Yang of Sui ordering the trees of Luoyang wrapped in silk. Fortified by this conviction that he had seen through the truth, Huang prepared 4 varieties of gifts and a substantial red packet containing not circulation vouchers but a gold ring weighing half a tael. He trusted that everyone, regardless of their station, understood and coveted the value of gold. Even if it couldn't be spent directly in the market, it would be treasured. The female director was middle-aged. She had originally served as inner manager of a grocery store in Guangdong, but after her husband died, she couldn't maintain the business. Hearing that life was easy in Lingao, she had brought her children and meager assets across the sea. To survive, she had joined the cooperative as a clerk. As a former inner manager, she was thoroughly familiar with commercial operations. Being literate and numerate and smooth in her dealings with customers, she had become a key employee within a year and was promoted to branch director after 3. When she heard that Huang wanted to formally open a shop, she was delighted. Limei had recently issued new cooperative evaluation metrics. The Nanbao branch performed respectably across most measures but poorly in real estate rentals. Too many shophouses sat vacant. It was still better situated than the Chengguan town branch, but that was a special case. Chengguan was slated to become an administrative and cultural district, not positioned for commerce. Furthermore, though the cooperative was a commercial entity, it also bore responsibility for promoting development. The branch director concurrently served as local head of the Commercial Ministry Trade Promotion and Development Office. She faced pressure on investment attraction and tax growth targets. Hearing that shopkeeper Huang wanted to open not merely a shop but specifically a medicine shop, something Nanbao genuinely needed, thrilled her. Runchitang already had a branch here, co-run with the Ministry of Health, but lines formed daily and medicine frequently sold out. Not because Nanbao had such a large population, but because Li people from across the region flocked here seeking treatment. Another medicine shop could divert some of the patient overflow, a double victory for both commerce and civil affairs. The director grew even more enthusiastic and began introducing commercial policies. Shopkeeper Huang wishes to open a medicine shop. First, you'll need to obtain several certificates. She produced a blank sheet of paper and began scribbling with a pencil. Huang nodded. He had already experienced the cropped hair's obsession with issuing certificates. First, naturally, was the business license. Under the Yuan Elder Court, there was no Bureau of Industry and Commerce, but opening a shop or stall still required licensing. The issuing authority, however, was the police department, specifically the civil division of the National Police. Having police rather than a commerce bureau manage these matters was a lesson learned from the future. Administrative departments like the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, lacking enforcement capability, had proven woefully inefficient, unable to control major players, overwhelmed by minor ones. Loopholes abounded. Thus, following the old Japanese police system, this authority had been transferred to the National Police. Hearing that police were involved, Huang felt a twinge of unease. But having come this far, there was no turning back. Next was the tax registration certificate, obtained from the General Tax Bureau. Huang Zhen understood taxation, but Ming commercial taxes were few and their collection crude. Typically, state taxes were pitifully low, while yamen fees and donations were countless, with frequent ad hoc levies. Having managed Mount Huasec's assets, Huang Zhen knew the rule well: low taxes, heavy fees. The former flowed to the public coffers and nobody cared much. Paying a token amount sufficed, and the powerful often paid nothing at all. The latter was kept by the yamen, so it wasn't easily dodged. In Lingao, the situation was reversed. No fees and donations existed, but the tax categories were numerous: taxes on shops, taxes on employees, business tax, income tax, stamp duty. A bewildering array with calculations complex enough to make his head spin. Seeing his difficulty, the director paused and smiled. This can't be explained in a moment. Go get the tax registration certificate. Someone there will explain everything clearly. Yes, thank you, Director. Normally, that would be all you'd need, but since you're opening a medicine shop, a few additional requirements apply. Please enlighten me, Director. Since the business involved medical health, he would need a pharmaceutical and health operation permit, also issued by the National Police, specifically the Health Police Division. Anything touching public health management fell under their jurisdiction. The reasoning was the same as for the business license. Huang Zhen nodded helplessly, thinking, I'm already getting that business license thing, might as well do them together. But the director continued. However, to apply for this pharmaceutical and health operation permit, you must first have two other licenses in order. Since there is medicine involved, meaning medical practice, you need a Chinese medicine practitioner license. Since there is pharmacy, meaning drugs, you need a Chinese pharmacist license. Before she could finish, Huang Zhen asked anxiously, for this, do I need a shopkeeper license to be a shopkeeper? The director laughed. That isn't required, but if you like, obtaining an industrial and commercial management qualification certificate wouldn't hurt. It's useful if you ever want to work for our state-owned commercial enterprises. Huang Zhen nearly fainted. The director went on about how medicine concerns people's health and lives, so caution is essential, and Huang Zhen could do nothing but nod in agreement. As for these practitioner licenses, he would have to travel to Lingao General Hospital in Eastgate Market to take the examination. In truth, issuing practitioner licenses for traditional Chinese medicine was controversial within the Yuan elder court and the health system. A significant faction of Yuan Lao advocated abolishing the practice, keeping the medicine. But the health sector couldn't produce enough medically trained staff, so maintaining the status quo had won out. As Chief Deng of the General Hospital Medical Section and Secretary of the Health Ministry Office put it, placebo therapy treats illness too. Don't worry, shopkeeper Huang. Our Yuan elder court never makes things difficult for the people. As long as conditions are met, we never deliberately obstruct. If there's anything you don't understand, just come see me. I'll do my best. She threw him a flirtatious glance. Huang Zhen pretended not to notice. He rose and bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Director. I shall go attend to these matters. He offered the 4 gifts. Oh my, how can I possibly accept your gifts? The director smiled radiantly. We don't do things that way here. Don't put me in an awkward position. Her hand accidentally brushed Huang Zhen's arm. You've traveled a long way and doing business isn't easy. Don't spend your money. If you truly wish to thank me, simply come by to chat more often. We can exchange what each needs. We're all serving the Yuan elder court and the people together. Huang Zhen suppressed a shudder. He had planned to offer the gold ring. Presenting it now seemed likely to invite trouble. He smiled apologetically. These are merely local products, a small token of appreciation. Please look after me in the future. He hurried toward the door. The director refused the gifts, pushing back and forth until they were returned. Huang Zhen was genuinely surprised. These cropped hairs really don't accept bribes. But that female false cropped hair seemed to have taken an interest in him. He shuddered again. Unbearable, utterly unbearable. Back at the shop, he explained the examination requirements. Zhao Gongli and Song Shengying, both formidable figures in their respective regions, were at a complete loss upon hearing they would need to take exams to open for business. They had experienced much in their lives, but examinations were a first. Yet since they were in Lingao, retreat wasn't an option. Following the director's advice, they visited a bookstore and purchased the 1634 TCM Practitioner and Pharmacist Exam Syllabus and Guide to Study. Seeing the bookstore stocked with similar materials, like scholars' collections of eight-legged essays, Huang felt uncertain, so he also selected two related volumes, Past Year's Real Questions Collection and Review Compendium, for the two candidates to use. Registration proved simple enough. The bookstore handled everything: fees, forms, fingerprints, admit cards. Chapter 1541. Real Questions. Zhao Gongli and the other examinees opened the exam syllabus and found themselves utterly bewildered. The regulations seemed endless. The list of reference books alone included several titles, some familiar, like the Compendium of Materia Medica, others completely unknown, such as the Imperial Song Ministry of Health TCM Practitioner and Pharmacist Qualification Education, Standard Textbook Trial Edition. The problem was that even the Compendium of Materia Medica wasn't the version sold in ordinary markets. Song Shengying, having been in the medicine business, had read it before, but the syllabus specified a restriction. Only the Imperial Song Australian Temporary Court authorized revised edition was acceptable. The reason the compendium was designated as a Yuan Elder Court publication was that the version used in the future and the one recently published in this era were not the same. For traditional Chinese medicine, the compendium was the most essential reference, but the book itself contained numerous errors. Li Shizhen had corrected massive pharmacological mistakes when compiling his masterwork, yet modern scholarship had revised the compendium significantly. The current edition differed vastly from earlier versions. Both the syllabus and textbook had been compiled by Liu San. At first, the task had left him scratching his head. Unlike modern medicine, TCM embraced many theoretical schools, some with dramatically different approaches. The same illness might have several competing treatments. Traditional medicine relied on oral transmission and self-study of ancient texts. Every practitioner's exposure to theory differed. It was essentially impossible to assess competence through simple question-and-answer formats. In the original timeline, TCM practitioner exams had been governed by standard textbooks. Regardless of school or lineage, anyone seeking a practitioner's license had to be tested entirely within the scope of their syllabus. So Liu San's first task was compiling standard textbooks and reference books to unify examination content. Both proved straightforward enough. The Grand Library had ample materials. Liu San aimed for simple and practical, blending textbooks from various TCM colleges with training materials developed for 1960s barefoot doctors. Besides traditional TCM knowledge like the 18 incompatibilities and 19 fears, basic herb properties, and acupuncture point locations, he had incorporated fundamental modern knowledge such as human anatomy. This textbook served not only for TCM student instruction and health worker training, but also as the official examination syllabus. In essence, TCM teaching, clinical practice, and professional management under the Yuan Elder Court were now entirely based on the books he had compiled. Liu San was rather proud of himself. A mere TCM doctor, he had effectively founded his own school. Henceforth, TCM standards in this timeline would all derive from the Liu school. But for Zhao Gongli, Song Shengying, and the Ming brothers, men who possessed only fragmentary medical knowledge, the syllabus proved daunting. Huang rushed to purchase reference books, spending a considerable sum of circulation vouchers. After half a day of reading, Zhao Gongli could only shake his head blankly. His bone-setting skills relied on oral teaching and accumulated experience. He knew how to treat injuries and possessed prescriptions verified through years of practice. How was he supposed to understand this theoretical syllabus? The only portion that made sense to him was the human skeleton diagram. Song Shengying and the Meng brothers fared even worse. Because they gathered or traded herbs for a living, they understood botanical properties and thus had a rudimentary grasp of medicine. Frankly speaking, they were no better than the average itinerant doctor who wandered from village to village ringing a bell. Thoroughly practical men with zero theoretical foundation. After studying a few pages, they rendered their verdict. Passing the TCM practitioner license was absolutely impossible for them. The Meng brothers believed they might manage the pharmacist license with considerable effort. They simply needed to update their knowledge base. As for Song Shengying, he declared himself too old to memorize the thick TCM pharmacopoeia. This meant the medicine shop plan was compromised. They could only open a pharmacy that didn't require a practicing physician. That wasn't necessarily critical, but without a doctor, the shop's scale would have to shrink. How would they justify housing so many people? Shops didn't keep idle workers. Local officials spotting too many layabouts would grow suspicious. Huang Zhen scratched his head in frustration. Sima Qiuda wasn't around to consult. He watched the shop's renovation progress daily, yet still had no doctor. This wasn't the Ming, where charlatans and unlicensed herbalists could practice openly. Without a license, it was illegal practice of medicine, as the female director had explained. Catch you, and it meant 100 lashes with your trousers stripped, then off to dig sand in the labor camps. Their anti-cropped hair cause would be finished before it started. Just as he was reaching his wit's end, Zhou Zhangjun returned. Since coming down from the mountain to Lingao, she had been like a bird released from its cage. Despite Huang Zhen's repeated warnings against wandering about, she constantly found excuses to slip out. Once out, trouble inevitably followed. Zhou Zhangjun instantly complained that her allowance was insufficient, presented Huang Zhen with a silver ingot, and demanded he exchange it for more circulation vouchers. Huang Zhen couldn't refuse, exchanging another 100 vouchers for her. He couldn't afford to offend the Hengxian sect, not because they were particularly powerful, but because this operation required female disciples for cover. Few sects had enough women to spare. Only the all-female Hengxian sect could provide them in numbers. In other words, Hengxian had contributed the most personnel. Zhou Zhangjun was the disciple of a powerful figure. Both master and apprentice were proud and willful. If provoked, she wouldn't care about the greater interests of the martial arts world or the security of the realm. She'd throw a tantrum and leave. He couldn't shoulder that responsibility. With money in hand, Zhou Zhangjun had fallen headlong into Lingao's consumption trap. First came the fun but useless trinkets, then frenzied shopping sprees, and recently she had even switched to Australian-style clothing. Seeing her in skirts that exposed her calves, Huang Zhen's eyes nearly popped from his skull. If Abbess Miang saw this, she would cut him down where he stood. Persuasion and prohibition proved equally ineffective on Zhou Zhangjun. Aside from her master and the sect leader, she listened to no one. The others were too weary to argue, so they simply let her be. Today she had gone out scouting for intelligence again. Seeing her straw bag bulging to bursting, Huang Zhen knew she had visited the Nanbao Cooperative branch yet again. The cooperative was not only the largest and best-stocked store in Nanbao, but also housed various services. An amusement arcade, a tea house, restaurants, essentially a small shopping mall. Not just locals but Li people from the surrounding region often came to spend their money. Though Li people now enjoyed fair trade, under the Yuan elder court and no longer suffered exploitation by black-hearted peddlers, they quickly found themselves ensnared in the net of abundant material goods they had never before encountered, spending every last coin. Zhou Zhangjun was no exception. Today she wore the latest spring fashion recommended by Xian magazine, a blue floral dress of Indian-printed cotton with a cinched waist, a slightly flared skirt, and a round collar. The style was soft and elegant. Though simple in design, it carried considerable prestige. Designed and released by the fashion club under the Feiyan Society. By future standards, the skirt was conservative, The hem had actually been lengthened for this market. But in the 17th century, exposing one's calves was shocking enough. It came in both short and long-sleeved versions. Zhou Zhangjun, possessing some residual modesty, had purchased the long sleeves. Without stockings, she wore leather-strapped sandals. Martial arts women had natural feet requiring no concealment. Years of training had given her a figure and carriage far more beautiful than ordinary native women. Her lithe, upright bearing was rare, and in this form-fitting dress she was dazzling. Huang pretended not to notice. She was useless for present purposes anyway. When the main group arrived, her master would discipline her. Zhou Zhangjun leaned in and whispered, "Brother Huang," still fretting over the examination. Huang Zhen sighed and nodded. These cropped hair requirements are extraordinarily complex. Sect leader Zhao says he can't even understand the material, let alone learn it. What about Villa Lord Song and the Meng uncles? Villa Lord Song has given up hope. The Mengs might have a chance. Huang Zhen smiled bitterly. They're in their room studying diligently as we speak. I truly owe them. If they can't pass, we won't be able to run this medicine shop. We'll have to start over from scratch. You should have said so earlier. Zhou Zhangjun tilted her head with a mysterious smile. I have something good. She fished a flat paper box from her straw bag and pressed it into his hands. What is this? A treasure. With this, obtaining that license will be easy as flipping a hand. Zhou Zhangjun laughed triumphantly. Huang Zhen's heart skipped a beat. He knew every examination spawned cheating schemes. Even metropolitan exam questions could be purchased with sufficient money and connections. Specialized brokers in the capital handled exactly such transactions. Since the cropped hairs conducted exams, presumably someone ran a similar business here. He felt ashamed. As an old Jianghu hand, he hadn't thought of this himself. He opened the box. Inside lay a booklet bound in thin cotton paper, covered in tiny flyhead characters. Huang Zhen examined it, question after question with corresponding answers. He had studied the textbooks and guides carefully over the past days and researched the license examination thoroughly. These questions looked exactly like the content in the real questions collection. He rejoiced inwardly, but long experience made him pause for caution. Where did you obtain this? Chapter 1542, Cheating, Zhou Zhangjun said nonchalantly. I was shopping, and when I reached Nambao bookstore, I noticed a few people acting suspiciously at the counter. Seeing me pass, they immediately hid this book under a pile. I thought they must be up to something illegal. You know, we uphold justice and righteousness. How could I stand by and watch? So I followed them. Guess what? Huang Zhen groaned inwardly. Young miss, we are here risking our heads on a life-and-death mission, but you seem to think this is some leisurely journey to gain experience in the Jianghu. If you'd shouted Hengshan sect's Zhou Zhangjun is here, we'd all have ended up in a cropped-hair jail cell. Suspecting it was merely her curiosity getting the better of her again, he simply asked, what happened? Turns out they were selling leaked exam questions, Zhou Zhangjun said triumphantly. The cropped hairs require licenses for everything, but the exam questions were leaked long ago and are sold under the table. You can buy whatever type you need. So you purchased this. At first they stubbornly denied having anything, but I frightened them a little, said their behavior was suspicious and I'd report them to the police. They obediently produced it and sold it to me. Only 20 circulation vouchers. Zhou Zhangjun seemed immensely proud of herself. As an old Jianghu hand, Huang Zhen sensed something was wrong. Though examination fraud ran rampant in the Ming, it was typically conducted in secret, requiring middlemen and connections. After all, trafficking in exam questions meant risking one's life and property. Here in Lingao, though this license exam wasn't the imperial examination, many people's livelihoods depended on it. The cropped hairs would presumably punish cheating severely. They would never permit questions to be sold openly on the streets. Huang Zhen's suspicions sharpened. Had she fallen prey to swindlers? From Zhou Zhangjun's description, this sounded like a classic confidence trick. With this in mind, he quickly leafed through the booklet of thin cotton paper. He couldn't judge whether the questions and answers were genuine, but on the last page, he spotted a line of small print in the footer. Reprinted based on Ministry of Health Press TCM Practitioner Qualification, Exam Mock Question Collection 1633 edition. Copyright belongs to the original author. Below that was an ink stamp. Manual reprint license no. 66. And finally the price, 20 circulation vouchers. Huang nearly collapsed. This really is a scam. No wonder certain phrases had seemed familiar. He hastily dug through the pile of books on the table and produced the TCM Practitioner Qualification Exam Mock Question Collection, published by Ministry of Health Press. He had bought the 1634 edition, so the content differed slightly, but the cover price was only 3 circulation vouchers. Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Zhou had been taken in by common street swindlers. Seeing his strange expression, Zhou Zhangzhen knew something was wrong. She snatched the book from his hand. One glance was enough. Her pretty face flushed crimson, her eyebrows shot up, and her teeth ground together. They dared cheat me. Don't blame me for being ruthless. She turned to rush out. Huang caught her quickly. Absolutely not. We are in dangerous territory. We cannot conflict with anyone. Are we supposed to fear a few measly cropped-hair lackeys? We don't fear them, but this operation would be ruined. Huang could see that argument didn't carry enough weight. If we go back empty-handed, we'll have no face to show the elders. That worked on Zhou Zhangzhen. She knew her sect had invested heavily in this mission. If she destroyed the greater plan, expulsion would be the minimum consequence. Though the Hengxian sect was hardly paradise, it offered freedom. Her master exercised little control over her. Beyond restrictions on descending the mountain and mandatory daily practice, she lived as she pleased. Her family had money and sent silver and goods regularly. They had even purchased a little maid to serve her. Her lifestyle was no worse than at home. If she returned home, her parents would nag her constantly about marriage. Worse still, she had refused foot binding since childhood, leaving her with large natural feet. To marry into a respectable family, she would have to bind them at least symbolically. The mere thought made Zhou Zhangzhen shudder. But how could she simply swallow this humiliation? Her eyes reddened, tears beginning to pool. Though it was a trifle of 20 vouchers, she had never suffered such a loss since entering the Jianghu. Now, here in Lingao, she had been duped by petty con artists. She gritted her teeth. Brother Huang, I understand what's at stake. Tonight, let's kill those dogs together and burn down that bookstore. Huang knew she couldn't let the insult go. He spoke gravely. Absolutely out of the question. This isn't Ming territory. If you start a fire, the cropped hare's dragnet will descend on all of Nanbao. How would we hide? So we just swallow this loss. Zhou Zhangzhen ground her teeth. Endure for now. When the time comes to strike not just that bookstore, we'll burn all of Nanbao to the ground. This finally pacified Zhou Zhangzhen. Even so, she remained in foul spirits. Going upstairs, she encountered Nanwaner sweeping the floor and snapped at her. Loose hoof, sweeping away at nothing, just pretending to be busy. Huang observed everything. Though he felt unjust sympathy for Nanwaner, his mind was too consumed with examinations and opening the shop to offer comfort. The licensing situation remained grim. Zhao Gongli and Song Shengying had already withdrawn from the attempt. Even the Meng brothers, whether they could pass, remained uncertain. He had made inquiries. Passing wasn't easy. Even naturalized citizens who had lived here for a year or two often had to enroll in training classes to succeed. Stories of self-study success were rare. As for these training classes, rumor held that one operated in Eastgate Market called New Lingao, jointly run by Lingao's largest pharmacy, Runchitang, and the Ministry of Health. Word had it that Chiefs Liu and Deng of the ministry held private shares in the venture. Enrollees reportedly enjoyed high pass rates. Huang had initially assumed this was like the stationery shops in the capital that facilitated exam fraud. He thought he might simply buy his way in. Unexpectedly, enrollment in the training class required passing an entrance examination. Whether naturalized or native, applicants needed an original grade B diploma or higher for the class to accept them. This drove Hero Huang half-mad. Was this place even fit for human habitation? This certificate, that certificate. Even when the dynasty's founder established his strict yellow register and road pass system, the net hadn't been woven this tight. Here, every step was an ordeal. And then there was Zhou Zhangzhen, a perpetual source of worry. When his master had briefed him, he'd explained that women worked openly under the cropped hairs, so bringing more female disciples would help conceal the group's true nature. What he hadn't expected was that upon arriving in Lingao, Zhou Zhangzhen would refuse to carry her share or do any work, knowing only how to wander and shop all day. Far from providing cover, she acted as a magnet for attention. If he didn't open the shop and give her a proper identity soon, trouble would find them. After much deliberation, helpless, Huang decided to seek the female director's advice once more. Perhaps he could open a door through her connections. Knowing she wouldn't accept gifts, he saved the expense. Arriving at the branch, he didn't need to be announced. The doorman said the director was in her office, so he went directly. Seeing Huang Zhen visit again, the female director beamed. She seated him in a rattan chair, served tea enthusiastically, and inquired about his health, the shop's progress, and whether he needed any assistance. Huang Zhen recounted his difficulties. "We are all from the Ming. We know nothing of Australian rules like examinations. We wish to take them but find it extremely difficult. The people I've hired have practiced medicine and sold herbs their entire lives, possessing genuine skills, but they are getting on in years. Asking them to memorize books at this stage is simply too hard." The director nodded sympathetically as he spoke. When he finished, she laughed. "Don't worry. The Yuan Elder Court has always encouraged commerce. However, medicine concerns people's safety. Allowing anyone to practice and sell medicine as in the Ming shows a disregard for public health. That's why the Yuan Elder Court established these regulations." Yes. The Yuan Elder Court's benevolence and commitment to serving the people commands Huang's complete admiration. Huang Zhen agreed respectfully, quoting a slogan he had spotted on the street. He then mentioned Zhou Zhangzhen being swindled, not to petition the Blue Sky official for justice, but because he feared that if those scammers were eventually caught by the authorities, the officials would learn of the incident. Rather than face questioning then, he didn't trust Zhou Zhangzhen's ability to handle interrogation gracefully. It was better to report it up front. The amount was trivial, so it shouldn't attract much scrutiny. Fortunately, the cropped hairs didn't practice thief blooms, the Ming Yamen trick of using criminal cases to extort money from both victims and perpetrators. Indeed, the matter didn't interest the director much. She merely nodded. "Cases like yours aren't rare here. Having drifted through half a life in the Ming's old society and old system, people can't adapt immediately to the new society and new system. Older people struggle to learn new things and inevitably fear difficulty, seeking crooked paths or shortcuts. I understand all this." She placed her hand over her heart, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Yes. This isn't the first time. You aren't the only victims, but we haven't yet found a good way to address it. Those bookstore clerks are exploiting legal loopholes, the director explained, taking advantage of your eagerness to succeed. Chapter 1543. The trick. Such hand-copied books are also legitimate local publications, considered pocket editions. The Lingao printing plant doesn't produce extra small lead type yet, and some people exploit this loophole. They produce these small hand-copied notebooks, act furtively to attract newcomers unfamiliar with local customs who are eager to obtain licenses, then use shills to lure them into the trap. Regarding the case itself, the bookstore is selling legitimate books at clearly marked prices, with no false labeling. Hand-copied books naturally cost more than printed ones, so the pricing isn't problematic. Thus, no law has been broken. Furthermore, buying exam answers constitutes intent to cheat, something one can hardly complain about openly. Combined with the limited monetary value, victims usually just swallow the bitter pill. So that's how it works. Huang Zhen nodded repeatedly. He added quickly, yes, so I'd very much appreciate the director's guidance. He paused. Huang will never forget this kindness. "Oh, my director, kindness so formal. We all serve the Yuan elder court." The female director smiled radiantly. Not yet 40, and not from a poor background, her looks and complexion were well preserved, her mature charm still present. "My name is Yu, just call me Zior." As she refilled Huang Zhen's cup from a thermos, her ample chest inadvertently brushed against his arm. Huang Zhen felt something elastic and firm press against him. His heart skipped a beat. He was no novice. How could he not recognize Zior's intentions? He was in his prime and a widower. To claim he had no needs would be a lie. Yu was not unattractive. Though faint lines had appeared around her eyes, the allure of a mature woman possessed a flavor quite distinct from a young girl's unripe freshness. But martial artists strictly avoided licentiousness. Adultery was a grave taboo, especially given their current circumstances. Huang Zhen suppressed the thought. In Ming territory, he would have sternly declared, "Sister-in-law, you, please have some self-respect." But here and now he couldn't afford such directness. He could only play dumb, laughing foolishly, drinking his tea, acting the part of a dullard who didn't understand romantic overtures. Yu didn't seem annoyed. She spoke polite platitudes, telling Huang Zhen to encourage everyone to study diligently, then suggesting perhaps obtaining a grade B diploma first would be useful later. Huang Zhen grew anxious. The director was spouting official jargon. Where was this guidance she had promised? Seeing his upright gentleman facade dampening her mood, it seemed she wouldn't reveal any shortcut without receiving something in return. In the past, why would Huang Zhen have ever needed to resort to this? But cropped hair territory operated by different rules than the Ming. His familiar methods didn't work here. He had to employ these low tactics. The great cause came first. He forced another smile. "Sister-in-law, you is absolutely right. But as you know, my people who can actually treat patients are elderly. Asking them to take examinations is extremely difficult. If sister-in-law has any shortcut to offer, please guide me." Huang would be infinitely grateful. He shifted slightly closer to her, smiling. "Come, allow me to toast sister-in-law you with a cup." He stood, filled her tea mug, and held it up. Yu's smile grew even sweeter. "I must drink the tea shopkeeper Huang toasts." She took the cup, her hand grasping his. "Shopkeeper Huang is indeed a strong man. Your calluses are so thick and hard." Huang Zhen naturally couldn't pull his hand away. "A life of toil from humble origins. I've made sister-in-law you laugh." "Why sister-in-law? So distant. Besides, my late husband wasn't named you." "Yes, yes." Huang Zhen steeled himself and changed his address. "Please look after me, Sister Yu." "Ah, that's more like it." Yu sipped her tea with a smile. "Since shopkeeper Huang favors me enough to call me Sister Yu, I must look after my brother." She reached for a book from the shelf beside the table. Its cover resembled the syllabus he had purchased, white paper with red text. Huang Zhen had excellent eyesight. The shelf was filled with various regulations, a compilation of policies and regulations with usage instructions. She opened to a particular page and laughed. "Shopkeeper Huang, you're too impatient." Regarding the TCM practitioner license, let alone newcomers like yourself who just abandon the dark for the light, from the Ming, even local naturalized citizens with grade B diplomas typically study in training classes for 6 months to a year before they pass. The pharmacist license is easier. An apprentice who has completed their term need only read some books to succeed. Huang Zhen recognized this as preamble. The important content was coming. He adopted an expression of attentive listening. The director continued, "I heard you say your doctor specializes in bone setting." "Yes, Dr. Jiao is a renowned bone setter from the north. You see, for such a case, you can have him test for a specialized TCM practitioner license rather than the general one. There are specific regulations covering this." The specialized TCM practitioner was actually a special channel the Ministry of Health had opened for practitioners with particular talents. The TCM world contained many one-trick pony doctors who had mastered unique techniques, acupuncture, trauma treatment, massage, bone setting, or specialists in difficult conditions like skin diseases, snake bites, or venereal ailments. These categories occupied niches within TCM. Traditional healers already held low status. Practitioners of these side doors ranked even lower. Some, like snake doctors, were treated little better than beggars. They often came from family traditions, father to son, master to disciple, mastering a single unique skill, and relying on a handful of proven prescriptions for their livelihood. Frequently, they had minimal education and possessed no theoretical knowledge of TCM, pure empiricists. Expecting such people to pass the standard TCM practitioner license was unrealistic, but prohibiting them from practicing would constitute a tremendous waste of talent. At Liu San's proposal, a special channel had been opened. No theory examination, only a practical assessment at the hospital. Pass, and one received a specialized license. Naturally, such practitioners couldn't touch areas outside their specific expertise. Someone like Zhao Gongli only needed to take this specialized examination. Of course, the medicine shop would then be limited to bone-setting services. So there's a trick to all this, Huang Zhen thought. No wonder everyone said clerks are slippery as oil. Without her telling him, how would he ever have known such a loophole existed? His anxious heart finally settled. Zhao Gongli couldn't study theory, but his practical skills were ready-made. He thanked her repeatedly. Why thank me? It's the Yuan Elder Court's good policies. Yu Ziu stroked Huang Zhen's hand. I notice shopkeeper Huang has thick knuckles. You must be very strong. Why not learn massage? You could obtain a license yourself. Her eyebrows rose slightly, her eyes flashing. Huang Zhen felt Yu Ziu's thigh pressing against his knee. Though warm and soft, the contact made the upright Huang Zhen decidedly uncomfortable. However, this director Yu clearly understood cropped hair affairs intimately. To infiltrate and establish themselves here, he needed her continued assistance, but becoming this intimate wasn't proper. Huang Zhen's eyes rolled as an idea struck him. While maintaining the conversation, he reached under the table and pinched Yu Ziu's thigh hard. Ah, oh! Yu Ziu cried out in pain, then immediately suppressed the sound. The "oh" trailed off in a manner that sounded rather pleasant. Dead ghost, so rough. Yu Ziu scolded in a low voice, rubbing her leg, but her eyes had gone silky and were incredibly flirtatious. Huang Zhen whispered, I thought sister liked it that way. Truth be told, this Huang has a taste for such things. He pinched her thigh several more times. Intending to frighten her off, he used considerable force. Yu Ziu moaned softly, her breath growing ragged, her eyes practically dripping water. Yes, harder, this slave likes it rough. Huang Zhen groaned inwardly. He must have bruised her thigh black and blue by now. Unexpectedly, Director Yu had rather particular tastes. His roughness had only stoked her fire. Making matters worse, Sister Yu's thigh was warm and elastic. Even through layers of fabric it felt quite good. After several pinches, he found himself experiencing a physiological reaction. Seeing Yu Ziu's eyes glaze over, her body leaning into him, her hand guiding his toward her chest, Huang Zhen knew things were spiraling out of control. If he didn't stop immediately, there was no telling what might happen. He blurted out, Sister Yu, this is your office. Yu Ziu, burning with desire, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her head. Her mind cleared instantly. People came and went just outside the door. Anyone could enter at any moment. If discovered, it would be an enormous scandal. Thinking of her loss of composure, Yu Ziu's face turned beet red. She couldn't say a word, only hung her head in mortification. Huang Zhen thought that was close. He rose quickly. Sister Yu, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for whatever she might say, he departed directly. Back on the street, he felt his whole body relax. He cursed the degenerate morals of this place. No wonder these false cropped-hair women liked wearing such shameless clothing. Yet somehow, Huang Zhen felt a twinge of regret that Yu Ziu truly was a stunning creature. Though suspected of sacrificing his looks, he had undeniably advanced his relationship with the female director, which would benefit future infiltration efforts in Nanbao. He simply had to manage the degree of intimacy. Back at the shop, he shared the news about the specialized TCM practitioner examination. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The gloomy atmosphere vanished. Setting Jiao Gongli aside, even Song Shengying, who had wanted to quit entirely, expressed interest in trying. He possessed some skill in massage and trauma treatment. Chapter 1544, Investment Immigration. Even Zhou Zhangjun expressed interest in testing for an acupuncturist license. The atmosphere among the group relaxed visibly. Everyone felt they could finally establish a foothold in Lingao. We men can at last gain a proper standing in Nanbao. Huang Zhen sighed, removing his Six Harmony Unity hat to dust it off before setting it on the table. I've traveled north and south for decades, but I never expected the cropped hair's territory to prove this difficult, the most challenging place of all my journeys. The others knew nothing of his adventure that day. Song Shengying assumed he was disheartened from days of running around and offered words of comfort like, "A great man knows when to bend and when to stand firm." Because Zhou Zhangjun went out frequently and spent money with abandon, Huang Zhen, fearing trouble, reminded everyone once more not to leave without good reason and to notify him beforehand if they must. He fixed Zhou Zhangjun with a pointed look. Having suffered a small loss and knowing she was in the wrong, she had no choice but to listen this time. After settling this matter, Huang Zhen discovered their construction funds were running dangerously low. The renovation contract was all-inclusive, with weekly settlements. After paying this week's installment, shopkeeper Huang found little remained of the initial 1,000 circulation vouchers. The new funds hadn't yet arrived. This plunged the team into a fresh crisis. Without money, one couldn't move an inch anywhere. Huang Zhen had 7 or 8 people depending on him and a half-finished storefront. Sima Qiudao had vanished like a crane into the clouds with no word at all. Sima was his liaison with 7th Master. Without 7th Master's covert support, he felt utterly adrift. After waiting anxiously for several days, Sima Qiudao finally reappeared. It turned out he had been job hunting and had secured a position with the Native Products Company under the Ministry of Commerce, specifically as a purchaser responsible for acquiring local specialties. This allowed him to travel openly throughout Lingao County. Since Sima Qiudao refused to shave his head and undergo purification, he remained merely a temporary worker. Having secured the job, he returned to Nanbao. Sima Qiudao brought operating funds forwarded by 7th Master, along with fresh intelligence. Zhu Yifan and the others had landed in Qiangshan County and were making their way toward Lingao. What specifically they would do once in Lingao remained known only to Zhu Yifan himself. But given the initial instructions to infiltrate, the operation surely involved considerable difficulty and would require time to await the right opportunity. However, this incoming group numbered over 20 souls, which put Huang Zhen in a bind. He groaned inwardly. Opening this shop to house 7 or 8 people already felt cramped. Now more than 20 additional people were arriving at once. How would he accommodate them all? Securing housing wasn't simple. Nanbao was manageable, but trying to settle in Eastgate Market or Bapu, the rent alone would constitute a significant sum, assuming one could even find a place. Lingao's housing shortage was severe. Housing aside, what identities would so many people assume? Lingao's household registration system was extremely strict. How could a mixed group of men and women, young and old, register for residence permits? Sima Qiudao waved off the concerns. It doesn't matter. 7th Master says they have their own arrangements. We needn't interfere. But the cropped hairs have surveillance nets everywhere here. It doesn't matter, Sima Qiudao repeated with confidence. 7th Master devised a method for them. Since there are so many people, it's actually better to enter openly and above board. Done correctly, that approach causes no issues. Is that so? Huang Zhen was puzzled. But since the elders had decided, it wasn't his place to question further. Eastgate Market, South 5th Lane, on the main road of this urban-rural fringe, an area still scattered with wasteland and construction sites, a mighty convoy arrived that day. The convoy was quite impressive. At the front rolled a 2-wheeled Dongfeng carriage, followed by 4 4-wheeled Hanqi carriages, then 3 4-wheeled freight wagons piled high with cargo covered tightly in oilcloth. A final two-wheeled carriage brought up the rear. Such a procession would have drawn crowds of onlookers a year or two ago, but in recent months these convoys had become a familiar sight on the streets. Their destination was typically the suburban area beyond Eastgate Market's 5th Lane. It was late spring in Lingao, and the weather was growing hot. The young saplings lining the new road offered scant shade, but various flowering trees were in full bloom, painting the journey in a riot of colors, like traveling through a living landscape. The convoy's wheels crunched over the cinder road and came to a halt before a large compound on South 5th Lane. Amid Lingao's proliferation of modern buildings, this traditional-style structure looked strikingly out of place. From its brand-new tile ends and snow-white walls, it was clearly of recent construction. A huge black signboard with gold characters hung at the entrance, Chengguan Inn. This was Lingao's largest traditional-style inn. In recent years, chaos had engulfed the Central Plains. Bandits roamed freely, and civil uprisings erupted daily, rendering roads perilous. Local powers with wealth and influence built fortified compounds and organized militias for protection. Small and medium landlords could scarcely survive in the countryside without seeking shelter under powerful patrons. Even relocating to a county seat had become increasingly unsafe. Many families sold their properties and migrated to the peaceful, prosperous, blessed lands of Jiangnan to escape the tumult. Lingao County in Jiangsu Prefecture, that distant corner of Guangdong, had now become a candidate destination for wealthy refugees seeking sanctuary. Rumors of Lingao's prosperity, peace, and contented populace had spread to varying degrees to the mainland. The wealthy, having access to Australian goods, knew more about Lingao than most, though not many wealthy families had both knowledge of and courage enough to flee to Lingao. For such a remote place, the trickle added up to a significant stream. The Civil Affairs Department raised no objections to their immigration. Immigration was always welcomed. Moreover, these wealthy families held substantial capital. Their settlement in Lingao would effectively stimulate consumption. Additionally, the Yuan elder court needed greater quantities of gold and silver hard currency to balance international payments. Chengguan Inn had been born of this demand. Its owner was Liu Fuqing, a member of the Lingao Consultative Council and former Night Soil tyrant. After voluntarily surrendering ownership of the Night Soil roots in Lingao's county seat, Liu Fuqing had begun investing in industry under Ministry of Commerce guidance. At first, the Li family had merely invested in various Yuan elder court state-owned enterprises. Gradually, perceiving the potential in real estate, they had begun developing properties around Eastgate Market. As mainland households crossed the sea to Lingao in increasing numbers, Liu Fuqing seized the opportunity. He purchased extensive land around South 5th Lane and hired the Lingao Construction General Company to design and build luxury mansions, specifically for these newcomers. Though called luxury mansions, they weren't traditional buildings. They merely preserved the exterior style of traditional architecture while employing modern architectural concepts for internal structure. Comfort and land utilization far exceeded what conventional construction could achieve. Liu Fuqing was a local tycoon at heart, however, and understood the residential preferences, family structures, and living habits of his fellow gentry far better than the senators could. His luxury mansions proved extremely popular with wealthy immigrant households. The first batch sold out shortly after completion. While the second batch was still under construction, the Li family's young master, Li Xiaocang, taught himself the art of selling off-plan, marketing the mansions while they were still being built. Money collected, houses still under construction. Families with dragging dependents and mountains of luggage needed somewhere to settle in the meantime. Li Xiaocang had a flash of inspiration and conceived transitional housing, build an inn specifically for their clients. Having received many such guests, he knew these wealthy families crossing the sea were often apprehensive. To reassure them, he needed to provide a living environment similar to their former homes. Thus the Li family invested in building this Qiangan Inn. The guiding principle was straightforward: Ming architecture, Australian amenities, preserving the familiar atmosphere while allowing guests to fully experience the comforts of the Australian lifestyle. Business boomed from the day it opened. For the wealthy crossing the sea, the Australian lifestyle hadn't yet taken hold. Even the commercial hostel, the premier state guesthouse in Eastgate Market, struck them as too cramped in layout. No courtyards, no proper separation between upper and lower rooms, no quarters for servants. They couldn't accommodate their slaves properly. Qiangan Inn had considered all this during construction. Accommodations were comfortable, and service was impeccably appropriate. Despite the high cost of a night's stay, most investment immigrants chose to lodge here. As the convoy halted in the square before the spirit screen, clerks waiting at the entrance hurried forward to greet them, helping passengers down, unloading luggage, bustling about like industrious bees. The ground had been swept immaculately clean. Several handcarts waited nearby, specifically designated for baggage. From the last two-wheeled carriage, a traveler leaped down lightly. He wore a fine silk robe and a gauze hairnet. In one hand he held a brilliantly modeled bronze sword. With the other he patted dust from his clothes. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "The weather here is truly sweltering. A good rain would be welcome." A clerk approached with a smile, reaching out to take the sword for him, but a young page boy who had dismounted first had already claimed it. The page boy was young, with red lips and white teeth, genuinely handsome. Exactly the kind of pretty attendant wealthy households like to keep. The clerks were seasoned hands. Seeing he couldn't ingratiate himself through the sword, and recognizing it was likely valuable, the clerk quickly adapted, smiling instead. "Our Lingao enjoys summer weather year-round. Even winter isn't terribly cold. But spring is reluctant to bring rain. Come summer, it pours endlessly. That's what truly becomes unbearable. Honored guest, please come inside. The establishment has prepared plum syrup and fruits to help you cool off." As he spoke, he couldn't help sizing up this newcomer. The young scholar appeared around 20 years of age, in the prime of youth, radiating vigor and energy. Though dressed as a scholar, his skin was bronzed by the sun. Long eyebrows swept toward his temples, his eyes gleamed like bright stars. His firmly closed lips suggested he was not given to loose talk. A slightly protruding chin indicated a strong, determined character. His features were elegant, yet lacked nothing of masculine resolve. Chapter 1545, Policewoman. His gaze fell upon the clerk's face and he smiled. "Shopkeeper, you speak well. This establishment truly deserves its reputation as Lingao's premier inn." The clerk beamed. "You flatter us, honored guest. May I ask your surname?" "My surname is Yu, given name Yifen. Long admired, long admired. Please follow me, honored guest. Just call me Li Zioliu." "I wouldn't presume." "Thank you for your trouble," Zhu Yifen said with impeccable courtesy. As they spoke, the passengers from the other carriages had finished disembarking. There were several female relatives dressed in luxurious attire, surrounded by maids and older female servants, circled in turn by house guards and male slaves, all the full pomp of a wealthy noble household. The clerk knew such households loathed strangers eyeing their women. General Manager Li had even hired female clerks specifically to serve them, so he didn't even turn his head. He focused entirely on greeting Zhu Yifen's party. Just as they reached the entrance, a sharp shout erupted from inside. A figure came flying through the door with considerable force, landing heavily with a loud thud and rolling twice before coming to rest. It was a burly man dressed in black, his face now covered in dust. He howled, "Ouch, ouch," while struggling to rise. A black shadow flashed at the doorway, resolving into a voluptuous, gorgeously beautiful woman in her prime. Her features were exquisite, lips like cherries, but her jet-black hair had been cropped short. She wore a black police uniform cinched at the waist by a diagonal belt that emphasized a span so slender one could grip it with a single hand. The policewoman strode forward, raised one willow leaf eyebrow and pointed at the man on the ground. "You think this is the Ming? still throwing your weight around like some dog-legged lackey. Let me tell you, this lady is in a good mood today. Otherwise, for that grab just now, I'd count it as assaulting a police officer and blow your skull open with one shot." The burly man struggled to his feet, his expression defiant. The policewoman scowled and sneered. This lady coming here to register your master's household in person was already giving General Manager Li face. Since you dared to run your mouth and try to take liberties with a Heyuan elder court public servant, don't blame us for following standard procedure. Tell your master that his entire family must report to the police station tomorrow to register. Elder wife, younger wives, unmarried daughters, newlywed daughters-in-law, everyone will stand honestly in line on the street and wait for their number to be called. If you miss the deadline and fail to register, don't blame me. You earned this for your master." The big man's eyes rolled. He dared not utter another word. The policewoman dusted off her hands. Several servants and the innkeeper rushed out. A steward-like man emerged carrying a red envelope, which he pressed into the policewoman's hand while smiling apologetically. "Officer, please quell your anger. This one has eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. He's offended your distinguished self." But the policewoman wanted none of it. She tossed the red envelope aside and departed with a cold sneer. Even the innkeeper, who had wanted to follow and mediate, didn't dare approach. The steward's face contorted with anger. He picked up the discarded red envelope, stomped his foot, and cursed the unlucky devil. The burly man, ashen-faced, followed the steward inside without a word, scurrying away like a rat. People in the street pointed and discussed animatedly. Zhuo Yifan was equally astonished. He had never seen the girl's simple, rapid striking technique before. Nothing flashy, but extremely practical. Zhuo Yifan whispered to the clerk, "Who was that?" "A police officer from Eastgate Market Police Station, in charge of maintaining order in this area." "Police? A public servant?" "That's right, we locals call them police. Checking guests into inns, registering residences, issuing identification cards, it's all under their jurisdiction." "If that's the case, why was that man so bold?" As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone when dealing with a public servant. "You're quite right, honored guest, but where outside of Lingao do women serve as public servants? That fellow is new and didn't understand the situation. He's a guard for Master Guo, who arrived just yesterday. Apparently he knows some three-legged cat kung fu. I've heard Master Guo's third concubine often has him serve as her escort when going out. Old Master Guo used to be an official in the capital. A card from their family opened doors with any magistrate. They're accustomed to acting high-handed wherever they go. Plus, he'd had a few cups just now. The alcohol went to his head and he made trouble for his master." Though the clerk kept his voice low, there was unmistakable satisfaction in his tone. This family's reputation here evidently wasn't good. That female officer's skill was truly impressive. "The honored guest carries a sword. Presumably you practice martial arts yourself." "Zither, sword, and bookbox are a scholar's essentials. I wave it around a bit for fitness. One could hardly call it martial arts." The clerk chuckled and led him inside. Qiangan Inn was meticulous in its treatment of these gods of wealth from across the sea. At ports with scheduled Dabo shipping lines, Haikou and Bapu, they maintained offices with special lounges and dedicated carriage teams. Wealthy families could rest after disembarking, then transfer to carriages for the journey to Eastgate Market. Because female relatives of wealthy families typically disliked showing their faces in public, expecting them to adapt immediately to Lingao's queuing and number-calling system was difficult. Li Xiaocang had specifically asked his grandfather to lobby Chief Xiong, finally securing the privilege of having police come to register residency on site. Even the main gate's design was unique. Passing through the entrance, one encountered a spirit screen. Around the screen lay the front courtyard. Beyond the reception counter, 3 passageways branched off. The left and right led to long alleys, with courtyards of varying sizes opening along both sides. The center passage ran straight to the rear courtyard, which housed the kitchen, carriage sheds, and warehouse for large luggage. To provide wives and unmarried daughters a place to relax, a dedicated garden had been built adjacent to the main inn. The clerks led the group down the left alley. High gray brick walls lined both sides, keeping the interior pleasantly cool. Narrow trellises along the wall bases were dotted with green potted plants, adding touches of life. Black lacquered courtyard gates lined the alley, each bearing a plaque. The clerk led Zhu Yifan to one such gate, produced a key, and opened the door. There was no padlock but rather a keyhole mechanism installed within the door itself. Quite novel. The inn had prepared 2 courtyards for their party, one large and one small. The smaller was designated for the masters, the larger for servants. Though laid out as traditional quadrangles, the internal structure was entirely different. First, there was heavy use of 2-story buildings, which significantly increased the effective floor area. Second, the design fully accommodated traditional wealthy families' requirements for segregation: men from women, close family from distant relations, masters from servants in room allocation. No other inn in Lingao could match this. Naturally, few could afford it either, but fortunately guests here typically stayed for a minimum of 10 days to a fortnight, and some remained for more than 6 months. Business was never a concern. Zhu Yifan and the steward conducted a quick inspection and expressed satisfaction. The rooms were clean, the furnishings exquisite, and the legendary Australian comforts went without saying. They settled in. As the eldest young master, Zhu Yifan naturally had to supervise everything. When wealthy families traveled long distances, they brought not only bedding but spittoons, teacups, candle stands, partly from concern that outside articles might be unclean or unsatisfactory, partly from fear the inn might not be fully equipped. Besides personal luggage, they therefore carried numerous odds and ends. Zhu Yifan finished assigning tasks and returned to the main room. A fruit feast already awaited on the table. 6 large white porcelain plates brimmed with sliced fruits of various colors. Though it was only late spring, there was excellent watermelon, and many unfamiliar fruits as well: red, green, yellow, colorful and mouth-watering by mere look and smell. There were also 2 large glass jars. One held plum syrup, giving off the fragrance of osmanthus. The other was filled with red liquid that smelled pleasantly tart and refreshing. Maids hurried to retrieve the master's personal tea cups, rinsing them with hot water, then using a new bamboo ladle to pour drinks for each master to cool off. They also wrung out brand-new towels Li Xiaoliu had provided, soaked in cold water, for wiping away sweat. Li Xiaoliu bustled about like an industrious beaver, attending to every detail, showing the servants how to use the courtyard's various facilities. Finally, he came to the main room, standing politely at the threshold without entering. "Honored guest, shall your heavy luggage be sent to the rear warehouse or brought into the courtyard?" "Bring it all into the courtyard." "Very good." Li Xiaoliu added, "Would Master Zhu be so kind as to come to the counter to sign the guest register?" Zhu Yifan accompanied Li Xiaoliu to the front desk. As a young master, he didn't need to handle paperwork himself. An accountant served that purpose. But their party of over 20 took considerable time to report names, positions, and places of origin. When registration was finally complete, Li Xiaoliu smiled apologetically. "Tomorrow, police will come for residency registration. We'll have to trouble the honored guests once more. This is official business, please bear with us. This isn't the Ming, the Australians. I understand, it's no trouble. Indeed, the master is most considerate." Li Xiaoliu then inquired whether they had brought large quantities of valuables. If so, these could be stored at the counter, or he could immediately summon DeLong bank staff for deposit and currency exchange services. "Our silver was remitted via DeLong. We carry no particularly precious valuables. However, we brought only silver. We have few circulation vouchers on hand. The inn can handle that." Li Xiaoliu gestured to a board mounted on the wall behind the counter. It listed that day's exchange rates for silver and gold of various purities, even including copper coins. Zhu Yifan nodded noncommittally. Given his supposed status, he naturally wouldn't exchange money himself. After completing the formalities, Li Xiaoliu presented him with a guest room facility usage manual. Since opening, equipment malfunctions due to guest misuse had occurred with embarrassing frequency. Zhuo Yifan tipped the clerk with an envelope and headed toward his courtyard. Passing one particular gate, he heard someone shrieking for mercy. "Third madam, spare my life. This slave dares not do it again." Ow! Listening closely, it was clearly the sounds of a wealthy household administering domestic discipline. Amid the rhythmic slap of planks came a woman's shrill scolding. "Beat him hard. Break his dog legs." Zhuo Yifan smiled faintly and walked on. Chapter 1546. Staying at the inn, Zhuo Yifan returned to the courtyard and closed the gate behind him. He smiled and cupped his hands to the group still gathered in the yard. "Everyone, you have endured much hardship on the road." He bowed deeply. Since Guangzhou, this dozen or so people had maintained straight faces, feigning the airs of a wealthy household. For Zhuo Yifan, playing the young master was manageable enough. But most occupied the role of servants, and several among them were renowned figures in the martial arts world. Being ordered about throughout the journey was indignity enough. Actually serving others had been genuinely difficult. "We have ventured deep into the dragon's pool for a life-or-death gambit. What is a little fatigue and hardship?" The steward, who had been directing affairs in the courtyard, shook his head. "Our only wish is to strike true this time, not fail the trust placed in us by the lords and elders. Above, we share the court's worries. Below, we ease the people's distress," added another man dressed as a guard. "We are prepared to sacrifice our very lives if necessary. This bit of toil is nothing worth mentioning. Young hero Zhuo, there's no need for such formality." Among the servants in the yard, these two possessed the highest seniority and status. With them having spoken thus, the others could only murmur their agreement. Zhuo Yifan bowed to the group once more, then addressed the steward directly. "I'll trouble Uncle Wan with the room arrangements." The steward was Wan Lifeng, known in the Jianghu as Chasing Wind Sword. In his earlier years, he had worked as an escort and was thoroughly familiar with the traveling habits of wealthy families. This was essentially resuming his old trade. He nodded. "Rest assured, leave it to me." Zhuo Yifan walked toward the veranda. Several men and women stood waiting there. One glance told him only Hengshan sect disciples remained in the main room. The Hengshan sect was composed entirely of women and had somewhat maverick ways. Zhuo Yifan had witnessed plenty of evidence during the journey. He stopped at the doorway without entering. The room was full of women. Propriety demanded he avoid the appearance of impropriety. Speaking through the fine bamboo curtain, he announced, "Abbess, the clerk has departed. Young hero Zhuo, please come in and speak with me." "Yes." Zhuo Yifan lifted the bamboo curtain and stepped inside. The old madam sat squarely in the center, female disciples attending on either side. Though the room was pleasantly cool, beads of sweat kept trickling down the old woman's face and forehead. As the old madam dabbed at them with a towel, her bearing had lost something of its earlier dignity. The woman playing the old madam was none other than Abbess Miang of the Hengshan sect. The maids beside her were mostly young disciples of her sect. Though she had traveled in luxury, this abbess had suffered. To conceal her identity as a nun, she had worn a heavy wig the entire journey, removing it only to sleep. After passing Guangzhou, the weather had grown hotter by the day. Wearing that heavy, stifling wig was decidedly unpleasant. "Young hero Zhuo, please sit." "Thank you, abbess." Zhuo Yifan remained impeccably respectful. The tempers of the Hengshan elders tended toward the eccentric. "Is everything settled outside?" "The luggage has been delivered. Everyone's quarters are arranged." Zhuo Yifan reported, "The abbess and her sect's disciples will stay in this main house. I'll have the luggage brought in shortly. I'll also inform the clerks that you are observing a vegetarian fast and order top-grade vegetarian food for dinner." Miang's face showed no expression. Hearing his arrangements, she merely nodded. "You have taken considerable trouble." "Not at all. The abbess is an elder. This is simply my duty. I will go out tonight to contact 7th Master and the others. When I have news, I shall report to the abbess tomorrow. Miang nodded. Go attend to it. I hear the cropped hair's lackeys are formidable like the Eastern Depot and include many martial arts scum who have sold out to them. Be careful in everything. Yes, I understand. Please be at ease, abbess. Miang inclined her head slightly and said no more. Zhu Yifan returned to the courtyard. Wan Lifeng had finished arranging quarters. Besides the Hengtian disciples in the small courtyard, the other women would stay there as well. The men had all been moved to the larger courtyard. As for luggage, there wasn't much beyond personal clothing and bedding, save for their swords and weapons, concealed within chests. The large official chests that had filled an entire carriage mostly contained bricks and rubble, purely for show. Though fake, Wan Lifeng dared not leave them piled outside at random, lest the clerks grow suspicious. He had painstakingly stacked them all in the side rooms. Once everyone had settled in, Abbess Miang sent 2 disciples to deliver the fruits and the large jar of plum syrup that the clerk had provided to the larger courtyard, where everyone could cool off. The group, still sweating from the labor of moving boxes, abandoned all pretense of dignity upon seeing the refreshments. They claimed spots in the shade or beneath the eaves, sitting on the ground to eat and drink. Zhu Yifan was their leader. Though junior in generation, his rank was not insignificant. He yielded the stone table and chairs beneath the grape trellis to the team's key figures, Wan Lifeng, Sha Guangshan, and Meng Bofei. These 3 were heavyweights in the martial arts world. Zhu Yifan knew that relying solely on his master Taoist Beishi's prestige, or on the righteousness invoked by the phrase, sharing the court's worries, hadn't been enough to persuade them to wade into these murky waters. Zhu Yifan knew only that the mastermind was Old Shi. Who this Old Shi actually was, he had no idea. But whoever could mobilize so many martial heroes must wield immense influence in both the court and the Jianghu. What do we do next? Wait for the right moment. Zhu Yifan said, this is the heart of the cropped hair's territory. We must not act rashly. Wait until I've contacted Mr. Sima, then we'll discuss our next moves. Uncle Wan, please continue in your role as steward. Though we close the doors and are masters of our own domain within, we must maintain the necessary appearances and show no flaws. If a clerk notices something amiss and reports us, the entire plan will be ruined. Naturally, some of our colleagues will have to endure a bit of inconvenience. Yes, I understand. Wan Lifeng nodded. Everyone has walked the Jianghu for years. They understand what's required. Maintain the proper style, but don't overdo it. We are an established noble family. Don't act like nouveau rich. The men laughed. Zhu Yifan turned to Sha and Meng. Uncles, please continue as guards. Keep tight watch at the gates with everyone else. Guard the entrance by day, post sentries by night. Pay particular attention to the abbess's quarters. Watch for strangers intruding. That area is prone to slips. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles. Within these walls, the abbess needn't suffer under her wig, but if anyone caught sight of her shaved head, it would become news instantly. Unless absolutely necessary, don't leave the inn, don't even leave the courtyard lightly. As for gathering intelligence and scouting routes, wait until I've met with Sima. They've been here half a month already. The 3 nodded. Suddenly the doorbell rang loudly. Everyone startled and rose to their feet with a collective swoosh. Zhu Yifan raised his hand, signaling Wan Lifeng to answer. The people in the yard quickly cleared away fruits and teacups before retreating into their rooms. Sha and Meng took positions by the veranda, hands at their sides. The gate opened to reveal Li Xiaoliu holding a thick stack of papers. He smiled apologetically. He had come to inform them about tomorrow's residency registration. These are the household forms. Since the young master and old madam will be staying in Lingao for an extended period, local regulations require registration for temporary residency. It's a government rule. Please forgive the inconvenience. Li Xiaoliu bowed and added, tomorrow, residency police from Eastgate Market Police Station will come to verify the registration. Please remain at the inn and refrain from going out to avoid missing official business and causing any complications. Zhu Yifan thought, these cropped hairs certainly talk big. A mere public servant commands such formality, casually telling noble guests to wait for verification. Who knows how they oppress ordinary people, he disapproved. Indeed, Wan Lifeng frowned. Filling out forms is fine, when in Rome do as the Romans, but a petty public servant making our young master and old madam wait, that seems rather. The clerk quickly interjected, Steward, please don't say such things. According to the chief's regulations, one normally must report to the station in person to register. Our young owner exhausted considerable effort to arrange for officers to come here for verification. It's a special exception. You saw that family earlier. Who knows how that will end? What is that female officer's background to be so fierce? Her. That's Lian Nishang, an order police officer from Eastgate Market Station, the most formidable of them all. The clerk grinned. She's actually quite nice, just don't get any improper ideas about her. So they really expect female relatives to show their faces on the street and queue in line. Wan Lifeng wanted to pump him for information. Surely spending a few coins could smooth things over. Hard to say, the clerk shook his head. Bribery absolutely won't work. It depends on whether my owner can intercede with the station. In my humble view, unlikely. Lingao's laws are truly this strict. Indeed, so let me remind you, this isn't the Ming. Never violate Australian regulations. I'm obliged, brother. Wan Lifeng fished a circulation voucher from his pocket and pressed it into the man's hand. Have some tea on me. Thank you for the reward, steward. Li Xiaoliu smiled and bowed again. He then inquired about dinner arrangements and whether they would need carriages or rickshaws for sightseeing in Eastgate Market. Arrange dinner according to first-class standards as listed in the guest book. Our old madam observes a vegetarian diet. Please prepare vegetarian dishes for her. No carriages needed for now. We're weary from travel and will rest early tonight. Please ensure plenty of hot water is available this evening. Understood, Li Xiaoliu smiled. Regarding hot water, the inn provides hot water service after dark. Simply turn the tap. Chapter 1547. The escape route. Zhu Yifan spent the remainder of that day amid a chorus of astonishment from his fellow martial artists. In Guangzhou, they had deliberately avoided any inn affiliated with the Kiwei group to prevent arousing suspicion, so this was their first true encounter with the Australian style of hospitality, and they found it overwhelming. Consider the bathroom, so immaculately clean that one hesitated to set foot inside. Those brand-new copper-fitted wooden bathing tubs, still fragrant with the scent of fresh lumber, seemed utterly contemptible beside this great white porcelain vessel, its surface gleaming and adorned with delicate patterns. There was a world of difference between tottering atop a stool to clamber awkwardly in and out versus elegantly lifting one leg to step inside. And even the finest wooden tub, after a few uses, would inevitably accumulate grime in the seams between its staves. In time, it would turn black with mold. No amount of sun-drying or scrubbing could ever fully restore it. A twist of the bronze faucet, and an endless stream of hot water poured forth. The junior disciples of the Hengxian sect breathed a collective sigh of relief. Otherwise, filling that enormous bathtub would have required hauling countless buckets, one group tending the fire, another carrying the pails, then gingerly climbing onto stools to pour the steaming water in. A more sophisticated arrangement might feature a stove beneath the tub, allowing for the boiling a live person method, which at least reduced the labor of carrying and pouring. But when it came time to bathe, the elders naturally washed first. Replacing the water after each person was entirely out of the question. There simply wasn't time to draw fresh cold water, let alone heat it. In larger sects with many members, bathing was a queued affair. Seniors bathed first, then juniors. A disciple of low rank, unless particularly favored, had no choice but to bathe in the water already used by their master or senior martial siblings. By the time the final bucket was poured out, the dregs would have been rich enough to fertilize a field. Now, each person could enjoy a thoroughly satisfying bath. For people who had traveled many days on the road, barely managing a proper face wash more than a handful of times, this was an immense luxury. After bathing and returning to their rooms, they donned the robes provided by the inn. A gentle breeze drifted through the windows, utterly refreshing. Previously, when staying at inns, most of them had squeezed together several to a room, or even slept on cramped, foul-smelling communal bunks. Now they all occupied double rooms, comfortable, free of fleas and bedbugs, with sheets and blankets so pristine one scarcely dared sit on them. Their own bedding, hauled all the way from their journey, suddenly looked rather dingy by comparison. The usage instructions revealed that all bedding here was changed between every guest. Even worldly-wise Jianghu veterans were astonished. Never mind the inconveniences of traveling, even at their own sects, with water and fire to manage. Washing blankets and sheets could only be done once every few months at best. At most, one might hang them in the sun to air out when weather permitted. Before arriving, they had heard tales of the extravagant luxury of the short hairs. They had imagined wasteful displays of wealth, gold spittoons, sugar water for rinsing pots. What they had not expected was this kind of luxury, one that dramatically elevated the quality of life. Zhu Yifan and the others were men of experience. They understood full well that merely twisting a faucet to summon endlessly flowing hot water already far surpassed any ordinary notion of extravagance. The great sects might have fearsome reputations, and not a few maintained connections to high officials and nobility. They were hardly country backwater tyrants. Yet dwelling among famous mountains and scenic landscapes did not mean an entirely idyllic existence. As the saying went, water comes from carrying, vegetables come from planting, meat comes from hunting, and fire comes from gathering fuel. True, most sects, unless their fortunes had fallen so low that their founding deeds were pawned off, kept a handful of bondservants and menials, and perhaps a few tenant families who could be put to work. But a great deal of heavy day-to-day labor still fell upon the disciples themselves. Even Zhu Yifan, the sect leader's beloved disciple and a son of an official's household, spent his ordinary days doing scribal work. When it came to comfort, except for a few particularly wealthy sects, even their leaders rarely lived better than moderately prosperous gentry. The disciples, of course, had it even worse, those from wealthy families excepted. At dusk, Li Xiaoliu wheeled over supper on a four-wheeled service cart laden with tin food containers, 2 per person, 1 for rice, 1 for dishes, and 2 large pots brimming with soup. The old madam and young master each received a separate banquet of exquisite fare. Zhu Yifan naturally could not eat alone. He invited Wan Lifeng, Sha Guangshan, and Ming Bofei to join him. Over dinner, they discussed their plans for the coming days and their initial impressions of Lingao. The wine was Lingao's locally produced rum. Wan Lifeng had hoped to sample a bottle of the famous Guoshi Wushwang, but was told it was unavailable. Fortunately, the rum packed quite a punch and carried a peculiar, pleasing aroma, something of an exotic novelty. Since they had important tasks at hand, they did not drink much, merely tasting before setting down their cups. Then, lowering their voices, they turned to the upcoming mission. Though Zhu Yifan was the nominal leader of this operation, he did not know the specifics. Before departing, the White Stone Taoist had only instructed him to make contact with Sima Qiudo. The concrete details of what they were to do in Lingao would be conveyed through him. That said, even without knowing the precise objectives, Zhu Yifan and the others understood well enough. Coming to Lingao, they would most likely be assassinating or kidnapping a high-ranking short-hair leader. If the goal were to steal short-hair secrets, only a handful of master thieves proficient in burglary would have been dispatched. There would be no need for such elaborate arrangements to bring so many people to Lingao. Brother Zhu, as for why we've come to Lingao, that's obvious enough, Wan Lifeng remarked leisurely between mouthfuls. It can only be an affair of killing and arson. But I'm rather worried. Once we make our move, this is the short-hair's lair. Escaping unscathed might prove no easy feat. Walking the Jianghu, dispensing swift vengeance, and upholding righteousness were all very fine, but one must also plan one's escape. If at the first sign of danger one left one's own life behind, then all reputation and profit became smoke. Dead men had no use for either. Zhuo Yifan, however, appeared confident. "Uncle Wan, rest assured. The Seventh Lord has already arranged our means of escape. Since they had reached Lingao, and since everyone present was a core member, certain matters could now be discussed. Otherwise, hearts would be uneasy and things might go awry. Once they made their move, success or failure aside, the short hairs would certainly conduct a city-wide manhunt. Lingao was their stronghold with their forces everywhere. Whether they tried to escape to the coast and flee by sea or make for a neighboring county, they would face massed troops in pursuit. Fleeing to the coast was clearly out of the question. The Qiangzhou Strait was now effectively the short hair's inner lake. The road from Eastgate Market to Bapu was under the tightest security. The notion of fighting through thousands of soldiers to reach the coast, seizing a ship, and sailing away was pure fantasy. Even if they somehow managed to cross the strait from Bapu, the short hairs held tremendous power on the Lizhu side. To escape, there would be walking straight into the trap. Only by first fleeing to a neighboring county and then finding passage across the sea was there any chance. True, the short hairs now occupied all of Hainan Island, but once outside Lingao, their presence was limited. There were many wild and desolate places where escape was quite feasible. The problem was, the short hairs would foresee this. When the time came, they would certainly station heavy forces at the checkpoints on roads leading to neighboring counties. So our plan is to do the opposite. Zhuo Yifan dipped his chopsticks in wine and sketched on the table. Not north, not east, not west, but straight south. South, Sha Guangshan was taken aback. He had studied maps of Lingao closely and knew the county's terrain well. That's Li territory. The heart of Hainan Island had always been the Li region, mysterious and unknown even to the hand settlers of maritime Hainan. Apart from a few traders and garrison soldiers, most people kept their distance from that forested, miasma-filled land. Precisely, Zhuo Yifan nodded. The short hairs will assume we won't head south. Even if they post guards on the southern roads, the defenses won't be strong. That's where we'll have our chance to escape. But we know nothing about the Li region, Meng Bofei interjected. We have no guides, never mind the savages. Even catching the local miasma could be fatal. The Stone Elder has already arranged for this. According to his instructions, Zhu Yifan could now reveal all this. He has positioned local righteous men familiar with the Li terrain. They will guide us from the Li region into a neighboring county, then across the strait to the mainland. I see, Meng Bofei nodded. That puts my mind at ease. Wan Lifeng still seemed uneasy. Brother Zhuo, can we really trust these local informants? From the moment we entered Lingao, our heads have been hanging by a thread. The slightest misstep could mean eternal doom. Zhuo Yifan knew Wan Lifeng feared he might be glossing over details and wanted a clear answer. Before the operation, the guides will come to rendezvous with us. The short hairs' so-called police are coming tomorrow to register our households. Should we make any preparations? Wan Lifeng asked. How much should we bribe them? Nothing at all, Zhuo Yifan replied. The Seventh Lord says that here among the short hairs, everything is handled strictly by the book. Offering money would only arouse suspicion. Simply answer whatever questions they ask without resistance. Make sure all weapons and equipment are well hidden. The short hairs won't come to search, but we must guard against any slips. Understood. The household registration is only the first matter. Zhuo Yifan continued patiently. Afterward we must go view houses, and also exchange the silver remitted through DeLong for short hair paper currency. Though all this is unnecessary for our true purpose, if we fail to do it, the short hairs will grow suspicious. Uncle Wan, you must take it seriously. Wan Lifeng nodded, then smiled wryly. The houses are one thing, but as for the exchange, I can't help feeling it's a waste. Several thousand taels of gleaming silver turned into a pile of paper slips. When we return to the Great Ming, they'll be useless. Zhu Yifan laughed as well. Why lament? This is a very lucrative undertaking. The Stone Elder has already spent so much silver. What's a few thousand more? Wan Lifeng shook his head. What puzzles me is who this Stone Elder truly is, spending such fortunes to move against the short hairs. The short hairs, after all, are notoriously difficult to deal with. End of chapter. Chapter 1548. The Immigrant Naturalization Orientation. The next day, the police station did indeed send officers to verify their documents. The household registration forms had already been filled out, and as was standard procedure, officers came to cross-check each registration one by one. Since they currently had no fixed residence, they were registered under the inn's temporary household roster. Each person then received a temporary identification card. Zhu Yifan and the others had rather hoped to see that formidable, sharp-tongued female officer again. To their surprise, she did not come at all. Instead, several delicately pretty young policewomen arrived. But having learned from their previous experience, no one was foolish enough to test their luck. Throughout the courtyards with guests, doors remained firmly shut. Idlers had wisely retreated inside. Although the registration forms were already quite detailed, these household registration officers still asked a great many questions with tireless thoroughness. Where had they come from? Were any family members left behind? What trades did they practice? Did anyone in the family hold office or possess scholarly titles? Every minute detail was ascertained. Despite the sheer number of questions, enough to provoke irritation, the smiling faces of these officers bore an expression that brooked no refusal. Li Xiaoliu had warned them beforehand. During household registration, one must never refuse to answer. Failure to register meant no temporary identification card, and without that, one could not remain in Lingao. Fortunately, they had read notes on pacifying the short hairs and already knew the protocols. They had long since prepared their backstories. Zhu Yifan was confident they had betrayed no flaws. Registration complete, identification cards received, the officers took their leave. Wan Lifeng escorted them out with great courtesy, then returned and exhaled in involuntary relief. That went smoothly enough. Thank heavens for notes on pacifying the short hairs. Meng Bofai's expression was solemn. The short hairs' method of vetting newcomers is truly fearsome. Without preparation, we would certainly have given ourselves away. Though their roles in the team were subordinate, their Jianghu experience far exceeded Zhu Yifan's. This business of registering and issuing documents, ordinary folk would think nothing of it, finding it merely tedious at worst. But for a team like theirs, cobbled together from various sources, it was an exceedingly dangerous trap. If even one or two members told stories that contradicted the others, their cover would be blown immediately. Zhu Yifan, however, had no time for reflection. He needed to slip out at once and place the safe arrival signal so that he could make contact with Sima Qiudao. Sending the signal was simple enough. He merely had to place a stone on the wall of the public latrine in the lane where the inn was located. The signal had been placed, but a response had not yet come when Li Xiaoliu arrived to invite him to the orientation seminar. The clientele of Qiangan Inn consisted almost entirely of landlords and moneyed gentry intending to take refuge in Lingao. Some had fled because disasters had made their homelands uninhabitable. They had sold their lands and houses, packing up entire households. Others, sensing that the mandate of the great Ming was waning and the realm might soon descend into chaos, had dispatched sons or nephews to Lingao to purchase property as a bolt hole, a cunning fox with 3 burrows. Whatever their motivation, these newcomers all carried substantial capital and intended to establish themselves here. Lingao might be a peaceful place, but its social management system was entirely modernized. Never mind provincial rustics, even landlords from the capital or Jiangnan might not immediately adapt to local customs and regulations. To prevent new arrivals from running afoul of the whip or landing in the sand quarries within days of arrival, Li Xiaopeng had arranged a special immigrant naturalization orientation for incoming clients. The inn itself served as host. The program began with a cadre from the Lingao County Office of the People's Council, delivering an introduction to local laws and policies. Li Xiaopeng had even paid out of his own pocket to have small instructional booklets printed for the clients. Afterward came promotional briefings on relevant investment opportunities. Being the young master, Zhuo Yifan naturally could not decline. He had, after all, arrived under the guise of a household intending to purchase property and migrate. The seminar was held in one of the inn's garden pavilions. To cater to the client's desire for a great Ming-style lifestyle, Xiaocang Inn had set aside a courtyard within its grounds, complete with a reception hall and a small stage for theatrical performances, allowing the moneyed gentry to host banquets and watch operas to dispel their loneliness. Seats in the flower hall were already largely filled. Those who had recently arrived in Lingao included silver-bearded elders, elegant young men, and portly middle-aged gentlemen, all bedecked in silks and satins, though their expressions betrayed a mixture of apprehension and unease. Word had spread that Lingao was an earthly paradise, but this place was no longer under the great Ming's jurisdiction. From the moment they had entered Qiangzhou, the inn's attendants sent to greet them had repeatedly reminded them, rules here differed from the great Ming. One must not presume upon one's status. Many of these families had brought everyone along. Even those who had only dispatched sons or nephews had brought large sums of wealth. In this unfamiliar land, the slightest misstep could spell ruin for the entire clan. The only local person they could trust was the proprietor of Qiang'an Inn. Thus they took this orientation very seriously. Not only had the men of substance come, but bamboo blinds had been hung at the back row. Evidently quite a few womenfolk were in attendance as well. Before the seminar began, the flower hall hummed with muted conversation. Zhuo Yifan, accompanied by his page boy and guided by Li Xiaoliu, took a seat at an empty table. Tea and a selection of fruits and pastries had already been laid out. Li Xiaoliu murmured, "Young Master Zhuo, please make yourself comfortable. This is the Immigrant Naturalization Guide. The key points of the seminar are all in here. If you follow along as you listen, it'll be easier to understand." When he had finished, he refilled the teacup before Zhuo Yifan and withdrew quietly. Before long, Li Xiaopeng arrived, escorting a short-haired man in a gray four-pocket jacket, a fake short hair, as Zhuo Yifan knew such cadres were called. According to the stone elder, these fake short hairs had all been dregs of the great Ming, ne'er-do-wells unable to support themselves yet too stubborn to die. They had come crawling to the short hairs to act as their henchmen and lackeys. Many loyal subjects of the imperial court had met their end at the hands of these creatures. Zhuo Yifan studied this capable lackey with interest. He saw merely an ordinary young man, perhaps 30 at most, with a plain face and swarthy complexion. His hair was cropped short like a monk's. His face was clean-shaven without a trace of stubble. He wore a gray cotton jacket with toggle buttons, its elbows patched, an altogether impoverished appearance. And yet the clothes were neat and clean, and the man exuded an air of crisp efficiency. Slung across his shoulder was a plain canvas satchel. Li Xiaopeng opened with a few polite platitudes, then introduced the visitor as an officer of the Civil Affairs Section, Office of the People's Council for Lingao County. Zhuo Yifan did not recognize the title. It was probably something akin to a petty clerk, he thought, his heart filled with silent contempt. The man stepped to the central table, set his satchel down, and swept his gaze across the hall. His eyes were calm and steady, nothing like the obsequious servility or sinister menace Zhuo Yifan had seen in great Ming yamen runners. He silently praised the man. The short hairs have some real talent. The fake short hair wasted no time on pleasantries. In a few brief sentences, he launched into an explanation of local policies and regulations. Zhuo Yifan had thought he was merely here to make a token appearance. Now, however, he set aside his nonchalance and listened attentively. The presentation covered several parts. First came the legal codes relevant to daily life, the sanitation regulations, the public appearance regulations, the public order law, all things one might encounter in the course of an ordinary day. A careless slip could easily mean a violation, especially for those newly arrived from the great Ming whose old habits had not yet changed. For such folk, breaking the law could happen the moment they stepped into the street. For gentlemen of means, certain regulations posed little concern. Spitting or relieving oneself in public, for instance. They traveled with servants carrying spittoons, and they knew enough of decorum to use a latrine when available. But the social privileges that gentry and landlords took for granted in the Great Ming, those were absolutely forbidden under the Yuan Heyuan. In other words, official bureaus could not be commanded by a visiting card from a gentleman, nor would grain-paying households or degree holders be treated as the foundation of the state, granted face-saving courtesy and exemption from law at every turn. The phrase equality before the law was startling. Suddenly these landlords, accustomed to privilege, grew uneasy. What? Were they now to be on equal footing with the common rabble? Those same tenants who, even under threat of the magistrate's paddle and the standing cage, still dared to withhold rent and make trouble. If everyone was truly equal, how could one possibly live? More than a few among the audience now entertained second thoughts. Those who had already brought their entire families began to regret their haste. So-called equality before the law does not mean favoring the poor. Rather, it means basing judgments on facts and the law, administering justice impartially. Under our Yuan Heyuan, no one will be favored or shielded on account of wealth, gender, place of origin, or any other factor. The cadre's voice was firm. I imagine you are aware that certain great Ming officials, claiming to be upright and incorruptible, would favor the poor over the rich in lawsuits, or favor scholars over merchants. Here we have none of that. He chopped his hand downward. Whoever is in the right, whoever is within the law, we protect them. Whoever is in the wrong, whoever breaks the law will not spare them. Zhuo Yifan inwardly sneered. Such empty platitudes. The short hairs truly have no shame. Never mind whether they actually favored the poor. Throughout history, the prince who breaks the law is punished as a commoner was always preached, but whoever believed it? After all, punishments do not reach up to the great officers. The sages themselves had said so. Sure enough, the landlords around him wore expressions of mingled belief and doubt. The cadre seemed to know what they were thinking. I know you won't believe me right away, but you'll be in Lingao for a good long while. In time, you can judge for yourselves whether what I've said today is true or false. End of chapter. Chapter 1549. Policies and Regulations. Next, the cadre began explaining the portions of civil law most relevant to the landlords. Most important was the matter of bondservants. Nearly without exception, the wealthy families had brought large numbers of slaves with them. During the Ming Dynasty, the custom of keeping bondservants was widespread. A single jurin might travel with more than 20 household slaves. With the frequent wars and famines of the late Ming era and masses of people displaced, the cost of keeping slaves had fallen extremely low. The Yuan Heyuan did not welcome private slaveholding. The vast majority of bondservants in Chinese feudal society were employed for domestic service, consuming social wealth while producing nothing. Moreover, large-scale slaveholding meant that landlords directly controlled significant populations, which the Yuan Heyuan found utterly intolerable. Thus, from a legal standpoint, the Yuan Heyuan restricted slaveholding. Not only was slave trading entirely prohibited, but existing bondservants were subject to various limitations. Anyone maintaining bondservants under Yuan Heyuan governance was required to pay a one-time bondservant registration fee to retain their slaves, and thereafter an annual per capita bondservant usage tax. This immediately set off a buzz of murmuring below. What kind of law was this? To be taxed by the government for using slaves one had purchased with one's own money. And the tax was annual. Wait, there was more. Under Yuan Heyuan law, Each household had a quota for the number of slaves it could keep. Excess bondservant holdings were subject to a progressive tax. The more slaves one kept, the higher the rate. This policy was not only designed to reduce the number of bondservants, but also served as a legal mechanism to compel large households to divide into separate legal units. To minimize taxes, the traditional multi-generational extended family would inevitably consider splitting into smaller households, thereby increasing the number of bondservant quotas available for tax avoidance purposes. Seeing the indignant expressions around him, Zhu Yifan quietly nodded to himself. Though he himself came from an official's household where servants were a matter of course, he did not approve of keeping large numbers of bondservants and exploiting them ruthlessly. The short-hair's tactic, without explicitly prohibiting slaveholding, effectively raised its costs dramatically, thus indirectly limiting the practice. It could be called a benevolent policy, albeit one stained with the reek of commerce. His feelings were a mix of admiration and disdain. The cadre went on to cover a great deal more about life in Lingao, speaking for roughly half a shichen. Though brief, his explanations were clear and thorough. When he finished, Zhu Yifan observed him exchange a few words with Li Xiaocang. The cadre produced a sheet of paper from his satchel and handed it over. Li Xiaocang stamped it, then tore off half and returned it. Only then did the cadre depart. Zhu Yifan was puzzled. Offering a courtesy gift would have made sense, but what was this business of stamping and tearing paper? The answer was that policy lectures were not free of charge. Delivering special legal education sessions for wealthy folk was outside the purview of the civil affairs section. The Yuan Heyuan's immigration policy was one of open doors. People coming from Ming lands were all welcome. No particular category received special treatment. Therefore, a fee was charged. The payment, of course, came from Qiang in. Li Xiaopang's stamp turned the slip into a payment receipt. What followed was Li Xiaopang's portion of the presentation. His topic was the matter dearest to the landlord's hearts, purchasing houses and land. Regarding houses, whether the family intended full immigration or was simply hedging their bets with a bolt hole, they needed a permanent residence. To maintain the traditional lifestyle of silk and ease, and to add to it the enviable Australian-style amenities, one also needed to acquire property and estates. But Li Xiaopang's words once again doused them with cold water. Land policy in Lingao was complex, quite unlike the Great Ming. Under Ming law, so long as the landowner agreed to sell whatever the original purpose of the land, the buyer could generally do as he pleased: build a house, construct a workshop, raise pigs, grow vegetables, or even establish a cemetery. No one would interfere, certainly not the likes of city inspectors. This laissez-faire approach had lingered on until 1949. At that time, within the capital of Beijing itself, residential neighborhoods openly housed livestock pens and poultry coops. Pigs, sheep, cattle, chickens, ducks, and geese lived side by side with people. Animals were slaughtered openly in the streets, and the existence of cemeteries within city limits was too unremarkable to mention. In Lingao, land was classified by designated purpose. Following the planning methods of another time and place, all land in the county was divided among residential, industrial, educational, agricultural, and other categories. One could not simply spy a scenic spot and buy it for a cemetery, or admire a beautiful view and build a private villa. Under the Yuan Heyuan, private home construction was limited to residential land. Purchasing land for a private tomb was absolutely impossible. Residential land in Lingao was, unfortunately, in particularly short supply. Expansion of industry and agriculture on the one hand, an influx of migrants on the other, these pressures combined to intensify the scarcity. To provide more housing and relieve the shortage, the executive committee had tightened approvals for private residential land acquisition, preserving enough space for apartment buildings and dormitories for sale or rent. Of course, those determined to buy land could acquire residential plots from private owners, but natives of Lingao who held private residential land were exceedingly few. The county's original population was under 40,000. Their plots were a minuscule fraction compared with the official and wasteland that the Heyuan had seized. The housing shortage had driven current prices for residential land to extreme heights. Meanwhile, the county's sole construction unit, Lingao General Construction Company, was fully booked. Anyone hoping to buy land and build on their own would find it essentially impossible in Lingao. It was precisely because of this that the Li family's real estate business was booming. In the entire county, the only entity capable of meeting these landlords' requirements and guaranteeing delivery within a year was their property development company. Housing was one matter, easily solved by the Li family's company for a price. But establishing an estate was far more difficult than buying a house. According to the landlord's thinking, the safest investment was to purchase farmland and collect rent. In ancient China, land had always been the most stable store of value, requiring neither expert knowledge nor extensive effort, yet providing reliably steady income. In times of war, one could hide the deed and flee. Once peace returned, any government, no matter what dynasty, would honor the deed, and if tenants had died off, one simply recruited new ones. Thus it was that not only rural landlords thought this way, but urban merchants and court officials too. After making their fortunes, they invariably bought land to collect rent. Even the maritime magnate Zheng family, lords of the sea trade, had purchased vast tracts and become Fujian's largest landowner. The landlords arriving in Lingao naturally had the same idea, but at this orientation, they quickly discovered that this path was blocked. The Heyuan had not legally abolished tenancy. Old tenancy arrangements could continue under prior custom, yet the Heyuan had enacted numerous legal and economic measures to limit and suppress tenancy farming. Following tax reform, the landlord's usual tricks, concealing land to evade taxes, shifting the burden onto tenants, no longer worked. Strict progressive agricultural taxation made the burden on rent-collecting landlords extremely heavy. Most unbearable of all was the Heyuan's draining away of the labor pool. State-run and private-intensive farms, the booming commercial and industrial enterprises, all drew away former tenants. Migrants flowed into Lingao in great numbers, but distribution was entirely in Australian hands. Free migrants had too many employment options and were unwilling to become tenants for landlords. The result was that tenancy landlords found it extremely difficult to retain tenants. The attrition rate was high. All the land in the world was useless without people to work it. Keeping tenants required offering better terms, better profit sharing, better conditions. Land revenues plummeted. And now the Tiandahui had begun deliberately refusing to provide agricultural services to tenancy landlords. The benefits of improved farming techniques were denied to them entirely. In the end, local landlords either sold their land and turned to commerce and industry, or engaged the Tiandahui, Lingao's largest tenant, to farm the land for them. Those who clung to the old tenancy system had dwindled to almost none, especially among small and medium landowners, who had been eliminated virtually without exception. Purchasing farmland here was not especially difficult for the newly arrived landlords. Although developed land was scarce, undeveloped agricultural wasteland was plentiful. The difficulty lay in working the land. Simply recruiting a few tenants would clearly not solve the problem. Li Xiaocang therefore proposed a comprehensive investment solution package. For those who did not seek high returns and did not wish to think too hard, they could purchase farmland or undeveloped agricultural wasteland, then contract the Tiandahui for full management or partial management. Excuse me, Master Li, what does full management mean and what does partial management mean? Someone asked. When Li Xiaocang reached this point, questions arose. The landlords were intensely focused on matters of property. Their survival and development in Lingao hinged upon it. Li Xiaocang explained that under full management, the land was entirely entrusted to the Tiandahui. The landlord had to do nothing at all. When the time came, he simply collected his share per the contract. He need not invest a single coin. Even taxes would be handled by the Tiandahui on his behalf. But in this case, the landlord's share was quite small. Under full management, the Tiandahui first deducted its service fee. Then came the costs of reclaiming wasteland, improving soil and water, purchasing seeds and fertilizer, hiring laborers and agricultural machinery. Every expense involved in farming the land had to be deducted from the harvest before any distribution. What remained for the landlord was roughly 30% of net income. If the land was poor or outright wasteland, requiring substantial initial investment, the landlord might receive nothing at all for the first several years. End of chapter. Chapter 1550, the advertising brochure. In truth, you are not losing out. Consider this, without reliable, capable people is managing land an easy affair. Li Xiaoping continued smoothly. As for the expenses, they are all invested in your own land. Should you decide to sell in the future, the price won't be that of the wasteland or poor soil you bought now. You won't be at a loss. Then what is partial management? Li Xiaoping explained that under partial management, all expenses for farming were borne by the landlord. Whether to improve the water and soil, whether to build irrigation works, such investments were up to the landlord's discretion. Taxes, too, were the landlord's responsibility. The Tiandahui was only responsible for actual production and collected a corresponding service fee, taking no share of the proceeds. If the landlord had substantial capital for independent investment, partial management was clearly the better bargain. But if funds were limited and investment modest, then, even with the Tiandahui's involvement, improvements in production would remain slow. Beyond partial management, there were also a la carte services, pay once, use once. Pest control, mechanized irrigation, mechanized plowing and harvesting. Whatever agricultural needs arose, one could purchase a single-use service. Some still refused to give up, persistently inquiring whether one could buy land and build one's own house, and whether it was really so difficult to recruit tenants. Li Xiaoping explained the relevant policies once more. None of this was actually prohibited by Australian law, it was simply very difficult to accomplish. Even so, quite a few remained skeptical. Li Xiaoping did not swear oaths of honesty. He simply stated that anyone who wished could try for themselves. We Lis are businessmen. As the saying goes, when the deal is done, righteousness remains. If any of you have other ideas, by all means give it a go. If there's anything you don't understand, as long as we know the answer, we'll certainly tell you without reservation. Li Xiaoping then fielded many more questions, covering all aspects of buying houses, establishing estates and daily life in Lingao. His memory was excellent, and he answered virtually every query directly, displaying the nimble decisiveness of a seasoned merchant. Zhu Yifan had not come to buy land or houses. Still, this was his first time attending such a seminar, and he was curious. He wanted to see just what clever strategies the short-hairs used to beguile impoverished commoners and entice landlords alike to throw themselves upon Lingao. Yet after listening to all of this, he concluded that these landlords must have lost their minds to come here. A place where a single misstep meant punishment, where harsh laws rivaled those of the brutal Qin dynasty. Even building a house meant wading through endless petty rules. And the dizzying array of taxes. Everyone said the short-hairs were extravagantly wealthy. Who would have imagined such ruthless exploitation of the people? If even the gentry were treated so shamelessly, the common folk must surely suffer even more cruelly. Yet this contradicted everything he had observed along the way. Puzzled, Zhu Yifan watched the seminar conclude and drifted out of the flower hall with the crowd, returning to his courtyard. That evening, Li Xiaoliu personally delivered several thick volumes. Please take your time browsing, young masters and madams. If anything catches your fancy, make a list, and starting tomorrow we can arrange property viewings. The books were bound in the Australian style. Their covers were fine lambskin, firm and weighty in hand, twice the size of ordinary volumes. Opening one, he found page after page of exquisite thick paper, illustrated with various houses, gardens, and courtyards. Each image was accompanied by a floor plan, annotated with detailed explanations in small characters. Such things were not entirely unknown. Chinese master builders had long produced floor plans and perspective renderings. Common folk had no need of them, but when building for high officials or the emperor, nothing was spared. The Qing Palace archives and the Yangtze Lei repositories contained vast quantities of such drawings, but the illustrations here were unlike anything produced in China. The draftsmanship was foreign, yet the images were exquisite beyond words, rich in color, meticulous in detail. One could only marvel. Zhu Yifan was the son of an official's household and the prized disciple of the White Stone Taoist. He had traveled far and wide, seen much of the world, yet never had he encountered anything so luxurious. Examining several pages closely, he saw they depicted properties built by the Li family Slope Real Estate Company, Li Xiaocang's family business, in a place called Jade Rose Garden. He had never heard of it, but that hardly mattered. He had no intention of purchasing anything. At first glance, aside from slight differences in layout and style from the Great Ming, the houses seemed unremarkable, but as he turned further, his eyes widened. The latter pages were interior renderings, something utterly unknown in 17th-century China. At that time, interior decor was typically described by written, furnishing inventories. Yet what the Australians' renderings depicted was an entirely unfamiliar aesthetic. Expansive glass windows flooded the rooms with light. Bamboo or wood flooring, spotless and orderly. Porcelain floor and wall tiles in myriad colors and patterns, beautiful and gleaming. Grand crystalline glass chandeliers casting a soft glow, and an array of elegant, practical furniture and household items. It overturned Zhu Yifan's every notion of luxury. Had they not already visited the Ximing Pavilion in Guangzhou and seen such things for themselves, he would have dismissed these as sheer fantasy. Wan Lifeng and the others at his side were equally transfixed. The room fell silent. No wonder the landlords flock here like moths to a flame, Wan Lifeng sighed at last. Such extravagance, not even the emperor lives like this. The emperor devotes himself to governance. How would he indulge in such pleasures? Zhu Yifan agreed wholeheartedly. He knew something of the imperial palace. Imperial comforts were indeed beyond ordinary gentry, yet set against these brochures, they almost seemed rustic. He picked up another volume. The first had been the real estate brochure. This one was a household goods catalog. Though the Li family did not itself produce or sell these Australian home products, they were essential complements, and a dedicated catalog could generate additional profit. Though called Australian home products, a considerable portion were in fact imported from Southeast Asia, Europe, Persia, India, Japan, and Korea, a veritable compendium of exotic artifices. Even Zhu Yifan, whose own family was well stocked with foreign curiosities, found himself dazzled. Many of the items were entirely new to him. The contents were simply too enticing. Gradually, everyone in the room gathered around, murmuring with wonder. All felt their horizons expanding. With such pride and extravagance among the short hairs, the gentry and common folk of Hainan must surely be suffering. Zhu Yifan sighed as he closed the book. We must do all in our power to rid the court and the people of this menace. He tossed the brochure aside. The assembled martial artists all expressed their unyielding support for the court and their resolve to fight the short hairs to the end. Yet the catalogues became the evening's sensation, passed from hand to hand, examined and debated. Like children glimpsing a toy advertisement, unable to play with anything, yet content simply to look. That day, Sima Qiudao stepped off the light rail tram arriving from Bapu as usual, ending another day of exhausting work. His task today had been to visit the northern coastal area of Lingao to inspect samples and monitor production progress. The local products company had signed a purchasing contract with fishermen there. After disembarking at Bapu, Sima Qiudao had relied on his own 2 legs, walking nearly the entire day. Leaving the train, his whole body ached. He could barely lift his feet. The short-hair's rice is truly hard to earn. Though still dressed in old-style clothing, traces of Australian or New-Style attire marked his person. Slung across his shoulder was a canvas satchel with the shop's logo embroidered on it. Inside were a notebook, an inkwell, a sample book, blank agreements and contracts, all befitting a purchasing agent. On either side of the bag were pockets. One held a bamboo canteen, the other a lunch box. On his back, he carried a Russian-style backpack stuffed with local product samples collected from around Bapu. Sima Qiudao followed the crowd out of the station and bought the day's edition of the Lingao Times from a newsboy at the entrance. He bought a paper every day. Notes on pacifying the short hairs had advised that reading the newspaper revealed many vital matters. It covered not only short hair activities, but also, should anything go wrong with Zhu Yifan or Huang Zhen and the others, the news would appear in print. Today's paper brought nothing alarming. Sima Qiudao folded it and tucked it into his satchel. During these days, after work, Sima Qiudao had made daily trips to the designated location to check for the safety signal, anxiously awaiting news from Zhu Yifan's party. The night before, at the appointed spot, he had at last seen the long-awaited signal. Zhu Yifan and his party had arrived safely. His heart, suspended for so long, finally settled. For this operation, the various groups had moved separately. Though each knew the general objective, the specifics would be communicated only after everyone had reached Lingao and settled in. Sima Qiudao, though only Huang Zhen's deputy, served as the chief liaison. Therefore, as soon as Huang Zhen and the others had established themselves in Nanbao, Sima Qiudao had immediately left for East Gate Market to lie low and await further orders. Until now, he had received new information through the 7th Lord, via a courtesan or a post office letter, providing not only the latest intelligence from within the short hair administration, but also various conveniences for their work in Lingao. The 7th Lord's assistance had been invaluable in helping them settle in safely, but as for the specific nature of the operation, Sima Qiudao still had no idea. Before departing, they had been told that Zhu Yifan knew, but Sima Qiudao knew this was false. Zhu Yifan, like Huang Zhen, did not know the details of the mission. Yet from the Stone Elder's excessive caution, Sima Qiudao felt a creeping unease. End of chapter. Chapter 1551. The mission. None of those who had come to Lingao knew the specifics of the mission. Clearly, the Stone Elder had no confidence that they could safely infiltrate Lingao. That was precisely why he had firmly refused to reveal the operation's details in advance. According to their agreement, in 3 days they would rendezvous to discuss the next phase of the plan. However, Sima Qiudao had not yet received any new instructions. Zhu Yifan's group had arrived as immigrants. There was nothing suspicious about them exchanging large sums for circulation vouchers, so he had no need to hand over operational funds. Sima Qiudao left the train station and strolled to the 4th postal station in East Gate Market, then walked inside. He went to the rental mailbox section. The local products company maintained a dedicated business mailbox here. All correspondence with commercial partners was handled through it. At the 7th Lord's suggestion, Sima Qiudao had volunteered to pick up the mail each day after joining the company. This gave him a convenient and reliable contact address. Exchanging greetings with the postal staff, Sima Qiudao opened the company's business mailbox. It was stuffed with various letters and circulars. He laid them out on the sorting table, reviewed each one, then placed them in his satchel. Suddenly, one ordinary-looking letter made him pause. Outwardly, it was indistinguishable from the others, another commercial circular, but the sender's address and company name were false. This was the recognition code for a contact message. Back at the shop, he handed the mail to the manager. After work, he went out alone, found a small tavern, and took a private booth. He ordered a pot of fruit wine, a dish of sprouted beans, a plate of salted snails, a few skewers of grilled squid, and a large bowl of Lingao rice noodles. the picture of a bachelor enjoying a cheap night out. The tavern was not crowded tonight and the food arrived quickly. Sima Qiudao cocked his ear to listen. No suspicious sounds outside. Only then did he tear open the letter. Inside were a few thin sheets. The contents seemed innocuous, business talk about local products. Of course, this letter could never be allowed to fall into company hands. The sender's name corresponded to no actual client. Sima Qiudao held the letter to the flame of the gas lamp. From the blank areas, characters gradually emerged. After reading just a few lines, he drew a sharp breath. Damn. This is far too difficult. The letter contained the mission: kidnap 1 or 2 true short hairs, actual transmigrators, and smuggle them back to the mainland. Having spent these past days in Lingao, Sima Qiudao had learned something of local conditions. Kidnap a true short hair. Easy to say, but finding one in the heart of short hair territory was as hard as scaling heaven. It was not that the transmigrators were recluses. Sima Qiudao often saw newspaper reports like, such and such chief attended such and such event. Occasionally, at the local products company, he overheard talk of this or that elder visiting a commerce bureau enterprise. The problem was that Lingao teemed with naturalized citizens. Unlike red-haired foreigners whose foreign features drew attention, transmigrators blended in among them. Moreover, the transmigrators' work and living circles were composed entirely of naturalized citizens. The only natives who could approach them were a handful of early local elites. For someone like Sima Qiudao, just now entering a state enterprise, head still unshaved, he was an outsider. He had virtually no opportunity to come near any transmigrator, let alone carry out a kidnapping. He rarely even caught a glimpse of any chief. And even if one could seize a true short hair, spiriting the captive away was even more unimaginable. Lingao was the short hair's capital, with open and hidden agents everywhere. Just in plain view were police, garrison troops, and National Guard, omnipresent. Their side had neither connections nor inside help here. Approaching a transmigrator was nearly impossible. Kidnapping and escaping with one was simply beyond comprehension. Which idiot dreamed up this scheme? Sima Qiudao cursed inwardly as he held the paper to the lamp flame and set it alight. There was nothing for it but to take things step by step. He calculated silently. Kidnapping a true short hair was nigh impossible. Perhaps capturing a fake short hair cadre would be easier. But even then, the target would need to be a high-ranking official. If they snatched just any four-pockets cadre they passed on the street, and it turned out to be a mere clerk, what good would that do? Here was another difficulty. The Seventh Lord had told him that the fake short-hair cadres were ranked with various titles and grades, but outwardly they all wore the same four-pocket jacket, no official robes, no embroidered insignia squares. On the street, there was no telling who ranked higher. They would need an inside guide. What they lacked now was precisely that inside man. The Seventh Lord could provide valuable intelligence, but still refused to reveal his identity. Alternatively, they could simply assassinate 1 or 2 true short hairs. Sima Qiudao mused. A fierce fight would be inevitable, and few would return alive. Unifying their story would be easy. Just claim that the true short hair had been captured, then killed in transit when intercepted. That left no body to produce. As long as they brought back some authentic transmigrator artifacts, the Stone Elder would have to believe them. And even if he doubted, what could he do? Sima Qiudao had already secured the promise of a high official in the capital. Whether the mission succeeded or failed, if he returned alive, he would be recommended to Huang Chengchu's staff. If so, he should focus his planning on assassination. Huang Zhen would present no problem. As the senior disciple of Mount Hua, he was seasoned enough to grasp the stakes with a single hint. Zhuo Yifan, on the other hand, though Sima Qiudao had limited contact with him, the man was the son of an official household and the disciple of the White Stone Taoist. A young man who had known nothing but success. If he clung stubbornly to notions of loyal service to the realm, he might not be easily fooled. After much deliberation, Sima Qiudao decided to contact Zhuo Yifan first. After all, Zhu Yifan's group was the main force in this operation. Once contact was made, they should act quickly. The less time spent in short-hair territory, the better. Upon receiving Sima Qiudao's coded letter, Zhu Yifan set out that day, following the instructions, to meet Huang Zhen and the others in Nanbao. Nanbao was far less prosperous than Eastgate Market, with little commerce or industry. After leaving the station, the streets seemed almost deserted. Yet for Zhu Yifan, who in recent days had been compelled to accompany the housing tour group all over town and maintain the pretense of head of household, the quiet was a welcome relief. This area was near the Li territories, classic hilly terrain. Though coal mining had damaged some of the original landscape, the mining zones were limited. Most of the land remained scenic. The township's greening efforts were quite good. The sky was overcast, threatening rain. Zhu Yifan, fearing a downpour, quickened his pace. Rounding a bend, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. He looked and saw a young man dressed like a wealthy scion, flanked by several brutish servants, accosting and harassing a fake short-hair woman. The young master held a fine Xiangfei bamboo folding fan, wore a lake blue silk straight robe, a scholar's square cap, white cloth socks and crimson Chengguan cloth shoes. He had the appearance of a scholar, yet there was a certain vulgarity in his eyes. Seeing his prey now surrounded, he smirked with delight, hiding half his face behind the fan, casting what he imagined was a suave and rakish smile, though in truth it was merely lascivious and repulsive. Zhu Yifan recognized him, the White family's young master, nicknamed Refined Bai, a fellow lodger at the same inn. As for the fake short-hair woman, she hardly looked like a respectable lady. She wore a light-colored cross-collared blouse with sleeves that barely reached her elbows, tailored close so that her chest was quite pronounced, and though that was already provocative, her blue skirt was short to an outrageous degree. Not only were her calves fully visible, but one could even see her knees clearly. In her alarm, she stumbled backward. The hem of her skirt rose, revealing glimpses of her thighs. At first, Zhu Yifan had felt nothing but contempt for the lecherous young master harassing a woman, but seeing the fake short-hair girl so indecent, his righteous indignation ebbed. She brought it upon herself. Still, a commoner woman being accosted and molested, surely one ought to step in. Yet he was in a precarious position, unfamiliar with this place. If he intervened and complications arose and his identity were exposed, he hesitated. Suddenly the street erupted with shrill whistle blasts. The onlookers scattered at once. Startled, Zhu Yifan did not understand what was happening. Then he saw a policewoman running toward them, blowing her whistle as she shouted, "What's going on here? Stop!" Seeing that the only responder was a woman, Zhu Yifan worried silently. Whatever drug the short-hairs were taking, they staffed so many public positions with women. Amazonian types would have been one thing, but these were mostly ordinary young girls. This one, still some distance away, seemed quite comely. Women were naturally disadvantaged in strength. Thus, female martial artists tended toward agility and nimbleness, never relying on brute force. Bai Siwen's 3 burly servants might not know martial arts, but they were all powerfully built and had numbers on their side. If she charged in recklessly, she might not prevail. Of course, if Bai Siwen's retainers had any sense, they might simply stop now. But events unfolded differently. With a flick of his fan, Bai Siwen signaled and his 3 servants lunged at the policewoman, while he himself turned and fled. Zhu Yifan stamped his foot in frustration, cursing Bai Siwen's stupidity. Fleeing was understandable, but why send the servants to obstruct her? This would only ensure the dainty policewoman would be hurt, and he did not care about her personally. The short-hairs boasted of governance by law, unlike the easygoing Great Ming. Once things escalated, one could not simply toss out a servant as a scapegoat and smooth things over. If the Bai family lacked solid connections here, the short-hairs would surely investigate and punish severely. And since he and the Bai family shared the same inn, he might well get dragged into it. What happened next, however, defied his expectations. The policewoman had already produced a baton as she ran. In a few swift moves, she had brought down each servant in turn. Zhu Yifan could not identify her martial style. The techniques were simple and practical, vicious in execution, targeting vital points with every strike, no flourish whatsoever. It resembled military combat arts more than anything. End of chapter. Chapter 1552, judging by appearance, suddenly another commotion arose. Several men and women wearing armbands appeared, shoving and dragging along the slippery Bairenfort. His scholar's cap was gone. His crimson shoes were covered in grimy footprints. His lake blue silk robe had been torn in several places. He was bound up every which way, trussed tight as a dumpling, utterly pathetic. The men and women berated him, harassing women and trying to run, off to the station to explain yourself. Bairenfort was still trying to protest. I was only passing by, looking. I don't know these people. But they paid no heed to his excuses. Together with the fallen Bai family servants, they bundled everyone up and hauled them away. In the distance, Bairenfort's voice could still be heard, growing fainter. I was only expressing admiration for the young lady. Admiration. Do you even understand what that means? Not intimate relations. I'm Bairenfort. My ancestors shed blood at Yashan. My father did business with the Great Song. I've bought plenty of Australian goods. You can't treat me like this. Zhu Yifan felt a twinge of worry. Then he recalled what Li Xiaoliu had said. The Shorthair's police never used guilt by association. As long as one answered questions carefully, it should be possible to muddle through. As he was pondering this, he suddenly noticed the policewoman looked familiar. After a moment's thought, it came to him. Wasn't this the very same female officer who had thrashed those arrogant servants at the inn entrance? Why was she in Nanbao too? At the time, he had only noticed her fiery temper. Now, seeing her step forward without a moment's hesitation, there was something quite chivalrous about her. He felt a degree of goodwill he had not felt before. Following the address in the letter, Zhu Yifan made his way slowly. Fortunately, this place was like Eastgate Market, with signposts and street markers everywhere. Following the signs, he quickly found the Huang family medicine shop. This side street was relatively quiet, with few storefronts nearby. The Huang family medicine shop's hanging sign was quite conspicuous. Zhu Yifan strolled over. The shop interior was fitted out in the old style. A wooden counter just inside the door, behind it row upon row of medicine drawers. At the entrance hung a wooden placard reading, "Medical facility licensed by the Sanitation People's Council and the State Police Sanitation Police Bureau," with a line beneath. Grade 1, Class A. Further in, a door curtain marked Consultation Room. Below it hung 3 smaller signs bearing the names Jiao Gongli, Song Shiying, and Zhou Zhangjun, causing Zhu Yifan a moment of surprise. He knew all 3, or at least had met them once. Yet seeing their names displayed as practicing physicians struck him as rather absurd. Especially Zhou Zhangjun. What ailments could she possibly treat? She was more likely to kill the patient. The 2 attendants behind the counter were unfamiliar faces. Seeing him enter, one came to greet him. "What can we get for you, sir?" Zhu Yifan stepped forward and asked, "Do you have Schisandra berries?" The attendant's expression shifted. His voice dropped to a murmur. "Yes, we do. What kind of Schisandra does the gentleman require?" Zhu Yifan declared clearly. "With Schisandra in the mouth, breath is soothed and spirit calmed. I need the kind for steeping in wine." The attendant's face grew even more solemn. In a low voice he said, "We have no Schisandra for wine at present. If sir truly requires it, please proceed to the back office to speak with the proprietor directly." "Very well, lead the way." The back office was behind the counter, accessible through a small, inconspicuous door. Inside, Zhu Yifan found Huang Zhen and Sima Qiudao already waiting. All 3 knew one another. There was no need for greetings or formalities. A brief nod and they sat down. Huang Zhen cleared his throat. "Now that young hero Zhu has arrived." Before he could finish, Zhou Zhangjun's voice drifted in from outside. "You're hopeless. How many times have I told you? The needles must be rinsed clean first, then soaked in distilled spirits. How could you just soak them without washing? What if the short hairs find out?" Huang Zhen and Sima Qiudao knew this was yet another scolding directed at Nan Wanner. Ever since Zhou Zhangzhen had gone and gotten herself a beginner's acupuncturist license, she had hung out her shingle and begun practicing medicine with impunity. Nan Wanner not only had to cook and do laundry, but now had a host of additional shop chores. Shop chores being, in effect, assisting Zhou Zhangzhen. Zhu Yifan frowned slightly. Huang Zhen said, "Pay it no mind. There are many rules in short-hair territory. Violations can be quite troublesome." Sima Qiudao said, "This is still a shop. After all, it's a public space. Shouting short hairs out loud is hardly appropriate." Huang Zhen smiled wryly. Clearly he too had his reservations about Zhou Zhangzhen. Zhu Yifan was about to speak when there came a crash from outside. Something had fallen. Then Zhou Zhangzhen's voice again, berating, "Now you've really come a long way. You've learned to throw things." From the sounds outside, Nan Wanner had burst into tears, sobbing, "I didn't throw it. If you hadn't shoved me, it wouldn't have fallen." Before anyone inside could react, the door curtain was flung aside. In walked a young fake short-hair woman. Long hair tied back with a ribbon, a glittering jeweled flower pinned beside her temple. She wore an apple-green one-piece dress with a crisp white Peter Pan collar. Over the dress was a light blue apron. Zhu Yifan started. How had the attendants been so careless as to let a fake short-hair barge right in? A closer look, and he realized this was Zhou Zhangzhen herself. Barely more than a month had passed since they had parted in Guangzhou. How had the disciple of Abbess Miang transformed into this? She was dressed exactly like one of those shameless fake short-hair girls. If the abbess saw her, she would be apoplectic. Zhou Zhangzhen did not greet anyone. She flopped down in a chair, cheeks flushed with anger. "I can't go on like this anymore. I'm going back." Then she launched into a litany of Nan Wanner's failings, from clumsy and fumbling to insubordinate to lazy, limp, and lacking ambition, on and on for several minutes. From her manner, it seemed she was itching to give her senior marshal sister a good dressing down. Just as she was reaching a crescendo, she noticed Zhu Yifan was also present. Her words caught in her throat. "Young Master Zhu, you're here too." Zhu Yifan nodded and smiled. "I've only just arrived." He looked her up and down. Zhou Zhangzhen's cheeks flushed slightly. She smiled demurely. "I lost my composure just now." "Please forgive me, young Master Zhu," Zhu Yifan said. "Miss Zhou speaks bluntly. Her words may lack gentleness, but they come from sincere good intentions. We all understand that." He shifted tone. "However, we are now deep in the dragon's lair. Everyone here has come with utmost sincerity to repay the court's grace above and to relieve the common people's suffering below. In our daily dealings, we ought to prioritize harmony. If there are any faults or shortcomings, they should be pointed out gently. As they say, haste makes waste. We must not damage our unity. And just now, miss, you used the words short-hair bandits aloud. If someone had overheard, that would have been most unwise." Sima Qiudao nodded to himself. This young Master Zhu has some backbone. A slippery veteran like Huang Zhen would have pretended deafness to this business about Hengshen's internal affairs. Zhu Yifan's words, though gentle, pointed out Zhou Zhangzhen's errors. He wrapped the greater principle around the smaller personal affront, chastising Zhou Zhangzhen while shielding Nan Wanner. It was quite fair, truly words of gold and jade. Whether because of this speech or for some other reason, Zhou Zhangzhen's vigor had deflated. She sat with head bowed, cheeks slightly flushed, the very picture of a bashful young maiden. In a low voice she said, "Young Master Zhu is right. It was I who was too hasty." Huang Zhen cursed inwardly. What words of gold and jade, it's just about looks. He had said the same things himself, and all he had gotten was a roll of her eyes and a cold HMPH. Each of the four harbored their own thoughts. Zhu Yifan said, "Now that Miss Zhou is here, let us discuss the next steps together." Zhou Zhangzhen hastily excused herself. "Today is my scheduled consultation day. If I'm not here and a patient asks for me, it won't look good. Let me go attend to patients first." With that, she rose and withdrew. Proud as she was, she knew her own limitations. The 3 men present were all leaders of the operation. How could she presume to sit in council? To do so would be a grave breach of Hengshen sect etiquette. She was not devoid of social graces. She simply saw no need to waste them on servants like Nan Wanner. Huang Zhen began by summarizing the recent situation. Ever since he had flirted with the female manager, he had remained steadfast and unyielding, never breaching the final line of defense. Yet in daily life, he had been forced to play along with Yu Ziu, which inevitably involved some intimacy. Under Yu Ziu's close guidance, the Huang family medicine shop had opened smoothly. The licensing examinations had gone well. Zhao Gongli and Song Shiying had obtained bone setting and massage licenses. Zhou Zhangzhen had passed the acupuncture examination. Zhou Zhangzhen had performed so impressively that the examiner, knowing she was literate, had even suggested she pursue a Class B diploma, attend the new Lingao intensive course, and obtain a formal traditional Chinese medicine practitioner's license. Thus the three of them now practiced openly here. Business, it had to be said, was quite good. They procured medicines from Runchi Hall, both prepared herbs and patent medicines. But patent medicines were hard to obtain, too popular. So they simply prepared some common medicines themselves. Zhao Gongli and Song Shiying had several proven formulas for treating bruises and fractures. They compounded several pills and plasters. To everyone's surprise, these sold out almost immediately after going on sale. The local economy was dominated by mining. Heavy labor meant many injuries to muscles and bones. Their medicines were in such demand that even naturalized citizens and natives came to buy, as did the Li people. The Huang family medicine shop quickly gained a reputation, and with it, the consultation business flourished. After 1 month in operation, Huang Zhen tallied the accounts. After deducting daily expenses and taxes, the net profit shocked even him. At this rate, they would recoup their investment in less than half a year. Was there any easier money to be made in the world? Lingao was truly prosperous. Medicine shops were famously profitable in the Great Ming, but that profit depended on having enough customers. Impoverished common folk, when ill, could only resign themselves to fate or drink a bit of incense ash. They would not spend money on doctors or medicine. Mount Hua sect had medicine shops among its enterprises, but in recent years, with the people of Shanxi and Shanxi growing ever poorer, those who could afford medicine, the middling and wealthy households, had either been killed, gone bankrupt, or fled to relatively safer larger cities. The medicine shop business had declined year after year. In some places, it could no longer be sustained. End of chapter. Chapter 1553. Lian Nishang Huang Zhen was past his 50th year. He had spent nearly his entire life as a disciple of Mount Hua sect and had managed the sect's enterprises for over 20 years. He knew well that the prosperity or decline of business was the clearest indicator of a realm's rise or fall. If the common people had no spare coins, merchants could not do business. In these past 2 decades, he had watched the world grow worse by the day, business declining steadily. Not only was commerce difficult, but collecting rent from tenanted land had also become nearly impossible. The sect's annual income had shrunk year after year. Yet Mount Hua sect's entire population still needed to eat. The great-granduncles and granduncles who had not yet passed on, some already senile and garrulous. The uncles, the master, the martial uncles, still vigorous. His own generation of disciples, most now middle-aged, many with families to support. Then the disciples' disciples, many of marriageable age and disciples beneath them still. Disciples came and went. Those with family estates naturally returned home once their training was complete. Disciples of humble origin like himself often stayed on to work within the sect after reaching adulthood. Good or bad, at least there was food to eat. For the sect, having many disciples meant greater influence, more hands available when the court or wealthy patrons required services. Disciples from poor backgrounds were quite welcome. Strip away the trappings of martial world and chivalry, and a sect was essentially a business firm. It needed clerks to run, but more people meant greater expenses. Mount Hua sect was large with many disciples. The food bill alone was no small sum. Annual repairs to the various Taoist temples and buildings on the mountain added another burden. As for hosting visitors, social obligations, and gift-giving, those costs were enormous. Mount Hua was a renowned scenic site. High officials and nobles passing through invariably wished to tour the mountain. Naturally, the sect had to receive them, provide food and drink, and send them off with gifts. Though these were locally produced goods from the mountain, they still required labor to gather and process. They were not free. Since taking charge of the sect's enterprises, Huang had understood intimately how difficult it was to keep things going. Every thread had to be stretched. It was a wonder the sect leader and the uncle in charge of finances had managed all these years. This expedition to Lingao, wading into the murky waters of the Australians, was not only a matter of righteousness, but surely involved economic considerations as well. Privately, he felt a pang of regret. Such good business. If only they could invest more capital, bring over a few of the senior uncles and brothers skilled in medicine to practice here, they would make a fortune. But such thoughts could not be voiced aloud. He simply summarized the current state of the medicine shop as not bad, mentioned that operating funds were roughly self-sufficient, and confirmed they had established a firm footing in Nanbao. Manager Huang is truly a financial talent. Sima Qiudao offered a literary flourish. Huang did not understand, but smiled and nodded. The three then discussed the next phase of the plan. Sima Qiudao laid out the contents of the secret letter in full, along with his own assessment. Both Huang and Zhu Yifan agreed his reasoning was sound. Kidnapping a true shorthair was too difficult, and transporting a captive through the Li region was simply not feasible. By comparison, assassinating one or two shorthair officials and then escaping would be far easier, both in execution and in the likelihood of escape. Sima Qiudao suggested that if assassination alone was insufficient, they could also seize a few fake shorthair artisans to supplement. The Stone Elder wanted true shorthairs primarily to learn the inner workings of the shorthair's administration. Fake shorthair artisans who had received true shorthair training would surely know a great deal. In fact, there was another thought he did not voice. Australian goods were renowned for their ingenious craftsmanship. If they could bring back a few skilled artisans, it would be a windfall for the Stone Elder or whatever great personage stood behind him, and might offset some of their failings. He estimated the shorthairs would not care over much about fake shorthairs. The pursuit would not be as urgent as if they had kidnapped a true shorthair. There was a reasonable chance of bringing them safely to the mainland. Everyone agreed with Sima Qiudao's proposal. Zhu Yifan especially felt the pressure. As the lead decision-maker, the safety of more than 30 people, from sect leaders down to ordinary disciples, rested on his shoulders. If the outcome was a bloodbath with barely 1 in 10 survivors, not only would he be unable to account for it, but even the White Stone Taoist would be unable to face the various sects. He asked, "Have our guides through the Li region arrived?" Sima Qiudao said, "Not yet, but it should be within the next few days." "Once they arrive, we must act quickly," Zhu Yifan said. "We should not linger here any longer than necessary. Everyone must be extra cautious." After the meeting, Zhu Yifan took a parcel of medicinal herbs and left the shop. Out on the street there were few pedestrians. The sky was overcast. Dragonflies swarmed everywhere, a sign of impending rain. Zhu Yifan had no umbrella, only a one-wrap-round cloak. He quickened his pace toward the light rail station outside town. He had just left the township when thunder rumbled overhead and dark clouds blotted out the sky. Rain was imminent. Zhu Yifan looked about and spotted a small pavilion by the roadside. "How fortunate," he murmured. This little pavilion was perfect for sheltering from the rain. He stepped inside just as thunder rolled in succession, and the heavens opened in a torrential downpour. The pavilion stood among green trees along the roadside, a rather elegant setting. Its thick thatch roof shed water readily. Inside, not a drop fell. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. On the bench inside the pavilion lay a young woman, none other than the short-hair policewoman he had encountered on the street. She wore the short-hair's black police uniform. Her features could not quite be called exquisite, yet her bright apricot eyes sparkled. Even a single glance stirred the heart. Zhuo Yifan thought, had she been caught out on the street when the rain came, it would have been troublesome indeed. Fortunately, there was this pavilion to rest in. She lay in peaceful slumber, a crabapple dozing in spring, her languor only enhancing her charm. Zhuo Yifan's heart stirred. He quickly averted his gaze. He was a scion of a distinguished family, trained in propriety. He hardly dared look at her directly. Seeing that she slept soundly, he dared not wake her. If she wakes, she might mistake me for some libertine. So he lightened his step and moved toward the pavilion entrance, seating himself cross-legged on the stone railing. Outside, the rain poured down harder. Though his heart pounded, for despite her beauty not matching the fair maidens he had seen in Jiangnan, she possessed a distinct quality. He did not dare turn his head to look again. After sitting for a while, Zhuo Yifan felt a chill creep over him. I am a trained martial artist, and even I feel the cold. How can that young woman endure it? She may catch a chill. Then he thought, a man and woman alone, propriety demands distance. But if I stand by and watch her fall ill from the cold, how can I bear it? Propriety is a minor matter. Let her blame me when she wakes. So he rose, walked softly into the pavilion, removed his cloak and gently draped it over her. Then on tiptoe he withdrew. He had gone only a few steps when he heard her stir behind him. Without turning, he heard her sharp voice. "Insolent rogue, how dare you molest me?" Zhuo Yifan hastened to say, "Please don't take offense, young lady. I only saw the chill pressing in and feared you might catch cold, so I presumed to add a layer to your covering." The young woman suddenly sighed and said, "Turn around, please." Puzzled, Zhuo Yifan turned but still did not dare meet her eyes. The young woman said, "Though Nanbao is remote, it is peaceful enough. And I am a police officer. Any fool who tried to lay a hand on me wouldn't mind a few years of hard labor in the work camp." Zhuo Yifan was taken aback by her frankness, his face flushed. Then he heard her say, "Just now I scolded you to give you a fright. Don't take it to heart." Zhuo Yifan frowned. What kind of person delighted in scolding others as a game? Suddenly she asked, "Hey, what's your name? I haven't introduced myself yet." Zhuo Yifan gave his name. The young woman said, "Let me see your identity card." After examining the card, she said, "My surname is Lian." Outside, the rain was easing. A gust of wind swept in, billowing her cloak graceful and lovely. Suddenly Zhuo Yifan thought of the words rainbow robes and feather garments and blurted out, "If your name were Nishang, would that not be fitting?" Instantly her expression changed. She snapped, "Who are you?" "Speak truthfully." Zhuo Yifan was startled. "I am simply Zhuo Yifan. If Miss Lian dislikes the name, we may laugh it off." "Why such anger?" Her bright eyes glittered like sharp shears as she stared at him. Then, having heard him out, she grew calm. "I've lost my temper again. My name is Lian Nishang. You did not see my credentials, yet you knew my name. I thought you might be one of those bandits the chiefs have been saying infiltrated Lingao. I hear they spent considerable effort gathering intelligence about this place." Zhuo Yifan's heart lurched, but he maintained an air of calm. "I am merely a down-at-heels physician with a smattering of amateur medical skill. I came here to purchase medicinal herbs." Lian Nishang laughed. "Your temporary residence is Eastgate Market, yet you came all the way to Nanbao to buy medicine. How odd. Wouldn't Eastgate Market have more and better medicines?" Zhuo Yifan knew she was suspicious. He quickly said, "I am looking for Yizhai. I've heard this area, being near the Li region, produces the best quality." Lian Nishang nodded. Suddenly she stepped toward him and with a flick of her sleeve, fast as lightning, seized his wrist. Zhuo Yifan was startled. His face reddened. He tried to wrench free. Lian Nishang released him and said, "So this physician has a bit of martial skill." Zhuo Yifan said, "A trifle handed down from my ancestors for self-defense when traveling. It's nothing. But miss, you are not like an ordinary woman. You have some ability." Lian Nishang said, "This was taught by the chiefs. It's called Krav Maga, some kind of foreign martial art. The techniques are quite different from those of the martial masters I saw in the Great Ming. It's very practical. Even the tallest soldiers in the army are no match for me, let alone petty street thugs. The one who taught us was a tall chief surnamed Zhu and some foreign woman, apparently Chief Zhu's lover. She's a decent person, quite skilled, strong as a man, though she has a certain odor. I can't imagine what Chief Zhu sees in her. Zhuo Yifan said, barbarian techniques, what is there to speak of? Lian Nishang's eyes flashed. Why don't you spar with me? No one in Nanbao can fight worth a damn, and even if there were someone, they'd probably be hung up on propriety between men and women and treating a lady gently. The chiefs say that attitude can't be changed overnight. End of chapter. Chapter 1554, Sparring, Part 1. Zhuo Yifan hesitated for a moment, then thought. Since this woman is a police officer, she must know a great deal about the inner workings of the short hairs. If I can charm her into gathering intelligence for us, that would be most convenient. And so he said frankly, then I shall accept your kind offer. Lian Nishang said, I work at the East Gate Market Police Station. I have 2 rest days a month, starting from the 1st and falling on every day with a 4 in the local calendar. Meet me at noon by the north entrance of the cooperative department store. Very well, I shall be there. She's certainly direct, Zhu Yifan thought. That's the local Gregorian calendar, not the Great Ming calendar. Since both were returning to Eastgate Market, they traveled together. Zhuo Yifan was a young man who had known success early, bold yet meticulous by nature. With such a spirited policewoman at his side, he felt no fear at all, if anything, a certain exhilaration. Chatting on the train, he learned a great deal about Lingao and the short hairs from her. Back at the inn, he told Wan Lifeng what had happened. Wan Lifeng said, this could be useful, but we must guard against a trap. We have broken no laws here. The short hairs pride themselves on rule of law, surely they won't arrest people without cause. Zhuo Yifan had absorbed much of Lian Nishang's legal education on the journey. Young master's reasoning is sound, but I still sense some risk, Wan Lifeng said, his old Jianghu veteran's instincts making him ever apprehensive. We are walking a tightrope regardless. We can only take it one step at a time. Just then, a Hengshan disciple came to summon Zhuo Yifan. Abbess Miang wished to inquire about Zhou and Nan's situation. After all, 2 young women, separated from their sect elder's supervision, had been living among several men for an extended period. If anything improper occurred, it would disgrace the sect. Zhuo Yifan naturally dared not describe Zhou Zhangzhen's current appearance to the abbess, lest she fly into a rage and upset the larger plan. He simply reported favorable news and got through the interview. The night passed uneventfully. Over the following days, Zhuo Yifan dealt with Li Xiaoliu and Li Xiaopeng's various sales pitches. To avoid arousing suspicion, he paid a deposit for an off-plan unit at Jade Rose Garden. Then, under the pretext of preparing to move, he had Li Xiaoliu show him around Eastgate Market, familiarizing himself with the local terrain. Meanwhile, the Bai household was in a panic like ants on a hot griddle. After the young master's arrest, the family had no connections whatsoever in this place. Their only recourse was to appeal to Li Xiaopeng, who was stamping his feet in exasperation. A case of harassing women was not too serious. According to the public order law, it merited roughly a whipping and a few days in the pillory. But Bai Siwen was the family's eldest son, the apple of his elders' eyes. How could they stand by and watch him suffer so? Naturally, they expected Li Xiaopeng to smooth things over. In the Great Ming, this would have been no problem. But under the Yuan Laoyuan's jurisdiction, even his grandfather Li Sunqian's personal intervention could not have made this go away. Yet the Bai family was a client. To ignore them entirely would damage his reputation on the mainland. Li Xiaopeng had no choice but to temporize, promising to pull some strings. In their desperation, the Bai family cast their net wide, sending their steward to deliver visiting cards and gifts to every household at the inn, seeking anyone with connections. Zhuo Yifan could only smile ruefully and decline. In the blink of an eye, the 14th arrived. Zhuo Yifan went out alone and took the public horse carriage to the city center. The cooperative department store had its own stop. Alighting, He walked just a few steps to the store's north entrance. Just as he reached the north entrance, he heard the distant chime of bells striking 11 times. The commercial building's clock tower, the latest model crafted by Clock Doctor, now capable of sounding the hour with the correct number of strokes rather than just a single toll. Today he was dressed as a scholar, a square cap, a lake blue silk robe, white-soled black boots, and a Korean folding fan in his hand. He was handsome by nature, a scion of officials and gentry trained in martial arts at Mount Heyuan. Both refined and valiant, he stood on the street with an air rarely seen in these parts. Women of all ages could not help but give him a second glance. Zhuo Yifan was looking about when someone called his name from behind. He turned to see a young woman in a blue short-sleeved dress with white cuffs and collar, a black silk ribbon tied at her breast. Her short hair was pinned back with a long rose-pink clip. She wore white socks and black cloth shoes. Who else but Lian Nishang? Every time he had seen her, she was in the short-hair's black police uniform. Beautiful, yes, but with a certain fierceness about her. Now dressed in this Australian-style outfit, she appeared as lovely as a spring blossom. Zhuo Yifan stood transfixed. "What? Don't recognize me?" Seeing his daze, Lian Nishang lightly nudged his arm. No, it's just that your attire today is a bit unfamiliar." Zhuo Yifan felt somewhat awkward. Walking alongside a woman in this shameless style of dress, if word got out, it would hardly do his own or his sex reputation any good. Still, there was no backing out now. "Why aren't you wearing your uniform today, miss?" "Uniform? You mean the police uniform," Lian Nishang laughed. "Today is my day off. Why would I wear it? Do you only feel at ease seeing me in that?" Zhuo Yifan thought, this woman certainly has a high opinion of herself. He smiled and said, "Does Miss have quite a reputation here?" "I wouldn't say a great reputation, but I'm the household registration officer and also handle public order. I've been involved in quite a few cases, so I suppose I'm somewhat known." Lian Nishang said it matter-of-factly. Since they had agreed to spar, Lian Nishang led him to the gymnasium. Zhuo Yifan did not know what a gymnasium was, but he followed. The county gymnasium stood on the bank of the Wenlin River. It was the height of spring. New green lined the streets, flowering trees bloomed, everywhere one looked seemed a painting. Zhuo Yifan felt his spirits soar. "Truly like the peach blossom spring." Lian Nishang glanced at him. "The doctor hasn't been in Lingao long, has he?" "No," Zhuo Yifan nodded. "Only a bit over a fortnight. No wonder you think this way. Compared to the great Ming, this place really is far better." "Is Miss also from the mainland?" Zhuo Yifan asked deliberately. "Of course. Apart from a few original natives, everyone here came from elsewhere." "I noticed Miss has good skills. You must come from a martial family." Zhuo Yifan probed. From what he had seen of Lian Nishang's movements, she had childhood training. If she had studied martial arts and been taken as a disciple, they would share the kinship of the Jianghu. Using this as a wedge, perhaps he could persuade her to forsake darkness and return to the light. "You have a sharp eye. I did study martial arts when I was young." Lian Nishang nodded absently. "But I've grown rusty. Most of my skills now came from the chiefs." Chatting as they walked, the distance passed quickly, and soon they stood before the gymnasium. This Lingao County gymnasium had only recently been built. The great stadium was certainly imposing, but being open-air, it could not accommodate indoor activities. Director Cheng had proposed a gymnasium, partly to promote mass athletics and various sports, partly to provide an indoor venue for large meetings. And so the gymnasium was officially established. Now that the Heyuan had plenty of steel and manpower, constructing a 1970s standard gymnasium was no great project. Soon, a gymnasium rose beside the Wenlin River. As for beauty, it was nothing remarkable, but in this era it was a rather astonishing structure. Enough, certainly, to give Zhuo Yifan a start. Startled, Lian Nishang smiled, unsurprised. "It truly defies imagination," Zhuo Yifan admitted. "Though by local standards, I suppose it's nothing special." "Exactly. The chief's miracles are beyond counting. This little gymnasium is but a drop in the ocean." Zhuo Yifan bristled inwardly. The short hairs are full of deceptions for naive young women. a proper girl spouting such bombast without even blushing. He noticed large red banners with yellow characters flanking the main entrance. One read, "Develop physical culture, strengthen the people's constitution." The other, "Life never ends, movement never stops." He thought it odd, these lines did not even match in meter or character count. What sort of couplet was this? Lian Nishang led him up the steps and through the entrance. The building was impressively tall, yet the interior was bright. Glass panels had been set into the roof. Zhuo Yifan looked more closely and gasped. The interior was vast and open. No ordinary dwelling, shop, or even temple or Taoist hall was so large. Perhaps only the palaces in the Forbidden City were comparable. In terms of sheer scale, this gymnasium was not entirely beyond Zhu Yifan's experience. But that beneath this roof lay a single uninterrupted space, without a single pillar for support. That was astonishing. Traditional timber-framed buildings were limited in span by the strength of materials. To build large halls required many columns for support. The Forbidden City, the Great Hall of Confucius at Quefu, even the world's largest wooden structure, the Great Buddha Hall of Tadaijai in Japan, all contained rows of pillars. This Lingao County gymnasium used steel truss structures, eliminating the need for interior columns and preserving an unobstructed interior. Well, what I said was no lie. Lian Nishang seemed to know what he had been thinking. She teased him. Zhuo Yifan had no reply. Beneath the roof, the floor was entirely wooden planking, marked with white and yellow lines, and fitted with various equipment he did not recognize. People in short shirts and shorts ran and jumped about or tumbled on apparatus. Two people dressed all in white stood facing each other across a fishnet, each holding a paddle, racing back and forth and whacking a shuttlecock to and fro. They grunted and gasped, drenched in sweat, yet utterly absorbed. Zhuo Yifan observed their frantic exertions and wondered, what on earth are they doing? End of chapter. Chapter 1555, Sparring Part 2. They're playing badminton, Lian Nishang explained. It's a ball game from Australia. Equipment is scarce here, so only a few people can play. Zhuo Yifan observed how the players' eyes followed the shuttlecock, running and leaping about. He thought, this would be excellent for training footwork, quite good for martial practice. Yet the players were dressed all in white, which struck him as peculiar. He had noticed that in Lingao, people often wore white shirts and trousers. Young women wore white socks and some even wore white shoes. If they were in mourning, they did not look like it. He did not know what custom this represented. As he watched, one player scooped the shuttlecock from below and sent it floating gently over the net. The man on the other side lunged but failed to reach it. The shuttlecock dropped to the floor. I won. A delighted cheer came from beyond the net, a young woman's voice. Zhuo Yifan was startled. He had seen the player's short hair and a pair of bare, tanned legs running about, quite conspicuous, and assumed, since a man was on this side, that the other was also male. The man shook his head. Getting old, getting old. He tucked the paddle under his arm, took the towel from around his neck and mopped his brow. The woman ducked under the net, jogged over to a nearby table and fetched a bottle which she handed to the man. The chief isn't old, still young. She also draped a large towel over his shoulders. Seeing those slender, smooth, bronze-tan legs right in front of him, Zhuo Yifan hastily looked away, inwardly cursing. Shameless. Lian Nishang paid no mind. She led him toward a side corridor. But the young woman had sharp eyes and spotted Lian Nishang. She waved and called out, Lian Nishang, Lian Nishang. Lian Nishang stopped and greeted her. Yang Min, what brings you here? The woman grabbed a large towel, wrapped it around herself, and came over. I accompanied the chief to inspect the venue for the school's spring cultural festival. The chief said the floor here was good and wanted to get in a game, so we played a set. Zhuo Yifan noticed she wore a white cotton crewneck jersey, damp with sweat and clinging to her body. She seemed to have nothing on underneath. Her chest was impressively pronounced and still heaving with each breath. His face heated, he dared not look any longer. And who is this young master? Yang Min asked with a mischievous smile as she noticed Zhuo Yifan. His name is Zhuo Yifan. He's a physician. Lian Nishang was unconcerned. He knows a bit of martial arts. I brought him here to spar. He doesn't look like one. It was unclear whether Yang Min meant he didn't look like a physician or didn't look like someone who knows martial arts. Fortunately, her attention was fixed on the chief, and after a few words she hurried back. Only then did Zhu Yifan and Lian Nishang slip away. When he heard her mention chief, Zhu Yifan's heart leapt. Notes on pacifying the short-hairs had said that fake short-hairs addressed true short-hairs as chief. So this man playing badminton with Yang Min was a true short-hair transmigrator. Seek and ye shall find. What luck! To confirm, he asked deliberately, "That gentleman is?" "A classmate of mine from the Arts and Sciences Academy," Lian Nishang said absently. "She's now working as a personal secretary for a chief." "So the man playing just now is an Australian transmigrator?" "I suppose so," Lian Nishang said carelessly. "She was lucky selected by the general office. Almost no one from our year was chosen." Zhu Yifan's pulse quickened. According to notes on pacifying the short-hairs, a personal secretary was essentially a true short-hair's concubine or chamber maid. That meant true short-hairs frequented this place, a major discovery. He could scarcely contain his excitement. He quickly stole several more glances at the true short-hair, who was now lounging about drinking tea, and committed the man's face to memory. Lian Nishang had no inkling of what was running through his mind. She led him down a corridor, took a key from her pocket, and unlocked a door. Inside was a large room with a thick straw mat covering the floor. 2 doors led off from one wall. "Change first, then we'll spar," Zhu Yifan thought. "Why change clothes just to practice?" He said, "I don't need to." "I do." Lian Nishang smiled and disappeared through one of the smaller doors. In no time at all, she emerged again, now dressed in a white shirt and trousers. Zhu Yifan had noticed that everyone in the gymnasium wore white. Though he knew the short-hairs did not treat white as mourning, it still felt unsettling, vaguely inauspicious. Seeing Lian Nishang now in her white sparring outfit, waist cinched with a red sash, he sighed inwardly. What bizarre customs? Lian Nishang asked, "What is it? Don't I look good?" Zhu Yifan realized his expression had given him away. "There was no point in hiding it. It just looks a little strange to me." "I know. Newcomers from the mainland all think we're wearing mourning. I can understand why it makes you uncomfortable," Lian Nishang said, "but in a way, mourning wouldn't be wrong either. Anyone who came from the mainland to Lingao, if they counted seriously, which family wouldn't have years of grief to observe?" Zhu Yifan found her words too extreme. He did not agree. He changed the subject. "Fists and feet or swordplay?" "Let's start with fists and feet. It's been ages since I practiced with a sword," Lian Nishang said. Though Zhu Yifan specialized in swordplay, his unarmed skills were also considerable. After all, once a sword was drawn, it rarely returned without blood. That was fine in the wilds, but in towns and markets, injuring or killing an opponent in a fight, though his sect and family could smooth things over as long as no powerful houses were offended, was always troublesome. So whether with fists or blades, the rule was to leave room and never strike to kill. But the moment they engaged, Zhu Yifan realized her style was utterly unlike anything he had encountered. Her reactions were lightning fast, almost instinctive, no flourishes at all, every move direct and practical. Yet her movements were cunningly clever. She slipped away from each of his attacks and maneuvered with remarkable agility. Her attacks were vicious. Everyone aimed to end the fight in a single blow. Zhu Yifan had initially felt a trace of condescension. After all, she was a woman, and however fine her technique, she would lack strength. He had not expected her to be so unexpectedly swift, entirely unlike any martial art he knew. He grew serious. Once he fought in earnest, the difference between lifelong training and learning on the fly became clear. He was a young master by birth, true, but he had not been coddled in women's quarters. He had trained since childhood. His strength, flexibility, and explosive power far exceeded ordinary people. Before long he had gained the upper hand, pressing Lian Nishang back with a flurry of punches and kicks. Lian Nishang's face reddened. She fought back desperately, trying to reverse her disadvantage. But a woman's strength was limited. As time wore on, she could no longer hold out. A sweeping kick caught her calf. Her stance wavered and she went tumbling. Zhuo Yifan pulled back. He saw Lian Nishang roll the moment she hit the ground, tumbling far away before springing to her feet. Her reactions were quite sharp. "I concede," Zhuo Yifan said, cupping his fists. "You're amazing." Lian Nishang walked over. Her hair was disheveled, her breath somewhat ragged, her chest rising and falling. Her sash had loosened, her collar had come undone, revealing a small patch of wheat-colored skin at her throat. Zhuo Yifan did not dare look. He averted his eyes. "A mere trifle, not worth mentioning." "Don't be modest." Lian Nishang's eyes gleamed. "Your skill is considerable." She tucked in the hem of her shirt. "Do you know swordplay?" "A little. It's been ages since I practiced. Let's try." Lian Nishang opened a nearby cabinet and drew out 2 swords. She tossed one to him. Zhuo Yifan caught it. The weapon was light in his hand. The scabbard was plain wood, nothing special as one might expect for practice swords stored in a gym. But when he drew the blade, his eyes lit up. The steel was excellent, patterned like the finest Japanese katana. A flick of the wrist set it humming, light yet resilient. Examining it closely, he saw the edge was unsharpened. A pity, he thought. Such fine steel, if only it were honed, would make a superb blade. Truly a fine sword. Fine. It's just a practice sword. Lian Nishang was indifferent. Zhuo Yifan glanced inside the cabinet. Besides these rapiers, there were Japanese-style blades of various lengths and some foreign-looking weapons. All for practice, no doubt. Quite a collection. All just training props. Lian Nishang drew her sword. "En garde." This bout was even more one-sided. Zhuo Yifan, having exerted himself in the unarmed fight, was on guard from the outset. He attacked with a flourish of 16 flashing points. In an instant, Lian Nishang was overwhelmed. Before 2 or 3 exchanges, she had been struck several times. Zhuo Yifan quickly stayed his blade. "My apologies, miss. Are you all right?" Even an unsharpened sword hurt when it hit. Lian Nishang rubbed her arm. "I'm fine. Your swordplay is superb. I was fortunate to meet a master in my youth. A bit of childhood training kept up since." Zhuo Yifan sheathed his sword. One must have some skill for self-defense when wandering the Jianghu as a physician. "How is business here?" "I've only just arrived. I'm not sure how to go about it." Zhuo Yifan had already heard from Huang about the licensing process. He betrayed no slip. Lian Nishang put her sword back in the cabinet. Hearing his words, she turned with a laugh. "You really are a good liar." "What do you mean?" "You're no poor physician. What poor physician dresses so finely?" Lian Nishang pointed, smiling at his fan. "That fan alone is worth 4 or 5 taels of silver." End of chapter. Chapter 1556. The cultural festival. Zhuo Yifan started, then quickly regained his composure. He smiled. "Miss has keen eyes, truly befitting one in public service." "HMPH," Lian Nishang said. "What keen eyes? You're obviously lying. What poor physician dresses as finely as you? What poor physician has such accomplished martial skills? Poor writing, rich fighting, as they say. Without 100 ching of good land, your family couldn't have supported such training." Zhuo Yifan knew there was no concealing this. She was in public service. If she wanted to check his background, it would be easy. So he smiled. "To be honest, my family does have a modest estate, but the realm is in turmoil these days. I had no choice but to come to Lingao for refuge." Lian Nishang sneered. "You wealthy landlords are all the same. In times of peace, you squeeze the poor harder than anyone. The moment there's trouble, you're the first to slip away." Zhuo Yifan bristled inwardly. His family had recently written that they were raising a militia and wanted him to recommend some sect brothers as instructors. If the topic were public-spirited service, who but the gentry and landlords contributed money and effort for local defense? What could a bunch of disorganized peasants possibly accomplish? They were plenty eager when it came to eating the rich or rebellion. But he held his tongue and merely said, "As I said, my family's estate is modest at best. Raising a militia to protect the locality is beyond our means. A militia is just another tool to oppress the poor." Lian Nishang's cold smile lingered. Zhuo Yifan flared with anger. What grudge does she hold against the propertied? He turned away briefly to calm himself, then said, "Organizing a militia is the business of gentry and landlords. I wouldn't presume to involve myself. In these troubled times, keeping my own family safe is satisfaction enough." He changed the subject. "Your swordplay is quite good too. You must have trained under a proper master." With formal training came a lineage. They would share the kinship of the martial community. Zhu Yifan sensed that this young woman's radical words likely sprang from a respectable family that had suffered some great misfortune. Left unsupervised, she had fallen into short-hair hands and been corrupted. If he could learn of her masters and old connections, he might, through the bonds of Jianghu fellowship, gradually guide her back to the light. "I did take a master and study for a time," Lian Nishang said absently. "But I was young, I didn't learn much, my family," she broke off. "Why speak of that, where are you staying? I'll wager it's the Xiaocang Inn." Zhu Yifan smiled. "Nothing escapes you, indeed that's where I am." "HMPH, you landlords and moneybags, every one of you who comes to Lingao wins up there, full of dissolute young masters, bah." Perhaps recalling the Bai Siwan affair, she made a chopping gesture. "If I had my way, I'd kill the lot, cleanse the place. Otherwise they'll corrupt the local morals." Truly a wild, seditious creature. Zhu Yifan cursed inwardly. Yet looking at her dainty, pretty face, his heart softened again. "Fair maid, why have you turned to banditry?" He would have to instruct her carefully and lead her back from error. He was planning how to broach the subject when she continued. "Just a few days ago I arrested one, an eldest son of a wealthy family staying at Xiaocang Inn." "So it was you who arrested young Master Bai?" Zhu Yifan feigned surprise, hoping to draw her out. "Young Master Bai? You address such a person as young master? Disgusting." Lian Nishang made an exaggerated retching motion. Harassing women in broad daylight wasn't enough. He had to pick on a student from the Arts and Sciences Academy. Now he'll really suffer. This was the Arts and Sciences Academy again. Zhu Yifan had already heard it mentioned several times. He now knew that both Lian Nishang and the personal secretary from earlier were graduates of this wretched academy. Presumably it was a school for the Shorthair's favored servants. All its students must be people the true Shorthairs trusted and relied upon. "Are you going to intercede for him?" Lian Nishang's bright eyes flashed at him. Zhu Yifan smiled. "Young Master Bai doesn't understand the local rules. As they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans." If he insisted on behaving according to great Ming customs, a bit of hard luck here was inevitable. "Better now than later." "That's more like it," Lian Nishang nodded. "You have some sense after all, not like those who know nothing of others' suffering, only their own clan's comfort." Zhu Yifan had been about to say something about the propriety between men and women, but realized that at this very moment, the two of them sitting together and discussing principles was itself a breach of that propriety. He swallowed his words. "What exactly is this Arts and Sciences Academy?" Lian Nishang gave him a sidelong glance. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious. You've mentioned it several times," Zhu Yifan said. "If it's inconvenient, never mind, forget I asked." "There's nothing secret about it, it's just a school for women. Nothing special," Lian Nishang said. "When I arrived in Lingao, I enrolled there. The young Master Bai who harassed that girl picked on one of my juniors." She glanced at the sunlight through the window. "It's getting late. Let me change. Wait for me a moment." Zhu Yifan thought. This time young Master Bai is truly in for a rough time. The women of the Arts and Sciences Academy are. Lian Nishang changed her clothes and they left the room together. The gymnasium was now bustling with young men and women in blue or black cloth outfits hurrying about. Cardboard boxes littered the floor. At the north end of the hall, a stage had been erected. A few youths were perched on ladders, hanging a red silk banner across the wall. White characters on a red field, read from left to right as was the short-hair custom. 4th Annual Campus Cultural Festival. The characters, though in the vulgar script, were all legible to Zhu Yifan, but strung together they made no sense. Especially Cultural Festival, utterly nonsensical. He asked, "What does this mean?" "Fang Qiati and the Arts and Sciences Academy are jointly hosting a cultural festival. Everyone gets together for fun, performances, singing, and so on." Zhu Yifan understood. Rather like a temple fair or folk procession. No wonder they call it a festival. Exactly, you're a real scholar. Lian Nishang nodded with a smile. It's quite a lively affair. With such a large venue here, everyone can come and watch the performances. Zhu Yifan nodded deeply. This is a golden opportunity, he smiled. It seems I've arrived at a propitious time. Lian Nishang rolled her eyes. Someone with your old-fashioned notions shouldn't bother coming. You'll just complain non-stop about moral degradation and offenses against decency, and scholars trampled underfoot, wringing your hands the whole time. As she spoke, her nose wrinkled in a way that was suddenly very charming. Zhuo Yifan felt his heart flutter. Before he knew it, he said, "Though I haven't been here long, I'm no stick in the mud, at most a bit surprised. Whether you are or you aren't, that's how lingo is." "What does it matter?" Lian Nishang shrugged. "How the gentry and landlords and scholars view the Yuan Heyuan, the chiefs couldn't care less." She broke off mid-sentence and waved at someone in the crowd. A young woman emerged, jogging toward them. She wore a white cross-collared blouse with a red ribbon loosely draped at her neck and a pleated plaid skirt. Zhu Yifan's heart stirred. That skirt is far too short. Yet she was dressed identically to the girl Bai Siwen had harassed. She must be another Arts and Sciences Academy student. "Elder Sister Lian, you're here too." The girl looked at Zhu Yifan, then lowered her voice just enough that he could still hear. "Who's he?" Lian Nishang shot Zhu Yifan a glance. "A young master from the great Ming. He knows some martial arts. I brought him here to spar." Zhu Yifan found the girl's bare legs blindingly bright. He performed a proper bow. "This humble one is Zhu Yifan. How polite and so handsome, definitely from a wealthy family." The girl gave Lian Nishang a meaningful look, then returned a half-curtsy. "I'm Zhu Yame." Lian Nishang introduced her briefly. "She's my colleague, also a police officer." If Zhu Yifan had not already encountered those delicate household registration officers and had Lian Nishang herself before him, he would never have believed such a charming, pretty young woman was in public service. But after so many strange sights in Lingao, he had grown numb. Yet these police officers held high status under the short hairs, nothing like the despised runners of the great Ming. They were the pillars of the state to the Yuan Heyuan. For the pillars of the state to dress so shamelessly, the short hairs truly had singular tastes. Lian Nishang asked, "Why aren't you on duty? Today isn't your day off." Zhu Yame smiled. "Our pleated skirt club is performing at this cultural festival. The chief gave us leave to rehearse. This year's a big event. The Fangqiati Drama Society is debuting a new play." "A new play?" Lian Nishang's interest was piqued. "That's right, just rehearsed, supposed to be very good. Some of our juniors from the Arts and Sciences Academy are also in it." Zhu Yame added, "Several chiefs from the pleated skirt club are very supportive. They've even told us to audition for small parts. You really should try for a leading role. This time students from the Learning Academy are also participating. How could a lead role come to us?" "True, but I doubt they'd care much about that sort of thing." The two chattered on about the performance, leaving Zhu Yifan standing off to the side. He was secretly elated. This so-called cultural festival sounds like a grand affair. Many true short hairs will attend. If we can strike here, we might deal the short hairs a heavy blow. Instantly his mind raced through countless calculations. First things first, I must earn Lian Nishang's trust. Large as this gymnasium was, entry on the day would surely be restricted to those the short hairs trusted. Clearly, Lian Nishang had a favorable impression of him, but his image as a dashing great Ming gentleman still left her somewhat wary. End of chapter. Chapter 1557. The elder's speech. What if I simply shaved my head and posed as a naturalized citizen? The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Even with a shaved head, there was a civilizing period to pass through. He could not wait that long. Still, if he merely shaved privately to disguise himself as a naturalized citizen, it should work. The other day in Nanbao, he had seen Zhou Zhangzhen's attire, identical to Lian Nishang's. Walking on the street, no one would suspect she had only recently arrived from the great Ming. Naturalized citizen clothing was easy to obtain. The clothing shops on the street sold it. As for shaving one's head, there were barbershops too, though he was not sure whether they would shave someone like himself, an unregistered native. That would require inquiry. While his mind calculated, his eyes swept ceaselessly around the gymnasium, noting every entrance and exit. The hall was vast and lofty, 3 or 4 stories from floor to roof where large glass panels were set. Although there were windows in the walls, they were set high and could not be used for entry or exit. The only ways in and out were the main entrance at the front and a smaller door on the side. The other 2 walls were not clearly visible. He could not tell whether they had doors, but judging by the building's size, he guessed there must be. This meant very few points of ingress and egress. The brick walls were nothing like the wooden lattice partitions of ordinary houses, which could be smashed through with brute force and a blade. The skylights and windows were too high, climbing to the roof would be extremely difficult, and descending would require ropes, lest one be dashed to pieces. He began to hesitate. Even if the assassination succeeded, the attackers would have little chance of escape. The only exits were those few doors. If the short hairs blocked them, they could trap the assassins inside. Breaking out through the roof, also impractical. The building was too tall. They would need people stationed on the roof beforehand with ropes to assist. Climbing up and then escaping from above would take considerable time. If the short hairs reacted quickly, they would still be caught. Of course, if they succeeded, Lingao would certainly be thrown into chaos, with heavy short-hair casualties. But then the 30-odd people who had come to Lingao would likely be annihilated. The Central Plains martial world would suffer a crippling blow, and there would be no way to explain their losses upon return. Before departing, the Stone Elder and the various sect leaders had all declared that this was a do-or-die mission. Those sent were prepared to sacrifice themselves, and even total annihilation would be acceptable. But Zhuo Yifan knew that, aside from the Stone Elder, no one truly felt that way. We must not strike inside the gymnasium. His gaze shifted to the open main doors. An ambush at the entrance. Between the front steps and the street lay an open plaza of perhaps 24 zhang, paved with square stones and dotted with flower beds and trees. Any short-hair VIPs entering or leaving the gymnasium would have to pass through this area. Concealed among the crowd of onlookers, he was still plotting when a crisp jingle of bells sounded outside. A 4-wheeled carriage rolled up to the plaza before the steps. The carriage had barely stopped at the foot of the steps when a young soldier wearing a Lingao security armband and a white cross-strap holster with 2 revolvers leapt down from the driver's seat. Nimbly, he opened the carriage door, snapped to attention, and at the very instant the passenger's head appeared in the doorway, his arm shot up in a crisp salute. Zhuo Yifan tensed. A true short-hair has arrived. There was no mistaking such a reception. This had to be a transmigrator. Taking advantage of the moment when all eyes were fixed on the newcomer, he edged backward, making sure he did not stand out too much. Nearly everyone in the gymnasium was a naturalized citizen. His appearance was far too conspicuous. He watched 3 men descend from the carriage. All wore the toggle-button jackets the short hairs favored, though of far finer material than those worn by naturalized citizens, crisp and distinguished. Rather than the drab blues and blacks common elsewhere, theirs were an elegant gray. They wore no ornaments save for a long, slender, silvery clip on each breast pocket, and visible at gestures, a curious glinting object on each wrist, secured by a band, flashing in the sunlight. Following the men was a young woman in a blue dress with a white apron, white cuffs and collar, and a black leather handbag in her hand. This presumably was what they called a personal secretary. Zhuo Yifan had imagined a true short-hair's concubine would be devastatingly beautiful. A single glance told him she was merely passable, tall and graceful, nothing more. The group ascended the steps, chatting as they went. Before they even entered the gymnasium, the interior erupted in commotion. Someone cried, "The chiefs are here." The naturalized citizens who had been working rushed to the entrance in a mass. Zhuo Yifan had not intended to get too close, but swept along by the crowd, he was pushed forward despite himself. Seeing the danger, he quickly slipped toward a corner. The naturalized citizens were in an uproar. Someone began to clap. He did not know who, and the entire crowd burst into excited applause. Zhu Yifan had no idea what this meant, nor whether he should join in. Fortunately, he had already reached the corner. No one was paying him any attention. Soldiers wearing Lingao security armbands maintained order, yet several schoolgirls had already surged forward, each taking one of the true short hairs by the arm, crowding around them. The expressions of pure bliss on their faces suggested they were experiencing the greatest joy on earth. Zhu Yifan marveled inwardly. He had long heard that the short hairs excelled at deceiving hearts and minds. Countless impoverished commoners had been duped. Today, he saw that the rumors were true. The true short hairs merely waved in acknowledgement. Several students rushed up, clasped their hands, and spoke loudly, apparently asking them to say a few words. The lead short hair raised his hand, smiling, and the applause gradually subsided. Only then did he speak in a loud voice. "Comrades, students, our fourth cultural festival is almost upon us. Many of you here experienced the first festival. At that time, our Fangqiati was just starting out. We had no proper building, only a shed of bamboo poles and reed mats. Most of you had only recently arrived in Lingao. You knew all too well what it meant to go hungry and suffer. You were skinny, dark, and ragged. Yet for the first time you could eat your fill, wear clean clothes, and happily perform plays and songs and laugh. Though conditions were crude, you experienced what it meant to live with dignity. And today, the Yuan Leiyuan's factories have smelted more steel and produced more cement. We have this grand gymnasium. And you students, you are far lovelier than before." At this, the surrounding students and naturalized citizens burst into cheerful laughter. The speaker waited for the laughter to subside, then continued. "Though our Lingao, our Hainan island, grows ever more beautiful, Lingao and Hainan are only the tiniest part of all China, and in the world at large, no more than a speck of dust. As students of the Yuan Leiyuan, you must set your sights upon the whole world. Cherish each day, study hard, train hard, master your skills. Now youth is for striving. Later, youth will be for remembering. When in the future you contribute to the Yuan Leiyuan and to the common people in your various posts, today will become your most cherished memory." At the end of his words, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Zhu Yifan saw the students and naturalized citizens around him, men and women alike, enraptured, some with tears in their eyes, clapping until their palms were red. He felt both fear and revulsion. Though he did not understand some of the vocabulary, he grasped the gist. This was no mere rebel band. The rebels he had encountered harbored no notion of setting their sights on the world. Still, from what he had seen today, though the short hairs had bodyguards, their security was not strict. There was no clearing of streets, no order for bystanders to withdraw. If someone in the crowd were willing to sacrifice himself, assassinating one or two of them would have been entirely possible. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Zhu Yifan finally breathed easier. He spotted Lian Nishang nearby, looking around for him, and hurried over. "Where did you run off to? You disappeared in an instant," Lian Nishang complained. "This place is huge. How was I supposed to find you?" "I was pushed along by the crowd. I couldn't help myself," Zhu Yifan said, covering. He noticed tears glistening in Lian Nishang's eyes and felt a stab of contempt. "From her words and deeds, I took her for a remarkable woman. Who would have thought she too has been bewitched to this extent?" He asked, "Those gentlemen just now, they were Australian transmigrators, weren't they?" Lian Nishang nodded. "Indeed. Miss Lian seems quite delighted. Could they be your benefactors?" Lian Nishang nodded again. "In a way, yes, though I do not personally know those chiefs." For a moment, Zhu Yifan could not understand. Fortunately, Lian Nishang continued, "I owe the Yuan Leiyuan a great debt. If not for their rescue long ago, Lian Nishang would have become a pile of bones by now." "I see." Zhu Yifan realized that the true short hairs probably held a life-saving grace over the naturalized citizens here. No wonder they were all so besotted. The short hair's strategy of running charities and relieving refugees on the mainland was truly sinister. The common people were ignorant and knew nothing of great righteousness. They were easily blinded by personal favors. No wonder the short hairs had swept all before them along the coast these past years, winning every battle, conquering so much territory. With such thoughts, Zhu Yifan's mood grew heavier still. Born into an official's household, trained in martial arts since childhood, yet also widely read and traveled, with experience of both marketplaces and officialdom, though young, he was a brilliantly accomplished youth. In all his days in Lingao, he had received a powerful impression. The short hair's strength far exceeded the court's imaginings, and the threat they posed to the great Ming was far greater than that of the eastern barbarians, whose repeated incursions had left the dynasty gasping for breath. End of chapter. Chapter 1558. Additional equipment. Could kidnapping or killing a few true short hairs really serve to weaken them and ultimately bring them to heel? Zhu Yifan began to harbor serious doubts about the purpose of this mission. His eyes followed the three transmigrators, who now strolled through the gymnasium surrounded by guards and secretaries, pointing here and there as they talked. Though the streets had not been cleared, noticeably more unfamiliar naturalized citizens had appeared in the gymnasium, maintaining a certain distance around the transmigrators. Xiaocang, said Wen Daisy, having just delivered his speech. He was still full of a leader's vigor, his mood rather ebullient. This cultural festival of yours is shaping up to be quite a grand affair. Fang Fei nodded. Indeed, as you said, Chief Wen, we're rich now. Since we have the means, why not put on a proper show to demonstrate the superiority of life under the Yuan Heyuan? Though the cultural festival was under the purview of the Education Office, Fang Fei, as director of the Mass Arts Bureau, would never miss such a major event. This was an opportunity to build his track record. As for the Education Office's transmigrators, having a powerful bureau director step up to take charge was a welcome relief. It certainly made resource allocation much easier. Another man present was Zhang Ziqi, principal of Fangqiati. Principal Zhang seemed rather glum. His approach to school management was the county middle school model. He had little enthusiasm for activities like school festivals. In his view, the only thing Fangqiati students should be doing was studying more. Still, he knew this was the 17th century. To ensure the Yuan Heyuan's dynasty never changed color, these future heirs to the Yuan Heyuan's mantle had to be cultivated from childhood with modern ways of thinking and cultural tastes. So he had never opposed these activities, though every time he silently calculated the lost class hours and found ways to make them up in subsequent semesters. Today, for reasons unknown, the executive committee had suddenly taken an interest in the cultural festival. The general office had phoned Fangqiati to inform them that Chief Wen wanted to inspect the preparations. As principal, Zhang Ziqi had no choice but to come and attend. Principal Zhang, your school has performances for this festival. I hear several new plays have been rehearsed. Zhang Ziqi had little interest in the cultural festival and had delegated everything to Yuan Ziguang. Hearing Chief Wen's inquiry, he said, Yuan Ziguang is handling all that. He should be here today. He turned to his secretary. Go find Chief Yuan. As the secretary turned to leave, he added, if there are other chiefs present, invite them over as well. Tell them Chief Wen is here. The secretary hurried off. Before long, she had gathered several transmigrators. When Daisy took one look at the lineup and thought, isn't this just the pleated skirt club crowd? They were probably about to indulge their peculiar tastes under the guise of public duty again. Indulging one's peculiar tastes was, in Wen Daisy's view, perfectly fine. If one couldn't satisfy a few little hobbies, what was the point of coming through the wormhole? They might as well have been Lei Feng. The key was to indulge without provoking the other transmigrators' displeasure. Despite the many members of the Yuan Heyuan with unusual predilections, the string of political correctness was strung tighter here than anywhere else. One aspect of political correctness was frugality. This habit, born of the material and manpower shortages that began on D-Day, had imperceptibly become a collective unconscious compulsion. Clearly, Hu Qingbai's invitation today to take a look and offer some thoughts was in fact a veiled request for resources and support. "Old Yuan, Chief Wen wants to know about the preparations for the new plays you're staging at the festival," Zhang Jixiang said. Among those present was Okamoto Shin, director of the Central Experimental Theater Company, who might have had more authority on artistic performances. But Zhang Jixiang, harboring private motives, ignored him and addressed Yuan Ziguang directly. Yuan Ziguang was flushed and clearly in high spirits. Hearing that Chief Wen wanted a briefing, he spoke up with gusto. "This cultural festival will run 3 days. The first day is Drama Day. We're staging a theatrical adaptation of the puppet troupe's play The Trial. The second day is a short program showcase. Besides the standard items from the propaganda department, there are new pieces as well: skits, living newspaper plays, plus some folk music and opera performances. The final day is a gala and song and dance review. This is the first time both the Pleated Skirt Club and the Eastern Central Experimental Art Troupe are appearing. Everyone's very enthusiastic." Okamoto Shin, deputy director of the Experimental Art Troupe, was not about to let Yuan monopolize the spotlight. He quickly added, "For this festival, our Central Experimental Art Troupe has not only staged the trial, but also assembled a small orchestra to cultivate professional musicians and rehearse several programs." When Daisy nodded with a smile, thinking, "When is the real ask coming?" Yuan Ziguang continued, "We still have some difficulties we can't solve on our own, both our club and the Experimental Art Troupe. We hope the executive committee can help. I've drawn up a list." He produced a sheet of paper from his briefcase. When Daisy took it and glanced over it, "These are all Class 1 controlled items, aren't they? Large speakers, audio cables, microphones, colored light bulbs. Allocating all these to you would be difficult," Yuan Ziguang hastened to say. "We don't need an allocation, just a 3-day loan. This space is so large that without sufficient amplification equipment, performances would be impossible." When Daisy nodded, "If it's just a loan, that's no problem. I'll speak with old Wu when I get back. Submit a formal request as well. As for these nylon stockings," here he looked troubled. The list also requested 32 pairs of nylon stockings, a trivial item in the old world but now scarce to the extreme. Even female transmigrators and certain male transmigrators who had stashed away private reserves now had almost none left. Even stockings with runs or holes were still being worn. Even those too damaged to wear at all had to be turned in to the Planning Commission as strategic reserves, who knew what industrial use might be found for them later. The technology tree for nylon was rather advanced. The Planning Commission's warehouse still held some of these fruits of modern petrochemistry only because of Lando's contribution. Items retrieved from merchant ship A, but the quantity was minuscule. They had been sold to all transmigrators once, limited to 1 pair per person. When Daisy did not know exactly how many pairs remained, but he suspected there were not enough for even 1 per transmigrator. Hence they had been left in the Planning Commission's warehouse, since any distribution would be criticized. They were being saved as future prizes. This request put Wen Daisy in a bind. He knew many transmigrators wanted to buy nylon stockings for their maids, but had been unable to do so. If he granted Yuan Ziguang's request now, he would be criticized to death. He glanced at Fang Fei, who wore a blank face and a sheepish smile. When Daisy knew Fang Fei probably supported the request. After all, the cultural festival was his achievement, and stockings would certainly enhance the performances. "Can't we use locally produced substitutes? We have knitting machines now. We've made socks before." Transmigrators currently wore knitted cotton yarn socks. Apart from being a bit rough, they were serviceable. "We've already tested them. The materials don't work. Cotton yarn, silk, nothing has the elasticity of nylon. The effect just isn't there." Okamoto Shin looked helpless. Since becoming troupe director, he had done little actual artistic work. Logistics had consumed much of his energy. The greatest difficulty was costume fabrics. No matter how much arts enthusiasts might extol the divine craftsmanship of old handwork, in fabrics at least, modern synthetic textiles far surpassed anything ancient in color, pattern, and texture. Nylon stockings were just one example. When making practice wear and costumes for performers, even though the Planning Commission said that any fabrics available in this era, whether from warehouses or markets, could be procured if needed, Okamoto and Liu Fuqing had examined every potentially useful material and still found them wanting. The finest imperial quality silk gauze from Jiangnan, purchased at great expense, still could not match cheap synthetic chiffon when made into a dance skirt. Okamoto Shin recalled reading the memoirs of an old ballerina, recounting how, when the Central Ballet was first founded, everything was in short supply: no stockings, no dance clothes. Cotton and silk substitutes were of poor quality and showed no effect. It was only after Premier Zhou personally approved an import license for fabrics that the problem was solved. Now their situation was even worse. At least back then, imports from Hong Kong were possible. Where could they find such materials now? Unfortunately, Okamoto Shin was a perfectionist. Every time he saw troop members rehearsing in costumes made from substitutes, he felt tormented. Very well. I'll discuss it with old Wu when I get back. You know supplies are limited. You should still plan around what's available. When Daisy pocketed the list and changed the subject. Besides students, who else is invited to watch the performances? Fang Fei said, mainly activists among the naturalized citizens, those who have received commendations from the Heyuan or the Central State Council, and representatives from various industries, enterprises, and administrative departments. We'll also invite some native activists, including important business partners. Because the gymnasium has limited capacity, each person will only receive a ticket for one session. We want as many people as possible to attend. When inviting natives, pay attention to the scheduling of performances, don't frighten them, Wen Daisy said. For example, the Pleated Skirt Club's performances, don't let Liu Dalen and his kind come see those. Naturally, the Pleated Skirt Club's performances are mainly for naturalized citizens. Even when shown to natives, there'll be young people susceptible to new ideas, Yuan Ziguang hastened to say. End of chapter. Chapter 1559. The folk orchestra inside Lingao's county seat, within the arts compound, where the Central Experimental Art Troupe and the Pleated Skirt Club had been quarreling. The atmosphere was electric. Passers-by on the street outside could hear the sounds of instruments and singing even through the high walls. Smartly attired young people in Australian dress came and went constantly from the compound gate, most of them young women. For the upcoming campus cultural festival, a grand occasion for promoting new culture, all the newly established arts organizations under the Heyuan had been rehearsing intensively for the past month. There were only 4 such organizations in all of Lingao, including the amateur ones. First was the all-encompassing Central Experimental Art Troupe, directly under the Propaganda Department, with over a dozen subsidiary company nameplates already prepared. Then came the privately sponsored Pleated Skirt Club. Finally, there were the student amateur arts troupes at the Women's Arts and Sciences Academy and Fangqiati. The 2 school troupes, being amateur, stood somewhat aloof. But the other 2 groups were competing fiercely to distinguish themselves at the festival. Whoever captured more favor in the transmigrators' eyes over the 3-day performance would gain the upper hand in future resource battles. Inside the compound's orchestra rehearsal hall, a practice session was drawing to a close. As the final note sounded, the weary musicians began shifting in their folding chairs, stretching sore muscles. This was the Central Experimental Art Troupe's first performing ensemble, the Central Experimental Folk Orchestra. Though Okamoto Shin had ambitious dreams of mounting light operettas, reality had defeated him. At present, he could not even assemble an orchestra to accompany one. He had no choice but to follow Dong Fengqi's suggestion and start with the folk orchestra, which had a better foundation. Compared to the Western orchestra, which had virtually no instruments or musicians, the traditional Chinese orchestra had both. Most modern Chinese folk instruments already existed in this era, and even those that had not yet appeared or were still in primitive form could easily be reproduced once instrument makers were shown the relevant materials. Procuring instruments was practically effortless. Musicians, on the other hand, were another matter. Talented performers could be recruited from among the refugees, but the playing style of a modern folk orchestra differed from traditional silk and bamboo ensembles. Moreover, the old musicians had learned by oral transmission. Few could even read gongsh notation, let alone grasp music theory or concepts like sections and registers. How was it? This rehearsal went all right, didn't it? Okamoto Shin asked anxiously as Nangong Hao stepped down from the conductor's podium. Nangong Hao was in his mid-30s, wearing a white mandarin collar shirt and faded jeans. His hair was not long, but he had an artistic air about him. As the Heyuan's professional composer and arranger, he was a key creative talent in the troupe, alongside Liu Fuqing, and a figure the Pleated Skirt Club was desperately trying to recruit. After hours of continuous rehearsal, his forehead was slick with sweat. He took the towel offered by a maidservant, wiped his face, and relaxed his brow. Much better than a few days ago. The low-register players still need work, though. They'll need more time to adjust. Traditional Chinese folk instruments were dominated by high and mid-range tones and lacked bass instruments. The modern folk orchestra borrowed from Western configurations, dividing into wind, plucked, percussion, and bowed families, each with high, mid, and low registers. The bass instruments, bass sheng, bass suona, jehu, and so on, were modern inventions. In the Ming Dynasty, not only was there no one who could play them, no one had even seen them. Fortunately, the basic playing techniques were similar to their counterparts. Any musician who had mastered a related instrument could learn these quickly. "That's a relief," Okamoto Shin said, still worried. "When I heard the first ensemble run-through, I nearly lost control of my bladder. I've heard them play together before, and it wasn't this bad." Nangong Hao smiled. "What you heard before was traditional silk and bamboo ensemble playing, single melodic lines with ornamental variations, forming heterophonic polyphony. Now I'm asking them to play their parts from independent scores, and they're accustomed to pentatonic scales, occasionally heptatonic. The tuning system differs from Western music. The modern folk orchestra is based on the Western 12-tone equal temperament. No wonder they struggled." "I had no idea the folk orchestra was so complicated. I thought we could just gather the musicians and run a few rehearsals." "We could do that too." Nangong Hao examined his handwritten score, making a few pencil corrections. "But then it wouldn't be a folk orchestra, just a traditional silk and bamboo ensemble. It certainly wouldn't achieve the effect you want. Besides, what we have now is at best a folk band. We're nowhere near a full orchestra." Including trainees and amateur players, the rehearsal hall held only 30 musicians, a band at most. A proper, fully staffed folk orchestra required at least 60 performers. A journey of 1,000 li begins with a single step. We'll take it slow. Is this level good enough for the cultural festival? That was still Okamoto Shin's chief concern. Not good enough to fool the transmigrators, but it should be fine for naturalized citizens and natives. Nangong Hao said, "Being able to play at all is an achievement. The folk orchestra may be called folk music, but it has a lot of Western elements. Except for the instruments, it's really played according to Western music theory. Overall, it's a hybrid of Chinese and Western music. These purely Chinese-trained musicians find it hard to adapt. Chief, please have some tea." As they spoke, a naturalized citizen woman in her 30s brought over a teacup. She was of modest height and unremarkable appearance. Beneath her dress, a pair of liberated feet were visible, yet her manner and expression exuded a certain allure. "Thanks." Nangong Hao accepted the cup. He did not care for this woman called Liu Yisi. Her pipa, zheng, zio, and dizzy playing were all superb, but she had a constant air of coquetry that made him uncomfortable. She reeked of the demi-monde. He suspected that, Besides having been the head of a theatrical troupe, Liu Yixi had probably once been a courtesan in the imperial pleasure quarters. The problem was that Liu Yixi was the mother of Liu Xiu, one of the orchestra's musicians, and the foster mother of Zhao Jinghen. Several of the troupe's young women were her disciples. They all called her Shifu. In other words, roughly a third of the orchestra's musicians had trained under her. In terms of the number of instruments she could play and her skill level, she was second to none in the troupe, serving almost as a secondary instructor. Moreover, Liu Xiu was a student at the Women's Arts and Sciences Academy, and Zhao Jinghen was Elder Zhu Mingxia's personal secretary. All of this combined to make Liu Yixi rather haughty in front of the orchestra's other naturalized citizen musicians. Seeing that the chief showed her no favor, Liu Yixi felt a twinge of disappointment. She was an old hand at the pleasure quarters, adept at reading faces. When Nangonghao set down his teacup, she quickly retrieved it and withdrew. Nangonghao picked up his baton and tapped the music stand. "All right, let's run through the charm of youth once more. You should all be very familiar with this piece by now. Pay attention to the rhythm. Bring out that youthful, spirited atmosphere." The folk orchestra's musicians could not read staff notation, of course, much less understand Nangonghao's conducting. His gestures were purely to give them a sense of the new performance style. Rehearsal continued for another hour. As the light began to fade, Nangonghao announced the end of the group session. But this only applied to the ensemble. The musicians would continue with individual practice after supper, and several would receive intensive private coaching. As for Nangonghao himself, he had more important work, arranging the music for the festival performances. Conditions here differed from the other timeline. Everything had to be adapted. Wang Qishuo stood up and carefully cleaned his flute before placing it in its dedicated wooden case. After sitting in the folding chair almost all day, his back and waist ached. Being a soldier in the security battalion while also serving as a musician here was exhausting. Though his patrol duties this month had been cut to a third of normal, spending every day cooped up blowing a flute was hardly a pleasant duty. Why did I ever bother showing off my flute playing? Now I have to come here every day for rehearsal. What a waste! He was only a part-time cultural activist, and he had patrol duty tomorrow morning, so he did not need to stay for extra lessons. After returning the flute, he went to the changing room, put on his uniform, stretched luxuriously, and hurried out of the compound. If he caught the light rail now, he could still make it back in time for supper at the mess hall. The meal stipend the orchestra gave him could be saved. Just as he was about to leave, the gatekeeper called out, "Qishuo, you have a letter." "A letter?" Wang Qishuo was surprised. His correspondence address was his barracks, not here. "A soldier delivered it personally. He said to make sure I gave it to you before supper." Wang Qishuo thanked the gatekeeper. The letter bore no stamp, it had been hand-delivered. He tore open the envelope. Inside was a single thin sheet of plum-red paper, an invitation to a family banquet. The host was Huang, and, to celebrate his housewarming, he was hosting a dinner at his new residence tonight. Ever since the end of Operation Engine, Huang An had not only been decorated and promoted, but also selected for a 6-month training course at the General Staff Tactical Class. He was clearly a rising star in the Fubo Army. Naturally, a group of brothers had gathered around him. Although Wang Qishuo had not served in the old security regiment or been among the old comrades at Pinglai, he had fought under Lu Wenyuan's command and had gone on reconnaissance patrols with Huang An. They had been through life and death together. They kept in touch. End of chapter. Chapter 1560, The Gathering Part 1. Wang Qishuo had been busy lately and had not planned to go. But on second thought, why not? Several of Huang An's circle of brothers were now serving in Lingao's military or police. Mingling with them could only be beneficial. So he hurried back to barracks, washed his face, changed into a clean uniform, bought some wine at the military cooperative, picked up sliced roast pork at Eastgate Market, and headed for the new residential district in Bapu. With the conclusion of Operation Engine, wave after wave of migrants from the north had arrived in Lingao, dramatically altering the local population structure. Once the streets had been filled with Cantonese, Fujianese, and Hakka speech. Now, accents from Shandong, Hebei, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang had sharply increased. The babel of dialects forced the migrants to adapt quickly to Mandarin, known here as New Speech. Under Yuan Heyuan rule, if you wanted to get ahead, or even just find work or run a small business, speaking only your local dialect would not do. Thus, all sorts of stilted New Speech emerged, and the Yuan Heyuan vigorously promoted speaking New Speech, making proficiency a criterion for becoming a cadre or enrolling in school. The massive population influx inevitably strained local housing. After leaving quarantine camps, each new wave of arrivals could only sleep in large reception shelters, rows of bamboo huts hastily erected by factories and farms. They resembled the slums of Brazil or India, only neater and cleaner. Even such crude housing could not be claimed entirely. One had only a berth, and sometimes even that had to be shared, sleeping in shifts. Despite the unprecedented housing crunch, there were still rewards for those who had distinguished themselves in Operation Engine. Huang, for instance, had been instrumental in the rescue from the besieged city operation and was granted a housing quota. He had happily taken on a 20-year mortgage and now owned his own place. By any era's standards, the apartment was pitifully small. National apartments designed by the Lingao General Construction Company offered less than 30 square meters of usable space per unit, one room, a living room, a kitchen, and a shared communal toilet on each floor. There was no running water. One had to fetch water from the public well downstairs. Still, this was bliss enough for Huang. Many officers promoted alongside him were still waiting for housing quotas and had no choice but to stay in officers' dormitories. Now, with the population swelling, many new migrant families were eager to marry their daughters off to these officers, only to be stymied by the housing problem. A young couple could hardly live in a dormitory. As for the comrades who had gone through fire and blood with him in Dengzhou, some had died in clashes with the mutineers, some had perished on the long journey south. The survivors who had passed through quarantine were now scattered into new lives. Some had entered factories, some had joined the army, and others had become state police. His cousin Huang had also married after Operation Engine. For a time, due to disciplinary issues, he had been exiled to Jeju Island as a White Horse Squad instructor. Fortunately, the chief still remembered him. Within a year, he was recalled. Recently, he had been notified of assignment to a general staff training course in preparation for promotion, though his advancement had been rougher than most. Many of his security regiment contemporaries had attended this tactical training class several terms ahead of him. Though they were not blood cousin brothers, they were still within the 5 degrees of mourning kinship, and that counted for something. Since Huang had been transferred to the Jeju garrison, the cousins had not had a proper reunion in years. This housewarming was a chance to invite him and his wife, along with other brothers, for a good meal and a chance to catch up. Huang's apartment was in a newly developed complex not far from the restricted area of Gaoshan Ridge, so it was sold only to Fubo Army officers and naturalized citizen cadres in the security services. The compound contained several rows of tube-style apartment buildings laid out in an orderly fashion. Huang's building, Block 1, was reserved for officers. Even a captain would not necessarily receive a unit without distinguished service. His apartment was on the top floor. In his view, the top floor offered the best view. Even the emperor might not live so high. Huang, wearing a brand new uniform, stood beaming at the compound gate, waiting for his brothers to arrive. The first to come were Zhu Si and his wife. Zhu Si was now a soldier in the security battalion and had married Yue, one of the few enlisted men with a wife. As a common soldier, he lived in barracks. Zheng Yue could only stay in her factory dormitory. The two led the life of the cowherd and weaver girl, meeting only when they could book a private room at a military-designated teahouse for some intimacy, very inconvenient. Zheng Yue had by now recovered the spirited air of the little Spitfire she had once been, no longer the dazed, traumatized girl from the refugee camp. After being brought from Jeju Island to Lingao, she had still been somewhat mentally unwell, and was eventually sent to the Jikan Mental Health Clinic under Chief Medical Officer Deng Bajun, where, with careful treatment, she had finally recovered. "Big brother Huang, you look so dashing." Zheng Yue called out the moment she saw Huang, and, before Zhu Si could even open his mouth. No wonder they say fortune brings vigor. Having a new place really makes a difference. Zheng Yue wore a printed cotton dress, colorful yet practical, her hair done up in an Australian-style ponytail secured with a hair clip. She had on woven rattan sandals. Huang An knew her outfit was not cheap. The bright, beautifully patterned fabric was imported from India, far more expensive than plain white or blue cloth. Even the sandals were this year's newest style from the cooperative, and not cheap either. Zhu Si really did dote on his wife. Huang An sighed inwardly. Back then, he had begged Zhu Si to spend the money to buy Yue, even risking disciplinary action. Clearly, Zhu Si cherished her greatly. Huang An knew both he and Zhu Si had bent the rules for personal reasons. Fortunately, the chiefs had not pursued the matter. Steward Liu and Commandant Zhu were good men. "You don't understand," Zhu Si said with a grin, carrying a gift box. "A new place is only the first blessing. Next, Big Brother Huang will be building a nest to attract a phoenix. Before long, we'll be drinking at his wedding." Huang An threw back his head and laughed. Indeed, finding a wife was no longer difficult. The massive influx of migrants had eased the local gender imbalance, and since most migrants arrived penniless, many single women were eager to marry for financial security. Naturalized citizens with steady incomes were their first choice, and officers were especially sought after. As long as a man had a place to live, matchmakers would come calling. Marriage was only a matter of time. So that's how it is. Looks like we'll have a new sister-in-law before long, and once a little boy is born, that'll be 3 blessings at the door. May your words come true. Huang An was in high spirits. Come in, it's up on the 5th floor. The door's open, you go on ahead and have a seat." "No need, we'll keep Big Brother company down here. The others will take a while yet. Liu Lian is playing it safe again, says he doesn't dare leave work early and will come late. And he was the first of us to arrive in Lingao. He's just a blacksmith, hard to see why the chiefs took a shine to him." As they chatted, more guests arrived one after another. They all kept in touch, but the pace of life in Lingao was demanding. No matter the trade, work was heavy, and they seldom had a chance to gather. This housewarming party was a rare grand reunion. Nearly everyone brought a gift. After the greetings and small talk, Huang An handed around cigarettes from several large cartons he had prepared. Almost everyone had arrived, including Wang Qishuo, except for Liu Lian, who had warned he would be late, and Huang Qing and his wife, who had still not appeared. Just as they were growing impatient, Zheng Yue pointed. "There's cousin Huang Qing." In the distance, Huang Qing and his wife Wang Bai'er walked slowly toward them. Wang Bai'er still dressed in the great Ming style, a Ruquin skirt and a traditional bun. Her belly was visibly swollen with pregnancy, making her steps heavy. Her unbound feet still struggled on the hard road, and she had to lean on Huang Qing's arm, taking 3 faltering steps to every stride. Huang Qing carried a large food box. Drawing near, Huang Qing had just called out "brother" when Wang Bai'er freed herself from his arm, curtsied to Huang An and the gathered guests, and said, "10,000 blessings to all you elder brothers." That was her greeting. She had been in Lingao long enough to have recovered her health. The daughter of a grain merchant, she carried herself with natural grace. Though pregnant, her poise was undiminished. Huang An silently admired her. No wonder his cousin had gotten into trouble over her. Huang An laughed. Even after all this time in Lingao, sister-in-law still keeps up the old courtesies. "Brothers, no need to wait for Liu Lian. Let's go up and have a proper feast. No one goes home sober. The group cheered their agreement. They climbed to the 5th floor. Huang An's apartment had only one room plus a living room. A dozen people crowding in was a bit much. But as a bachelor, he usually ate at the barracks mess and had little clutter beyond the essential furniture. Once everyone sat around the table, it did not feel cramped. Wang Bayar, heavy with child and on her unbound feet, struggled to climb the 5 flights. Supported by Huang Xing and Zheng Yue, she finally made it up. Once inside, she lingered behind Huang Xing's back, timidly surveying the apartment. Suddenly she turned and asked Huang An, "Brother Huang, does this room really belong to you?" "Of course, the deed has my name on it." Huang An was bursting with pride. "What's a deed?" Wang Bayar asked blankly. Before Huang An could figure out how to explain property registration, Cao Qing spoke up. "A deed is just a house contract, sister-in-law." Wang Bayar's eyes flickered with a mix of disdain and envy, a complex expression indeed. End of chapter. Chapter 1561, The Gathering Part 2. This apartment was identical to every other Australian-style dwelling she had seen in Lingao. Walls whitewashed, a gas lamp set into the wall, windows of bright glass, and a somewhat more refined floor, bamboo planking. The ceiling was low. The room itself was pitifully tiny. "This place is smaller than the pigsty we had at home." Back when she was the daughter of a small grain-trading household, her family's courtyard had been quite substantial. The thrashing floor in front alone was nearly an mu in size. Each of the 3 north-facing tiled rooms was twice as large as this apartment, and even the side rooms for hired hands were bigger. Her husband was forever boasting about how wealthy the chiefs were, how well they treated the common folk, how everyone lived in peace and plenty, eating and dressing so well. He made it sound like paradise on earth. Yet, looking at this cramped little room, it was nothing to write home about still. Lingao was a peaceful place. No roving soldiers or bandits everywhere, grain was cheap, every meal had rice and often fish or meat. Back in her hometown, even in a good year, a family like hers rarely ate refined grain more than a few times a year, never mind fish and meat. A bit of tofu counted as a treat. To have even this small shelter was not so bad. After all, she and her husband did not even have a place like this. They still slept in dormitories. Who knew when they might have a home of their own? She truly had a bitter fate. Her family destroyed, everything lost, and in the end, married off to a lowly soldier. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Hearing Zheng Yue call her to help set out the dishes, she quickly wiped them away with her sleeve. Huang An invited everyone to sit. The guests set down the food and drink they had brought. Huang An was a bachelor with no one to cook for him, so he had bought 2 roast ducks from Eastgate Market, proper oven-roasted Nanbao ducks from the Commercial Hall restaurant, their skin crisp and dripping with fat. He had also laid in plenty of rice beer and fruit wine. The 2 women did not presume to sit at the table with the men, as female chiefs reputedly did. Instead, they busied themselves in the kitchen preparing the food and drink. "Big brother Huang, this gas stove is so convenient. Just turn the knob, light a match, and whoosh, fire." "That's the chief's ingenuity. This stove is quite clever." Wang Bayar peered cautiously at the stovetop. "There's gas coming out of here. Maybe the chiefs use biogas from fermenting manure." "It's not biogas, it's coal gas." Zheng Yue was better informed. "Biogas is unreliable, sometimes on, sometimes off, not good for cooking." She pulled out a cloth apron, tied it on, rolled up her sleeves, and set to work. The food was ready-made. Apart from slicing cold cuts and arranging platters, everything else just needed reheating. Once everyone was seated, Huang An had them fill their cups to the brim. When all were ready, he raised his cup and said that everyone here was a brother who had been through life and death with him. If not for their support, his own 100-odd jin of flesh might be rotting in Dengzhou City by now. With that, he drained his cup. Everyone sighed and drained their own cups. Drinking done, tongues loosened, the mood grew lively. Reminiscing about hardships past was the surest way to stir camaraderie. Back in the Dengzhou barracks, all I could hope for was one full meal before I died. Who would have thought? Now I eat my fill every day. A shame about brother Zhang. Best rider, finest swordsman, decorated for merit, Steward Liu said he'd rise high. Then he went out scouting and took an arrow from a Liao soldier. Just like that, he was gone. Li the giant, too, poor fellow, healthy as an ox, yet the moment he reached Lingao he fell ill, dead in a few days, never got to enjoy a single day of the good life. Even reaching Lingao doesn't guarantee happiness. Bai Dalu of the Naval Battalion, a cousin of mine, made it here, assigned to the Navy. The Navy's famous for good food. But his very first time at sea, he was helping the engineer tend the boiler, loading coal. The boiler exploded, steam scalded him to death. He was an only son, his whole family died in Dengzhou. We thought bringing him to Lingao would carry on my aunt's family line, and then just like that he was gone. Stories of friends and acquaintances brought sighs all around. Then Xiaocang chuckled. Among all of us here, besides big brother Huang, fourth brother Zhu has the most talent. In the midst of 10,000 soldiers, he managed to pull out his old sweetheart. The table burst into laughter. Zhu Si ducked his head with a sheepish grin. Zheng Yue poked her head out of the kitchen and spat, "Xiaocang, that foul mouth of yours never changes." Zhu Si said, "It was big brother Huang who helped, otherwise I'd never have managed it. In the end, we owe it to the Yuan Heyuan," Huang An said with feeling. "If Steward Liu hadn't sent me to the human market to buy slaves, how would fourth brother have run into his wife? How would I have been able to rescue her? It was SisterinLaw's fate not to die, and your destined union." Zhu Si chuckled, looking every inch the fool blessed by fortune. Zheng Yue brought out a large platter. The 2 roast ducks had been reheated in the oven and sliced into neat pieces, each with skin and meat. Alongside were sweet bean paste, scallion segments, cucumber strips, and thin pancakes, all bought as a set. Having trained as a cook's assistant at the cooperative restaurant, Zheng Yue had passable knife skills. "Eat up, everyone, they're no good cold." She wiped her hands on her apron and went back to the kitchen for more dishes. Huang An watched Zheng Yue chat and laugh, her old Spitfire spirit restored. He raised his cup with a smile. Then, turning his head, he saw his cousin Huang Sheng eating quietly, picking at his food in silence. Huang Sheng's wife also stayed hidden in the kitchen, saying nothing, just working. "Big brother, we're all family here, come, let's have a drink." Huang An could not help going over to urge him. Huang Sheng gave a small sigh and drank with him. "Big brother, why so glum?" "I won't hide it from you, brother. I've just been assigned to the General Staff Tactical Training class. When I got there and looked around, most of my classmates enlisted after I did, and by seniority, I'm one of the oldest in the security regiment. Back at the Chengmai battle, I missed the boat, one step behind, and I've never caught up." He took another swig of his liquor and sighed heavily. Huang An knew his cousin's history all too well. Huang Sheng had missed the second counter-encirclement. He had not taken part in the Summer Awakening either. When merits were tallied, he had lagged far behind his contemporaries. When at last a major operation like Operation Engine came around, his detachment, because they had failed to keep themselves in check, not only missed promotion but were sent to Jeju Island to train the White Horse Squad, missing the subsequent campaign against the Zheng family. On the other hand, every one of them had picked up a wife. In a Lingao where men far outnumbered women, whether this was a blessing or a curse was hard to say. Huang Sheng's wife Wang Bai'er, hearing her husband speak of these things, hid in the kitchen and dared not utter a word. Huang An tried to console him. "Big brother, at least you got yourself a wife, and now she's expecting. Once she gives you a son, that'll beat any promotion. Brother, don't think I'm not grateful to have a wife. But without a promotion, without a housing assignment, I don't know how long I'll have to wait in line to buy a place. We're still stuck in dormitories. I can live with it, but with my wife pregnant, sharing a communal dorm makes people uncomfortable. And what about after the baby is born? We can't keep living in a dormitory." The Huangsheng and Zhu Si couples were in much the same boat, living apart except on holidays. Once Wang Bai'er was pregnant, the dormitory became all the more inconvenient, and she had been bickering with Huang Sheng over it lately. Buying land and building your own house was out of the question in Lingao. Except for a few plots belonging to original natives, Nearly all land was Yuan Laoyuan property. The Planning Commission controlled all zoning and never sold residential land to individuals. Unless a native was willing to sell their plot, the price was beyond Huang Qing's means. Wang Qishuo said, "Can't Big Brother apply for housing? Our security battalion just allocated apartments to officers. Big Brother's seniority goes back to the old security regiment. That's longer than even our longest-serving company commander. We're a field unit. How can we compare with you palace guards? I did apply, but so did plenty of other officers. My seniority is high, but I haven't seen much action. My merit points aren't enough. I'm just waiting in line. According to Little Zion Logistics, my turn won't come until next year at the earliest. Big Brother, you're one of the security regiment's old hands, the very first to follow the chiefs. Surely there's some preferential treatment," Wang Qishuo said between bites of food and wine. "The chiefs don't remember us. The Yuan Laoyuan has grown so vast, with armies to spare. Huang Qing had had too much to drink. His grievances spilled out. He had recently been attending the General Staff training class in preparation for promotion, a good thing in theory. But seeing so many junior men now his equals or even superiors in rank, though he had secured a wife, he could not help feeling a twinge of bitterness. And because of that wife, he had broken regulations and missed out on housing. Wang Bayar, since arriving in Lingao, would occasionally grumble, "My husband did so much for the chiefs, everyone else has a home, why don't we? We're still crammed in with everyone else. And there are no village schools here either," Wang Bayar piped up from the kitchen. She had been silent until now. "How will the child ever get an education? Schooling is easy enough. The chiefs have their own schools. Since Brother Huang is an officer, the child's tuition is free. You can rest easy, sister-in-law." Huang An knew that land in Lingao was expensive and housing tight. He did not dare pick up Huang Qing's thread, so he steered the conversation toward the sister-in-law's concern. But once the lid was off, the brothers Huang An had brought out of Dengzhu voiced their own complaints. End of chapter. Chapter 1562, The Gathering Part 3, Wang Qishuo chimed in from the side. "The chiefs have such a big operation now. With so many things to manage, how could they attend to everything? Take me for example. Lately I've been dragged off to act as a musician playing the flute. Besides standing guard and sentry duty every day, I have to go to rehearsals. I heard it's all in preparation for something called the Cultural Festival. They say the Senate attaches great importance to this event. Many senators have gone to the gymnasium to inspect it, and even Chairman Wen went to check on the work. Who knows why the chiefs are messing with these flashy, useless things? Can you eat them? Can they fight a war? I heard it's all being done by those student kids at Fangqiati, just a bunch of pale-faced schoolboys and little girls. What kind of stuff can they come up with? But the chiefs are particularly partial to them." Triggered by Wang Qishuo's words, someone immediately voiced a complaint. "That's where you don't understand. These children are the chiefs, disciples of the Son of Heaven. They're all going to be high officials in the future. Can mud-legged grunts like us compare to them?" Huang Yang, face flushed from a few cups of wine, was a distant cousin of Huang An beyond 5 degrees of kinship, and also hailed from Dengzhu town. After arriving in Lingao, he joined the National Police and was assigned to Fangqiati Academy as a petition police officer. Because the Senate was in a semi-wartime state and security tasks were heavy, they couldn't rely solely on semi-detached militia, so the National Police introduced the petition police system. The so-called petition police were security personnel dispatched by the police agency or organized by the entities themselves after relevant schools, enterprises, or groups applied to the government police department due to necessity and received permission. They operated within specific areas, and their expenses were borne by the applying department. This was roughly similar to the economic police and security guards of another spacetime. Under the Senate's rule, this police department consisted of formal personnel of the National Police, responsible for recruitment, training, and dispatch, while relevant personnel and duty expenses were borne by the departments utilizing the police. The students of Fangqiati were a rather mysterious existence in Lingao. They rarely went out on the streets, but whenever they appeared in public, they always stood out from the crowd. Regardless of gender, they all wore neat and beautiful uniforms, especially the girls, who were particularly eye-catching. Their style was completely the most fashionable Australian style. You're a policeman at Fangqiati, you've seen a lot. What's that school really like? Huang, about to become a father, was naturally very concerned about schooling for children. Fangqiati School, there's nothing bad to say about it. Inside it's like a garden, even the grass grows neatly, Huang Yang bragged, his mood elevated by the alcohol. Experience was always a main topic at the drinking table. In the early years, if someone came back from abroad, they wouldn't finish until they had described even the toilet seats in Japan. Those buildings, that furniture, even though they are collective dormitories, they are much prettier than your house, Brother Huang. Don't just talk about useless things, tell us the important stuff. Don't rush, let me tell you slowly. Huang Yang took a bite of food. As for the food, clothing, and expenses inside, I won't go into details. Let alone us newcomers who can't compare. Even the old naturalized citizens, I see they are far behind. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat every day, every meal. And there's that fishy-tasting milk to drink. Don't look down on it. Apart from the chiefs in all of Lingao, only they get to drink it. Huang Yang's words caused a small stir of envy at the table. Huang Yang enjoyed this effect very much and continued to boast. Take the clothes for example. If it's not fine cotton cloth, it's imported Western wool and fine linen. There are skirts, jackets, and hats. One set for summer, another for spring and autumn, and there are even cloaks for winter. Zheng Yue brought over a large bowl of piping hot spicy soup and set it down, saying, "What's strange about scholars eating well and dressing well? Even the poor Ziqi scholars of the great Ming have a piece of cold pork to collect." That's true, that's true. I didn't say it wasn't okay," Huang Yang hurriedly said. "Besides, the students at Fangqiati aren't some poor Ziqi. They are hand-taught by the senators, the disciples of the Son of Heaven." Then that's the Senate's Imperial Academy. Someone who knew a little about the Ming Dynasty civil service system showed off. Coming out of the Imperial Academy only gets you a small official post. Huang Sheng, having been a military officer of the court, knew a bit more about the official system. Fangqiati should be considered the Hanlin Academy, disciples of the Son of Heaven. Brother Huang Sheng still knows more, Huang Yang complimented, then acted mysterious again. Besides, do you know who studies together with them? Who? The young masters and misses of the senators. Everyone at the table became interested. Naturally, the chiefs were human too, and had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Having been on the island for a few years, everyone knew that the life secretaries were the chief's chambermaids. But the senators' children were rarely seen by anyone. They almost never appeared in public occasions. Even personnel from the garrison battalion like Wang Qishuo rarely saw the senator's children. Although the garrison battalion undertook a large amount of garrison and internal security tasks, the security for the senators' private lives was the responsibility of the guard company within the garrison battalion, where the soldiers were carefully selected. Soldiers like Wang Qishuo, with a short service period and no family dependents here, would not be selected at all. Come on, tell us quickly. Someone hurriedly filled his cup with wine. Huang Yang tossed his head back, wiped his mouth, and said, "Actually, I don't know much either. There's a special courtyard inside Fangqiati, which is where the junior chiefs study. Children who study well at Fangqiati get selected to accompany them in their studies. Think about it, won't these study companions rise to prominence in the future? If a girl takes this opportunity to catch a junior chief's eye and becomes a concubine, the whole family will enjoy felicity. Brother Huang Sheng, looks like you're going to prosper." Someone started teasing him. Huang Sheng smiled. "Where would I get such fortune?" Someone anxiously asked, "What do the junior chiefs look like?" Huang Yang said, "Nothing special, their spirit and bearing are just like the chiefs. They speak amiably and have great learning. It's just that the senator misses inside, one by one, are blustering and loud, not ladylike at all. I see they aren't young anymore, yet none have husbands, and the chiefs aren't anxious about it. So what if they are anxious? They won't marry you, someone teased. Huang Yang was already drunk, smiling dizzily and shaking his head. I wouldn't dare dream of eating swan meat. Those are the apple of the senator's eyes. I don't even dare to look at them twice. Those little ladies are very alluring, with short skirts and tight clothes, those chests, those legs. The conversation at the wine table finally and uncontrollably slid in that direction. Huang An coughed repeatedly, finally stopping Huang Yang's evaluation of the senator's daughter's figures. Do you know, this cultural festival, the junior chiefs are going to participate too. Those senator misses are even going to dance. I really want to go see. Huang An coughed repeatedly again, and Huang Yang finally stopped mentioning junior chiefs. He started bragging about the students of the women's normal college instead. Compared to the senator misses, their exposure frequency was much higher, especially when talking about these girls' uniforms, how beautiful they were, how exquisitely made. These female students had been a hot topic locally recently because rumors had spread. It was said that these girls were originally bought to be chambermaids for the senators. Later, Chairman Wen was benevolent and specifically instructed the Senate to return their indenture contracts, and even let them study to become officials in the future and so on. Even if they are to become officials in the future, there's no need to be so extravagant. Someone still felt the Senate was a bit excessive. Having had a few cups, the wine went to his head. A Ziqi of the great Ming only gets a few du of rice a month, and an exemption of 2 shi of grain tax. Do these little brats have more learning than Master Ziqi? Being raised with such luxury from childhood, it's not impossible they'll grow up to be useless. Huang An's face changed color. He wasn't clear about the situation at Fangqiati, but he knew those students were the darlings of the senators. Huang Yang's earlier remarks were already greatly inappropriate. Saying things like this now would be bad if the senators found out. Just as he was about to speak, Huang Yang was already shaking his head. You don't know shit. They are learning Australian knowledge. Do you think it's like those sour scholars memorizing useless articles by rote? The trains, the guns and cannons, and the steam clippers. It's all Australian learning, and it's not easy to learn. Last time I was on duty at the school, I saw a dozen kids tinkering according to a book for over a month, and they actually built a small machine that moves by itself. Add water, add coal, and it turns on its own, capable of hulling rice and grinding flour. Even the chief said they were capable. Wang Bayar muttered as she served the dishes. The schools run by the chiefs don't teach the 4 books and 5 classics. Reading there won't get you into the civil service. What's the use of knowing how to build a machine? You'll just be a head craftsman. Civil service, civil service. Reading those damn books just makes you a sour scholar, ending up like your father, unable to even keep a home. Huang Qing said somewhat unhappily. Wang Bayar's face darkened upon hearing this, and she threw off her apron and swayed back into the kitchen. Hearing Wang Bayar's complaints, the others at the table seemed to find a topic and started pouring out their own dissatisfactions. Although since coming to Lingao, their lives were no longer about starving one meal and being full the next, everything feared comparison. Look at that Liu Lianian. When we all rose up together, he was the one scared witless and slinking to the back. Before we could enjoy any fortune, he's the one first served, taking more than his share. Tell me, how could the chiefs fancy someone like him? Someone said indignantly. Exactly. Back when the chiefs wanted to save Master Sun, it was us brothers carrying our heads in our hands and charging forward with Brother Huang. Liu Lianian took advantage of our efforts. Now his food, drink, and expenses are better than us brothers. Sigh. The food here back home, we wouldn't even dare dream of it. Not only are we full every meal, but there's always meat. Tusk. But people die from comparison. Not to mention the old Lingao locals here. Look at the employees buying houses. We wouldn't dare dream of that. Someone else said, queuing. Queuing to eat, queuing to go to the fields, queuing to take a carriage. We endure it all. but even to take a dump we almost have to queue. Brother, tell me, just how much do these chiefs like queuing? This was from someone unaccustomed to the new life. Chapter 1563, The Gathering Part 4. Huang An listened patiently to his brother's complaints without saying a word. Generally speaking, the brothers were not doing very well in Lingao, since most of them had no special skills, apart from those who became soldiers. The rest were laborers or odd-job men. The only one doing decently was Lian. Although Huang An felt the chiefs must have their reasons for this arrangement, the brothers who had gone through life and death with old Huang felt aggrieved. Xiaocang said, "Brother Huang, why don't we all come to be soldiers and serve as your personal guards? We brothers crawled out of the pile of dead bodies with you, Brother Huang. We can be trusted. Being a soldier for the Australians is better than enduring hard labor in the factories." Huang An knew that the chiefs privately tabooed forming cliques the most, so he hurriedly expressed that there was no such thing as personal guards or family retainers in the Australian army. If they really wanted to be soldiers, that was fine. They could just go sign up next time there was recruitment, but where they would be assigned was unknown. He felt Huang Qing's words showed signs of a bad trend, so he decided to take this opportunity to persuade everyone. "Big brother, although you had bad luck and your career was delayed, the chiefs haven't forgotten your contributions. Didn't they recruit you into the training class? If they really forgot, they would have left you to rot in the White Horse Detachment. Old brother, do you still remember Gao Sanlang?" "How could I not remember? He was a sergeant in the security corps back then, also a deserter from North Zhili. I even went to attack Baidu village with him." Huang Qing still had an impression of this semi-fellow villager. "I heard he was wounded during the Great Battle of Chengguan and was discharged. I saw him last month. He's missing an arm and his leg is a bit lame. The chiefs arranged for him to watch the gate at a factory." Huang An poured a cup of wine for Huang Qing. "Big brother, although you aren't doing exceptionally well, at least you are in one piece, became an officer, and now you have a sister-in-law and a son on the way. What does Gao Sanlang have? He'll probably be watching that gate for the rest of his life, and it's hard to say if he can even get a wife. Not to mention the brothers who died in battle. Just in terms of suffering, is yours greater than his?" Huang Qing drank his wine silently, seemingly a bit moved. Huang An continued, "I didn't come from the old security corps, but quite a few from the old security corps died or were crippled. Last time our company went a Qiugang to sweep the tombs, the hillside was full of tombstones, patch after patch. Once a person dies, they only occupy such a small piece of land. Heaven and earth be my witness compared to them. Aren't we doing much better?" Huang Qing nodded. "That's true, can't compare with that." Huang An slapped his thigh. "Exactly." He glanced at everyone again. "Most of us brothers came over from Pinglai. Like Brother Cao said, we crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Think about those commoners who died and our families, relatives, friends, and neighbors trapped in Dengzhou town. Now that we are still alive, have a full meal to eat and a stable place to sleep, people must be grateful and content." These words calmed everyone's anger considerably. Huang An added some more words to comfort everyone. The chief's enterprise was just taking off, and seeing that the great Ming was about to fail, if everyone worked hard and followed them, there would definitely be a day when they could stand out. Just as everyone was chatting nonsense at the wine table, there was a sudden knock at the door. Xiaocang slapped his thigh. "It's that soft egg Lian." Huang An opened the door and saw Lian standing there stiffly, holding a large food box in his left hand and a jar of wine in his right. He wore a naive smile on his face. "Brother Huang, Brother Cao, Brother Zhu 4, sister-in-law." Lian entered the room and greeted everyone inside one by one. Even to Huang Qing and Wang Bayar, whom he didn't know, he imitated the chief's manner and bowed in greeting. "Lian, why do you always chicken out? Truly an old softy." Xiaocang was the first to shout. "Hey, Brother Cao, I didn't want to come late. Work ends this late today. I rushed over as soon as I got off work. Ideally, the road here is flat and wide, that's why I got here so fast." You just forgot your brothers once you got it good. We fought our way out of Dengzhou together, and now you are doing the best. You were the first to arrive in Lingao and became a formal employee. Speak. Did you give some chief benefits? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Brothers all know Lianian never kisses up. Besides, the chiefs don't like bootlickers. Huang An hurriedly smoothed things over. Brother Li, you've wronged me, Lianian. That day on that Korean island, a big group of people were squatting and sitting there. The chief asked who could read and who was originally a craftsman. I thought to myself that my old mother taught me a few words, and my family used to do blacksmithing, so I stood up then. The chief took me to Lingao first, shaved my head, made me a regular employee, and put me to work in the big iron factory. Then you shouldn't have eaten alone. Everyone criticized Lu Lianian all at once. Lu Lianian just sat naively by the table, smiling and not answering. Lianian, drink a mouthful of wine to moisten your throat. A gentle voice sounded by his ear. Oh no, SisterinLaw, thank you. He took the wine cup awkwardly, took a small sip, and quickly put the cup on the table, not daring to look at Zhu Si's fiery eyes. Back in the Dengzhou camp, because Lu Lianian had some craftsmanship, Zheng Yue often had to ask him to do some mending work. Her attitude towards him was better than towards ordinary men, which left quite a suspicious impression on Zhu Si. Everyone clamored that Lu Lianian was late, and according to the chief's rules here, had to be punished with 3 cups of wine. So Lu Lianian was forced to down 3 full cups of jackfruit shochu. Zhu Ziliang bragged that this was jackfruit brandy. Once the wine hit his stomach, Lu Lianian boldly said, Brother Huang, it's not that I wanted to be late. I'm busy from the moment I open my eyes until I close them. Except for eating and resting at noon and evening, I have no leisure time. Saying this, Lu Lianian seemed to relax. He took the chopsticks Wang Bayar handed him, picked up a slice of roast duck, chewed it for a while and continued. And the chiefs are strict. They hate lateness and leaving early the most. Being late by half an incense stick's time means a deduction in wages. Everyone knows I have a large family to feed. If I get punished, my family has to go hungry for a meal. Smacking his lips, he picked up a slice of sausage and chewed on it. Everyone knew he was telling the truth, so their desire to tease him faded. After drinking wine, Lu Lianian became more talkative. They say the big iron factory has good benefits and high wages, but you need to be alive to spend the money. In that factory, people die every month and the deaths are truly bizarre, of all kinds. Yesterday old Chu, a charger over at our side, clutched his chest and squatted down while pushing a cart on the road. When people saw him and went to pull him up, he was already dead. Usually he was as strong as an ox, full of energy. If not for my family, I would maintain not want to do it anymore. He held his wine cup. To say working happily, it was still better back in the Pinglai camp doing blacksmithing. Although it was busy, it was never this tense. Work for a while, rest for a few days. When there was no work, no one cared if I lay at home sleeping. Cao Qing said, knock it off. You make it sound so idyllic now. Have you forgotten how you were driven by the officials to make cannons on an empty stomach and almost fainted into the furnace from hunger? Haven't forgotten, Lu Lianian hurriedly said. If only the great Ming could produce a few decent officials to govern properly, everyone having food to eat, serving peacefully, how good that would be. These words resonated with everyone yet again. Indeed, who wants to leave their native land? The weather here is especially hot and humid. I feel a bit unaccustomed to it. I see the emperor can be considered sage-like. As soon as he ascended the throne, he arrested the great traitor Wei Zhongxian. But the officials below are too disgraceful. They don't treat us soldiers as humans. What the hell does it matter to you if Wei Zhongxian is a great traitor or not? Wei Zhongxian was killed, but aren't we still the same suffering grunt soldiers? The military lords are still military lords, owing pay just the same. What benefit it is to you? That's why they say the great Ming is finished, Huang An said. We common folks just want to be full and warm, have a stable place to sleep, marry a wife, and have a baby. But in Emperor Zhu's world, even this can't be achieved. Huang nodded. Brother, your words make sense. Otherwise, why would I stop being a perfectly good military officer and run to Lingao? It was out of no choice. Wang Qishuo asked curiously. Brother Huang was a military officer of the court. Tell us quickly. Huang was a little proud. Among the people here, he had held the highest rank in the Great Ming. When he killed someone and fled, he was already a squad leader Bazang. Although a minor military officer, he was at least someone who could lead a few personal guards into battle and wear armor on a war horse. However, he shook his head and said, a tiny squad leader, what kind of official is that? Couldn't even get paid and ended up killing someone by mistake, he sighed. Selling one's life to the court is truly not worth it. No matter how unworthy, he was still a court official. What does he count as now? Wearing a cloth jacket of 2.5 feet. Wang Bayar muttered in the kitchen. Huang Qing's face instantly turned livid and he cursed. Starve you to death, you thief woman. Had a few full meals and you forgot your own name. What nonsense are you chewing? With his scolding, the kitchen instantly fell silent. After a moment, someone was heard sobbing quietly, and Zhang Yue whispered words of comfort. The atmosphere at the wine table cooled down somewhat. Huang An patted Huang Qing's shoulder meaningfully. Old brother, sister-in-law's thinking. Huang Qing smiled bitterly and nodded, took out a cigarette and lit it, inhaled deeply, and only after a good while did he whisper, brother, marrying a wife is something you have to be cautious about. Look at me now. He sighed heavily. Forget it. She is a proper maiden. Although she didn't follow me sincerely, she's about to be the mother of my child anyway. Us men should just be more tolerant. As the saying goes, a virtuous wife brings less trouble to the husband. Sister-in-law having no filter like this, be careful that trouble issues from the mouth. Huang An also lowered his voice and said, here we are all our own brothers, but outside, who knows? End of this chapter. Chapter 1564, Special Mission. Huang Qing nodded and said, I know, she is pregnant now. Once she's done nursing the child, I'll give her a few good whippings on her bare bottom, and she'll naturally learn to behave. Huang An said no more, feeling that his cousin was reasonably sensible. He had a vague feeling that the chiefs had eyes and ears in the army, but he never dared to voice this thought casually to anyone. Over there, Wang Qishuo had already started making noise. What are you two big brothers whispering about? Come on, drink. The group continued to drink and guess fingers until 9 o'clock in the evening before dispersing. If it weren't for work the next day, no one would have dared to go back too late. This drinking session would likely have lasted until midnight. Everyone was half drunk. Seeing that Huang Qing was already too drunk and had a pregnant woman with him, Huang An was afraid something might go wrong, so he went to the street himself to call 2 rickshaws to send the 2 of them back separately. He also wanted to call one for Zhu Si and his wife, but they said there was no need and they could go back by themselves. As for the others, some went back on their own and some were too drunk to move, so they simply slept on the floor at Huang An's house. Seeing Wang Qishuo was also unsteady, holding onto the wall as he slowly made his way out, Huang An hurriedly asked, Brother Wang, are you okay? If you're drunk, just rest here at your brother's place for the night. It's nothing. Wang Qishuo's tongue was a bit thick, but he looked reasonably sober. Brother has to go to rehearsal tomorrow. It'll be too late to enter the city if I stay here overnight. Besides, the chiefs are very clean and picky. I have to go back to wash and change clothes. Can you make it back by yourself? No problem, the last bus hasn't left yet. Huang An was worried, so he personally escorted him to the public carriage station and watched him get on the bus. He only returned after watching the carriage leave the station. Wang Qishuo got off outside the garrison battalion dormitory area and stumbled all the way into the dormitory. Because he was participating in rehearsals, he had a camp pass, which not only allowed him to enter and exit the barracks at any time but also exempted him from the camp's curfew. At this moment, lights out had already been blown. The camp area was pitch black except for the duty room and street lamps. Wang Qishuo groped his way to the dormitory door and pushed it open. He lived in the NCO dormitory, which had 4 bunk beds. At the moment, the beds were all empty. Recently, due to the cultural festival, the garrison battalion had been dispatched in large numbers for scattered duties. Except for the Mobile Riot Squad, manpower was particularly tight, and almost everyone was out at various duty points. He was the only one living in the entire dormitory room. Wang Qishuo returned to the dormitory and didn't light the gas lamp. Lights out had already passed. Turning on the electric light would be too conspicuous. He slowly took off his clothes and climbed onto the bed. However, he didn't immediately start snoring. Despite how lively he was when drinking and urging others to drink, he actually hadn't drunk much, and his eyes were burning bright at this moment. So the special mission is this, he thought to himself. Combining what he heard from Huang Yang at the wine table today, he remembered the company commander mentioned a few days ago that there was a special mission recently, and the guard company was short-handed and needed to draft capable personnel from various companies to temporarily restrain them, asking him to recommend specific candidates. Wang Qishuo estimated that this special mission couldn't simply be security duty for the cultural festival. The guard company didn't do those things. They were responsible for the direct protection of senators and important naturalized cadres. If it were just senators going to the cultural festival site, the guard company's existing strength would be enough. Escorting and protecting senators when they went out was their routine task, and there was absolutely no need to draft troops from other companies to reinforce them. So, this special mission could only be to protect the senators' children at the cultural festival. Junior chiefs. Interesting. Wang Qishuo silently looked at the ceiling painted snow white, recalling seeing life secretaries carrying children out a few times while on duty outside the senator residential area. But those children were very young, the oldest being only 3 or 4 years old. The junior chiefs Huang Yang spoke of were obviously not the small children born to these life secretaries. They must be the little senators who came here on the big iron ship with the senators. He had heard soldiers in the company chatting about it. Indeed, there were 7 or 8 such little senators studying at Fangqiati. Early the next morning, according to the duty roster, he should have gone to duty at the new administrative district in the county seat, but the company commander called him over. Qishuo, who does your platoon intend to recommend for the guard company? I'm about to submit the list. Wang Qishuo answered without thinking, I'll go. You, the company commander hesitated, aren't you participating in the performance? The performance is only on the first day. I can be on duty on other days. Wang Qishuo said crisply, the platoon is already overloaded with duty short of hands. Anyhow, it's only 2 days in total. I'll just substitute. All right then, I'll report it up. After Zhuo Yifan and Lian Nishang's first date, he discussed with Wan Lifeng, Abbess Miang and the others, feeling they could utilize the opportunity of the cultural festival held by the bandits to attack the true bandits. As for whether to kill or capture them alive, it would depend on the situation. Wan Lifeng suggested they could devise a way to use Lian Nishang to infiltrate the gymnasium. Persuading her seems very difficult, Zhu Yifan said with some regret. This woman has fallen deep into the demonic path. Without time, we simply cannot persuade her to abandon the dark and turn to the light. We may not need to persuade the girl, Wan Lifeng said. Just find a reason to trick her into believing us. Sha Guangshan also said, even if we can't trick her, it won't be hard to subdue her and coerce her to lead the way. Since she is a public servant of the bandit, it must be convenient for her to enter and exit the surroundings. Zhuo Yifan frowned slightly, but seeing everyone agreed, it was inconvenient to object, so he nodded. He added, I think it's very difficult for ordinary commoners to get close to the true bandits. Only false bandits can. We need a few people to dress up as true bandits so it will be easier to act when the time comes. Wan Lifeng said, that doesn't matter. It's just shaving heads and changing clothes. A great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. To fight the bandit, we have no problem with it. Zhuo Yifan said, for this matter, we still need Abbess Miang's nod. From his observations at the gymnasium today, the true bandits' guards were more vigilant against men, but arguably quite lax towards female false bandit students. If disciples of Hengxian disguised themselves as false bandit female students to approach the true bandits, the chance of success would be great. Abbess Miang naturally agreed and specifically recommended her favorite disciple, Zhou Zhangjun, to undertake this task. It's just that the attire of these true bandit female students is somewhat offensive to decency, Zhu Yifan said cautiously. But this is also for the sake of the great Ming's rivers and mountains, for peace under heaven. Abbess Miang's face fluctuated between dark and light for a while before she finally said, "Let it be. It's all for the common people of the world. Thank you, Abbess, for understanding the greater good. However, this matter is grave. Zhangjun is a bit too young. I think it's better to let Wanner handle it. She is older and more steady." "That works too." Zhuo Yifan secretly found it funny, thinking, if you saw Zhou Zhangjun's appearance now, I wonder what you would think. Anyway, as long as she nodded. During the uprising, let her provide support. Otherwise, if she saw it, well, when the chaotic battle starts, who knows how many will escape alive? Probably no one will care about things like offensiveness to decency then. Zhuo Yifan then selected the 4 youngest from the Hengxian disciples in the inn, and had them change into false bandit disguises. There were quite a few local native women who changed into Australian attire without purification, so this wasn't rare. Moreover, Zhuo Yifan and the others had exchanged a large amount of circulation coupons, making it easy to buy anything. None of them understood how to dress in Australian attire, so Zhuo Yifan specially sent someone to Nanbao to make an appointment with Zhou Zhangjun, asking her to take her senior and junior sisters to East Gate Market to shop and change clothes. As for Wan Lifeng and the others, they also prepared to shave their heads and change clothes when the time came, blending into the crowd to wait for an opportunity. As for Zhu Yifan himself, the cultural festival was close at hand. He was anxious to finalize the action plan with 7th Master, so he sent a letter with a secret code to Sima Qiudao's mailbox, asking Sima Qiudao to contact 7th Master immediately. The weather today was a bit terrible, dragging Lin Ziqi's mood into a low pressure as well. On the desk lay a test paper neatly, still smelling of ink, a math pop quiz, boring as always. The desk was as big as a small office desk, made according to ergonomic principles, with suitable height and a tilted top. It was also equipped with a desktop bookshelf, a small locker, and a small drawer for stationery. These holy ship brand desks and chairs, specially supplied by the wood processing factory for the Learning Institute, were not only made of exquisite materials, fine hardwood, either redwood or rosewood, but the workmanship was also incredibly exquisite. It was said that just the pig blood lacquer with fine linen cloth was applied 7 or 8 times, shiny enough to reflect a person's shadow, and hard enough that even carving with a pencil knife wouldn't leave a mark. Lin Ziqi wasn't that bored. Her best friend Zhang Yunmi told her this. She wasn't surprised at all. She was used to it. The classrooms of the Learning Institute revealed an indescribable luxury everywhere, a luxury difficult to describe in words. For example, these ridiculously large hardwood desks, the teak flooring underfoot. For another example, every desk had a lamp, ceiling fans on the roof, a screen hanging above the blackboard, and a projector suspended at the back of the classroom. Nowadays, even the offices of the Executive Committee and the Senate couldn't be equipped so completely. The weather was bad. Pale light fell from the skylights on the roof into the light well in the center of the classroom, casting soft light onto the dozen or so desks around. The classroom was ingeniously designed to ensure sufficient light, without making the people inside feel glared or unable to see the writing on the blackboard clearly. Lin Ziqi's pencil wrote the answers on the paper stroke by stroke casually. The pencils brought from another spacetime had been used up even with extenders attached. Now she was using special products from Teibai Stationery Factory. The quality was honestly not flattering. It could only be said to be barely usable. The test was hard to a perverted degree. Although Lin Ziqi was only 17, She was learning advanced mathematics from university science and engineering textbooks. However, for Lin Ziqi, who had almost daily one-on-one tutoring for 5 years, it was not beyond her ability. There were plenty of science and engineering male otaku in the Senate. Advanced math was just a daily meal for them. End of this chapter. Chapter 1565. The underage Senator Lin Ziqi, as she began to struggle with a certain probability problem, she subconsciously looked up seeking help. Every time she looked up and saw the classroom, she would feel a wave of loss and bewilderment. This was the 17th century. She looked around listlessly. Everyone was taking a test, but the content of the tests varied. There were no classmates from her elementary school grade in the classroom. There were only those students known as little senators. Their ages ranged widely. The youngest was born the year before D-Day, turning 6 this year, and having just moved up from the Learning Institute's kindergarten. The oldest were her and Zhang Yunmi's group, not yet 18. Consequently, the teaching materials used were also diverse. The initial class of the Learning Institute, opened specifically for the children of senators, adopted a multi-grade education system. Moreover, based on each person's ability and learning interests, an individualized instruction model was used. Thus, her exam paper was unique. Zhang Yunmi, who was about her age and also her best friend, was currently gritting her teeth over a German test paper. The homeroom teacher, an old lady known as Principal Kayan, sat upright behind the lectern. Her hair, already a bit gray, was combed as meticulously as Jiang Qing's, and she wore black-rimmed glasses. Her expression was so stern that the few elementary students didn't dare to breathe loudly when they saw her. As for why the post-90s Lin Ziqi knew about Jiang Qing, it was entirely due to the influence of her father, a member of the Key Politics Bureau. Suddenly, a sound came to her ears. She glanced out the window listlessly. While lamenting that the window seat was indeed a suitable place for wool gathering, she also saw a group of boys from the selection group playing football. Rugby football. No, in this world, it was called Australian rules football. Right, this world, the Chengguan reign of the Ming Dynasty. Exactly which year it was she, a post-90s girl who always lived in her own world, didn't know. She only knew this year was 1634. Even when her dad took her on the ship back then, apart from knowing she was going to a strange place and would never return, she had no cognition of the historic moment of crossing. It wasn't until after the crossing that she suddenly realized. Crossing. This term was not strange at all to post-90s generation. It even carried colors of romance and happiness. What was crossing? Crossing meant that whether you were an ordinary person or a genius, once you crossed, women became enchanting figures loved by all, and men became hegemons who changed the world, or at the very least, characters who could alarm the emperor just by farming. But after personally experiencing the crossing, Ziqi realized that ancient times were not full of handsome guys running around and beauties everywhere as described in novels. Cities weren't just inns and shops where copying a poem could make you famous worldwide, or a small idea could earn millions of taels of silver. This world was not only poor and backward, but also full of dangers everywhere. Counterattacks by natives, threats of various infectious diseases, harsh environments. The biggest difficulty was the maladjustment to material life. During that difficult period of initial establishment, she almost collapsed. When sleepy, she wanted a Simmons mattress. When hungry, she wanted KFC. When thirsty, she wanted soda. When tired, she wanted to stay in a building. When bored, she wanted to play on the computer. When hot, she wanted air conditioning. When the mood struck, she wanted to stroll through the walking street and visit manga shops. But the reality was, let alone Simmons, KFC, and soda, even the basic toilet was a squat toilet she was super unaccustomed to. If outside Bairen City the concept of a toilet didn't even exist, fortunately the pampered post-90s Lin Ziqi survived. Of course, she had to survive. Outside the camp was a place full of dangers. In her view at the time, the so-called natives were no different from the savages in comics. Following her dad, living in makeshift dormitories, eating seafood porridge every day, being called to copy various documents, filling out forms for natives, being hurriedly dragged to shooting training before the Great Battle of Chengguan. After experiencing the Senate's successful leapfrog developments, one after another, she grew up day by day, from an elementary school student to high school age. Now she had just passed her 17th birthday. In another year, she would be fully 18 and officially become a senator with voting rights. She had no intuitive impression of what a senator did. She only knew that her father and all the uncles and aunties called senators were very busy. Every day they went out by starlight and returned by moonlight. Even after coming home, they had a lot of work to do. Often when she woke up from a sleep during her stays at home, the kerosene lamp in her dad's room was still on. Over these 6 years, what kind of life had she lived? No TV, no games, couldn't even buy a magazine. The phone was a PHS, personal handyphone system. Even using a computer to watch a video or browse a local area network that had nothing but a forum required budgeting the electricity quota. When she had her period for the first time and saw the female hygiene kit issued to her, Ziqi couldn't help but lie on the bed and cry loudly, leaving her dad baffled. It wasn't that she hadn't blamed her dad for making decisions on his own, nor that she hadn't sent regards to the 18 generations of ancestors of those leaders. Dad secretly called them livestock. But Ziqi eventually got through it. She also watched as living conditions improved day by day. She got used to the things that really couldn't be overcome. After all, this spacetime still had many good things, like fresh air, like the dazzling Milky Way at night. Ziqi had never seen such a beautiful Milky Way in the other spacetime, and the freshest vegetables and seafood. The most important thing was her father's status. A senator, a chief. The word chief used to exist only in those old black and white movies in Ziqi's world. But now, those naturalized citizens and natives always used this term respectfully when they saw her father. In the other spacetime, when had her dad ever received such respect? Even her own mother always looked disdainful when mentioning him, as if he owed her 5 million. Of course, otherwise they wouldn't have divorced, and Ziqi wouldn't have followed her dad, who intended to start anew, to this world. In this new world, you are a princess. Father had said this while carrying luggage and queuing to climb down the big ship. Yes, a princess. Her gaze turned once again to the boys on the ball field outside the window. Indeed, the way they looked at her did have a bit of, well, uniqueness. As soon as the Senate gained a firm foothold in Lingao, they immediately established Fangqiati. The little senators under 18 also came to this world, which was almost completely isolated from the outside. Although Fangqiati couldn't compare with schools in that world, it was a rare, quiet place, and it felt very much like a school. The Learning Institute, where these little senators stayed, was a state within a state, surrounded by high walls and heavily guarded. Except for carefully selected students from the selection group and naturalized teachers who took care of their daily lives, no one could easily enter or leave here, ensuring they wouldn't be easily disturbed. What they needed to do was to receive education properly and become new senators. Principal Zhang had told them they were not second-generation senators, whose inheritance of the senator seat was unknown, but underage senators who held formal seats on the Senate roll. Therefore, they must have the consciousness of becoming a senator from a young age. Ziqi didn't know what consciousness of becoming a senator meant, but from her father and those uncles and aunties, she roughly knew this was not a path of happy enjoyment. Just like her studies over these 6 years, it was almost a full-load operation. By age 15, she had finished high school curriculum from the old spacetime and started university education. Math, physics, chemistry, Chinese, history, biology, foreign languages, physical education. Various courses filled everyone's schedule to the brim. Except for the younger students in lower grades, there were 8 classes every day. After dinner, there was evening self-study, where teachers would review that day's knowledge points with them one by one. So scary. I don't want to be a straight-A student. Why do I have to learn so many things? Lin Ziqi was distressed. 10 minutes left to collect the papers. Students, hurry up. Principal Qian spoke. Lin Ziqi quickly stopped her mind wandering, gave up on that problem, and started checking the test paper. The score of the weekly test would affect the average grade. If the grades were too poor, she would be kept back for remedial classes during the holidays. Vacations here were already pitifully scarce. The big clock on the main building's bell tower of Fangqiati Academy chimed on time. 2:00 p.m. local time. As soon as Principal Qian announced that time was up, the student on duty today collected the papers in the class one by one and handed them in. Today's duty student was Zhu Xiaoman, son of Zhu Tianmen. He was only 6 on D-Day, and now he was a 12-year-old youth, inheriting his father's high nose bridge and big eyes, plus long eyelashes not inferior to a girl's. Wearing the white fine linen summer boy's uniform shirt of Fangqiati, he looked somewhat pitiably like a bottom uke. After collecting all the papers, Principal Qian said, "You can go home after class. The school will be on holiday for 2 days starting tomorrow." She then knocked on the desk. "Review often during the holiday. After all, there are cultural festival activities coming up. Time is precious for you." After a long sermon, Principal Qian finally left. The atmosphere in the class instantly relaxed. All the remaining time was free time. Although they could go home now, the younger children were already packing their school bags impatiently. The older students still seized this rare free time to chat and play. Outside the window, the naturalized students' rugby game was still going on. They were boarding students like Ziqi and the others. If there was any difference, it was that every student who could play on the Learning Institute's field was a top student selected through fierce competition. End of this chapter. Chapter 1566. Faces of the initial class. There were 64 students in the selection group of each grade. From first grade of junior primary to third grade of senior primary, a total of over 300 top students across 5 grades wore the emblem of the Learning Institute, accompanying these dozen or so little senators in their studies here. As for high school students, there were no high school students among the naturalized citizens yet. The so-called accompanying the crown prince to study probably meant just this. "What are you thinking about?" A short-haired girl sat on the desk, pulled out the earbud Ziqi was listening to music with, and stuffed it into her own ear. She was the child of another senator named Zhang Yunmi. Because she was about the same age as Ziqi, they got along quite well. "Lend me your PSP for a few days when I go back this time." "Paying rent?" Ziqi raised an eyebrow. Tusk, money-worshipping woman." Zhang Yumi teased. "I'll lend you my manga, is that okay? Masami echai kaitsurugi, and you a sajiri." "Deal, lecherous woman, but you only have those few games on your PSP. I'm tired of playing them over and over. Please change to some new ones. There are so many games in the resource area. There's nothing you can't download, only things you can't think of. Since moving to the new house, I don't have a network cable anymore. To download something, I have to go to the entertainment center in the apartment area and queue up. You know my family lives on a farm. I'm really too lazy to go." Lin Ziqi said lazily, "Go download them yourself." "I really admire you. What a waste. I've gotten used to not playing games, too." Lin Ziqi wasn't so much of a shut-in anymore. There were too many fun things on the farm. Her dad had set up a small flower garden for her, and most of her spare time was spent tending to various aromatic plants. "Where do you plan to go for the holiday?" "Home." "So boring." Zhang Yunmi frowned. "I don't want to go back. There's a new little sister at home crying all day, so annoying. You have it much better." Zhang Yumi's old man's life secretary had just given birth to a daughter. Although their house was a large unit, having an extra baby in the apartment was quite noisy. "Sooner or later, they'll add a younger brother or sister for me," Lin Ziqi said indifferently. "I don't really care, since I won't be the one taking care of them anyway. Where can we go if not home? Lingao is only this big, and it's inconvenient for us to go out." Lingao County itself wasn't big, nor was it a place with traditional scenic beauty. There were very few places to visit. Apart from Gaoshan Ridge, which had been designated a restricted area, only Cape Lingao and the Gaian Waterfall had leisure areas set up by the General Office specifically for the Senate. The problem was Gaoshan Ridge. Their entire class went there every summer for summer study. As for Cape Lingao Park and the underground waterfall, they had gone there so often they were a bit sick of it. Let's go to the Heyuan Club at Cape Lingao. They are holding a barbecue party again this Sunday. I heard they're even making seafood pizza. Pizza. This delicacy piqued Ziqi's interest. Seafood pizza. Hearing this, Zhang Yunmi laughed heartily. Right. Lingao is rich in this resource. I love to eat it no matter how rich the resource is. The sea bream sashimi I had last time was delicious, and the grilled oysters too, as long as I don't have to eat seafood porridge. Mentioning seafood porridge, a vague sense of discomfort welled up in both their stomachs. There are also small cakes. If you go late, they'll be gone. Zhang Yunmi looked like she was drooling when mentioning desserts. I don't understand why they are so stingy, making only such a tiny bit each time. I see flour is sold openly in the special supply shop. Most cakes use low-gluten flour. Lin Ziqi was the daughter of an agricultural committee senator after all, and she knew this well. The agricultural committee doesn't grow much of it. There is also a type of hard wheat which is also scarce. The food factory uses it to make pasta now. Your agricultural knowledge is so rich. Zhang Yunmi put on an admiring look. All right, sometimes I think it wouldn't be bad to be a horticulturist or agronomist like my dad. At least I wouldn't have to gnaw on advanced math every day. This was just talk. Being an agronomist for the agricultural committee was not easy at all. Besides frequently going to the countryside, squatting in the fields under the hot sun was not something she could handle. If you don't gnaw on advanced math, you'll gnaw on a second or third foreign language, which is no better. Because her mathematical mind was really too poor, Zhang Yunmi was forced to specialize in languages. Besides English and Japanese, she was recently struggling with German. Her extracurricular reading materials at school were all original foreign books. One full day a week, a senator specialized in one of the 3 languages would come to converse with her and guide her reading. According to the plan, after she mastered these languages, she would start advanced education in scientific and technical foreign languages. Oh God, let me turn 18 soon. Do you think it'll be fine once you're 18? We'll graduate from here, but Uncle Hu said, after graduation, each of us has to choose a professional direction and study one-on-one with those senator uncles and aunties. To be honest, I don't know who I should study with. What do you want to learn? I want to be a doctor. Lin Ziqi actually had no intuitive understanding of doctors. She just felt female doctors in fluttering white coats were beautiful and intellectual. Then you'll have to follow Dr. Shi or Dr. AI, or follow that little dentist Song Junxing to learn dentistry. I heard being a dentist is very lucrative in foreign countries. Zhang Yunmi unconsciously still often brought up concepts from the old spacetime. Facing people's bloody mouths feels very uncomfortable. Besides, what if the patient has bad breath? Then you still want to be a doctor. Performing surgery will scare you to death. That's true, Lin Ziqi nodded. She was a bit bewildered. In this world, she didn't need to take college entrance exams, but she still faced life choices. What profession should she choose exactly? Speaking of the Senate, they had talents in everything. No matter how obscure the subject, there was someone who could talk about it for a bit. Although she was young, she understood the Senate's thinking. They not only wanted to be senators and manage this new world, but also master the black technology, indispensable for ruling this world. That was why she had to gnaw on advanced math day and night, and Zhang Yunmi had to learn 3 foreign languages simultaneously, not to communicate with foreigners, but for those vast amounts of foreign technical materials in the Great Library. So, are you going to Cape Lingao on Sunday? Zhang Yunmi noticed she was spacing out a bit and asked. Going, of course I'm going. I'll bring my swimsuit too, let's just go swimming. Why bring a swimsuit? AI Bebe had already packed her school bag and was about to leave. Hearing their conversation as she passed by, she said, My small boat, the Xiaocang, is going for a sea trial on Sunday. You guys come play too. What Xiaocang? Doesn't your family live on the Heyuan? My dad and Uncle Joe made it for me together, a single-masted skiff. It was just launched a few days ago, going for a sea trial on Sunday. Let's go out to sea together. Let's form a girls' sailor team. I don't know how to sail. Ziqi hesitated. I know how. Don't worry. Xiaocang was full of confidence. Although only 12, she was about the same height as them. Her chest had also swelled up, and by the looks of it, her size would surpass theirs in the future. By the way, Sonia will come too. She is also an expert at handling boats. Sonia, Uncle Lin's life secretary. That's her. She can sail a boat by herself, very skilled. Xiaocang nodded. All right, we'll definitely go. Students, the carriage to Bairen City is ready. Please get on quickly. The life teacher came to notify them. Young senators were picked up by life secretaries, but little senators over 10 were no longer picked up by anyone. The senators were very wary of being born in the deep palace, raised by hands of women. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the temporary school bus to Bairen City in Lingao departed. This was a large four-wheeled public carriage that could seat 20 people when full. Now with only a dozen little senators, the carriage seemed very empty. Everyone chatted and laughed along the way. The road was flat, so although the carriage ride was a bit slow, it wasn't very bumpy. The topic on the carriage was naturally the recent cultural festival. For the little senators, this was a rare opportunity to spice up their dull and tense study life. What's more, each of them had talents. It would be a pity not to perform. What everyone cared about most was the performance of the test. This play, adapted from a puppet show, came from the hand of a senator with a background in the Chinese department and was polished by several senators with directing and acting experience. It hadn't been fully finalized yet. It was said that several leaders of the executive committee had to observe it before the final decision could be made, giving it the air of becoming a model play of the Senate. The stage play version of the test was actually a modern drama. Both the performance form and acting skills were things from another space-time, and ordinary naturalized citizens felt quite estranged from it. Therefore, the performance mainly relied on the students of the Fangqiati selection group and the College of Arts and Sciences, who had the most contact with senators and the deepest understanding of the Australian lifestyle. The genuine little senator Ziqi was also selected to share a role. In another space-time, Ziqi wouldn't even bother to glance at this kind of propaganda-heavy stuff, but now she was eagerly looking forward to actually performing on stage. Zhang Yumi, why aren't you acting in the test? Xiaocang was a bit puzzled. Zhang Yumi was arguably the most active in arts among the initial class. She originally liked singing and dancing and had a considerable dance foundation. Those costumes are too ugly, all ragged and tattered. I don't want to wear them, Zhang Yumi said. I plan to dance. As she spoke, she made a movement with her upper body. I signed up for dance this time. I'll be the lead dancer, with students from the College of Arts and Sciences performing. Speaking of the College of Arts and Sciences, do you know the propaganda department is organizing a girl idol group? They are selected from the students and graduates of the College of Arts and Sciences, Xiaocang said. I heard they've been rehearsing in secret. I wonder what songs they are preparing to sing. Can they sing well? For an idol group, singing isn't important, Zhang Yumi said. It's lip-syncing anyway. It just depends on whether their dancing is good or not. End of this chapter. Chapter 1567, The Maid at Home. Don't be ridiculous. How could you possibly know they're lip-syncing? Xiaocang asked. Oh, it's obvious. And even if they are actually singing, do you really think the senators are there for the music? Zhang Yumi scoffed. Men, they're all like the proverbial drunkard whose interest isn't in the wine. Did you hear? Director Fang actually went to Chairman Wen specifically to requisition silk stockings. She burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. I can't even imagine what Chairman Wen's face looked like. He was probably wearing his most serious expression, Ziqi chimed in, while secretly thinking, more legs to look at. The girls dissolved into laughter together. The carriage rolled to a stop at Gate 3 of South Sea Farm. Lin Ziqi declined to have the school bus make a special trip into the farm just for her. It would mean circling around for half an hour and wasting everyone's time, so she got off here instead. South Sea Farm sat entirely within the green zone, which meant Lin Ziqi could walk alone without concern. The security precautions were stringent. No naturalized citizens other than farm employees and their families could enter at all. Even naturalized personnel who came on official business could only access the administrative compound with a proper permit. Venturing anywhere else required a special pass and a designated escort. These protocols served a dual purpose, protecting the senators who frequented the farm's cafe for leisure, and safeguarding the various seedlings and seeds from theft or sabotage. "Please take care, Miss, watch your step." The young guard company soldier politely steadied her hand as she descended the carriage steps. "Thank you." Lin Ziqi flashed him a bright smile. The guard company soldiers these days were jointly selected by the General Staff Political Department, the Political Security Bureau, and the General Affairs Office. Beyond absolute political reliability, a minimum of 2 years' service to the Senate, family members with solid records residing and working in Lingao, excellent military training, quick reflexes, and actual combat experience. There were also exacting standards for appearance. Height no less than 165 centimeters, well-proportioned features, a clear and resonant voice, and Mandarin proficiency of at least level 2B. These soldiers, tall and handsome by naturalized citizen standards, stood ramrod straight. Even in simple cotton uniforms, they appeared capable, upright, and dashing. For the Senate and the people. The soldier snapped a salute and watched her pass through the farm gate before returning to his position on the carriage's rear footboard. Around him, 3 other soldiers maintained a state of alert, hands ready at their weapons. Lin Ziqi acknowledged the petition police at the gate with a slight nod. Beyond the entrance stretched a tree-lined path. The windbreak forests planted on either side of the road had matured into modest groves. Farm workers in conical hats and work clothes streamed past in both directions, with horse carts and hand carts trundling by at intervals. Those who recognized her removed their hats from a distance to greet her, and she returned each greeting with smiles and kind words. The walk was considerable, nearly half an hour on foot, but Lin Ziqi had declined her father's offer to send a rickshaw. She didn't consider the trek a burden. The fields, woods, and gardens flanking the road were like living paintings, and walking among them filled her with a quiet happiness, as though she were strolling through a work of art. After more than half an hour, the farm's residential area finally came into view. From outside, it resembled a clean, pretty village nestled among woods and fields. The main cluster consisted of dormitories for the farm's naturalized cadres. Adjacent to it lay a smaller, separate district housing the senators who worked at the Agricultural Committee, along with several senators from the biology fields who had moved in during their early service to the committee. A guard company duty station stood at the entrance to the senator residential area. Wu Nanhai had originally considered this arrangement somewhat disconnected from the masses, and suggested using petition police instead. The General Affairs Office had disagreed, maintaining that close protection of senators should remain the guard company's responsibility. "Busy, Sister Ju." Ziqi spotted Sister Ju, the maid at Wu Nanhai's house, spreading vegetables out to dry as soon as she entered the residential area. Though every household here had its own courtyard, the maid still preferred to dry vegetables in the public square, more room to spread out, and better sunlight. All along the way in, dried vegetables lay spread along roadsides and in open spaces. If Wu Nanhai hadn't firmly prohibited it, there would also be large quantities of foul-smelling salted fish, fish sauce jars, and other preserved products currying here. Sister Ju turned and saw it was Lin Ziqi. She hurriedly wiped her hands on her apron and greeted her with a smile. "Oh, Ziqi, school's out." Wu Nanhai emerged from the small church at one end of the residential area, wearing his genial smile. Ziqi's expression brightened further. Yes, Uncle Nanhai. She had always called Chu Qing's sister, yet called Wu Nanhai uncle, a small mischief of hers. It wasn't even 5 o'clock. Though Wu Nanhai was one of the few new good men among the senators, he rarely came home before work officially ended. His early return struck Lin Ziqi as somewhat odd. Overtime was routine in the Senate. Working several extra hours after official hours was the norm. Like the families of Lin Ziqi's neighbors, one usually couldn't see the masters of the house during normal hours at all. They came home in the small hours of the night. Whenever Lin Ziqi saw their maids sweeping the front steps or heading out to shop, she would speculate about their state of mind. Were they lonely and desolate, neglected by their men, experiencing all sorts of emptiness and isolation? These speculations ended only when the maids of these households, one after another, developed swelling bellies, and then were seen cradling babies. Clearly, they weren't as empty and lonely as she had imagined. She exchanged greetings along the way, carefully navigating around the toddlers, rampaging everywhere in their tottering steps, and finally arrived at the gate of her own courtyard. Lin Ziqi's father, Lin Fuqing, had been a horticulture technician at a landscaping company before the crossing. After D-Day, he was naturally assigned to the agricultural committee as an agricultural technician. His current official titles numbered 7 or 8, but Lin Ziqi hadn't memorized a single one. That her father was a senator, a chief, was enough. The courtyard gate stood open. This was the one thing she couldn't stand about their life secretary. The door always open, never a knock before entering a room. No matter what you were doing, she'd just push the door open and walk in. This Minglin, well, she wasn't bad looking. That was precisely why Lin Ziqi had once given her a very nice, very poetic name. But her performance in the maid training class had apparently left something to be desired. Still, if you scolded her, she'd just listen with her head bowed and tears welling up. If you grew harsher, she'd simply drop to her knees. Once, when Lin Ziqi lost her temper, Minglin approached with tears streaming down her face, holding a rattan cane, and knelt before her, presenting it with both hands. That day, Lin Ziqi learned what bearing thorns to plead guilty truly meant. Attitude excellent, absolutely refuses to change. After several such episodes, Lin Ziqi couldn't be bothered to nag about this issue anymore, and simply locked her door whenever she returned to her room. Fortunately, Minglin was nimble enough with housework, and her cooking was quite good. The hygiene habits Lin Ziqi had worried most about were actually decent too. According to Minglin, they'd been beaten into her with the cane. Whenever Minglin spoke of her experiences in the training class, who knows how many canes were broken, beaten until she couldn't sit down, sleeping on her stomach every night, tears shed by the jarful, Lin Ziqi actually felt a pang of sympathy. When you thought about it, Minglin was only in her early 20s, just a few years older than herself. And though she naturally found her own father pleasing to look at, he was still a man in his mid-40s, tanned dark from working the fields, hardly some dashing figure. If she herself had to marry a man of such appearance, Lin Ziqi would absolutely refuse. Yet normally, one couldn't tell that Minglin had endured so much suffering. She did her housework cheerfully every day, attended to her father with meticulous care, and when Lin Ziqi came home, served her the same way, if anything, even better. In short, no woman from the old space-time, including her mother who had divorced her father, would ever serve a man this way. Lin Ziqi was beginning to understand why her uncles, as well as her father, had risked their lives to come to this other space-time. Passing through the gate, she found the courtyard small but clean and tidy. The center was paved with flagstones, flower beds lined the walls, planted with various flowers and ornamental plants. One bed contained an assortment of herbs. This was Ziqi's little garden, though her father now tended it. In one corner stood a wisteria trellis with a round table and rattan chairs beneath it, where Lin Fuqing often sat to smoke, drink tea, and relax. Several long stone tables displayed various bonsai trees, Lin Fuqing's hobby. He would pick up good stumps whenever he found them and pot a few. When he had too many, he'd give them away. His works were displayed in the executive committee and Senate office buildings. Minglan was sweeping the courtyard. She was just 20 years old and had been Lin Faxian's life secretary for 3 years, living with them the entire time. She wasn't particularly pretty, but she was quite proper-looking, with a medium build. The black and white maid outfit suited her well. Though Lin Ziqi knew this was a quirk of the senators, as long as it looked good, she didn't mind. Spotting the rarely returning young miss, Minglan immediately set down her broom and hurried over to receive her, taking Ziqi's canvas bag. "The chief did mention you'd be coming back. I thought it would be a bit later. How long is your break? You must be hungry. Dinner won't be ready for a while yet. Let me get you some snacks." "No need, I had some treats on the way. I'm not hungry now." Lin Ziqi spoke as she walked. "I only have 2 days off. I may have to go back to school early. Is the bathwater ready?" The hot water supply in the senator dormitories relied on copper heat exchangers installed inside the stoves, using wood or coal briquettes to heat the tap water, similar to a gas water heater. But since Lingao lacked high-calorie gas, they made do with stove fuel for heating. This type of stove required adding fuel and heating up before each use. "Everything's ready. Would the young miss like to bathe now? I'll add wood to the fire right away." Minglan followed her through the courtyard into the vestibule, immediately kneeling down to bring out grass-woven slippers and help her change out of her shoes. End of chapter. Chapter 1568. Between father and daughter in the past, Ziqi had always felt slightly uncomfortable with such attendance, but she'd grown accustomed to it now. As a certain senator auntie had put it, "The life secretary is just your father's concubine, not your mother. What's there to be polite about? Fortune not enjoyed invites heaven's wrath. I'll bathe right away. It's a bit hot outside." Lin Ziqi flopped down on the living room sofa. Fetching a change of clothes was naturally Minglan's job. She had once felt uneasy about another woman rummaging through her underwear drawer, but after being waited on for so long, the notion no longer struck her as improper. Minglan had already brought her a bottle of kvass chilled in well water, the soaking time perfectly judged, cool enough, but not too icy for a May afternoon. Aside from that habit of not knocking, the maid training class really did produce exceptional results. The house was quiet. Lin Faxian was probably out in some field or plantation, still at work. Lin Ziqi hadn't expected her father to get off work early anyway. Since coming to Lingao, these men had all become fervent with passion, like characters from some revolutionary drama. Not only did they all wear those 4-pocket Zhongshan suits you only saw in old TV series, complete with a pen clipped to the pocket, but they also walked with the wind, spoke like bells, shook hands vigorously, and called everyone comrade. When standing still, they all habitually planted their hands on their hips. Who knew where they'd picked up that habit? For a while, Ziqi had felt quite awkward when others called her father comrade. It took her some time to get used to it. Glancing around, the house was spotless, the furnishings neat and orderly. Even the glass had been recently polished. The flowers on the table had been freshly changed, and the sofa covers were clearly just washed. Compared to the messy dormitory she and her father used to share, Minglan had brought the warmth of a home to the house. This was why Ziqi didn't object to her father having a life secretary. A home really needed a woman's touch to feel like a home. Minglan hurried to add wood to the stove. The bathroom and bathtub had been scrubbed fresh that morning with dilute hydrochloric acid, then rinsed clean. Now the fixtures and tiles gleamed, absolutely without a single hair to be seen. The senators were all particular about hygiene, and the young miss even more so. As a result, most of Minglan's energy went into cleaning. Beyond this, Minglan was quite satisfied with her current life. The living conditions alone, though the house was small, exceeded even what the big grain merchants back home enjoyed. Minglan had accompanied her parents to work at a landlord's house when she was little, so she'd seen something of the world. Never mind anything else, just the floors, the glass windows. Even the landlord's house lacked such things. As for the food, it was luxury beyond her wildest dreams. In the village where she was born, Even the landlord's family normally ate only coarse grains. So Minglan devoted herself wholeheartedly to this household, keeping the chief and the young miss satisfied so this kind of life could continue forever. That was her greatest wish. Unfortunately, her belly wasn't cooperating. Still no pregnancy after all this time. Every time she saw other life secretaries holding babies, she felt quite dejected. Last time at store number 43, she'd overheard a life secretary surnamed Sun say that life secretaries without children were never secure in their positions. The chief would surely dismiss them once he grew tired of them. The General Affairs Office doctor had checked her pulse and prescribed medicine. She'd taken plenty of tonics from Runchy Tang, but still no news. The thought that the chief was already approaching 50. Her own father had passed away before reaching that age. If she still couldn't bear him a child, what would become of her later years if the master met with misfortune? The young miss treated her well enough, but surely she wouldn't take her along to her husband's house when she married. With these complicated feelings churning inside her, Minglan finished adding wood, washed her hands, and went to the young miss's room to fetch her undergarments. The first time she'd worn such undergarments at the training class, she'd blushed with embarrassment. These chiefs were truly lecherous. Now she knew this was simply ordinary clothing among the Australians, nothing special. "Young miss, you may bathe now." After placing the clothes in the bathroom and preparing a large towel, Minglan tested the water temperature. Finding it just right, she called out. After attending to Lin Ziqi's bath, she hurried to collect the changed clothes into the laundry basket. The washing would wait until evening. She still had to rush to prepare dinner. Because of Ziqi's homecoming, tonight's dinner would be far more sumptuous than usual. She had placed her order at the special supply store yesterday for today's ingredients. The young miss loved sashimi best, but this dish was particularly troublesome. The entire cold chain had to be maintained. Most senators found it too bothersome to prepare at home. Minglan had specifically borrowed the Golden Star Zero-type bicycle from neighbor Wu Nanhai's household, carried an insulated box stuffed with sawdust and ice all the way to the special supply store, and rattled home just in time to get the fish into their earthen refrigerator. Because his daughter was coming home, Lin Fuqing finished work early and came home. The moment he stepped through the door and saw his daughter sitting at the dining table waiting for him, all the fatigue of the day's labor miraculously vanished. While letting Minglan help him change clothes and slippers, he asked, "How many days off this time?" Students at Fengqiadi rarely had holidays, and the same was true at the academy. 2 days. The school is holding a cultural festival. What? Putting on plays again. Having changed into casual clothes and washed his hands and face, he sat down beside his daughter. "Let Dad have a look." "What's there to look at? I'm not one of your bonsai stumps for you to check if something's bound wrong." At this, her face suddenly reddened, her mind drifting to that night in the dormitory discussing certain topics with her roommates. Lin Fuqing's mind didn't travel in such directions. "How could bonsai stumps be as pretty as you? Dad, you really need to upgrade those cliched compliments of yours." Lin Ziqi picked up a piece of sea bream sashimi, dipped it in wasabi soy sauce, and popped it into her mouth. Minglan brought out a large plate of golden, crispy fried chicken wings. Not quite the same as the KFC wings from her memory, but close enough. This was one of Lin Ziqi's favorite foods. Unfortunately, the school never served fried food, supposedly on Chen Saijan's recommendation. Lin Ziqi let out a small cheer, eagerly grabbed one with all 5 fingers and began munching away, speaking around her mouthful. "Dad, you got off work early today. All for you. Who would have thought Dad loved me this much? Just eat your meal." Lin Fuqing had barely finished speaking when Minglan brought out the rice. Lin Fuqing slept early at night, so his evening staple was mixed grain porridge, brown rice, millet, various beans cooked together plus a piece of sweet potato. Minglan could never understand why the chief wouldn't eat perfectly good white rice and flour, insisting on this stuff instead. "Sit down and eat," Lin Fuqing said, seeing that Minglan didn't dare take a seat. "There's still soup." Let me bring out the soup first. Minglin turned toward the kitchen. The chicken soup needs to simmer a while longer. Sister Lan, just eat first. Lin Ziqi, impatient with her meek wife attentiveness, spoke up. Only after Lin Ziqi said this did Minglin sit down to eat. Dad, I want to go to Lingao Point on Sunday. Going to play on the Heyuan, Lin Feishan ate in large mouthfuls, one chopstick load clearing a third of the dish. Yes. With Zhang Yunmi, Qian Duojuo, and the others. Lin Ziqi shrewdly omitted that they were planning a trial voyage. If she told him that, her old dad would surely worry himself to death and start nagging about not safe and dangerous, doing everything he could to stop her. Fine, go if you want. I'm not off work these 2 days either. Lin Feishan sighed as he spoke. Lin Ziqi sensed something complicated in her father's gaze. In the blink of an eye, they had been in this world for nearly 6 years. Are you doing well at school? Dad was asking these pointless questions again. In the 21st century, Lin Ziqi would probably be playing with her phone right now, saying vaguely, fine, I guess. This time she didn't have a smartphone, but her answer was much the same. Fine, just too much academic pressure. You need to study hard. Here we go again. So tiresome. He said this every time they met, before the crossing and after. Lin Ziqi said impatiently, I'll still be a senator even if my grades are bad. Dad, you'd better hurry up and give me a little brother or sister with Sister Lan to be your heir. Lin Feishan actually blushed. That's none of your concern. As for Minglin, her face turned even redder. Our family has 2 seats, you know. If you don't give me a sibling, aren't we losing out big time? Lin Ziqi, having successfully diverted the conversation, continued eating fried chicken wings with satisfaction. Lin Feishan nodded slightly. You think having a little sibling is a good thing? Why wouldn't it be? Otherwise, wouldn't it go to waste? From that perspective, certainly. But Lin Feishan paused. You have a friend named Zhang Yunmi, right? Yes, she's not just a classmate but also my roommate. Last time her father and I were drinking together, he was lamenting his troubles. There's been some family strife lately. Zhang Yunmi's father had been an unsuccessful man in the old space-time, the type who tried many jobs without making headway in any. He knew a little of everything but was mediocre at all of it. His wife had abandoned them when Zhang Yunmi was very young, divorcing him and leaving. Before deciding to join the crossing, he'd been working as a network administrator at a smallish company. As one might imagine, such a profession garnered little attention after the crossing. Zhang Yunmi's father had always been a basic laborer. Even as ordinary senators successively earned promotions to official positions over the years, he remained merely an obscure mid-level cadre in the Planning Commission, director of the Data Division. He managed the Planning Commission's computer database and the newly built massive card index system. As you know, Uncle Zhang is a man without much ambition. He feels his current life is pretty good. Living arrangements are handled by the General Affairs Office. Zhang Yunmi has grown up and his life secretary has given him 2 kids in a row. He has a son now, living a flourishing little life. That sounds great. How is Uncle Zhang's life secretary unsettled, won't let him in bed, or is she putting a green hat on Uncle Zhang? Where did you learn to talk like this? Lin Feishan said disapprovingly. Please. Your daughter is 17, not 7. Lin Feishan looked at his daughter. Indeed, from any angle, she was already a woman. But the image of his daughter that surfaced in his mind was still the child who had clutched his hand tightly on the deck all those years ago. He sighed inwardly, his feelings complicated as he glanced at Minglin busy in the kitchen. He raised his beer and took another long gulp before saying slowly, originally things were fine, but after his life secretary gave birth to a daughter, she changed a bit. How to put it? He hesitated, as if searching for the right words. She's become a bit difficult. Difficult how? Lin Ziqi's mind instantly raced through countless melodramatic plotlines from romance novels. Old Zhang didn't go into details, but basically she's been very unkind to his daughter. What? She dares to mistreat Zhang Yunmi. She's asking for death. Lin Ziqi's eyes widened in shock, the image of Zui from Romance in the Rain immediately surfacing in her mind. It's not that extreme, but there's been cold remarks and passive-aggressive behavior with housework. Every time Zhang Yumi comes home, she doesn't even cook. Old Zhang ends up ordering takeout every time. Old Zhang says it started when she gave birth to her daughter and grew worse after she had the son. When old Zhang says a few words to her about it, she claims she's got 2 kids to look after now, the younger one just weaned. How can she manage everything? Then get an hourly domestic maid. Doesn't the General Affairs Office have such services? Lin Ziqi thought about Zhang Yunmi's usual manner. She didn't seem like someone being mistreated, just not particularly eager to go home. They did, but old Zhang says his wife, life secretary, has been acting strange. Every time Zhang Yunmi comes home, there's nothing but cold looks. Even old Zhang showing a bit more concern for Yunmi leads to trouble. Either she finds some excuse to beat her own daughter or she picks a quarrel about wanting to kill herself. It's been giving old Zhang no peace. She's got such nerve. Lin Ziqi was utterly puzzled. In her understanding, life secretaries were loyal to the senator's heart and soul. The senator's grace to them was higher than mountains, deeper than seas. From her daily interactions with Minglin and other maids, Lin Ziqi knew they placed great importance on hierarchical distinctions, completely regarding themselves as servants. It was hard to imagine a slave girl acting this way toward her master. After all, without the senator, this life secretary would be nothing. Uncle Zhang is a senator and she's just a concubine. Life secretary. Isn't she afraid Uncle Zhang will fire her in a fit of rage? The Arts and Sciences College is full of life secretaries in waiting who haven't gotten posts yet. Fire her. Then what about the children? One's 3, one's 1. Without a mother, even with an hourly maid, they can't be properly looked after. Lin Feishan smiled bitterly. What can old Zhang do besides swallow his anger? That's true. Lin Ziqi understood a bit now. Life secretaries who had borne children weren't merely life secretaries anymore. They were mothers of senators' children. The children were their greatest asset. Holding the children hostage, that's shameless, she said indignantly. Who's saying otherwise? But what's she after by making such a fuss? Lin Ziqi suddenly wondered. Not living a perfectly good life, stirring up the household until chickens fly and dogs jump, there had to be some scheme. From what old Zhang says, it seems she wants Yumi to marry off early. What's the point of that? Lin Ziqi was dismissive. First of all, it's none of her business. Second, Yumi hardly ever stays at home anyway, she's not in the way. Besides, she'll be 18 soon. The General Affairs Office will naturally assign her an apartment. She'll move out without being pushed. What's the point of making such a fuss? You don't understand. Lin Feishan continued to frown for his drinking buddy, his voice gloomy. What this woman's scheming is that once Yunmi is married off, there'll be no one to compete with her son for the family property. Lin Ziqi's face flushed with anger. Bah, shameless. What right does she have to covet family property? A life secretary is at most a live-in mistress. She gives birth to a son and starts thinking about property. Uncle Zhang must be blind. Why else do you think old Zhang regrets it? He said while drinking that if he'd known, he never would have wanted a life secretary at all. He could have just lived peacefully with his daughter. Housework can be done by hourly maids anyway. You men talk a good game, Lin Ziqi scoffed. He's even younger than you, Dad, isn't he? I absolutely don't believe he could endure going without a woman. I heard Uncle Zhang was quite the fighter during the Maid Revolution, charging up to the executive committee gates, just short of hitting Ma supervisor with a brick. Lin Feishan really didn't know what to say about his daughter. He frowned and drank another half-cup of beer, then smacked his lips. Old Zhang's in a bind right now, so stop making sarcastic remarks. He can't hear my sarcastic remarks anyway. Besides, I'm not wrong. Lin Ziqi said, doesn't the General Affairs Office handle this? Aren't all life secretaries managed by the General Affairs Office? How can the General Affairs Office handle this? It's a family matter. Lin Feishan emphasized the words family matter. As the saying goes, even an upright official finds it hard to settle a family dispute. Besides, what can the General Affairs Office do? She hasn't done anything wrong. At most they could throw this woman out, but old Zhang can't agree to that either. Troubled as things are, they're still a family. Once it goes to the authorities, everything becomes official business. Old Zhang can't bear to see his 2 children motherless. In the end, it's just that Uncle Zhang is too soft, Ziqi said disdainfully. If he just toughened up a bit, would that woman dare be so arrogant? It's outrageous. Yumi is a senator. If Minglan acted like this, I'd whip her into submission first. Before she'd finished speaking, something clattered to the floor in the kitchen. Ziqi turned her head impatiently. What happened? Nothing. My hand slipped, something fell on the floor. Ziqi sneered. If you're careful, nothing will happen. Yes, young miss, Minglan replied tremulously. Lin Feishan said disapprovingly, don't get carried away. Why are you taking it out on Minglan? Ziqi's face contorted briefly, her eyes blinking as if tears were about to fall. She covered her face and choked out. I don't even have a little brother yet, and you already think I'm a nuisance. Lin Feishan panicked. Xiaocang, don't cry. Dad doesn't want a son. You'll always be Dad's darling daughter. Ziqi suddenly dropped her hands and made a face. Just kidding, Dad, don't worry. Even if that day comes, I won't put you in a difficult position. Don't say that. Lin Feishan's expression was conflicted. Dad won't let you suffer. Suffer I won't, Ziqi said lightly. I know how to handle it. I'll definitely never let you end up in Uncle Zhang's situation. Then she sneered again. Minglan, bring out the chicken soup. That evening, Minglan served with extra care, not even daring to sit in Ziqi's presence. This made Lin Feishan shake his head repeatedly. After all, he was a modern person raised under the red flag, harboring simple feelings for the working people. He found this kind of lording over others behavior quite distasteful. Compared to his daughter, who'd grown up watching palace intrigue dramas and romance novels, he was even less suited to this hierarchical situation. But family dynamics were like this. If the east wind doesn't prevail over the west wind, then the west wind prevails over the east. Otherwise, the family couldn't function, so he was helpless. Ziqi read for a while before yawning and getting up to change into her nightgown. Though the environment here was beautiful with fresh air, there was no network like in the Senator apartment complex, nor were there various modern entertainment facilities. Entertainment options were extremely scarce. Ziqi was already a bit tired, and with the excursion tomorrow, she went to bed early. The next morning she rose early. Lin Feishan wasn't up yet, but Minglan was already awake, and steaming hot breakfast sat on the table. After Ziqi finished eating, Minglan handed her the canvas bag. Everything's packed, she said respectfully. What to bring for an excursion? Ziqi had already given instructions the night before. She took the bag. I won't be back for lunch. Just save me dinner. No need to wait for me. Yes, young miss. Dad's off today too, so you can have a nice day together, just the two of you. Ziqi smiled suddenly as she put on her woven sandals. Minglan's face flushed red, and she didn't dare say a word. Ziqi left the farm and found the Dongfeng carriage sent by the General Affairs Office already waiting at the designated exit. Since the route to Lingao Point Park wasn't entirely within the green zone, and Ziqi was a minor senator, regulations required a security escort. So the previous evening, Minglan had reported Ziqi's itinerary to the General Affairs Office service point at the entrance to the residential area. Good morning, miss. The guard company soldier standing by the carriage steps saluted. His handsome face and dashing bearing made Ziqi look at him several times. Good morning. She lifted the hem of her skirt with one hand and stepped onto the footboard. The soldier steadied her arm at just the right moment. Please be careful getting in, he reminded politely. Thank you. Ziqi smiled graciously, quite enjoying this small gesture of attention. The interior of the Dongfeng carriage was both clean and comfortable. The General Affairs Office Service Division had cleaned and redecorated the vehicle as soon as they received the itinerary the previous night. Seat cushions, back cushions, and curtains all freshly washed and changed. Fresh flowers had been placed in the vase, and a faint floral fragrance perfumed the air. The cabinet had been stocked with fresh bottled mineral water. The ice bucket held chilled kvass and soda. The carriage began rolling forward to the clip-clop of hooves. Without her having to give any instructions, the driver would naturally deliver her to her destination on time, following the route on the itinerary issued by the General Affairs Office. The carriage body trembled slightly with the turning of wheels on the smooth road. Ziqi gazed out the window. The weather was fine, and after the rain a few days ago, the air was fresh, neither cold nor hot. Perfect for an outing. Thank you for bringing me here, Dad, Ziqi whispered to herself. Though this spacetime had no Mercedes, no BMW, no Rolls-Royce, she was riding in a mere two-wheeled carriage. In this spacetime, those who could ride in such a carriage were more noble and more powerful than those who could afford a Mercedes or BMW in the other world. Although Ziqi had loved watching palace intrigue dramas since childhood and was obsessed with Prince and Princess Cinderella stories, she also knew very well that in the original spacetime, unless she had extraordinarily good luck, her future would inevitably be marrying a man of similar family background, the two of them scrimping and saving to pay off the mortgage, driving an economy family car to work, and worrying about parking problems. Now she was a genuine princess, riding in a carriage with guards escorting her, with a respectful life secretary attending to her at home. What did those so-called fashionable lifestyles in fashion magazines amount to? What did buying an island amount to? Someday she would claim Tahiti Island all for herself, Queen of Tahiti, too ordinary, Queen Consort of Tahiti. That would require a king. How about just mistress? That sounded a bit off. The carriage took her all the way to the Flying Cloud Club at Lingao Point Park. Moored at the pier in the bay was the Heyuan, all sails set. Though this ship had been in this spacetime for nearly 6 years and had made several long voyages, it remained in excellent condition. Clearly, the Cayenne family had put great effort into maintaining it. On the beach, the coconut grove planted on D-Day had already achieved a modest scale. Beneath the trees stood 3 elevated thatched huts. This was the location of the Flying Cloud Club. Ziqi and her classmates from the academy had come here more than once for bonfire parties and barbecues. She had also joined children from the selection group for gatherings here, even singing a few songs, drawing ardent gazes from some of the older primary school boys. But now, behind these 3 huts, sat a new boat cradle with a beautiful small boat resting on it. The boat wasn't large, at most 5 or 6 meters long, fitted with a very tall mast. Since there was no suitable paint for coating, it retained its natural wood color, looking very pretty against the blue sea and silver sand. Cayenne Duoju was wearing a sailor's striped shirt and canvas shorts, a stiff straw hat on her head, barefoot, carrying a tin bucket in her hand. She squatted by the boat cradle, daubing something on the hull. Seeing Ziqi arrive, she set down her brush and came running over excitedly. "Look, how do you like this boat?" She proudly waved her hand, showing off her new toy. "This boat is really beautiful," Ziqi said sincerely. Though she knew nothing about boats, this light, pretty hull with its streamlined body and straight mast immediately gave her an impression of well-proportioned beauty. "Too bad we can't make white paint, otherwise, painted white, it would look just like a white swan," Cayenne Duoju said dreamily. Actually, by Ziqi's reckoning, the boat was already beautiful enough. The hull was natural wood colored, covered with lovely wood grain patterns. This boat had been designed and built by Cayenne Shuiting according to blueprints for a type of small family boat common in America. Stores there sold ready-made plans and kits for such boats, which could be assembled in one's backyard or even garage. Normally they were kept on trailer frames. Lengths ranged from 17 to 21 feet. The Cayenne brothers had collected quite a few blueprints and specialized reference books in electronic format when they crossed over, and had even brought a set of specialized tools. The small boat they had built together this time was 17 feet, 5.18 meters, long and 7 feet 4 inches, 2.26 meters wide. Though it looked small, a well-built boat of this type could not only sail along the coast but with the right equipment was even capable of ocean crossings. "What kind of wood is this?" The grain is beautiful. Lin Ziqi studied it closely. The deck is teak, Qian Duojiu said. The planking is fir. As for the keel, that's Philippine mahogany. The lumber mill has so much good wood it's almost overwhelming. Lin Ziqi kept nodding, though in truth she couldn't tell one wood from another. She was just thinking about how no wonder Qian Duojiu's father could be speaker. They said he could hunt in the mountains, shoot on plains and build boats at sea, and was even a double master's degree holder. Her own father was nothing compared to him. Truly, comparing people could make you die of envy. How long did it take to build? Lin Ziqi carefully stroked the hull. Did your father build it all by himself? Just over a year, I guess. My dad and I built it together. Uncle Joe and second uncle helped when they came back to Lingao. I said over a year, but really we only worked on it during holidays. Who has time otherwise? You're really amazing, Lin Ziqi said sincerely. That's so impressive. End of chapter. Chapter 1569, Family Matters. How old could her little brother be? Just 1 year old. What could possibly be the problem? Lin Ziqi asked curiously. No little wee-wee, mentally disabled, or already knows to lift his sister's skirt. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Fuqing said disapprovingly. I'm not going to tell you anymore. I'm sorry, Dad, please continue. Stopping halfway is going to kill me. Last time we were drinking together, he got drunk and started lamenting his troubles. There's been some family strife lately. Lin Fuqing hesitated a moment, drained the beer in front of him in one gulp. His wife, life secretary, has been quite unsettled. Zhang Yunmi's father had been an unsuccessful man in the old space-time, the type who tried many jobs without making headway in any. He knew a little of everything but was mediocre at all of it. His wife had abandoned them when Zhang Yunmi was very young, divorcing him and leaving. Before deciding to join the crossing, he'd been working as a network administrator at a smallish company. As one might imagine, such a profession garnered little attention after the crossing. Zhang Yunmi's father had always been a basic laborer. Even as ordinary senators successively earned promotions over the years, he remained merely an obscure mid-level cadre in the Planning Commission, director of the Data Division. He managed the Planning Commission's computer database and the newly built massive card index system. As you know, Uncle Zhang is a man without much ambition. He feels his current life is pretty good. Living arrangements are handled by the General Affairs Office. Zhang Yunmi has grown up and his life secretary has given him 2 kids in a row. He has a son now, living a flourishing little life. That sounds great. How is Uncle Zhang's life secretary unsettled, won't let him in bed, or is she putting a green hat on Uncle Zhang? Where did you learn to talk like this? Lin Fuqing said disapprovingly. Please. Your daughter is 17, not 7. Lin Fuqing looked at his daughter. Indeed, from any angle, she was already a woman. But the image that surfaced in his mind was still the child who had clutched his hand tightly on the deck all those years ago. He sighed inwardly, his feelings complicated as he glanced at Minglan busy in the kitchen. He raised his beer and took another long gulp before saying slowly, originally things were fine, but after his life secretary gave birth to a daughter, she changed. How to put it? He hesitated, searching for the right words. She's become a bit difficult. Difficult how? Lin Ziqi's mind instantly raced through countless melodramatic plotlines from romance novels. Old Zhang didn't go into details, but basically she's been very unkind to his daughter. What? She dares to mistreat Zhang Yunmi. She's asking for death. Lin Ziqi's eyes widened in shock, the image of Zui from Romance in the Rain surfacing in her mind. It's not that extreme, but there's been cold remarks and passive-aggressive behavior with housework. Every time Zhang Yunmi comes home, she doesn't even cook. Old Zhang ends up ordering takeout. He says it started when she gave birth to her daughter and worsened after she had the son. When old Zhang says a few words about it, she claims she's got 2 kids to look after now, the younger one just weaned. How can she manage everything? Then get an hourly domestic maid. Doesn't the General Affairs Office have such services? Lin Ziqi thought about Zhang Yunmi's usual manner. She didn't seem like someone being mistreated, just not particularly eager to go home. They did, but old Zhang says his wife, life secretary, has been acting strange. Every time Zhang Yunmi comes home, there's nothing but cold looks. Even if old Zhang shows a bit more concern for Yunmi, it leads to trouble. Either she finds some excuse to beat her own daughter or she picks a quarrel about wanting to kill herself. It's given old Zhang no peace. She's got such nerve. Lin Ziqi was utterly puzzled. In her understanding, life secretaries were loyal to the senator's heart and soul. The senator's grace to them was higher than mountains, deeper than seas. From her daily interactions with Minglan and other maids, Lin Ziqi knew they placed great importance on hierarchical distinctions, completely regarding themselves as servants. It was hard to imagine a slave girl acting this way toward her master. Without the senator, this life secretary would be nothing. Uncle Zhang is a senator and she's just a concubine. Life secretary. Isn't she afraid Uncle Zhang will fire her in a fit of rage? The Arts and Sciences College is full of life secretaries-in-waiting who haven't gotten posts yet. Fire her. Then what about the children? One's 3, one's 1. Without a mother, even with an hourly maid, they can't be properly looked after. Lin Feishan smiled bitterly. What can old Zhang do besides swallow his anger? That's true. Lin Ziqi understood a bit now. Life secretaries who had borne children weren't merely life secretaries anymore. They were mothers of senators' children. The children were their greatest asset. Holding the children hostage, that's shameless, she said indignantly. Who's saying otherwise? But what's she after by making such a fuss? Lin Ziqi suddenly wondered. Why not live a perfectly good life instead of stirring up the household until chickens fly and dogs jump? There had to be some scheme. From what old Zhang says, it seems she wants Yunmi to marry off early. What's the point of that? Lin Ziqi was dismissive. First of all, it's none of her business. Second, Yunmi hardly ever stays at home anyway, she's not in the way. Besides, she'll be 18 soon. The General Affairs Office will naturally assign her an apartment. She'll move out without being pushed. What's the point of making such a fuss? You don't understand. Lin Feishan's frown deepened for his drinking buddy, his voice gloomy. What this woman's scheming is that once Yunmi is married off, there'll be no one to compete with her son for the family property. Lin Ziqi's face flushed with anger. Bah, shameless. What right does she have to covet family property? A life secretary is at most a live-in mistress. She gives birth to a son and starts thinking about property. Uncle Zhang must be blind. Why else do you think old Zhang regrets it? He said while drinking that if he'd known, he never would have wanted a life secretary at all. He could have just lived peacefully with his daughter. Housework can be done by hourly maids anyway. You men talk a good game, Lin Ziqi scoffed. He's even younger than you, Dad, isn't he? I absolutely don't believe he could endure going without a woman. I heard Uncle Zhang was quite the fighter during the Maid Revolution, charging up to the executive committee gates, just short of hitting Ma supervisor with a brick. Lin Feishan really didn't know what to say about his daughter. He frowned and drank another half cup of beer, then smacked his lips. Old Zhang's in a bind right now, so stop making sarcastic remarks. He can't hear my sarcastic remarks anyway. Besides, I'm not wrong. Lin Ziqi said, doesn't the General Affairs Office handle this? Aren't all life secretaries managed by the General Affairs Office? How can the General Affairs Office handle this? It's a family matter. Lin Feishan emphasized the words family matter. As the saying goes, even an upright official finds it hard to settle a family dispute. Besides, what can the General Affairs Office do? She hasn't done anything wrong. At most they could throw this woman out, but old Zhang can't agree to that either. Troubled as things are, they're still a family. Once it goes to the authorities, everything becomes official business. Old Zhang can't bear to see his 2 children motherless. In the end, it's just that Uncle Zhang is too soft. Lin Ziqi said disdainfully. If he just toughened up, would that woman dare be so arrogant? It's outrageous. Yunmi is a senator. If Minglan acted like this, I'd whip her into submission first. Before she'd finished speaking, something clattered to the floor in the kitchen. Lin Ziqi turned her head impatiently. What happened? Nothing. My hand slipped, something fell. Lin Ziqi sneered. If you're careful, nothing will happen. Yes, young miss, Minglin replied tremulously. Lin Feishan said disapprovingly, don't get carried away. Why are you taking it out on Minglin? Ziqi's face contorted briefly, her eyes blinking as if tears were about to fall. She covered her face and choked out. I don't even have a little brother yet and you already think I'm a nuisance. Lin Feishan panicked. Xiaocang, don't cry, Dad doesn't want a son. You'll always be Dad's darling daughter. Lin Ziqi suddenly dropped her hands and made a face. Just kidding, Dad, don't worry. Even if that day comes, I won't put you in a difficult position. Don't say that. Lin Feishan's expression was conflicted. Dad won't let you suffer, I won't. Lin Ziqi said lightly. I know how to handle it. I'll definitely never let you end up in Uncle Zhang's situation. Then she sneered again. Minglin, bring out the chicken soup. That evening, Minglin served with extra care, not even daring to sit in Lin Ziqi's presence. This made Lin Feishan shake his head repeatedly. After all, he was a modern person raised under the red flag, harboring simple feelings for the working people. He found this kind of lording over others' behavior quite distasteful. Compared to his daughter who'd grown up watching palace intrigue dramas and romance novels, he was even less suited to this hierarchical situation. But family dynamics were like this. If the east wind doesn't prevail over the west wind, then the west wind prevails over the east. Otherwise, the family couldn't function, so he was helpless. Lin Ziqi read for a while before yawning and getting up to change into her nightgown. Though the environment here was beautiful with fresh air, there was no network connection like in the Senator apartment complex, nor various modern entertainment facilities. Entertainment options were extremely scarce. Already a bit tired, and with the excursion tomorrow, she went to bed early. The next morning she rose early. Lin Feishan wasn't up yet, but Minglin was already awake, and steaming hot breakfast sat on the table. After Lin Ziqi finished eating, Minglin handed her the canvas bag. Everything's packed, she said respectfully. What to bring for an excursion? Lin Ziqi had already given instructions the night before. She took the bag. I won't be back for lunch, just save me dinner, no need to wait for me. Yes, young miss, Dad's off today too, so you can have a nice day together, just the two of you. Lin Ziqi smiled suddenly as she put on her woven sandals. Minglin's face flushed red, and she didn't dare say a word. Lin Ziqi left the farm and found the Dongfeng carriage sent by the General Affairs Office already waiting at the designated exit. Since the route to Lingao Point Park wasn't entirely within the green zone, and Lin Ziqi was a minor senator, regulations required a security escort. So the previous evening, Minglin had reported Lin Ziqi's itinerary to the General Affairs Office service point at the residential area entrance. Good morning, miss. The guard company soldier standing by the carriage steps saluted. His handsome face and dashing bearing made Lin Ziqi look at him several times. Good morning. She lifted the hem of her skirt and stepped onto the footboard. The soldier steadied her arm at just the right moment. Please be careful getting in, he reminded politely. Thank you. Lin Ziqi smiled graciously, quite enjoying this small gesture of attention. The interior of the Dongfeng carriage was clean and comfortable. The General Affairs Office Service Division had cleaned and redecorated the vehicle as soon as they received the itinerary the previous night. Seat cushions, back cushions, and curtains all freshly washed and changed. Fresh flowers had been placed in the vase, a faint floral fragrance perfuming the air. The cabinet had been stocked with fresh bottled mineral water. The ice bucket held chilled kvass and soda. The carriage began rolling forward to the clip-clop of hooves. Without her having to give any instructions, the driver would naturally deliver her to her destination on time, following the route on the itinerary. The carriage trembled slightly with the turning of wheels on the smooth road. Lin Ziqi gazed out the window. The weather was fine, and after the rain a few days ago, the air was fresh, neither cold nor hot, perfect for an outing. Thank you for bringing me here, Dad, Ziqi whispered to herself. Though this spacetime had no Mercedes, no BMW, no Rolls-Royce, she was riding in a mere two-wheeled carriage. Those who could ride in such a carriage in this spacetime were more noble and more powerful than those who could afford luxury cars in the other world. Although Lin Ziqi had loved watching palace intrigue dramas since childhood and was obsessed with Prince and Princess Cinderella stories, she also knew very well that in the original space-time, unless she had extraordinarily good luck, her future would inevitably be marrying a man of similar family background, the two of them scrimping and saving to pay off the mortgage, driving an economy family car to work, and worrying about parking problems. Now she was a genuine princess, riding in a carriage with guards escorting her, with a respectful life secretary attending to her at home. What did those so-called fashionable lifestyles in magazines amount to? What did buying an island amount to? Someday she would claim Tahiti Island all for herself, Queen of Tahiti, too ordinary, Queen Consort of Tahiti. That would require a king. How about just mistress? That sounded a bit off. The carriage took her all the way to the Flying Cloud Club at Lingao Point Park. Moored at the pier in the bay was the Heyuan, all sails set. Though this ship had been in this space-time for nearly 6 years and made several long voyages, it remained in excellent condition. Clearly, the Cayenne family had put great effort into maintaining it. On the beach, the coconut grove planted on D-Day had already achieved a modest scale. Beneath the trees stood 3 elevated thatched huts, the location of the Flying Cloud Club. Lin Ziqi and her classmates from the academy had come here more than once for bonfire parties and barbecues. She had also joined children from the selection group for gatherings here, even singing a few songs, drawing ardent gazes from some of the older primary school boys. But now, behind these 3 huts, sat a new boat cradle with a beautiful small boat resting on it. The boat wasn't large, at most 5 or 6 meters long, fitted with a very tall mast. Since there was no suitable paint for coating, it retained its natural wood color, looking very pretty against the blue sea and silver sand. Cayenne Duoju was wearing a sailor's striped shirt and canvas shorts, a stiff straw hat on her head, barefoot, carrying a tin bucket. She squatted by the boat cradle, daubing something on the hull. Seeing Lin Ziqi arrive, she set down her brush and came running over excitedly. "Look, how do you like this boat?" She proudly waved her hand, showing off her new toy. "This boat is really beautiful," Lin Ziqi said sincerely. Though she knew nothing about boats, this light, pretty hull with its streamlined body and straight mast immediately gave her an impression of well-proportioned beauty. "Too bad we can't make white paint, otherwise, painted white, it would look just like a white swan," Cayenne Duoju said dreamily. Actually, by Lin Ziqi's reckoning, the boat was already beautiful enough, natural wood colored, covered with lovely grain patterns. This boat had been designed and built by Cayenne Shuiting according to blueprints for a type of small family boat common in America. Stores there sold ready-made plans and kits that could be assembled in one's backyard or garage. Normally, they were kept on trailer frames. Lengths ranged from 17 to 21 feet. The Cayenne brothers had collected quite a few blueprints and specialized reference books in electronic format when they crossed over, and had even brought a set of specialized tools. The small boat they had built together was 17 feet, 5.18 meters, long and 7 feet 4 inches, 2.26 meters wide. Though it looked small, a well-built boat of this type could not only sail along the coast but, with the right equipment, was even capable of ocean crossings. "What kind of wood is this? The grain is beautiful." Lin Ziqi studied it closely. "The deck is teak," Cayenne Duoju said. "The planking is fir. As for the keel, that's Philippine mahogany. The lumber mill has so much good wood it's almost overwhelming." Lin Ziqi kept nodding, though in truth she couldn't tell one wood from another. She was just thinking about how no wonder Cayenne Duoju's father could be speaker. They said he could hunt in the mountains, shoot on plains and build boats at sea, and was even a double master's degree holder. Her own father was nothing compared to him. Truly, comparing people could make you die of envy. "How long did it take to build?" Lin Ziqi carefully stroked the hull. "Did your father build it all by himself?" "Just over a year, I guess. My dad and I built it together. Uncle Joe and second uncle helped when they came back to Lingao. I said over a year, but really we only worked on it during holidays. Who has time otherwise?" "You're really amazing," Lin Ziqi said sincerely. "That's so impressive," End of chapter. Chapter 1570, The Women of the Xiaocang Part 1. It wasn't that hard, really. Dad and the uncles took the materials to the lumber processing plant for treatment. We just assembled it, caulked the seams, and installed the equipment. Cayenne Duoduo spoke with studied nonchalance. It's not like the old days when we had to do everything ourselves. There are plenty of ready-made things to work with now. Actually, we could make white paint ourselves. A voice came from behind the boat, and a young girl stepped around from the stern. It was Zhang Xiaoying, Dr. Zhang's adopted daughter. To avoid suspicion and prevent rumors of a Hikaru Genji plan, Zhang Lixi had formally adopted Zhang Xiaoying through the General Affairs Office. After the adoption, Zhang Xiaoying could theoretically attend the academy with senator's child status. However, Dr. Zhang felt her knowledge was too patchy and unsystematic for her to adapt to the academy's curriculum. Besides, he needed a capable assistant by his side, so he simply educated her himself. Nevertheless, he prudently registered Zhang Xiaoying at the academy, even if she rarely attended. Without this credential, her status as a senator's daughter would be greatly discounted, and she would miss out on many powerful alumni connections. While Dr. Zhang didn't intend to pass his seat to his adopted daughter, he hoped she could at least secure an advantageous position in the future empire. Lin Ziqi had met Zhang Xiaoying a few times before and knew she was Zhang Lixi's adopted daughter. She didn't know about her other skills, but when it came to miscellaneous knowledge, this girl could speak with authority on practically anything. Lin Ziqi, a genuine 21st century girl, felt inferior to her in many areas. This made Lin Ziqi somewhat uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaoying sported a clean, sharp short haircut and wore the same style of sailor shirt and canvas shorts as Cayenne Duoduo. Her exposed skin was tanned dark, and her figure was fit. One couldn't tell she was a 17th century girl at all. Most importantly, her Mandarin was crisp and clear. Although she had a slight Cantonese accent, her pronunciation was more standard than some Cantonese senators. No wonder Dad said environment changes people the most. There wasn't a trace of her past life left on Zhang Xiaoying. Dr. Zhang truly lived up to his doctor title. Even the people he trained were different. Unlike Dad and Uncle Zhang, losers wherever they went. Lin Ziqi sighed with a complicated mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Tell us, how do you plan to make white paint? Cayenne Duoduo had been brooding over the lack of white paint for some time. Not only because she couldn't use it on the small boat she'd built herself, but also because the white paint on the Heyuan had peeled off considerably over the years, leaving it mottled and unsightly. The three families had been thinking about getting some paint to repaint the ship thoroughly. Lingao's chemical industry had made significant strides, but the chemical sector didn't prioritize paint. Basically, they stopped at sufficient for use, mainly producing raw lacquer, tung oil, and coal tar. Colors were mostly natural or black, with a small amount of colored paint produced. White paint, which was primarily decorative, was almost never made at all. Dr. Zhang said. Zhang Xiaoying often started her sentences this way. She still wasn't quite used to calling Dr. Zhang Dad. Australian white paint mainly uses titanium dioxide for coloring. We don't have titanium dioxide here, but we can use zinc white or lead white as pigments. It's just that the color isn't white enough, not as beautifully bright and shiny as the white on the Heyuan. Having white at all would be nice. We can't set the bar too high, Cayenne Duoduo said. The key is that paint also needs solvents. Dad said our current industrial level isn't incapable of making it, it's just troublesome. He said if we want something simple, we can just mix lead white or zinc white powder with tung oil. It just won't be white enough. Why didn't you say so earlier? Cayenne Duoduo complained. I just talked to Dr. Zhang about it. Besides, if the factory doesn't produce it, you can't mix it yourself, Zhang Xiaoying said. True, and lead white is toxic. I remember a senator saying that the face powder used in the Ming Dynasty was made from ground lead. Too scary, putting that directly on your face, wouldn't you get lead poisoning? Does anyone know how to make zinc white powder? Is it just grinding a piece of zinc? I think it's calcined from ore. I don't know the specifics, but its scientific name is zinc oxide. According to general chemical reactions, I think burning zinc directly gives zinc white too. Zhang Xiaoying spoke very seriously. Lin Ziqi turned her head away in boredom. She wasn't interested in this topic at all. If we have zinc white, we can make it even fancier. Zhang Xiaoying seemed thoroughly engrossed in the subject. Mix it with refined boiled linseed oil. Use turpentine or camphor oil as a solvent. I saw them extracting camphor oil in Taiwan. Then add natural wax. If you want it even prettier, you can add mica powder for a pearlescent effect. Taiwan. Are you talking about Ilha Formosa? Before Zhang Xiaoying could finish, a voice speaking off-key Mandarin suddenly rang out, giving Lin Ziqi a start. Who is that? Judging by the strange intonation, it was definitely a foreigner. But even Miss Mendoza, who hadn't spoken a word of Chinese initially, didn't sound this awkward anymore. Sonia, could you not be so abrupt? Cayenne Duoduo clutched her chest. You scared me half to death. Apologies, apologies. I heard someone say Formosa, no, Taiwan, and I couldn't help myself. The newcomer was indeed a white girl with golden curly hair, wearing a straw hat decorated with ribbons, and a blue dress with white lace trim on the collar. With her ocean blue eyes and petite figure, she looked just like a doll. Although they had never met, Lin Ziqi knew this blonde girl must be the Portuguese maiden who had caused quite a stir at the auction, attracting bids from several senators before finally being purchased by Lin Hanlong. The tale had become something of an urban legend among the Senate. Let me introduce everyone. This is Sonia Lily Charpel, a naturalist from Lisbon, the girl quickly added before Cayenne Duoduo could finish. Stop obsessing over your title, Cayenne Duoduo said. These two are both senator daughters. Ah, actually, Ziqi is a senator herself, just like me, a minor. Sonia lifted her skirt and executed a deep curtsy. My ladies. Lin Ziqi quickly extended her hand. I'm Lin Ziqi, just call me Ziqi. Zhang Xiaoying was even more uncomfortable, not knowing where to put her hands. Don't. I'm Zhang Xiaoying, I'm not a lady. Don't be so formal, everyone. Come on, have some drinks first. Though young, Cayenne Duoduo was generous and socially adept. She immediately invited everyone to rest under the shade shed next to the boat cradle, where ice-cold kvass was already soaking in a bucket. Although the four girls had different statuses, they were similar in age and lived in much the same environment in Lingao, so conversation came easily. Compared to Lin Ziqi and Zhang Xiaoying, Sonia was more interested in the small boat. Portugal was a maritime nation, and she had frequently gone on sea expeditions, so she was very familiar with navigation and ships. Cayenne Duoduo's small boat reminded her of some small craft along the Atlantic coast. There was quite a resemblance. This boat is truly beautiful, she said sincerely. It's not a junk skiff, it looks European. I bet its seaworthiness is excellent. Of course, Cayenne Duoduo said proudly. It's launching today. I plan to sail along the coastline here. Lin Ziqi remained skeptical. This boat is so small, will it really work in the open sea? One big wave and it'll capsize. No problem, Sonia said with certainty. Small boats have excellent wave handling. If loaded with enough water and dry provisions, I could sail it to Batavia or even across the ocean to New Spain without issue. Her face glowed with enthusiasm as she spoke. Lin Ziqi was half doubting, but being neither familiar with nor interested in the subject, she just kept looking around. Why hadn't Zhang Yunmi arrived yet? Could she have fought with that secretary at home? Or, while she was letting her imagination run wild, she heard Cayenne Duoduo laugh. If you sailed to Batavia, Uncle Lin would kill me. Sonia, hearing this, immediately showed a melancholy smile. Yes, I am a slave. Cayenne Duoduo realized she had misspoken and fell silent, mumbling. The atmosphere under the shed grew awkward. Zhang Xiaoying quickly said, I was a slave too when I came to Lingao. My contract was a dead contract, meaning a slave forever forbidden from gaining freedom. Not everyone has your good luck, Sonia sighed. To be honest, my luck isn't bad either. I didn't end up in some terrible harem. It's more tolerant here than I imagined, even quite free, and my master is a learned scholar. He teaches me many unheard of things and has so many mysterious books. Her eyes lit up at the mention of these mysterious books, but then she sighed again, saying regretfully, "If only I weren't a slave." "If you weren't a slave, you wouldn't get to see those books at all," Ziqi interjected. "HMPH, you should be content." The senator's black. "Knowledge isn't something just anyone gets to learn." Sonia paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. "You are right." Cayenne Duoduo felt Ziqi was being a bit too sharp and deliberately changed the subject. "Sonia, you got so excited hearing about Taiwan Island. You want to go?" "Yes, ever since I knew I had come to China, I've wanted to explore that big island," Sonia nodded. "I've seen some pamphlets written by the Dutch. That island is completely undeveloped and should have many things worth seeing." End of chapter. Chapter 1571. The Women of the Xiaocang Part 2. What's so difficult about that? Ask Uncle Lin to take you. He has no time. He can't leave the factory for a single day. He originally promised to take me on a round island trip to collect several rare plant specimens. Sonia idly curled a lock of golden hair around her finger. "I've only participated in a few expeditions to the Savage Mountains, plus one boat trip to Prada's Island. They're called the Li District, okay? Don't just casually call people savages." "Is that so? I think from any perspective they can hardly be considered civilized." Sonia clearly didn't care, showing none of the political correctness of her descendants in another spacetime. "If only the long-range exploration team could recruit you," Cayenne Duoduo said. "But that would require Uncle Lin's consent." "What is the long-range exploration team?" "They run around in the wild every day collecting specimens from the three kingdoms of nature. It would definitely suit your interests." Sonia listened with interest. "I know of it, but there is one among them who commits acts of sin. Working with him." She didn't continue, probably feeling it inappropriate for someone of her status to comment on a senator. Ziqi was confused. What acts of sin? Cayenne Duoduo, however, knew she was referring to Huang of the exploration team. He kept 3 or 4 male life secretaries, one of whom was an incomparably beautiful Caucasian boy Xiaocang had purchased from Basra. He lived quite a comfortable life. "You like science, right?" "He does too. And his knowledge of natural history is far greater than your master's," Cayenne Duoduo said. "What does it matter if he likes men or women?" "No. It is something God dislikes." Sonia remained steadfast in her faith. The conversation hit a lull, so Ziqi decided to change the subject. "Sonia, you're Portuguese, right?" "Yes. My hometown is Cascais, just outside Lisbon. My father is a respectable gentleman with a family history tracing back to the liberation of Lisbon by Crusaders in 1147. My ancestor was from Basque, a knight. As for my mother, she comes from English nobility." Ziqi wasn't interested in her family history. "I just find it a bit strange. My impression is that Portuguese and Spanish people all have black hair and dark eyes. How come you have blonde hair and blue eyes?" Sonia looked at her quizzically. "Respected miss, have you seen many people from the peninsula?" "Seen a few, I guess," Ziqi said vaguely. To be honest, her impression came from watching television. Though in Lingao, besides Mendoza, there were indeed a few Spanish naturalized citizens. "Your impression is quite accurate, but I inherited my hair color from my mother. I mentioned earlier, my mother comes from English nobility. She has beautiful blonde hair." "Ah, I see." Ziqi thought Sonia was quite pitiable, being abducted thousands of miles away to become Uncle Lin's concubine, and couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy. "Is she doing well?" "She was summoned by the Lord long ago." Sonia showed no sorrow when mentioning this. Human life in this spacetime was fragile, and everyone grew accustomed to death from a young age. "What about your father?" Ziqi's gossiping instincts stirred. "He's probably managing a plantation in some captaincy in Brazil, or perhaps on some galleon crossing the Atlantic." Sonia frowned and crossed herself. "Or perhaps he is already by God's side. We haven't seen each other for many years. The last letter I received from him was from Brazil." Ziqi's sympathy flared again. This Portuguese lady, though reduced to slavery, spoke of her family background with authority and an irrepressible air of arrogance. Yet her family had long been shattered. "You said you were captured while on a sea expedition. Didn't your father try to stop you? A girl going to sea alone, it's too dangerous. Ah, he didn't mind that. First, I have many brothers and sisters, perhaps 10 if you don't count father's illegitimate children, Sonia said nonchalantly. Second, our family have been sailors since the time of Prince Henry the Navigator. There is an inscription in our family cemetery at the church. The sea is our grave. Ziqi was speechless. She truly felt unable to understand people of this spacetime, such indifference toward death and kinship. Suddenly, she spotted a bicycle slowly approaching on the small path in the distance. The rider was none other than Zhang Yunmi. She wasn't riding fast, leisurely enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine. Her white shirt fluttered in the wind, and her navy blue skirt lifted occasionally with the pedaling, revealing a glimpse of thigh. The bicycle wove through the coconut grove, flanked by the sea and sand, a scene straight from a youth film. Ziqi sighed softly. Though she was a woman herself, she couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. She quickly stood up and waved vigorously at Zhang Yunmi. Zhang Yunmi waved back, pedaled hard a few times and coasted over. The tires glided lightly over the cinder path, mixing with the crunching friction of sand, stopping just as the wheels were about to rush off the road surface. She hopped off lightly and walked over, holding the handlebars. Sorry, I'm late. Zhang Yunmi smiled, kicking down the kickstand. This must be Sonia. Sonia hadn't expected the other party to know her and quickly curtsied again. Don't be so formal, I'm Zhang Yunmi. Zhang Yunmi waved her hand. Duojuo, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we start right now? No rush, have a drink first. Kai and Duojuo took out a bottle of kvass and the girls gathered together, chattering away. Zhang Yunmi was a particularly warm and infectious person with a fresh and clean look. At 160 centimeters, she was neither tall nor short, with a well-proportioned, slender figure and long black hair, a beauty by old spacetime standards. Seeing her cheerful appearance, there seemed to be no hint of family troubles. Could her old dad have been exaggerating? While she was letting her thoughts wander, Kai and Duojuo had already started preparing everyone for the launch. This kind of small boat was very light. In the U.S., it was usually kept directly on a trailer and simply pushed into the sea via a ramp at the beach. Loading it just involved dragging it up with a vehicle winch, or if one was strong enough, loading it by hand. Kai and Duojuo's method was similar. The boat cradle had wheels underneath. She had everyone pull out the securing pins around the perimeter and remove the wheel chocks. Everyone pushed together. With Kai and Duojuo's shout, the 5 girls exerted force together, and the cradle carrying the small boat began to roll forward on the cinder path. Although the wheels were wooden, the bearings were iron ball bearings, and Kai and Duojuo had lubricated them well beforehand. Aside from requiring a bit of effort to start, pushing was effortless once it got moving. Don't push too hard, use steady force, Kai and Duojuo directed as she pushed. The cradle rolled steadily and evenly, soon arriving at the planned launch site, a stretch of sandy beach. Here Kai and Duojuo had made preparations in advance, a wooden platform, 2 long logs acting as slipways, and a bucket of tar. After positioning the boat cradle, everyone busied themselves again, installing the securing pins and wheel chocks one by one. Ziqi wanted to be lazy and suggested installing just the chocks, but was overruled by Kai and Duojuo. Safety procedures can't be changed randomly, otherwise accidents will happen. You're acting so grown-up, Zhang Yunmi teased. Who are you calling grown-up? Kai and Duojuo was displeased. I'm not a little kid. Okay, you're very leader-like. Call me captain. Following Kai and Duojuo's instructions, they fixed the 2 slipway logs diagonally onto the boat cradle, inserting one end into the shallow water. Watching Kai and Duojuo and Zhang Xiaocang running back and forth between the beach and the shallow water, busy as bees, Ziqi quickly said, "Let me help." She moved to take off her shoes and Sonia wanted to follow suit. "Don't bother. You're dressed so beautifully. If you get tar on you, it's ruined." Kai and Duojuo put her hands on her hips. "We'll be done in a moment." Zhang Yunmi, however, said, "I'll do it." Before Kai and Duojuo could object, she took off her skirt. Lin Ziqi almost screamed, but fortunately she was wearing a swimsuit underneath. "What's with that expression?" Zhang Yunmi smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'm not that uninhibited." With that she took off her shirt too, shoved both garments into Lin Ziqi's hands, and ran down to help set up the slipway. Once the slipway was in place, Cayenne Duoju and Zhang Xiaoying applied tar to it before running back up. "Undo the straps." In order,